What changes will happen in your life if you can get back multiple times what you touch? You are a monthly salary of 2,500 working man. Girlfriend despises your low salary. Turns around and finds the next door Mr. Wang with a pension. You feel resentful but powerless. Can only vent frantically at the phone. If I find such a woman, even if she lets me drive a luxury car and live in a villa, I would be willing. Ding. Detected the chosen one in front of the screen. Immediately send 3 dog heads. Bind the godly crit system. Your expression was mocking and disdainful, but your hand uncontrollably sent 3 dog heads. Ding. Binding successful. Anything touched by the host will be returned to the host at multiple times its value, with a daily limit of 3 times, and each item can only be effective once. Brother posted so many dog heads. Is it finally my turn this time? You quickly took out a bank card from your wallet. Crit for brother. Ding. You touched your bank card and triggered a 100,000 times millionaire critical hit reward. Your balance is 10,000, and you have received a trillion deposit. Soon you received a text message, showing a balance of 10 trillion. That's outrageous. I wouldn't even dare to dream like that. You were a bit uneasy, afraid of being pranked, so you personally went to the bank. Miss, please check my bank balance for me. After you entered the password, the teller almost fainted, slapped himself twice, confirmed that he wasn't mistaken, and then tremblingly said, "Sir, you have 100 billion in your account. The system is real, and now I am a trillionaire." You are overjoyed. Wang Yen, oh Wang Yen, do you know that you have lost the whole world? You can get whatever you want just by touching it, and what you get will be better than what you touch. This system is simply amazing. You thought all the way and unconsciously walked to your sister's high school. At this moment, you are a bit conflicted, wondering what to touch with the remaining 2 chances. The most urgent need is something that can generate income continuously. If you touch the school, will you reward yourself with a private school? Thinking of this, you decisively put your hand on a teaching building. Use God's crit. Ding. You touched a school building, triggering a critical hit by the god of wealth, rewarding 500 sets of school district houses nationwide. The property rights certificate will be delivered to your home. The next line is a plain text input. Aunt, my eldest daughter got into a prestigious high school. Tomorrow, we will have a celebration dinner at the Shangri-La Hotel. Everyone is welcome to come and eat. At this time, a member with a black BMW profile picture also sent a message. My cousin got into high school. This is a big deal. I happen to be able to drive back tomorrow to attend her celebration dinner. Thank you, cousin. Is this BMW in your profile picture the new car you just got? Just as my cousin's message was sent out, a photo was quickly shared in the group chat. It was a handsome selfie of cousin Li Xianhe holding the car keys and sitting in the driver's seat. Wow, cousin, this car must have cost a lot, right? It's just a little over 400,000. The top of the line BMW 8 Series. Not worth much. More than 4 million is not expensive, right? For me, it's already an astronomical figure. Cousin, you are too modest. Aunt, among us, it's my eldest son who has made something of himself. He even drives a BMW. Auntie Air and Auntie San also followed suit. Xian Lin is selling houses in the capital, and he has made a name for himself. Don't forget Auntie Air and Auntie San in the future. You see the group chat message. Chuckle. With your understanding of Li Xianhe, you know that he has loved to show off since he was a child. This time he is coming back to attend the academic banquet for his cousin, probably just to show off and demonstrate his strength. Never mind me. What about my cousin Yifan? What is he doing at home now? When it comes to Yifan, the group became lively again. The cousin sent a message in a strange tone. What can he do with that education? He works in sales at Yida shopping mall, earning a few thousand yuan a month. After covering expenses with his girlfriend, he still owes 2,000 yuan a month. A useless person without education. Cousin, back then, I said I would take you to the capital to work, saying you were not material for studying, but now you are not doing as well as me. You are indifferent to Li Xianhe's words. Now with your $1 trillion savings and the value of 500 school district houses nationwide, why bother caring about a poor beggar who drives a 4 million car and shows off to you? It's a low-level behavior, okay? But in recent years, my parents have not been able to hold their heads up high because of me. Thinking of this, you edited a message and sent it to the group. Cousin, don't be too arrogant. Be careful or I'll punch your face swollen tomorrow. After sending the message, you didn't look at the group again, but went directly to your sister's class. By chance, at the entrance of the classroom, you saw your childhood friend Liang Ming. Thinking about the years of friendship, you took the initiative to greet him. Xiao Yu, are you here to attend the parent-teacher meeting for your younger brother? Liang Ming looked at you with disdain and turned his head away. Liang Ming's parents quickly pulled him and said, Xiao Fan is talking to you. Why are you ignoring him? He, Mom and Dad, I have surpassed him by several years in just 1 month now. This poor friend is no longer worthy of my current social circle. Liang Ming's parents, upon hearing this, could only smile awkwardly and did not say anything further. Other students' parents also deeply agreed, believing that in this society, only by associating with successful people can one succeed. A social view that they all shared. You sneered. Liang Ming, you're right. You really can't keep up with my social circle now. What's the deal? I can't keep up with your social circle? I make over 300,000 a month. Don't I earn more than you? Lu Yuan snorted. It's only over $300,000 a month. Is that a lot of money? Liang Xiaoyu, I'm trampling on. Lu Yuan didn't pay any more attention to Liang Xiaoyu and turned his head to enter his sister's class. The parents' meeting took an hour to finish. Lu Yuan was not idle. Looked at the parents' group. The school's principal Niebin was also there. Remembering that just now Liang Xiaoyu was pretending with himself, Lu Yuan's face showed a touch of playful smile. Lu Yuan clicked on Niebin's avatar and set up an exclusive transfer. He entered an amount and pressed the payment code. Group member Lu Yuan initiated a transfer. Payable to Principal Niebin. Transfer amount, $20,000 whole. Transfer note, school donation. The group was instantly blown away by the $200,000. Holy, $200,000. Is Lu Shishir's brother that rich? Lu Yuan, what do you usually do? Surprisingly, you're so rich. The way you usually dress doesn't look at all like someone who can afford $200,000. However, there was one person who didn't like Lu Yuan, and he was Yang Xiaoyu. Oh, Lu Yuan, this 200,000 is all you have saved, right? Lu Yuan sneered and initiated the same payment amount again. Group member Lu Yuan initiated a transfer. Lu Yuan initiated another transfer. The group chat messages, straight up, were bombarded with brushstrokes. Moreover, all 4 transfers were for $200,000. The class instantly fell into silence, and the crowd only felt their scalps tingle. Usually the group's red packets in transfers hold up to the amount of 3 to 5 million, directly divided into 5 transfers of 1 million tycoons. Almost never. A chorus of sighs rang out, one after another. Holy, that's $1 million donation. So it turns out that Lu Yuan is the hidden tycoon in our group of parents. Mr. Lu, do you still lack a girlfriend? How about I introduce my daughter to you? Mr. Lu, are you still missing a pendant for your leg? Liang Xiaoyu in front of the screen had a hard look on his face, an unwillingness to believe. No way. Never. Liang Xiaoyu had always been complacent with his own achievements. Until this moment, all of his condescension was trampled under Lu Yuan's feet. Thinking about how he humiliated Lu Yuan at the door, Liang Xiaoyu's heart laughed bitterly. So he was the clown. It was also at this time that Lu Yuan once again transferred the last $200,000. Lu Yuan edited a message, the last 200,000, at Principal Niebin. Today 6 bank cards up to 200,000 to the limit. Tomorrow I will come back to the group to donate 2 million. I intend to donate 6 million to the school to 5 days to donate. I hope that all the parents and teachers in the group can work together to supervise me to complete this donation. If I do not complete this donation, to everyone in the group privately send 10,000 red envelopes. Screenshot to the group. Hiss. The parents in the classroom sucked in a breath of cold air. A group of parents turned back in unison, looking at the calm and relaxed Lu Yuan. All of them were surprised. 6 million is almost enough to buy a good mansion in Magic City. Yet, Lu Yuan said he would take $6 million in donations, and asked all the parents and teachers in the group to monitor it. A $10,000 bonus for everyone without donations? That's human talk? Lu Yuan didn't care. Compared to the $10 trillion in his card, how much could 6 million count? The $6 million will also allow my sister to enjoy the best educational environment. The group exploded straight away. For someone who can donate $6 million with his hands, Mr. Lu's worth is estimated to be more than $60 million, right? Look down on Huot. The road total also want to live it. Can donate 6 million. At least 10 million in hand for life. The road total at least worth more than 100 million. Principal Niebin was also show scalp numb. He is the first time to see someone donate like this. He hurriedly edited a WeChat message at Lu Yuan. Need me to do? Lu Yuan typed a line to reply, you don't have to do anything. My sister is sophomore, 3, class of Lu Shishir. This year 16 years old. You help me more to take care of her on the line. This money I hope that you can be implemented in the school's educational conditions. Yes, Mr. Lu, I will help you take care of your sister. Many of the parents present also hurriedly stated. Mr. Lu, I'll go back and tell my bear child that he won't be allowed to bully your family Shishir in the future. Me too. In the future when my daughter brings good food and fun, I'll ask her to bring an extra portion for your sister. Who wouldn't want to make friends with the rich man who donates $6 million with a wave of his hand? The parents of his own children's classmates, and who sits in the same classroom with them. In the face of these pleasing voices, Lu Yuan indifferent. Poor 20 years. He has long seen more human nature. Such a person is just who gives bones to follow who. At this time, Liang Xiaoyu came to Lu Yuan with a warm face. Lu Yuan, let's add WeChat back. We'll be in touch from now on. Lu Yuan face cold smile. This Liang Xiaoyu's face skin is really thick enough. Pulled black himself even re-added back? What do you think you are? If you can't use it, you lose it. If you use it, you add it back? Lu Yuan faintly said. WeChat doesn't need to be added back. As you said, I don't deserve to be your friend. I can't play together. From now on, we'll play our own game. Lu Yuan's words happened to be overheard by the other parents. What? This kid even said that the other Chief Lu doesn't deserve to be his friend? Yes, I was just at the door, listening to him pretending. 300,000 yuan salary a month, worth half a year's salary of Mr. Lu, but also said that he only plays with friends of the high-end circle, saying that Mr. Lu and he are no longer in the same circle, saying that it can be hard to hear. Put, a hand who earns $300,000 a month, looking down on Mr. Lu, what kind of a thin thing is that? Chapter 3 $960,000 for my sister's happiness. See Mr. Lu has no money to be cut off from Mr. Lu. See others Mr. Lu has money, you have to add back others Mr. Lu's microblogging, how can you be so shameless? Make $300,000 a month and you're a cow. People donate money to Mr. Lu, do you? You made $300,000 and donated a penny to the school? Yang Xiaoyu held his face red, his parents also lost face, lowered his head, itching to find a crack in the ground. Lu Yuan ignored the jumping clown and went to the carport to get his car, where a few girls had been waiting by their motorized cars. A girl with delicate cheeks, wearing a JK with white silk, hooked her arm around Lu Yuan's neck and said intimately, "Brother." She was none other than Lu Shishir, Lu Yuan's biological sister, who had always been close to Lu Yuan. Beside Lu Shishir, there are still a few girls standing, respectively Lin Lin, He Min, Zhou Qian Qian, all of them are her dormitory roommates. Brother Lu, today is Shishir's birthday, we want to spend a birthday with her, can you let Shishir come home later? Zhou Qianshan batted her eyelashes and looked at Lu Yuan expectantly. Lu Yuan slapped his head. Yeah, today is Shishir's birthday. He was so busy with his girlfriend Wang Yan's breakup that he forgot. He smiled and said, "Good. It just so happens that I haven't prepared a gift for Shishir. Let's go together." If in the past, Lu Yuan had gotten a huge sum of $10 trillion, he would have thought of sharing this joy with Wang Yan. But now Lu Yuan only wanted to spend money to improve his family's life. Now that you're rich, start enjoying life. Wow, brother Lu, you're so nice. We thought you wouldn't agree. A few people took a cab together and headed to one of the largest financial streets in Mordor proper. A few people went to a specialty store for skin care products together. Zhou Qianqian was the richest one in her sister's dormitory. She chose a lipstick and handed it to her sister. Sure, I'll give you a $500 lipstick. Happy birthday. As for the other two girls, who were not rich, they bought a ring and necklace for their sister, all of which cost less than 1,000. At this time, a girl who was about the same age as Lu Shishir followed her brother towards the side. Brother, I want that set of over 3,000 lipsticks. Buy them for me. I also want this Chanel perfume. It's only 4,000. The girl was also picking something when she saw Lu Shishir's group. Lu Shishir, this is at least the biggest financial street in Mordor. You came here to buy some $500+ lipsticks? A few of you dorm rooms have thrown people here. And that's something. Lu Yuan curiously looked at his sister. Lu Shishir, you guys know each other? Lu Shishir nodded. Su Bing, our classmate, has always been at odds with me. Not just a few $1,000s of skincare products. What's there to show off? A few girlfriends around Lu Shishir unhappily whispered. Although Lu Shishir's roommate's voice was small, it was still heard by Su Bing, who scoffed. It's still just a few $1,000s, talking as if you guys can afford it. How could Lu Yuan not see his sister's low mood? He directly took down a set of face creams priced at more than $50,000 from the display cabinet, and raised it to his sister. Lu Shishir, do you like it? If you like it, brother will buy it for you. After seeing the price tag of the face cream, Lu Shishir's eyes only hesitated for a split second before she turned her head to the side. Don't like it, brother, you'd better keep the money for yourself and your sister-in-law. You don't have a sister-in-law anymore. That materialistic woman has broken up with your brother. Lu Yuan faintly said. Lu Shishir still refused. Then don't spend money on me. The prices in the Magic City are so expensive. And brother needs money too. Sister Lu Shishir understands some heartache. Lu Yuan pacified, it's fine. Your brother has recently made a fortune and is not short of money. So let's buy it if we like it. Su Bing interjected on the side, their own poor no ability. Do not blame the woman material. I thought it was a what rich people, but not poor one. Lu Yuan rushed to the sales, for sets of face creams, and over 30,000 a lipstick over there. Bring me 12 of them. And how much is this whole set of facial care products from the latest domestic model? The sales quickly gave a reply. Sir, this whole set of skincare products. There are toner, cleanser, whitening cream, lipstick, eye mascara, and essence mask in it. 99,999 a set. Okay, give me 4 sets too. Su Bing got a little uncomfortable. Can you afford to pay for something so expensive? The salesman on the side was also stunned and said uncertainly. Sir, it adds up to 960,000. Are you sure? Lu Yuan took out his bank card from his wallet and said with a relaxed expression, bring me the POS machine. Swipe the card. Sales rushed to fetch the POS. Su Bing's pink fists were clenched, and she kept muttering in a low voice. Insufficient balance. Insufficient balance. Dropping. Successful credit card swipe. $960,000. Collection of 960,000 yen. Electronic tones resounded throughout the boutique's lobby, causing many people to look sideways, because Lu Yuan's dress was just average. He didn't look like someone who could afford $960,000 at all. Before everyone could come back to their senses from the shock, Lu Yuan spoke again. Sure. Brother bought these for you. For sets of face creams. 1 set for each of you in the dormitory. 12 lipsticks. 3 for each of you. And 4 sets of skincare. Also 1 set for each of you in a dormitory. Gulp. The entire mall resounded with the sound of furious gulping. This is too generous, isn't it? Dropping over $200,000 in gifts on all of his sister's friends. In this regard, Lu Yuan felt nothing, compared to the $10 trillion in the card. Spending $1 million would be almost the same as a small hairy rain. The few followers around Su Bing all showed a look of envy. If they were friends of Lu Shishir's, they could also get skin care and maintenance products that added up to more than $200,000 at this moment, right? Lu Shishir's several girlfriends weren't greedy and refused. Brother Lu, this is the birthday gift you bought for your sister Shishir. We can't take it. It's too heavy. The performance of a few people once again made Lu Yuan feel more favorable towards them in his heart. You know, their age is the age of love of beauty, love to compare with each other. And how many people can refuse the temptation of more than $200,000 of skincare products? But they were not greedy, and their character pleased Lu Yuan. I bought it for you. You can keep it. If you don't want it, I won't let my Shishir play with you. From now on, take care of my sister in the dormitory. If anyone bullies her, call my brother in time. Brother isn't giving you guys something for nothing. The reason why Lu Yuan gave them gifts was also for his own sister's consideration. The things in Su Bing's hand instantly stopped smelling good, and she had to look down and play with her cell phone in order to hide the hangover on her face. Opening the WeChat's Happy Family group chat. Seeing the group chat message made it harder for her. At Su Bing, is there a Lu Shishir in your class? Her brother, Lu Yuan, is also too proud today. Directly in the parents group, he donated $1.2 million to the principal, and said he's going to donate $6 million to your school. You have to get on good terms with Lu Shishir. What? Lu Shishir, her brother, is actually going to donate $6 million? Chapter 4, Me, the new chairman of the board of directors of Townsend's. Su Bing's cell phone fell to the ground with a clanging sound. Looking at Lu Yuan dumbfounded. You donated $1.2 million to our school today, and just spent another 960,000. You spent a total of $2.16 million today? Lu Yuan had an easy smile on his face. Just a little money, nothing to be surprised about. Lu Yuan's easy smile and relaxed tone drove everyone in the boutique crazy. You're too bland, aren't you? Su Bing wildly swallowed his saliva, remembering that just now she also humiliated people poor to come. If they are poor, then what is she? That woman who left Lu Yuan for material things. She's stupid, right? Letting this kind of godly man go. Wait, she seems to have a chance? Su Bing hurriedly said. Brother Lu Yuan, did you break up recently? What do you think of me? Can I be your girlfriend? Don't worry. I do know some big sisters in school, and I can also help you take care of our Shishir. Lu Yuan saw through her at a glance. She was running for her money. Even if he was looking for a woman, he couldn't possibly look for a girl who had bullied his sister before. Lu Yuan coldly rejected her. No need. Lu Yuan and his sister's dormitory's group of 4 Bought quite a few more things before leaving Financial Street. Sure. Just now when Su Bing saw your brother spending $960,000, his face was ugly as if he had eaten shine. It was so good. Someone should have cleaned her up a long time ago. Let her fool around. Snake-like Netflix face. Makeup on her face is falling off. And she's trying to chase after our brother Lu. Vomit. I'm going to puke. Lu Shishir looked at her brother Lu Yuan in confusion. Brother, you said that you recently made a fortune. Did you buy a lottery ticket? No. I picked up an antique and sold it for some money. Lu Yuan explained. Lu Shishir, however, looked at Lu Yuan and asked curiously. Brother, you're so profligate. How much did you sell your antiques for? Lu Yuan thought about it and set a compromise figure. Almost 1.5 or 1.6 billion. Gollum. How much? How many? $1.5 billion. Lu Yuan did not say that he had $10 trillion of assets in his card, and she probably wouldn't believe it if he did. Lu Shishir thought about 5 million. 50 million, but she didn't expect her brother to have more than 1 billion in assets, a figure that she was genuinely shocked by. Lu Shishir educated Lu Yuan. Brother, even if you have more than $1 billion, you can't spend it indiscriminately. You don't get rich every time you buy an antique. You have to keep this money to buy a house and a car, and wait for a daughter-in-law to use it later. Lu Yuan laughed. Good. However, little niece, our house has been bought. It's in Magic City's Townsend. Brother will take you there to take a look. Brother, what did you say? Thompson's? Lu Shishir and her roommates were once again shocked. Thompson Epine, this is the rich people living in the Magic City. This place has been known as the first mansion in the country. If you want to see a house here, you have to submit more than 100 million yuan of assets. Otherwise you can't even enter the door of the neighborhood, where even the cheapest type of house costs hundreds of millions of dollars a set. Lu Yuan nodded. Yeah, it's Townsend. I bought a set for you too. Let's go to the closing now. It just so happens that brother bought a bunch of stuff for you guys. The school must not have any place to put it. Right. It just so happens that it's in the house brother bought for you. Lu Yuan was entered into the neighborhood's face system as the chairman of the board when he was given the schoolhouse in Thompson. So, a few people had a smooth journey. The environment inside Townsend is fresh and the landscaping is very well done. Lu Yuan took his sister a few people, went all the way to the sales office of Thompson Epine, and found the sales manager. Help me transfer the mansion in building 1. No. 2, to my sister Lu Shishir's name. Sir, please show me your real estate license. Lu Yuan did not have a paper property certificate now, and now only had an electronic version, so he opened a small program on his phone. This is my electronic title certificate. After the sales manager received the cell phone, her heart could no longer be calmed, and she stared dead at the few lines on the phone. Owner, Lu Yuan. Cell phone tail number 6185. ID card tail number 0317. I can't believe it's him. It was also during this morning that the sales manager received a document from the previous chairman of the board telling her that the chairman of the board had changed and asking her to re-enter the chairman's information. When she entered the information, she remembered Lu Yuan's cell phone number and ID card tail number with a particularly deep impression. Lu Don. Before the sales manager could finish his words, he was interrupted by Lu Yuan. Don't say anything you shouldn't. Good, Mr. Lu Don. Lu, Mr. Lu, I'll handle the transfer procedures for you right now. The ladies at the sales office glanced curiously at the electronic title deeds and breathed equally sharply. Townsend, a product change chairman of the matter. In the morning the commotion made a big noise. The sales office of many people know, but also has been curious about the new chairman of the Mountain True Face. But they didn't expect the new chairman to be standing in front of them in the afternoon. The chairman of the board is so young and handsome, with a well-proportioned face, shapely body lines, and natural skin tone. His eyebrows and features are much better looking than the fresh meat in idol dramas. Gentle without losing a man's masculinity. The smile on his face gives people a sense of both like a spring breeze. And the main thing is that he is also very rich, acquiring the entire Townsend. Mr. Lu, can we add a V to get to know each other? A pretty girl with wavy hair, a white shirt and black shorts with meat silk blinked her pretty eyelashes towards Lu Yuan. However, it was rejected by Lu Yuan. I'm usually very busy. I don't have time for this. This kind of street hitchhiking. Lu Yuan did not like it. With his current value of $10 trillion, what kind of superb woman would he want that he could not get? There's no need to commit yourself to a moment of pleasure. Did not want to WeChat sales and other female sales, all heart a loss. They used to just need to twist the waist, clothes collar open a little bit bigger. Those men often hand to capture. It was the first time that they had been refused to add V. They couldn't help but feel an extra sense of frustration in their hearts. The newly appointed chairman of the board came in person. And the sales manager did all the formalities with his hands and feet very neatly. Under the guidance of the sales manager, Lu Yuan and his sister arrived at a spacious mansion. The mansion is over 800 square feet, with a light-filled entry, a bright great room with extravagant European aristocratic dining table and chairs, and an open kitchen. Standing in front of the large floor-to-ceiling windows, you can see the twinkling nightlights outside the window, a high-rise building, and the traffic on the Zhongwan Bridge, a city of prosperity in full view. The mansion has all the amenities: a private pool, a movie viewing room and billiard room, a piano bench, a study room, anything you can think of. It's here. Lu Shishir and her classmates were all shocked. Although they had seen the video of Townsend's mansion on the internet, they were still shocked by the grandeur when they were allowed to feel it so close. Lu Yuan smiled and said to his sister, Sure. From now on, you'll study hard in this study room, and when you're tired of studying, you can swim, watch movies, practice the piano, and play billiards with your friends, or stand outside the window and see the magic city at night. Lu Shishir could hardly calm down and said, Brother, this is too big. Is it so cool to have money? Lu Yuan dotingly touched Lu Shishir's head. Yes, having money is indeed very cool. As long as you have money, you can buy anything. You have to study hard, and someday you can get it all on your own. I'll cheer up, brother. When I get into a good university and make a lot of money, I'm going to buy my brother a big villa, and then I'm going to give him a private airplane. Chapter 5 Harley-Davidson and Bugatti Veyron. Big villas and private jets? The big villa already has, and many sets. If not, consider the sister to go to school far. Lu Yuan will take her directly to live in the villa. A private airplane? If you go for a ride in the future, you should be able to get one, right? Lu Yuan did not strike Lu Shishir. Good. Brother is waiting for you to study well and earn big money to support me. Ha ha ha. Pull the plug. I'm going to be a puppy if I cheat. Ha ha ha. That's no good. If you're a puppy, don't I become a dog too? The soft moonlight and the lights of the city shone through the windows, and they seemed to be listening to the siblings' laughter as well. After resting for the night, the time came to the next morning. Today is the day my cousin got into high school and is having a promotion party. It just so happened that Lu Shishir didn't have class today, so Lu Yuan simply took her along with him, and the two of them rode an electric bike to Shangri-La Hotel together. Lu Yuan looked at the electric car and had a thought. Lu Yuan silently read in his mind, System, use the Divine Strike bonus on the EV. You touched your own motorized car, triggering a Divine Storm bonus. Congratulations on the reward, a Harley-Davidson locomotive, valued at $16.88 million. The locomotive has been parked in the Shangri-La Hotel parking lot for the host, accompanied by the system voice disappearing. Lu Yuan clearly felt an extra car key in his pocket. Heck, Harley-Davidson. What guy doesn't have a motorcycle dream? As a biker boy, who wouldn't want to experience a wild biker ride? Lu Yuan remembered that the Harley-Davidson bike was a global limited edition, and only 3 units were produced in total. In order to see the car earlier, Lu Yuan accelerated the speed of the small electric donkey some more and finally arrived at the Shangri-La Hotel after more than 20 minutes. Just as we arrived at the hotel, we saw a bunch of people talking around a BMW. Shin he, this $4 million limousine is just great, haha. It's so handsome looking too. BMW's top of the line. It's much better than Lu Yuan's broken donkey. Lu Yuan is so poorly mixed up. How can he be compared to our eminence? Wow, cousin, this car of yours is too handsome, isn't it? Cousin, can I go take a picture in the car and send it to my friends? Cousin Zhang Jiajiao's face highlights materialism and love of vanity to the extreme. Li Xianhe generously said, That's true, Jiajiao. You and I are cousins. What's not to like? Get in the car. Feel free to shoot. Zhang Jiajiao, hands on the steering wheel, came a self-considered beautiful selfie. Edited, a circle of friends sent out. Today's mood is beautiful. Open BMW cousin specially from the imperial capital back to participate in my promotion banquet. Flattered. Accompanied by a circle of friends issued. Zhang Jiajiao WeChat, those long silent old friends have come out to comment. Goulet, I go. This car is also too handsome. BMW's top match. Landing price of more than 4 million. Luxury, ah. Your hair is messed up, Jiao Jiao. Is this car your cousin's? Does your cousin need a girlfriend? Gu Shixia, Jiajiao. Introduce your cousin to me. I'd like to meet your brother. The comments in the circle of friends are mostly those who want Li Xianhe's contact information, and those who want to please Zhang Jiajiao, which makes her vanity also get great satisfaction. At this time, Lu Yuan also parked the small electric donkey. Li Xianhe also noticed Lu Yuan and walked over with a gloomy face. Yeah, isn't this my cousin Lu Yuan? Didn't he act like a calf in the group yesterday, saying that he wanted to beat my face up today? So you're driving this little Thai electric donkey to swollen my face? Cousin, you're too funny, aren't you? Li Xianhe had a scoffing face. Cousin Zhang Jiaozhou also looked at cousin Lu Yuan and spoke extremely mean and unpleasantly. Put. Expecting Lu Yuan to be able to punch you in the face, cousin. That Sao can even go up a tree. Ha 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 ha. Lu Yuan was calm. Don't worry. I'll beat your face up when the promotion banquet is over. Ha ha. Okay, cousin, I'll wait. By the way, Lu Yuan, surely you haven't driven such a nice car, right? Li Xianhe looked at Lu Yuan in a very pretentious manner. Lu Yuan also cooperated with him. Yes, I really haven't driven such a nice car. Lu Yuan's heart, however, scoffed at this BMW. Only more than 4 million. Not as valuable as the Harley motorcycle he just touched. Li Xianhe enjoys this feeling of pretending. He said on the spot, then cousin, I am generous today. Let you touch down this car. Have a good time. By the way, you also shoot a few selfies to send to the circle of friends. Enough for you to blow a lifetime. Li Xianhe clearly wanted to see Lu Yuan's joke. However, Lu Yuan did not care. Instead, his heart was very happy. Touching this BMW, the system will give himself a better car. Lu Yuan pressure is not necessary to get angry. Lu Yuan looked at Li Xianhe with a surprised expression. Are you really sure you want me to touch it? Don't regret it when you get there. For some reason, Li Xianhe always felt that Lu Yuan's reaction was a bit abnormal. Shouldn't it be hard for him to be made fun of by himself? Why is his face as happy as if he'd won $5 million? But Li Xianhe was so intent on humiliating Lu Yuan that he didn't give much thought to anything else. He snorted. Look at your no good look. Touch it. Touch it. Feel free. Touch it dirty. Cousin doesn't need you to spend money on a car wash. Even Lu Shishir, Lu Yuan's younger sister, couldn't figure out Lu Yuan, brother, he's humiliating you ah. Lu Yuan shook his head. No. Brother doesn't think it's humiliating. Brother thinks it's a good thing. Lu Yuan boldly touched the BMW. Zhang Jiaozhou was dissatisfied at this time. Just touch it if you're told to. How many lifetimes have you never seen a good car? In the family group, you dislike your cousins so much, but you still have the nerve to touch the car. Lu Yuan, why do you have such a big face? A crowd of relatives also have to Lu Yuan horizontal accusations. That's right. Their own mixed no good. Still do not know to hug the thigh of the illustrious, but also in the group to dislike people, and now wear the face to touch other people's cars? It's a poor comparison between those who have read and those who haven't read for a few days. It's none of your business whether I have a big face or not. I didn't touch your car. He's not as powerful as you are. And you're jumping up and down and screaming so happily. What's the point of being powerful with me? Lu Yuan was not at all accustomed to this cousin who had not called himself brother for a day. Zhang Jiaozhou was so infuriated that she couldn't speak on the spot. You, relatives, we. Lu Yuan touched the car while using the Divine Magnitude Blitz ability. You touched a BMW, triggering the Divine Strike bonus. It has been upgraded against the BMW Storm. The host has obtained a Bugatti Veyron, complete with formalities. The car has been parked in the parking lot of the Shangri-La Hotel. The car keys are in the host's pocket. Lu Yuan touched his pocket, and sure enough, there was another car key like a model car. Phew, it's finally here. This wave is worth it. Just need to listen to some clown dogs barking a few times to touch a full-blown Bugatti Veyron. What could be better than that? Li Xinhayak came over at this time with his eyes wide open. Cousin's car feels good, doesn't it? Handy. Ha, quite trashy. The damn car is a bit of a pain in the ass. Lu Yuan looked disgusted. Chapter 6, Messing with me, do you want to die? After taking the system's divine reward, Lu Yuan would not cater to Li Xianhe's pretense anymore. Li Xianhe's face instantly pulled down. You stepped on the horse just touched so cool, and now and I say car garbage? Zhang Jiaozhou directly spoke out sarcastically. As trashy as big cousin's car is, you can't afford a single wheel. Lu Yuan asked rhetorically. Who is scolding? Scold you. Zhang Jiaozhou felt that something was wrong when she finished speaking, but she couldn't retract her words after they were already spoken. Lu Yuan laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, okay, just know that you are. After saying that, Lu Yuan strutted to the hotel. Over the years, since he did not get into high school, cousin Zhang Jiaozhou and the old aunt's family did not make a lot of demons. And now since he has money, he can take out this breath. The promotion banquet started soon, and at the scene of the promotion banquet, many relatives who hadn't been in contact with each other for 800 years also came. Lu Yuan brought his younger sister Lu Shishir to find a seat and sat down. Lu Shishir had an indignant face. Brother, Zhang Jiaozhou and Li Xianhe, the two of them are too much. I really want to bring the shopping invoice of the birthday gift that you bought for me yesterday, and hit them hard in the face. Lu Yuan peeled a prawn for his sister Lu Shishir and said indifferently, it's okay, it doesn't matter if I didn't bring it. How proud Zhang Jiajiao is now. How hard will brother make her feel in a while. Card 10 trillion assets. More than $10 million a locomotive. More than 50 million a Bugatti Veyron supercar A. The country's 500 sets of school district housing chairman. With these, Lu Yuan had 1,000 ways to stomp on Zhang Jiajiao's family. The old aunt went up to the stage to speak. Excitedly said, "My eldest daughter has made a good living. Got into high school. Not in vain I so many years for her to study. I hope that my eldest girl in high school to read well, to get into a good university, early graduate school, all the way to the green clouds above. Good. What the seventh sister said is good. We also wish my niece good luck in high school and a golden success in the future college entrance exams." The scene was filled with applause, and Zhang Jiajiao's face was written with a face of condescension. Zhang Jiajiao provocatively glanced at Lu Yuan and took the microphone. "Thank you great aunt, second aunt, third and fourth aunt, and all the aunts for your sincere blessings on me. In the future when I get into a good university and find a good job, I will definitely not forget everyone. Cousin didn't get into high school back then, and has been doing poorly all these years, so I, Zhang Jiajiao, will do my small part to arrange a job as a security guard for my cousin, Lu Yuan. It's not that I look down on him, but he can't do much else with a junior high school education, and security is the only ideal job for him." There was a chorus of applause from the stage. "Jiajiao, this child knows how to get into high school without forgetting her brother, Lu Yuan. Since I was a kid, I've watched the child, can't be wrong." Lu Yuan, however, paid no attention and silently ate shrimp, savoring a dish. At his current stature, why should he pay any attention to the childish statements of a child? Zhang Jiajiao saw that Lu Yuan didn't have a big reaction. Her heart was very upset. After she finished her speech, she walked to the stage and came to Lu Yuan's front. "Lu Yuan, your family is poor. You can't afford to eat any good food. In a while, go to the waiter and ask for a few more bags. Pack some more to go back." Lu Yuan's mom and dad looked embarrassed. "Jiao Jiao, look at how this child of yours talks." Cousin Lin Wanting was a bit unable to look away. "Jiao, don't go too far. How am I going overboard? Am I not telling the truth? The dishes on this table. Can your family usually afford to eat a dish of soup? It's only my promotion banquet that you guys are lucky enough to eat it." Humiliating his mom and dad, Lu Yuan couldn't stand it anymore. His hand slapped the table and stood up. "If you pretend to be a pussy with me again, believe it or not, I'll mess up your promotion banquet, so that you don't have a house to live in even if you get into high school." The sound of Lu Yuan slapping the table was loud, and many people heard Lu Yuan's words. The great aunt and second aunt's family, together, walked towards this side. "Lu Yuan, what are you pretending for? Messing up your cousin's promotion banquet and leaving her without a house to live in? You think you're a handful in Magic City? That's right. You're not afraid of flashing your tongue when you brag. What are you? I asked you to join us just for the sake of having a good time. Do you really think you're something? If you don't want to eat, get out of here. You're the worst in our generation. What are you fooling around for?" Cousin Li Xianhe said sarcastically. "I work as a sales manager in the Pearl River Imperial View Schoolhouse in the Imperial City. I can't even pretend as much as you can. Our company and many real estate bosses in the Magic City are friends. So arranging a house for Jiajiao isn't a piece of cake? Wow. Xin He, you're actually the sales manager of the Pearl River Imperial View School District housing now? No wonder you're doing so well now. Lu Yuan, do you hear me? Even if you do leave me without a house to live in, cousin, he'll arrange it for me. Cousin, what are you giving him that for? It's not like he can do it. He'll only be able to realize what he says in his dreams." Ha ha ha. Lu Yuan was unimpressed as he teasingly looked at Li Xianhe. "Oh, a general manager of real estate sales. Are you very good? Believe it or not, I'll make you lose your job with a single phone call." Pearl River Imperial View happens to also be their own name of the school district housing. To their own chairman of the identity, what a fire Li Xinxi the smash, is not easy. Lu Yuan's parents looked at Lu Yuan with a surprised face. Their son has always been a non-competitive, extremely low-profile character. What is wrong with him today? What's wrong with him today? He even chose to fight with Li Xianhe? Li Xianhe clenched his fists and crunched. "Lu Yuan, did I give you too many good looks tonight? Come on, call me now. Let's see who can fire me. If you can't fire me today, you'll see how I'll clean you up. Damn, small arm cub, has not been taking care of you, stirring nose on the face, right? Give you spoiled." Zhang Jiajiao's pink fists clenched as she also stepped aside. "Cousin, in a moment, I want him to kneel down for me, call me mom, and climb out from here." Cousin Lin Wanting saw that the situation was not right and hurriedly stood out. "Jiajiao, Shanha, you two have passed. We are all family. Why make such a scene? Anyone with eyes can see that you two have been bullying Lu Yuan. Cousin, stay out of this. It's useless for anyone to intercede for him today. We have to clean him up. Lu Yuan's heart was warmed. These cousins and whatnot. Only the cousin still has a little bit of the temperature of the relatives. Lu Yuan made a phone call and dialed directly to the person in charge of Pearl River Empire View. Your Pearl River Empire View. Is there a sales manager named Li Xianhe? I'll give you 5 minutes to fire him. Accompanied by Lu Yuan's phone call, Li Xianhe was unimpressed, pretending. Just the next second, Li Xianhe's cell phone rang. It was the Pearl River Imperial View headquarters that called. He pressed the speakerphone and mockingly looked at Lu Yuan. I don't believe that you can really fire me. The headquarters must be looking for me for something else. The phone was picked up and a furious roar rang out. Li Xianhe, you are fired. And from this moment on, you are no longer an employee of Pearl River Empire. Chapter 7 1 meal. $1,833,000. Scaring the relatives silly. With a dangling sound, Li Xinhyuk was so frightened by the roar that his cell phone fell to the ground, and his entire body was completely dumbfounded. Lu Yuan shook his highball glass and looked at Li Xianhe playfully. Still pretending with me? Lu Yuan, are you the one who screwed me? Li Xianhe's heart was in a million pieces of confusion. How on earth did Lu Yuan manage to get his top boss to fire him? Aunts and cousins say Lu Yuan's not doing well. One phone call and he's fired. That's not good enough? Lu Yuan graciously admitted. Yes, I'm the one screwing you. When Li Xianhe saw Lu Yuan admit it, he immediately felt remorseful and cried and apologized. Cousin shouldn't have bullied you. Cousin, please make another call. Cousin can't be without this job. Oh, cousin, brother is wrong. Brother still has a car loan to pay off. You let brother short time to find a new job where cousin, I deserve to die. Spare me, cousin. I won't dare anymore. Li Xianhe slapped towards his face, and in no time his face was covered in blood. Lu Yuan was still indifferent. Now you know I'm your cousin? Now you know you're wrong? Oh, it's too late. The atmosphere of the promotion banquet also changed its flavor. Many of the relatives who humiliated Lu Yuan all looked at this scene in shock and said in dismay, a single phone call can make Xinhe lose his job. When did Lu Yuan become so powerful? Seeing her son like this, how could she not be distressed? She came to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, what are you doing? After all, we are relatives. You can't force your brother to death. Give your brother a way out. Yes, Lu Yuan, don't go too far. We're all family. Don't make it so raw. Do you really intend to stop walking around with us in the future? That's right. Even if you're doing well now, can you do well forever? Can you guarantee that one day you won't need us relatives? Lu Yuan, being a man is a good thing. Don't take things too far. Great nephew. Sell second auntie a favor and forget about it. Sixth sister. Sixth brother-in-law. Why don't you hurry up and persuade your child? Xinhe is your great nephew. Can you really bear to see your great nephew lose his job? The corners of Lu Yuan's mom and dad's lips quirked, remembering the bullying and stares they had suffered over the years. How could they have no resentment in their hearts? In the end, they chose to remain silent. Lu Yuan only thought that these people were funny. When Li Xianhe was cleaned up by himself, they came to be peacemakers and said all the good things. When he was being targeted by Li Xianhe and Zhang Jiajiao, why didn't he see any of them being kind? Oh, relatives? My family treats you as relatives. Over the years, have you treated me and my parents as relatives? Relatives and relatives hang around. Where's your faces? Lu Yuan sneered back. Lu Yuan pinched the glass of wine in his hand and coldly swept his eyes over all the relatives present. And every relative that was touched by his gaze was all ashamed of themselves. Li Xianhe remembered the car loan and had a headache. He begged for help and looked at his cousin Lin wanting. Cousin, only you and Lu Yuan have a good relationship. You help me beg for mercy, cousin. Lin Wanting's face was ice cold. You're to blame for this fate. I can't save you. You deserve it. Li Xinhyuk completely collapsed. That top-of-the-line BMW was still 2 or 3 installments short of being almost paid off. And wherever he drove the car, it was a chorus of young, talented, successful people. There are also countless girls that are willing to voluntarily climb into his co-pilot. Once the payment is cut off, the bank will forcibly repossess his car, and he will completely lose all this and be reduced to a laughingstock in the eyes of his relatives and friends. Everything is just because he offended Lu Yuan. He is now repenting. How could he not think of going to pretend with Lu Yuan? If he hadn't offended Lu Yuan, how could he have ended up like this? Lu Yuan swept his cousin Zhang Jiejiao's eyes and rushed outside, shouting, "Waiter!" Before long, a young waiter walked in. "Hello, sir. What can I do for you? The wine and food of this promotion banquet is too low grade. Remove them all and reorder," Lu Yuan said indifferently. Zhang Jiajiao's throat rolled and her small mouth slightly opened. "Cousin Lu Yuan, thank you." "Ha, thanks? This cousin, she's thinking about fart eating. isn't she? Lu Yuan looked at Zhang Jiajiao with cold eyes and only squeezed 2 words out of his mouth. Ha! The waiter inquired. What kind of food would you like, sir? 1 Australian lobster, 1 plate of French foie gras, 1 wild black truffle, 3 bottles of Royal Salute. According to this grade, fill up 30 tables, Lu Yuan said in a calm tone. The waitress's face changed dramatically. She didn't expect Lu Yuan to be so generous. She calculated the price and said, Sir, a total of 1,833,722. 702 for you to wipe out the zeros. Charge you 1,833,000. You swiped the card? Lu Yuan still looked blandly indifferent. Swipe your card. The waiter inserted the card into the POS. Drip. Swipe successful. A small shopping ticket was also printed out. And seeing this shopping ticket, all the relatives in the private room, all swallowed wildly and were shocked. A meal was almost $2 million. But Lu Yuan swiped it without blinking an eye. How much money was on Lu Yuan's card? All the relatives gurgled and swallowed furiously. Zhang Jiajiao came to Lu Yuan sincerely. Cousin, thank you for not forgetting about the past. Relatives have also changed their opinion of Lu Yuan. Or other people Lu Yuan now have good fortune. A meal is 2 million. This meal is enough to buy the illustrious half BMW. Ever since I was a kid, I've seen that this Lu Yuan kid is a material when he grows up. Surely he can make a name for himself and is a man who can do great things. $1,800,000. How much does each dish cost? It must not be very cheap, right? Australian lobster. I also only see those netroots in the short video to eat. I heard that a piece of it will be 8,800. The French foie gras costs more than $10,000 a piece. Stained. Quickly stop talking. I have a craving. Today is considered to be in the light of my nephew Lu Yuan. You can eat a lot of food. A group of relatives rubbed their hands together and waited with great interest for the food to be served. Cousin Zhang Jiajiao also swallowed her saliva without any luck. She had never eaten these good things before when she grew up. Her younger sister, Lu Shishir, looked at Lu Yuan in disbelief. Brother, why did you spend so much money on treating them to food? They humiliated you so much. Do you have no place to spend your money? You'll see in a moment. A playful smile appeared on Lu Yuan's face. It didn't take long for the food to start coming to the table. A huge red Australopithecus was served first, followed by black truffles and French foie gras and whatnot, and the aroma of the heat made everyone in the room's tummies growl uncontrollably. Lu Yuan was calm on the surface, but in his heart, he was also very happy. This thing is just too much to look at, and he should let Mom, Dad and Shishir eat more of it later. Relatives with little insight began to pontificate. A lobster this big, just looking at it fills me up. Look at this foie gras, $10,000 a piece. It's exquisitely done. The crowd also began to pick up their chopsticks and picked up prawns, ready to feast, only for their food to be interrupted by Lu Yuan's voice just as it was about to be brought into their mouths. Just now you sneered at me, Lu Yuan, now you have the nerve to eat what I paid for? What a big face without shame. You're in such a hurry to move your chopsticks. Are you all starving to death? Haven't you guys eaten anything good in several lifetimes? Just as Lu Yuan's words fell, his gaze landed on Zhang Jiajiao's body. Chapter 8, Screwing Up Your Promotion Banquet. The faces of all the relatives all turned red. No one was too embarrassed to move their chopsticks anymore. They all hated to find a crack in the ground. Being humiliated by Lu Yuan like this, it was too humiliating. The old aunt coughed. Great nephew, we didn't mean any harm when we said those things earlier. It was also to motivate you and make you motivated. Why is this child so ungrateful? Look, you ordered 30 tables. You can't eat with a family of 4, can you? Lu Yuan rubbed his chin and thought, you're right. It seems like you can't eat. Old aunt revealed a false fake smile of helping you share. Then it's just as well that we help you share together. Old aunt hasn't eaten so many good things in her half-life. Great nephew. In a while, you ask the waiter to ask old aunt for a few more punching bags. Lu Yuan was full of cold smiles. Oh, there is no need for you to share. My 30 tables of food are just fed to the dogs, and I don't invite you to eat them. Lu Yuan rushed to the waiter and said, call your boss and all your co-workers over. You're invited to eat what you can't. Also, throw the banner of the promotion banquet in the trash and replace it with Happy Birthday Miss Lu Shishir. Then tell these people to get out of the private room. Don't let them affect my family's mood for dinner. Lu Yuan had an icy look on his face. The waiter quickly sent the message to the company group. The entire staff is also very hard, knowing that Lu Yuan and cousin Zhang Jiajiao do not deal with, not only the promotion banquet banner to remove, but also with scissors cut into rags and stepped on several feet. This is what finally threw the banner of the promotion banquet to the trash can. Cousin Zhang Jiajiao was so angry that her lungs were about to explode, but she was unable to obstruct the employees of the Shangri-La Hotel. Zhang Jiajiao's fists were clenched. her body shivering with anger all the time as she glared dead at Lu Yuan. From the very beginning of your order, it was to humiliate us, wasn't it? Lu Yuan chucked a piece of foie gras and met her coldly. Right. I said I'm going to smash your promotion banquet today. Zhang Jiajiao's belly of fire also finally broke out at this moment. Who cares to eat your stuff? We change a private room and rearrange it. What's so cavalier about having a few stinking dollars? Other relatives also have said, yes, do not eat on not eat. That Australian lobster looks so scary. Not afraid of getting an epidemic disease your family just eat you to death. Cousin Lin Wanting's family was also going to get up and follow along. Lu Yuan glanced at Lin Wanting and took the initiative to invite. Cousin, your family doesn't need to leave. Sit down and eat together. Lin Wanting's family was left behind. Those who left were envious and jealous. How they wanted it to be their own family that stayed. Accompanied by the departure of these people, the private room cleared up quite a bit. Cousin Lu Shishir gave Lu Yuan a thumbs up. Brother, there's really something about you. They're about to get something in their mouths before you humiliate them to embarrass them. Your move is too detrimental. They're definitely going to be pissed off at you for the end of the day. Lu Yuan pinched the little girl's face and pretended to be angry. You dead girl. Can you talk? What do you mean by damaging? Your brother is called treating others the way they treat you. Lu Yuan's parents looked at him with some curiosity and asked worriedly. Yuan, you didn't do anything bad outside, did you? Where did you get so much money to spend? Mom and Dad, don't worry, I got all this money legally. Or else could I have managed to fire Li Shinhyak with one phone call? After allaying their fears, the family began to eat. The owner and the entire staff of the restaurant also ate well by the light of the road. Lu Shishir peeled a piece of shrimp and passed it to Lu Yuan's mouth with chopsticks. Brother, open your mouth. I'll feed you shrimp. Lu Yuan will eat the Australian lobster in one bite, chewing up the texture, and bouncing and crisp, smooth and fresh. Lu Yuan also pinched some black truffles and brought them to Lu Shishir's mouth. Sure. You try this too. Lu Shishir's eyes brightened when she tasted the black truffle. Wow. Brother, it's so delicious. Lu Yuan touched her head. It's delicious. After that brother will treat you every day. No way. I'm not squandering my brother's money. Mom and Dad also ate wolf. They are also ordinary families. When have they ever eaten this kind of good food? Dad drank a cup of royal salute. Lamented, this rich feeling is good. Anything can be eaten. Cousin Lin Wanting's family is no better for eating incense. Lu Yuan watched the family eating in a very satisfied manner. His heart was also very happy. After having money, shouldn't he bring his family to enjoy it? And the private room next door where Zhang Jiaojiu and the girls were. Although another table was rebooked, but they heard the laughter next door. Remembered the delicacies of the table just now, and now nothing they ate tasted good, and the crowd was disinterested. Zhang Jiaojiao looked annoyed, all because Lu Yuan had messed up her promotion banquet. Lu Yuan, aren't you in one of the upper floors of the Pearl River Empire? Sooner or later, one day, I, Zhang Jiaojiao, will climb to the bed of the chairman of the Pearl River Imperial View, and let the chairman open you up, and I'm going to get back to you 100 times over for the shame I've suffered today. Zhang Jiajiao's idea was destined to be unrealized, because Lu Yuan is the chairman of the board behind Zhujiang Daijing. Not only is he the chairman of Zhujiang Daijing, but he is also the real owner of the 500 sets of schoolhouses in the country. After Lu Yuan's family had their fill of wine, Lu Yuan also planned to go to the parking lot and take his family somewhere else to relax. After walking to the parking lot, Lu Yuan saw a cool blue heavy motorcycle, which should be his own divine storm reward. Harley Davidson. Harley's sight of this moment gathered a lot of onlookers. No man can resist the temptation of this locomotive. Have stopped to take photos and videos, zoomed in to admire. Lu Yuan was surprised to see his ex-girlfriend Wang Yan in the crowd, who seemed to be live-streaming this car of his. Ex-girlfriend Wang Yan in addition to their own sales in the Yida shopping mall, then in their spare time to do a live broadcast, such as card upscale restaurants, talking about the car and other content. Wang Yan held the microphone in her hand and sold it to the fans in the live broadcast room. Do you all know what kind of bike this is behind me? That's right. It's a Harley Davidson, the dream locomotive of every boy's heart. Its entire body is all handmade, with 360 diamonds set into the entire body, and some parts are made of 24-karat solid gold. The fuel tank section has two clear circular storage chambers that house designer watches and designer rings. This locomotive was priced at over $12 million a few years ago, and now it can't even get off the lot without over $16 million. Families on the air, would you like to gallop it for a speedy and passionate romp? The onlookers all gulped madly one by one, and one by one let out a sigh of surprise. What? This motorcycle? Even more than $10 million? Is this a rich man's toy? It's so handsome. When I get to drive a locomotive like this, I'll wake up smiling in my dreams. Lu Yuan was already impatient to ride this locomotive. and he quickened his pace toward it. When Wang Yan's live broadcast team saw Lu Yuan approaching, they hurriedly stopped him. What are you doing? If you want to see the car, just stand farther away and look at it. A motorcycle with more than $10 million. Can you afford to pay for it if it is rubbed or touched? Chapter 9, that Bugatti Veyron, it's my car too. With a shove away from the man blocking the way, Lu Yuan fished a car key out of his pocket and inserted it into the keyhole. Boom! There was a roar from the Harley's engine and the two headlights on the body had come on. Lu Yuan looked coldly at the person who blocked his way and asked rhetorically, I'm going to drive home. You want me to stand farther away? The man who had stopped the road farther, looked up at the road farther on the locomotive and lowered his head in shame. You're the owner? Lu Yuan nodded. Yes, I'm the owner. Do I need to pay for this Harley even if I touched it? The nettlesome face on the floor came down in a cold sweat and stammered. No need. Kidding aside, Lu Yuan was the owner of the Harley. Even if Lu Yuan wanted to smash the locomotive, that was Lu Yuan's own freedom and right. Thinking of the clownish behavior he had just blocked the road, Netflix couldn't wait to smack himself in the face at the moment. The net red face timidly apologized to Lu Yuan. Sir, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were the owner of the car. Zhang Jiajiu, Li Xianhe, and the others, who had finished holding the promotion banquet, also walked towards the parking lot. They had just heard the price of the Harley Davidson as well, and the 7 aunts and uncles in Lu Yuan's family, one after the other, smacked their lips. How much did she just say that motorcycle cost? $16 million. Days. Over $16 million? Holy, that's too scary. Doesn't that mean that this one motorcycle is worth 4 BMWs, an illustrious company? Lu Yuan is actually the owner. Ridiculous, the kind of reaction we had to him before. Maybe in his eyes, we're just a bunch of clowns? Li Xianhe's face was on fire and he couldn't help but remember what he said to Lu Yuan today. Cousin, you've never driven such a nice car in your life, right? Yes. It's true that I, Lu Yuan, have never driven such a nice car. Lu Yuan's earlier words were actually so harsh in retrospect at this moment. Oh, until this moment, he realized that he is in the eyes of Lu Yuan is how ridiculous, is how childish funny. The original their own little achievements. In front of Lu Yuan so insignificant. Wang Yan gritted her teeth, turned her head to look at the Bugatti Veyron not far away, and said to the crowd behind her, what bad luck. Let's broadcast that Bugatti Veyron live. This Bugatti Veyron, worth more than $50 million. I'm going to introduce you to this car next. Lu Yuan pulled another key from his pocket and pressed it against the Bugatti Veyron. Drop. After a horn sounded, the body of the Bugatti Veyron suddenly lit up with a circle of light, looking very cool and eye-catching. The Bugatti Veyron's butterfly doors, too, slowly popped upward, as if stretching out a pair of wings in a technological fashion. The eating public, too, was captivated by the Bugatti Veyron's handsomeness and compulsion. Lu Yuan inserted one hand into his pants pocket and sat into the main driver from the outside. He held the steering wheel with one hand and revealed a provocative smile to Wang Yan. Excuse me, this Bugatti Veyron, it's my car too. You don't seem to be able to broadcast again. What? The Bugatti Veyron is also way out of the way? The relatives in Lu Yuan's family could no longer remain calm. This day Lu Yuan brought them too many shocks. A phone call to Li Xinhai, Lu's sales manager in the Pearl River Empire. 1,833,000 a meal consumption. More than 16 million and more than 50 million Bugatti Veyron owners. Lu Yuan, when did he become so terrifying? If Lu Yuan had counted with them, they no longer dared to imagine the consequences. The crowd also began to murmur at Lu Yuan. This young man's clothes are just average, but he's living a life that we wouldn't dare to hope for the rest of our lives. It's true that you can't judge a person by his appearance, and you can't measure the sea by its water. Do you think they are all like you? A little money hate to go where to publicize? With a few lifetimes have never been rich like the mob. The money written on the face? This one Bugatti Veyron and Harley Davidson are enough to buy a villa in Magic City. Buying 2 cars? I still think it's too defeatist. Oh, a little insight, okay? Someone who can afford these 2 cars would not have his own villa in Magic City? Lu Yuan's parents and Lu Shishir froze. They didn't expect that the car that they could only get addicted to in short videos before was close to their eyes, and it was still their own family's car. Lu Yuan's voice at this time pulled them back to reality. Mom, Dad, sure, what are you guys waiting for? Hurry up and get in the car. Just like that, Lu Yuan's parents and Lu Shishir, very confused, got into the car. Wang Yan was simply unwilling to accept this reality. She looked at Lu Yuan and snorted coldly. Lu Yuan, is it fun to spend money on renting all this in order to win me back again? You'll only make me feel sick like this. Lu Yuan, being a man should be down to earth instead of packaging yourself in such a hypocritical manner. Li Xianhe and Zhang Jiajiao's faces eased quite a bit, and Zhang Jiajiao spoke. Cousin, what do you say, Lu Yuan? Is it possible that he took out a special loan to pretend to be rich with us in order to pretend in front of us? Aha, cousin, what you say has a few possibilities. A group of relatives heard that it was a loan and a rental car, and also one by one sneered, pussy is all over for you. Thought you were more powerful. So it was a loan. Loan Emil spent $1,833,000. And a rental car. Do not know how to fool well. Your little salary. A lifetime cannot pay it back, right? Lu Yuan directly from the car to take out 2 files. Ruthless dumped in the face of his ex-girlfriend Wang Yan. Bitch. Turn it over and take a good look to see if my car is rented. Oh yeah. You might want to tell me that the formalities are all forged. You're welcome to call with the 4S stores at any time to confirm the authenticity. Lu Yuan's sentence completely blocked Wang Yan's retreat. Wang Yan flipped through the documents. The expression on her face instantly froze, and her wide-open mouth could not be closed for a long time. Harley-Davidson locomotive. Owner, Lufthansa. ID number, 2208. Bugatti Veyron. Owner, Lu Yuan. ID no. 2208. Harley-Davidson. Purchase invoice, 5 million. Bugatti Veyron 56 million. Payment method, full payment. Lu Yuan coldly glanced at Li Xianhe and the others and disliked. See clearly? I bought these 2 cars, adding up to more than $70 million in full payment. Say I bought it with a loan. Come on. My family has just one set of more than 100 square feet of house in Mordor. This qualification. You guys find me an institution that can do a $70 million loan to come. The relatives, who had just been jumping up and down, were now wilting like frosted eggplants. No one expected this outcome. Li Xianhe and Zhang Jiajiao both felt a deep sense of frustration. That's more than $70 million in full awe. They could not reach the heights even if they worked hard for the rest of their lives. Wang Yan's face changed dramatically, and her attitude made a 180-degree turn. Honey, we get back together. We don't break up, okay? What people said before was just gaslighting. You're not taking it seriously, are you? Lu Yuan pushed Wang Yan aside as he indifferently said, we're impossible. Wang Yan was very reluctant and even squeezed out a few tears. Looking pathetic, honey, are you really going to be this heartless to me? Lu Yuan said in an icy tone. It's not that I didn't give you a chance once. It's just that you didn't cherish it. Ha, woman. Once down you're not with me. Who are you in all your splendor? Chapter 10 Wang Yan. A street rat, regretting and hating it. Lu Yuan's words made the blood of all the car owners in the parking lot boil. This quality, successful man, who used to be your boyfriend, and you left him because you thought he was poor. Woman, do you realize that you've lost the world? Yes. Where can you find such a handsome and golden boy? You are lucky to have him as your boyfriend, but you don't know how to cherish him. You kicked him out. Is your IQ eaten by dogs? Man. Well said. This kind of woman doesn't want to give anything, just want to sit back and enjoy. Nothing she doesn't accompany. 10,000 splendor. Who is she? Wang Yan in the live broadcast, but also completely collapsed the room. Oh, always thought of you as a pure anchor. Turned out to be a disgusting barfy contrarian whore. Taken off. Vomit. What a green tea thing. I'm going to spit out my overnight meal. And I'm taking it off. Take it off, take it off. Anchor. I've already recorded the screen and sent it to the official report. Wait for it to be blocked. Reported. Anchor. Wait for the cooler. Big V accounts with millions of followers dropped to tens of thousands in a matter of minutes. Wang Yan cried bitterly. I spent a lot of effort to accumulate fans. Gone. All gone. Whoops. The owners of the cars in the parking lot did not sympathize with Wang Yan. Ended up like this is not her own self-inflicted sins? Wang Yan at this moment is really regretful. Want to give himself a big mouth? 10,000 regret. And Lu Yuan proposed a breakup. If she hadn't broken up with Lu Yuan, she would have been able to sit in the co-pilot of a Bugatti Veyron, envied by countless people of the same sex, and enjoying glory and wealth. With the way Lu Yuan used to treat her, surely he would have spent the money with her. But all of this was completely buried by her smugness. Lu Yuan didn't pay any more attention to this woman. And with a kick of the gas and a roar of the engine, he was ready to get out of here. Cousin Lin Wanting walked towards the side and called out to Lu Yuan. Cousin, cousin I, looking for you for something. Lin Wanting clasped her hands, the corners of her lips quirking, swallowing, not knowing how to speak. Lu Yuan looked at her with a smile and spoke. Cousin, if there's something you want to say directly, don't be outgoing with me. We're all family. I'll definitely help if I can. Lin Wanting was slightly relieved. That's me. I'm still a little short on next month's tuition. I want to borrow $100,000 from you. Is it okay to calculate at the bank's interest rate? Lu Yuan smiled. Of course. Give me the card number and I'll transfer it to you. Cousin Lin Wanting gave Lu Yuan the card number, and Lu Yuan directly transferred $1 million to her. Cousin, transferred $1 million to you. When you have it, when you pay it back. I don't want the interest. You don't put too much pressure on yourself. Study hard. Lu Yuan had a bright face. Lin Wanting was touched. Thank you, cousin. Lu Yuan, family. No need to be polite. The other group of relatives, looking at Lu Yuan's diametrically opposite attitudes towards Lin Wanting, were all envious and jealous, while secretly anxious in their hearts for the stiff relationship with Lu Yuan. They are not rich, and their family needs money soon. But remembering that Lu Yuan was completely offended earlier, no one has the face to mention the matter of borrowing money with Lu Yuan at this moment. The crowd was remorseful. If he had flattered Lu Yuan from the beginning, this wouldn't be the result now. Lu Yuan gained another wave of goodwill for lending money to his cousin, this Bugatti Veyron little brother. The character is surprisingly also so good. No wonder people have money. Cousin, and he borrowed 100,000. He directly borrowed 1 million. And do not interest. Little brother really bold. Young and handsome. Much gold. Character is okay. That Wang Yan said the car let go of the little brother. To go to the evening of other big money. Blind eyes. Right? Sisters, isn't that just right? Little brother is single. Such a treasure boy. Why don't you hurry up? These people's comments. So that Wang Yan more and more to stay down. But also all kinds of pain and difficult. And Lu Yuan break up. The original loss of the biggest is her. She seems to have really lost a whole world. Wang Yan and remorseful and unwilling. If it starts again, she will not break up with Lu Yuan again. But unfortunately, there is no medicine of regret in this world to sell to her. She can only bear all this in silence. The onlookers looked at the remorse on her face and said, if I had known it would be today, why would I have bothered? Mom and Dad in the car witnessed all this. Mom indignation, nothing. Mom back to let your Aunt Wang introduce you to a few. We are now mixed well. Wang Yan, since you do not see. Mom, also do not let her into the door of our home. Mom, I'm not in a hurry. Lu Yuan felt that it was better to let nature take its course on this matter. There was no rush. Brother, what no hurry? How old are you? If you think the blind date is no good, why don't I pick a few for you in our school? Lu Yuan immediately came down in a cold sweat. Come on. Your school is full of high school students. Your brother doesn't want to step on a sewing machine. You can wait for them to grow up. A little nurturing. Lu Yuan's parents blushed and looked at Lu Yuan reproachfully. What kind of things do you teach your sister? Sure. Learn less from your brother. Your brother has taught you badly. Lu Yuan cried without tears. His face wronged. What does it matter to me if she's precocious? At this moment, a long hair, wearing a white dress, beautiful looking woman enthusiastically came to the front of the car. Handsome. Add a WeChat chant. Know a little can? After accompanying the dress girl, a short-skirted black silk beauty also came to the front of the car. I also want to add little brother's WeChat. 7 or 8 girls, with either long or short hair, sweet looks or enchanting figures, or cute lowly faces, instantly surrounded Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan laughed bitterly. Without the aura of Bugatti Veyron owner, these girls wouldn't have accosted him, right? Lu sure, who was in the car, teased and flirted. Quickly, brother, there are so many concubines for you to choose from, so quickly pick a sister-in-law for me. Damn girl, if you talk nonsense again, I'll beat you to death. You're willing to hit me? Lu Yuan looked at Lu Shirshir favorably. Sheesh, you win. Lu Yuan looked at the beautiful women in front of the car window with a lack of interest. I'm not interested in you guys. No need to get acquainted. Don't. Handsome. Don't be so high and mighty. Get to know each other. Lu Yuan rolled up the window straight away. A group of women stomped their feet in anger. It's not just a few stinking money. The surface refuses us, behind our backs. I don't know and how many little girls sneak to open the room. Scum man. The male car owners in the parking lot really can't stand to see. You guys are sick, right? You want to add people WeChat. People must be added? Do not add, so denigrate people. Is a few lifetimes have not seen the rich? A bunch of mass transit buses that really think they're some kind of meat and potatoes? Chapter 11. Oops. Over 9 trillion deposits exposed. After Lu Yuan left Shangri-La, he went to the C Club Wellness SPA headquarters center, thinking that he would let his parents relax. This place integrates dining, tea ceremony, soup spring, massage maintenance and sweat steam, occupying a total area of more than 5,000 square meters, which is the largest health club in Magic City. When Lu Yuan's parents saw the scale of the place, they said nothing and refused to enter. Finally they were dragged in by Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan smiled and said, Mom and Dad, you have worked hard all these years. My son has made a lot of money now, so I will treat you well, and you two will have a good time in a while. You kids are a net spendthrift. This place doesn't look cheap. Just this once. Next time we won't come to a place like this. Lu Yuan was helpless. Good. The family of four was talking and laughing as they strolled towards the inside, taking in the decor and the service of the place. Although Lu Yuan's mom and dad had a look of disgust on their lips, they didn't stare at those services along the way. They had been poor for a long time in their life. How had they ever seen these high-grade things? Here a step by step, into the eyes of all the paintings, elegant but not Lu's high-end. At this time, a burst of jokes rang out from behind the family of four. Mom and Dad, in a while it'll be the same as last time. Go to the Diamond members' private room to have a good time. A middle-aged man's face showed a touch of intoxication. Good. Since the last time I came, I and your mother read. When to come back to enjoy. The last service. Simply floating Until now I still can't forget. When this family of three walked next to Lu Yuan's family, the man stopped in his tracks and looked at Lu Yuan's dad. Old Lu? Old classmate. Why are you here? Lu Yuan's father looked at Lu Yuan with happiness on his face and proudly said, my son Lu Yuan said he wants to take me to enjoy myself. How much does this kid earn in a month? I said I wouldn't come, but he dragged me in. And this kid just spends useless money. After Lu Yuan's dad said that, he introduced to Lu Yuan, Xiao Yuan. This is dad's old classmate Lu Lei. Call him Uncle Lu. Lu Yuan politely said, hello Uncle Lu. The middle-aged man looked Lu Yuan up and down. Where does the young man work? Doing jewelry sales at Yida Mall. Lu Yuan politely said, sales? Ha? It doesn't earn much. You brought your dad to this kind of place? Lu Lei showed a face of contempt and mocking meaning. Lu Yuan was extremely speechless. What's wrong with me bringing my dad here? Lu Yuan's dad frowned. Old Lu. What's wrong with this place? Lu Lei's son Lu Dongfeng. Ha, a sound. Quite proud to show off their own knowledgeable. Uncle Lu. You take a good look at the scale of the decoration here. Is the kind of broken bathhouse you usually go? That kind of broken bathhouse. Your family to die a person 300. There are 1002 is enough. Do you know what this place is? C Club SPA Health Headquarters. The country's top health institutions. Consumption of one night. Not a 30. 000 to 50. 000 you cannot even afford to open a room. This is your income level can come to the place? Your son just brought you along to disgrace himself with him. Lu Dongfeng scoffed. When Lu Yuan's dad heard this, he immediately panicked. Xiao Yuan, why don't we just go home? It's not like we can't wash at home. Seeing this, Lu Yuan was upset and said to his dad, Dad, don't listen to him bluffing you. I spent all that money in Shangri-La today. It's not that bad. Lu Yuan's parents were relieved. Yes, their son had spent $183 million on one meal. Would he still be short of such a small amount of money? Lu Lei snorted coldly. Okay, young man, you can earn a few dollars by doing sales. And it's not easy to pretend to be a grandson every day for people. So don't die to save face and live to suffer. It just so happens that my family, your Dongfeng brother, has a diamond member here. Since your father and I are classmates, let your family get a little bit of glory. Your family's consumption will all be on my son Dongfeng's account tonight. Lu Lei's tone was as if he was giving alms to Lu Yuan's family. Uncle Lu, you've never enjoyed any of this, have you? Today? Since my dad said so, then I'll treat you to a good time to see the world and grow up. Lu Dongfeng and his dad were singing in unison. Lu Dongfeng patted Lu Yuan's shoulder and said in a serious tone, Lu Yuan, you have to do a good job. And strive to bring your mom and dad here to consume in the members area in the future. So don't bring your mom and dad here next time, and have to have someone else spend money on the bill for you. Lu Yuan sneered. Isn't it just a VIP member? Who are you looking down on? I'll go get one now. Lu Yuan walked quickly to the bar. What does it take to get a top-tier membership? Sir, the highest membership level is Supreme VIP, which requires you to pre-deposit 6 million in your membership card and have a personal social worth of 50 million or more. Lu Dongfeng heard, sneered, your little salary don't ask this. Ask you also cannot afford to do. Not to mention you such a poor, even if our boss, also cannot afford to open the Supreme VIP. Lu Yuan looked at Lu Dongfeng with cold eyes. How do you know I can't afford to do it? Oh, the gold medal sales at Yida Mall is only 50,000 a month. If you have your own house, you need to pay the mortgage every month, right? If you don't have a house, you need to pay the mortgage every month, right? What prices in Magic City? You and I both know. After paying the mortgage or rent, and falling in love, how much money can you have left? Even if you give you another 20 or 30 years, you can't save enough for $50 million. Today you do down this card. I Lu Dongfeng directly kneel down and call you father. Lu Yuan had a playful look on his face. Then you'll wait to call me dad. You. Lu Yuan took out his bank card from his pocket and threw it to the bar. I'll open 4 Supreme VIPs, one for each of my family of 4. And you'll know how much I'm worth by looking directly at the deposits in my card. The bar didn't judge Lu Yuan based on his appearance either. Like their kind of high-end places, they all went through a systematic training before starting their jobs, and treated all the guests equally. The bar fetched the POS and inserted the card. Lu Dongfeng still wanted to taunt Lu Yuan with a few words, but an electronic tone made him completely hold back what he wanted to say. For Supreme memberships, card opened successfully. Swipe $24 million. Receive $24 million. The barmaid followed up by having Lu Yuan log into the internet banking backend, and when she saw the deposit figures, her entire mouth couldn't close in surprise. The bar patted his chest and looked at Lu Yuan with a face of adoration and surprise. Lu Yuan's parents were dressed plainly, indicating that Lu Yuan was not a second generation of rich people, but rather, he relied on himself to build a home from nothing. Lu Yuan just showed her the backstage. That's a full $9 trillion. If you counted his bank flow for the past 2 days, 5 million a day, 10 million a day for 2 days of spending, it would have to be almost $100,000 billion. What rich kid in Magic City can be so arrogant? After getting the 4 Supreme membership cards, Lu Yuan patted Lu Dongfeng's shoulder. Dongfeng, work hard and strive for a few years, so that you can also give your mom and dad a Supreme membership each. Instead of 3 people using a diamond membership and running here to disgrace themselves. I've opened this Supreme membership card, and it's still 4 of them. Isn't it time for you to fulfill your promise and kneel down to call me dad? Lu Yuan glared coldly at Lu Dongfeng. Chapter 12, Father Lu Yuan. Please don't cancel my membership. Lu Dongfeng's mom and dad were red and embarrassed. They couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. Yes, compared to Lu Yuan's family, their own family of 3 shared a diamond membership. What was there to brag about? Lu Yuan's hand is directly open to the Supreme member, and also opened 4 cards at once. Compared to Lu Yuan, his son's achievement is nothing. Lu lay annoyed at Lu Dongfeng as a hard kick, not as powerful as others. Every day to learn others to pretend what then? Rubbish thing. Not as good as the top and not as good as the bottom. Lu Dongfeng was speechless. How did I know that he was so rich? Lu Yuan urged. Don't change the subject. Call my dad. Lu Dongfeng's fists clenched as he looked at Lu Yuan. His face grim. Lu Yuan, if you want me to call you father, dream on. The bar looked at Lu Dongfeng compassionately. You can choose not to call, but you will be unilaterally cancelled as a member by this store, and the recharge amount will not be refunded. Lu Yuan looked at Lu Dongfeng and said, Diamond membership here. It seems like $500,000, right? Whether you choose a membership card with $500,000 limit, or call me dad, you choose. Lu Dongfeng was instantly abashed, plopped down and whispered, Dad. Lu Yuan deliberately put his hand next to his ear. What did you say? I didn't hear you. Speak up. Lu Dongfeng's teeth clenched. Lu Yuan, don't go too far. Excessive? You think I'm excessive? Well, bar, it seems like he doesn't have any sincerity at all. You'd better cancel his membership. Lu Yuan looked directly at the bar. With his worth of over $9 trillion, the bar was definitely on his side. Lu Dongfeng was on the verge of tears as he tugged on Lu Yuan's pants leg. Don't. Dad, don't cancel my membership. Lu Yuan kicked him outside with extreme disgust. Get lost. I never had a brainwashed son like you. Don't call me dad. Lu lay violently a slap in the face of Lu Dongfeng, pumping his ears buzzing, ****** thing. People are all lost by you. Lu Dongfeng dared to be angry, and the family's interest in enjoying themselves tonight was gone, leaving the clubhouse in a sorry state. Lu Yuan inquired toward the bar. What kind of treatment can Supreme members enjoy? The bar said enthusiastically to Lu Yuan. Sir, thousands of herbal baths are at your disposal, and you can designate any of the store's health practitioners to serve you exclusively, and you can enjoy a cup of Dahong robe tea, or aged porter, for free. Come on a Saturday day every month. Just pay for the entrance ticket and come straight to the full service. Lu Yuan praised. Good service. Take us to experience the experience. The Roadrunner family, arranged by the bar, went to the service area together. The other colleagues near the bar, towards the bar, asked, Lu, you just said that if that person doesn't have the qualifications, no one in Mordor will have the qualifications. Isn't that a bit too much? After all, there are so many rich second generation in Magic City. Exaggeration? Not exaggerated at all. People card at least more than 90,000 billion. In Magic City, which rich second generation card can have these deposits? Gollum, how many did you say? Over $9 trillion. I'll go. Too rich, right? If only I could ask for his WeChat and become his girlfriend. Lu Yuan's family was indulging in comfortable enjoyment. Dad chose a medicinal bath to invigorate the muscles and bones, and Lu Yuan took 2 red wine baths. After soaking in the medicinal bath, Lu Yuan's family appointed the best pamperer in the store. Lu Yuan said, Press my parents and my sister first, Are you guys several presses fused together? Yes sir. Our family's massage is a fusion of Thai, Japanese, Chinese and Hong Kong styles, a set of techniques that have been improved upon in many countries. You simply can't enjoy it at other stores. Lu Yuan's mom and dad were immersed for a while. Phew, this force, it's so comfortable. My years of back pain, it doesn't hurt at all. Lu Yuan laughed. Ha ha, then you guys come here more often to relax in the future. Accompanied by Lu Yuan's mom and dad finishing their massages. Then it was Lu Yuan's turn. The massage therapist's technique and force, step by step, from light to heavy. Lu Yuan only felt a burst of relaxation. Before the fatigue of running around at work, all disappeared. The feeling is so cozy and dreamlike, the ultimate enjoyment and experience. After the massage, Lu Yuan's family was taken to the tea room, which was full of zen and gave people a cozy comfort and tranquility, accompanied by a cup of dahongpo washed down with the aroma of tea. The woman in the tea room had half of her face covered by a veil, revealing a kind of hazy beauty, and she played the guzheng with her 10 fingers, which added a lot of mood to the tea room. Lu Yuan looked at the big red robe tea leaves, and his heart moved with inspiration. System. To the big red robe tea leaf. Use divine magnificent strike. Ding. The host touched a pack of big red robe tea leaves, triggering the divine blitz reward. You've been awarded 500 pounds of dahongpo tea leaves. Host, please check into a villa as soon as possible. Big red robe tea will deposit the villa for you. After hearing the system's prompt, Lu Yuan heart a burst of shoo. With the God's Hero Storm system is cool. They want to use money to buy money. Do not want to spend money to buy direct whoring good, right? It was only after he finished relaxing at the health center that Lu Yuan drove his mom and dad back to Thompson. Lu Yuan introduced to the people at the sales office. This is my father and my mother. I want to choose a house for my parents that has better lighting, good ventilation, and a large area. Okay, Mr. Road, it's on its way for you. Uncle and auntie, this is our property. Take a look and pick whichever one you fancy. Lu Yuan's parents were confused. Pick any house you want? Are all these houses unoccupied? The sales manager looked at Lu Yuan and then at the old couple. It seemed that they still didn't know that Lu Yuan was the chairman of Thompson, and she didn't bother to make a point of breaking down that identity. The sales manager laughed. Yes, 2 days ago, there was a mysterious tycoon in Mordor, who bought all the houses developed under Thompson's banner, all in his name, and asked me to rent or sell the houses in the fastest time possible. It just so happens that Mr. Lu is a friend of the mysterious tycoon, so you enjoy the privilege of picking whatever you want. The sales manager, very quickly, completed the closing for Lu Yuan's parents. Mom and dad looked at Lu Yuan curiously. Son, you've spent so much money in the past 2 days. You really haven't done anything illegal or criminal, right? We have to have a conscience. We can't do anything illegal. Lu Yuan's heart warmed and he pacified. Don't worry, Mom and Dad. This money is from me picking up leaks in the antique street and selling antiques to earn more than $1 billion. So you can rest assured that the money is all legal. That much? That's too scary. Really? Lu Yuan, how could I lie to you? Come on, Mom and Dad. Bring me your bank cards. I'll transfer some living expenses to you. Accompanied by the old couple pulling out their bank cards, Lu Yuan transferred 500 million to each of them. Mom and Dad, look at how thin you two are. Since I'm rich now, you guys should improve your quality of life. The transfer of $1 billion made the old couple's hearts burst into a frenzy. Where in their lives had they ever seen such a large number? Looking at the text message alerts coming from their cell phone banks, they were in a dream and thought it was all too surreal. Lu Yuan looked at his younger sister Lu Shishir and also asked for her card number. Transferring 100 million, nah, brother gave you pocket money. What other little princesses have? My sister Shishir must have too. Take the 100 million and spend it as you like. And ask my brother for more when you run out. The transfer of $1,100 million in exchange for the improvement of his family's quality of life. Lu Yuan would not be hurt at all. After all, the grace of nurturing is greater than everything. If the assets of several $trillion is not too scary, Lu Yuan will not only turn 10 billion, can only later slowly a little bit to show them their wealth? Alas, the original rich is also a kind of distress. Lu Shishir was also shocked by $100 million of pocket money. Although she was used to Lu Yuan's generosity in the past 2 days, but waving $100 million in her hand, her little heart said that she couldn't stand it at all. Brother, you gave me $1 billion of pocket money at a time. Won't your future sister-in-law, in the future, be jealous? Lu Yuan smiled playfully. I haven't met your future sister-in-law yet. Before I met her, I was only good to you and spoiled you. Meet and greet. When Lu Shishir heard this, her cheeks suddenly bulged with anger, and she crossed her waist with one hand. Good you. So this is what you think. You won't spoil me after you have a sister-in-law? When you have a sister-in-law, you forget your sister. You forget your sister when you see color. Men, indeed, are all big pig's hooves. Chapter 13, Cousin Kneeling. Brother, spare me. Early the next morning, the sales office of Thompson First Class made a call to Lu Yuan. Mr. Lu, your paper share ownership transfer agreement is ready. When are you free to come over and sign it? I'm on my way. Right now. A few minutes later, Lu Yuan went to the sales office of Thompson's. Outside the sales office, there are 2 rows of young and pretty girls standing, pulling 2 banners with a big line written on them. Welcome Chairman. Hello Chairman. 2 rows of shouts, neatly organized. A pair of mothers and daughters who came here also looked at the scene in front of them with dismay and shock, and they both glanced at each other. Lu Yuan is actually the chairman of the board of directors of Thompson Epine? Old Aunt remembered the previous beam with Lu Yuan and had to bow her head at this moment. Great nephew Lu Yuan. So the mysterious tycoon who acquired Townsend's is you? Great. This is really convenient. Nephew, you see your cousin took the high school exam. It happens to be quite close to Townsend. We are relatives. You see if you can give accommodation. Cheap rent us a house? The old aunt no longer has the arrogance and complacency of the past, only a low voice. Lu Yuan was also surprised, not expecting to run into this disgusting mother and daughter even here. Zhang Jiajiao's home is at least 4 or 5 hours away from the high school where she took the test, but if she lives in Thompson Epine, she can walk 10 minutes to the school, which can be said to be extremely convenient. Lu Yuan sat in his office chair, his face full of indifference and rusticity. Thompson Epine doesn't have any extra houses to rent to you. Go and take a look at other neighborhoods. There was no shortage of houses in Townsend now. It was just that Lu Yuan didn't want to rent to them. Over the years, the old aunt's family, in the name of pity for their own family, to send some expired food, or feed the dog does not eat the rotten peach, but also to mom and dad to borrow money to ask for more than the bank interest rate is even higher. If something happens to him, he will be magnified and exaggerated, saying that he is not a good student and that he fools around all the time, and using this as a way to ridicule and humiliate Lu Yuan in every possible way. What this mother and daughter have done in the past, and they still want to rent a house from him. Lu Yuan? Oh, go ahead and eat it if you want to fart. The old aunt's face was embarrassed, and she was all smiles. Lu Yuan, before coming here, the old aunt has looked at all of them. Only 3 households have people living in them, and the others are all empty. Lu Yuan hugged his arms and said coldly, I know, I just don't want to rent you. Look at you. Why are you such a vindictive child? Old auntie will apologize to you. Can't you just apologize? Lu Yuan sneered. Your family has bullied my family for so long, and with a glib apology, you want me to rent the house to you. Auntie Lau, aren't you a bit naive and self-righteous? Mom, don't live such a spineless life. You're an elder. Why should you apologize to him? A loser junior? Who is he? He's not the only one in the school district. It's not like we can't rent an apartment elsewhere. Zhang Jiajiao looked at her mother to apologize and immediately refused. She had always been the pride of her peers, the daughter of heaven, while Lu Yuan was the trash that everyone had heard about and hadn't gotten along with. How could she let her mother bow down to a trash that was inferior to her? So what if Lu Yuan is the chairman of the board of directors of Thompson? With her grades it is not difficult to get into a Tsinghua University, as long as she chooses to major in teacher training at Tsinghua University. With this resume she will be able to enter a famous school as a teacher. Relying on a year of collecting gifts and a little bit of rich man's bed, her achievements in this life, Lu Yuan, a broken Thompson chairman, is destined to not be able to catch up. She thought so in her heart. The old aunt heard. A pat on the thigh, right. School district housing is not the only one. Go to other places to look at other places to look at. Who cares to live in your broken Thompson? For nothing I do not live. Lu Yuan only felt a few moments of amusement and said to the 2, make yourselves at home. Just don't come back and beg me later, please. Pu xin nan. Go eat it if you want to fart. Zhang Jiajiao directly disliked. The mother and daughter, furious, turned away. Lu Yuan didn't say anything and casually clicked on a group chat with the name Magic City School District Housing General Group. Lu Yuan edited a message up. In a while, there will be a mother and daughter who will go to your place to rent an apartment. The woman is called Zhang Jiajiao, 15 years old this year, 1 meter and 6.5 tall. She just got into high school. Her mother is called Xiao Fingxia. Cell phone number 155. Tail number 2761. No one rents the house to those 2, or you'll be fired by me. All of the group members are now general managers of the Magic City School District Housing, and after seeing the new chairman give orders, they have come out to brush up the formation. Fairview School District copy. Hanlin Academy Neighborhood copy. Copy that in the Booker's block. Under Lu Yuan's arrangement, the process of renting an apartment for Zhang Jiajiao and her mom becomes difficult. The sales manager of a neighborhood, excuse me ma'am, The buildings in our neighborhood are only for sale, not for rent. We don't have an unused house in the bookstore. You should look elsewhere. The two of them went to several in quick succession and failed to rent a house. Lao Ant and Zhang Jiaojiu finally ended up renting a house, and when signing the contract, Lao Ant wrote down her first name, Zhao Fingxia, and her cell phone number. Zhang Jiaojiu with a smug face gave Lu Yuan a phone call to show off. Waste. Don't live in your Townsend. We rented a house just the same. Wait a while, I'll take a picture of the contract and send it to you on WeChat. How about it? We rented a house. Are you having a hard time? And the real estate agent, after seeing the name and cell phone number, suddenly shredded the lease contract with one hand. Sorry, this house cannot be rented to you. What? Can't rent? Ha? The contract is all signed. So what makes you say you won't rent it? Old Ant and Zhang Jiaojiu were puzzled. The real estate agent said in an icy tone, because it's the chairman's intention that whoever rents the house to you will lose their job. What is your chairman's surname? Zhang Jiaojiu's red lips clenched as she reluctantly asked. Last name Lu. Chairman of the board? And his last name is Lu? Is it Lu Yuan? Isn't Lu Yuan the chairman of Thompson? How come he's the chairman of this neighborhood? Thinking of this more than an hour of renting a room in the wall, mother and daughter looked at each other out of the heart of the question, is it possible that all of these neighborhoods are far away from the road? Mom, what's going to happen? Am I going to have no house to live in? I called the school and asked. The dormitory building is still being rebuilt. It'll take at least a few months before it's ready. Mom, help me. Old Aunt sighed, alas. Go back and beg your cousin Lu Yuan. Give him a softening. Don't talk nonsense in front of others Lu Yuan in a while, or you'll really only have to repeat. The two grayed out again and made their way to Lu Feng's office. The old aunt plopped down on her knees and begged for mercy. Great nephew, you let your cousin go. Rent your sister a house. Your cousin can't have no books to read. Does it matter a dime to me if I have a book to read or not? Funny, isn't it? Lu Yuan disliked angrily. Lu Yuan said in a bad tone. Besides, who cares to live in my broken Thompson Pina? I don't know who said, give you all a free ride and you won't live there. The old aunt was defeated. Zhang Jiaojiu also plopped down and cried. Oh, brother, I was wrong. You spared me. Spare me. I cannot have no books to read in the future to give you as a cow as a horse can be. Lu Yuan remembered Zhang Jiajiao's humiliation of himself over the years, and the resentment in his heart went straight to his head. A high school only. Can't rent a house then don't read. Go to another city to retake a chant. Can't rent a house but still want to read this high school? Zhang Jiaojiu face aggrieved. Brother, to retake a test we'll have to wait another 3 years. My life and how many 3 years Brother, it's all because I had a bad mouth before. I can't spit ivory out of a dog's mouth. If you think you can let off steam by beating me up, you can beat me up. You scold me. Zhang Jiaojiu is really no afraid. Promotion banquet Lu Yuan said is not a lie. He does have the ability to let her test high school also do not have a house to live. The people in the sales office, they were out to taunt. Just tugged on the sky. Tugging with our family chairman. Do you have the capital to tug? Didn't you just have a great time with our chairman? Where's the power you had just now? Where did it go? Bite by bite our chairman is a waste. You got into high school and you don't even have a place to live. If he's a waste, what are you? Other parents of students who want to come to rent a room also have said, if we have this relationship, it's too late to flatter Chairman Lu in order to try to rent a cheaper house. But you're not good to offend Chairman Lu to the death. You mother and daughter are really a pair of. Old Aunt and Zhang Jiaojiu looked ashamed, a hot pain on their faces. They had never imagined that Lu Yuan had already stood at such a height, an existence that they could only look up to. Zhang Jiaojiu cried bitterly, her voice choking. Oh, brother, how in the world are you willing to forgive me? Chapter 14, tonight, Mr. Lu will pay for the whole show. Lu Yuan coldly grunted. Kneel in the sales hall for a day, face the wall and repent, and I'll consider forgiving you mother and daughter. I'm coming over tonight to check the security cameras, and if you two run off halfway, then go back where you came from. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiajiao's face turned pale, but remembering that if she didn't kneel, she wouldn't have any books to read, she finally clenched her silver teeth. Fine, I'll kneel. With a plop, Zhang Jiajiao knocked both knees to the ground, kneeling in front of the wall like a sinner, her mom accompanying her. As Lu Yuan wanted to leave, an acquaintance's voice rang out from outside. Is there any more apartments in Townsend? I want to rent one. Lu Yuan recognized the old man with white hair at once. Principal Niebin? You're renting an apartment in Thompson? Yeah, my granddaughter got into college, and the college is pretty close to Townsend, so I came to visit. Lu Yuan laughed. In that case, you don't need to rent it. I happen to be the chairman of the board of directors of Thompson. I'll give you a house directly. What? Lu Yuan is the chairman of Thompson? No wonder Lu Yuan can be generous enough to take out $6 million to donate. Mr. Lu, that's not good. I still pay your rent. Rent it how it should be. Lu Yuan explained. The house isn't for you for nothing. I want you to take care of my sister more at school. You don't want anyone to bully her or suffer any unfair treatment. Take care of my sister sure. The house is yours to live in for as long as you want, Lu Yuan said indifferently. Cousin and old aunt. When they heard that Lu Yuan gave out a house for nothing, they were envious and jealous. If they didn't defend Lu Yuan, they wouldn't have to kneel here to atone for their sins. Principal Niebin immediately patted his chest and assured Lu Yuan. Mr. Lu, don't worry. With me in the school for a day, no one can touch a hair on your sister's head. Lu Yuan instructed the sales office manager. I have other things to do, so you can transfer a house for him. Okay, Ludon. Lu Yuan left the sales office, went out and drove his Bugatti Veyron towards the biggest local supercar club in Magic City. There are many rich second-generation car owners in the supercar club, and Lu Yuan's purpose is exactly them. Money alone was not enough. Lu Yuan also lacked some contacts, and joining the supercar club was just the right opportunity to get acquainted with them. A female receptionist of the supercar club spoke to Lu Yuan about the relevant qualifications. Sir, to become a club member, you need to have a fully paid $50 million, a sports car in your own name, a local account in Magic City, and a deposit of $50 million or more. Lu Yuan directly took the Bugatti Veyron's car keys and the purchase contract, slapped them on the stand, and showed his bank card balance together. Qualified enough? Enough. 10 trillion is certainly enough. The female receptionist was astonished and looked at Lu Yuan with a look of adoration. Lu Yuan also drove towards the inside in his Bugatti Veyron. There were already a lot of luxury cars parked in the club, all McLarens, Ferraris, or Lamborghinis like that, but also a very cool Apollo Helios. After Lu Yuan parked his car, there were a few people of about the same age, walking towards his side. Dude, you look familiar. New member? Lu Yuan also recognized the men, namely Song Xiao, Xin Xiao, and the racing driver Ji Ying brother, a rare presence for ordinary people to see on a regular basis. Lu Yuan nodded. Well, hello there, I'm new member Lu Yuan. Satoshi extended his hand. Shake hands and get acquainted. Lu Yuan shook hands with several people individually. While holding on to Xiango, Lu Yuan used the Divine Magnificent Strike. The host shook hands with the racer once, triggering a successful Godhawk Blitz. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Divine Car King skill, accompanied by the system's beep. A large amount of information madly flooded into Lu Yuan's mind. Includes a variety of difficult techniques for racing dragsters. With these skills, even if Lu Yuan raced a professional racer, he might not lose. Come with us, go over there and eat and drink something. Xin Xiao opened his mouth. Lu Yuan was taken by a few people to an upscale room with card seats filled with people. Almost 400 people. Song Xiao rushed to all of them and said, everyone be quiet and quiet. Let me introduce to you. This brother is called Lu Yuan. He's a new member of our club. Mr. Lu, welcome to the Magic City Ultra Racing Club. Mr. Lu, welcome. More than 400 handsome men and women greeted Lu Yuan together. After Lu Yuan found a seat and sat down, the waiters also began to serve quite a few things one after another. Xin Xiao sat next to Lu Yuan and kindly reminded, the wine over here is 82-year-old Lafite. The cigars are cigars. The food is bird's nest and silver ear soup. Buddha jumps over the wall and whatnot. You need to pay for your own food and drink. If you don't have enough money, don't open the wine indiscriminately in this place. Lu Yuan looked at the crowd and smiled. Today is also the first time I've met everyone. I'll make friends with you all. Tonight, everyone can eat and drink whatever they want. The entire consumption will be paid for by me. Lu Yuan. Song Xiao sniffed, wrinkled his eyebrows. Brother, you do not pretend. You see how many people came tonight? Almost 500 car owners. Here the most expensive things all counted. Enough to kill you half a life. You what family also all buy you to pay the bill? Lu Yuan helplessly said. Song Xiao, I have money. Can't afford it. Oh, you would drive more than 50 million supercars. Club entry car. The lowest a grade only. I drive a car than you. I do not dare to say the whole field consumption I buy this. Do you have more pocket money than me? Satoshi? Who's your father and what kind of family? Song Xiao was disdainful, and all his goodwill towards Lu Yuan dissipated. Other rich second generation, or 1,000 gold women, also have to discuss, have not heard of our Magic City, when there is a rich man surnamed Lua. Lu Yuan saw that they didn't believe him, so he had to say, if you guys look at my name in Baidu, you'll know if I can afford it. Upon hearing this, everyone took out their cell phones, tapped on Baidu, and typed Lu Yuan's name into the search box. Accompanied by everyone typing in Lu Yuan's name, Everyone's faces dramatically changed and turned white, staring at the screen with an incredulous expression. Baidu Encyclopedia. Lu Yuan, 24 years old, current chairman of Thomson 1, current chairman of Deep Bay 1, current chairman of Shengyu Shijia, asterisk 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 asterisk, asterisk 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 asterisk, asterisk 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 asterisk. The crowd burst out in excitement, and Song Xiao even looked at Lu Yuan with a face of adoration. Asterisk 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 brother, you step on the horse to be so bullish? A few days ago, there was a report on the news network that a mysterious tycoon had acquired 500 sets of school district houses across the country, which only said Townsend. We have been guessing who was Soho, and the one who had collected 500 sets of school district houses turned out to be you, brother. Compared to you, I, Song Xiao, am a younger brother, not to mention you Song Xiao, I, Qin Xiao, in front of brother Lu, that is also a younger brother. Chapter 15, Exposure of the Price. The rich kids kneeled down. Lu Yuan, ahem, low profile. Song Xiao gave a thumbs up. Brother Lu, you are really great. We all rely on our dads. While you, at the age of 15, came out to work and study, developed a lot of scientific patents, took a stake in an extranet enterprise, and finally acquired 500 sets of schoolhouses across the country. Starting a business with nothing, it's really awesome. Lu Yuan touched his nose, 10,000 question marks in his heart. When did you invent a scientific patent? And when did you take an equity stake in an extranet? Ding! This is the system for the host's money to come. A reasonable explanation. Please host, do not panic. Lu Yuan sniffed before he breathed a sigh of relief. Accompanied by one person opened a bottle of 82 years Lafite. A box of cigars for one person after the waiter said to Lu Yuan, Sir, Lafite 70,000 a bottle. Cuban cigars 30,000 a box. 500 ping 82 the price of Lafite and cigars. Counting the food. Consumption of 5,100 million. Lu Yuan skillfully pulled out his bank card and threw it to the waiter. Swipe it. Dropping. Card swiped successfully. Swipe your card for 5,100,000 yen. The sound of the collection resounded throughout the parlor, and all the celebrity tycoons only felt a shock. Where had they ever seen a master who waved $50 million in one treat? Song Xiao and Qin Xiao all looked surprised. This is too luxurious, isn't it? Lu is generous. Brother Lu is bold. When he says the whole place is paid for, he pays for the whole place. A promise is a promise. He's a man. I'll toast you with this drink. I'll drink to brother Lu too. Qin Xiao gulped and swallowed a mouthful of water before gradually relieving a little bit of the shock. Looking at Lu Yuan and saying, Brother Lu, in the future, if there is something you have to squeal with my oldest brother, look for me for good use. Song Xiao was not far behind. Brother Lu, it's also good for you to look for me. Song Xiao, from now on, you'll be the guest of my Wang family. Lu Yuan enjoyed this feeling. This was the charm of money. When you had enough money, even those existences that you could only look up to before would try to please you by all means. Lu Yuan clasped his fists and said, Then I will trouble you all more in the future. Brother Lu, what are you talking about? We're all brothers in our own family. It's out of place to talk about trouble, huh? After Lu Yuan threw away $50 million, even though the car that Lu Yuan drove was only a club starter car, no one dared to belittle Lu Yuan anymore, and everyone had the intention to approach Lu Yuan. Those rich girls, who usually had their eyes on the top, also sat closer to Lu Yuan, and only a man like Lu Yuan, who started from nothing, was the object of worship and admiration in their hearts. Qin Xiao and Song Xiao were a bit miserable. There was not a single girl around them. Song Xiao was the first one who couldn't stand it anymore, and said to brother Zhiying, Uncle Zhiying, drive your car, let's go racing again. I want to make a clean sweep for the last race. Brother Zhiying looked at Song Xiao. Is there a need to compare? You're still not my underdog? Oh, you haven't even competed with me yet. How do you know I'll lose to you again today? With Song Xiao's persistence, brother Zhiying eventually agrees to take a lap together. A group of people arrived at the racing track in the sports car club. In 5 consecutive races, Song Xiao ended up in vain. With his status as an amateur, how could he race past the professional driver? Brother Zhiying? Brother Lu, do you want to run a few laps with Uncle Zhiying for fun? A few young men and women proposed. For drag racing, Lu Yuan had long been eager to try it when he just watched the two race, and at this moment, he directly said, yes. Lu Yuan sat in the Bugatti Veyron, and brother Zhiying got into the driver's seat of the Ferrari. 3, 2, 1, go, boom. The car engines of the two supercars, at the same time, let out a roar and scurried out as two polar shadows. The two bypassed an obstacle and soon came around the bend. Lu Yuan pressed the drag racing technique in his head and pounded the steering wheel. Under Lu Yuan's control, The Bugatti Veyron perfectly accomplished a corner drift, quickly entered the corner and shot out like a rocket. The Bugatti Veyron soared out a few hundred meters before Brother Jiang pulled around the bend. Brother Jiang's hands were all covered in cold sweat, and his previous lazy expression gradually converged with a grave expression. How could he be so strong? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Did I read that right? Jiang got overtaken here at the fast entry corner? You read that right. Jiang was indeed overtaken. Lu was 1 minute faster. Brother Jiang is a professional racer, participating in many professional races, big and small. He shouldn't have lost here. Song Xiao and Qin Xiao and the others, all of them were surprised with shocked faces. Jiang's desire to win was also aroused, and he soon followed a very narrow section of the track and left the Bugatti Veyron on the far side of the road behind with an extremely difficult angle. Lu Yuan was slightly surprised. Worthy of being Brother Jiang, if he were an ordinary racer, it would have been difficult to overtake the car after a minute slower than himself at the fast turn, and the track was not very good. Lu Yuan didn't get discouraged, but pressed the drag racing related in his head and came back to the action again. With Lu Yuan at the wheel, the Bugatti Veyron's tires scuffed, the engine revved wildly, and the entire body catapulted up and over Brother Jiang's car. Bugatti Veyron has just landed. Will come 180 degrees fast into the corner, early into the next corner, with extremely wild speed, such as a horse off the reins of the wildebeest soared out again, ejecting to the ground and quickly into the corner, surprisingly without the slightest pause, all in one fell swoop. A lot of rich second-generation play car have expressed their views, want to eject the first time to land, complete the fast into the corner, need to be calculated in advance to soar to how much speed is appropriate, but also need to calculate how long the clutch should be stepped on. The steering wheel also need to be the first time to hit the right. Lu wouldn't have been a professional racer before, would he? I go. Brother Lu is too handsome. Not only did he start from nothing, he's young and rich, he can also race cars. I already have the urge to marry him. Get lost. Lu Yuan's husband is mine. He'll look at you? Brother Jiang tried with all his might to equalize the score, but whenever he was about to catch up with Lu Yuan's Bugatti Veyron, the Bugatti Veyron once again left him far behind. In the end, Lu Yuan sprinted to the finish line first, and it was only about 3 minutes later that Jiang brother came to the finish line. Lu Yuan took off his professional racer's helmet and looked at Brother Jiang with a smile. Uncle Jiang, you lost. Brother Jiang helplessly took off his helmet with a bitter look on his face. It's hard to admit it, but I have to say, you're strong. You shouldn't be here. You should be on the F1 track. Song Xiao and Qin Xiao immediately transformed into Lu Yuan's little fans. Brother Lu is awesome. You're the only one of us here who can win against Uncle Jiang. Why don't the two of us worship you as our teacher? $1 million a lesson. You only need to take lessons for an hour. Lu, teach us both to race cars. Chapter 16. Whoever wants to touch my brother Lu, come out and let's take a look. Lu Yuan cried and laughed. There's no need to worship the master. I'll teach you guys when we come out to play together in the future. Ha ha, okay. Lu, go to the bar with us and get high? Qin Xiao invited. Lu Yuan felt that there was nothing to do anyway, so he agreed in a hearty voice. More than 10 minutes later, a few people went together to the local bar, Shang Shi Huang Chao, and booked an upscale private room. Song Xiao said to the waiter here, arrange for some better sisters to come over. This is my brother Lu. Arrange 2 tender ones for him. Song Xiao looked at Lu Yuan with an ambiguous face, meaning as if to say let Lu Yuan have a good time tonight. Lu Yuan didn't have much interest in this and directly refused. Young Song doesn't have to break the bank. I'm not interested in the women here. Oh, I see. So brother Lu likes serious women. Turn around and I'll introduce a few to brother Lu. Ha ha ha. Lu, my cousin is single. Should I push her WeChat business card to you? My cousin is also single. Lu, look. Lu Yuan, no need. Everyone drink. A group of rich kids. Some went to the dance floor to find a partner and some sang. Lu Yuan only felt that he had drunk a little too much wine and wanted to go to the bathroom to solve the problem. But when he was about to reach the bathroom, he heard a noisy voice. Asterisk 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 in hell. Are you not giving me tiger face? My tiger brother sees you, that is your good fortune. You'd better be damn honest. Accompanied by tiger brother a while to go to the room. Or else, I will find a group of men to spoil you. Take pictures and send them to the internet. Ruin your life, do you believe? Lu Yuan's fists clenched as he looked toward the booth. Lu Yuan saw a girl, who was being dragged by her hair and slapped by a man. A girl who looked a bit familiar. Brother, please spare me. Upon hearing the voice, Lu Yuan muttered, it's actually her. No wonder it looks familiar. The girl is Lu Yuan's elementary school and junior high school classmate Wang Meiqi, but also 9 years at the same table. Friendship is very deep, often tutoring Lu Yuan's studies in school. and Lu Yuan was finally forced by his family's living conditions, had to go out to work, and his studies have been wasted since then. Considering that Lu Yuan's family is poor, Wang Meiqi often brings a lot of food and lets Lu Yuan help solve the problem on the grounds that she can't eat it, which helps Lu Yuan and takes care of Lu Yuan's dignity. Teasing laughter came from the private room again. Let you go? Fine. We'll let you off if you strip naked and walk around the bar naked. Ha ha ha. Standing outside the door, Lu Yuan, remembering his past friendship with Wang Meiqi, instantly rushed to his head with anger, picked up a bottle of big green stick from the next table, and rushed in with fire. The beer bottle was aimed at the bald man and slammed down hard. There was a sharp pain in the bald man's head. A cool breeze poured into his head, and a lot of bright red blood instantly flowed out of his head. A group of gangsters surrounded Lu Yuan in the middle, and a man with a tiger tattooed on his naked body walked towards this side, running to Miley whose turf to cause trouble, forcing the cubs, which road to mix. Brother Tiger, no matter who he hangs out with, you have to him, otherwise, you'll lose Master Tian's face. And how will you let Master Tian establish his authority in the Mordor road in the future? Tiger did not act impulsively. In the underground world of Mordor there are two major forces, the south side of the Heavenly Master and the north side of the Yen Master. If Lu Yuan is Yan's man, this matter can only be put to rest. If not, humph. Without any nonsense, Lu Yuan fiercely kicked towards Tiger's lower body, and Tiger tightly covered there, a face instantly green with pain. Ah, how dare you kick me? He won't get out of this house today. Lu Yuan yanked Wang Meiqi's hand and ran out, all the way back to the private room that Song Xiao and the others had booked earlier. A few of Song Xiao's were having a good time, and when they saw Lu Yuan coming back, they gave a greeting. Brother Lu, you're back. Ha! Lu Yuan's head was covered in sweat. He looked at the door in a panic and negotiated. Song Xiao, Xin Xiao, help me even out one thing. Lu Yuan, owe you guys a favor. Even things out? Thinking of Lu Yuan's worth, the crowd hesitated for a while. With a person of Lu Yuan's worth wanting to level something, would it be an ordinary matter? Everyone was considering the pros and cons and didn't pick up the conversation first. Bang! The door of the private room was kicked open. Tiger rushed in with a group of people, looked into the private room, and fiery pointed at Lu Yuan and said, "This little pussy brat stays. Everyone else get thee out of here." Song Xiao and other people's previous hesitation and concern all dissipated. So it is such a thing offended Brother Lu. Really heaven has a way he did not go. There is no door to hell he threw himself. Wang Meiqi bit her lips tightly and finally made a difficult decision. Brother Tiger, this matter started because of me. It has nothing to do with him. You guys let him go. If you want to let him go, I'll sleep with you. Lu Yuan was surprised, not expecting her to make such a sacrifice for herself. How could Lu Yuan stand by and watch her go into the tiger's mouth? He wrapped her in his arms. I'm here today. No one can touch you. Lu Yuan, there are so many of them. How can you be their opponent? This group of people do not have a light hand. You will be killed all. Until this moment, she was still so worried about herself. Lu Yuan's heart was warmed, and his determination to get her out tonight was strengthened. Song Xiao directly stood up, swung up a box of wine and smashed it over, cursing, "Grass! Just a few of you have offended me. Brother Lu, is this it? Today, we'll get you even." One of them, a rich kid, shouted towards the outer hall. "Someone wants to Lu. Are you guys on?" Swish, swish, swish. In the different corners of the bar, all the people stood up. There must be about 500 people, blocking the private room together. A group of rich second-generation men looked at Tiger and the others aggressively. One rich second-generation man smoked a cigarette in his mouth. "Who's going to move my brother Lu? Stand out for me to see who the hell has eaten this bear's heart and leopard's gall." Once Tiger saw so many people, cold sweat came down on his forehead and he looked at Lu Yuan warily. "Dare you let me go get Master Tian to come over?" Lu Yuan hesitantly looked at the group of rich kids. "Young Tsong, young Qin, is Master Tian very powerful?" "Put, Brother Lu, powerful Baron in front of the two of us. The dog Baron are not. You just let him go to the Heavenly Master." The bar's dance floor lobby, too, had long since turned off its music, affected by what was going on over here. A group of people had a strange look on their faces as they all heard that the Heavenly Master Dog Baron Finn was neither Magic Underground King Yang Tianba, known as the Sky Master. The past few years, gradually wash their hands, gradually whitewash. But back then, from a piece of bloodshed to kill out, the Jianghu status is unshakable. Dare to say in Master Tian's field that Master Tian's Dog Baron is not even. These young people probably haven't thought about how to die yet, right? After Lu Yuan heard that it wasn't awesome, he shouted at the door, "Make way for him to get Master Tian over here." Chapter 17, The Master of Heaven is coming. Castrate him and feed him to the dogs. The rich kids blocking the doorway made way, and Tiger walked out. Walking to a safe position, Tiger looked back and let out a vicious statement. You guys wait for me. With Tiger gone, Lu Yuan had time to look at Maggie Wang. Hair on the shoulders, cheeks wunshio, wearing glasses, face pretty, slim jeans under a pair of long legs, body curves, bumpy. Just for the moment, there were tears beside her eyes and a red bruise on her face. Lu Yuan caressed her injured cheek and asked with concern, "Old classmate, does it still hurt?" Wang Meiqi was touched by this warm hand on her cheek. Knowing that Lu Yuan didn't have any other thoughts and was just concerned about her, her heart warmed. "It doesn't hurt that much?" Lu Yuan inquired. "You were a good student with good grades when you were in school. You never used to come to places like this. Why are you suddenly here?" "A couple of my college roommates are about to go their separate ways, and one of them suggested getting high at a bar, and I didn't want to come, and they said I was looking down on them if I didn't come. So I came. I didn't expect to be harassed by that bald guy and what's his name Tiger after I came. I should have known better if I didn't come." Wang Meiqi had a moment of fear, and to this day her heart was still in shock. Song Xiao and the other 500 or so big and small rich second-generation people all shouted together, "Hello, sister-in-law." "Ha!" Lu Yuan was head over heels. Wang Meiqi blushed shyly for a while and whispered, I'm not in that kind of relationship with Lu Yuan." "Sister-in-law, don't be sophomoric. If it wasn't, could you let my brother Lu touch your face like that? And just cuddle like that?" "That's right. Even if it really isn't now, then it will be in the future. Or else Lu, could go out of my way to offend Master Tian here for you." Wang Meiqi lowered her head a little lower again and secretly glanced at Lu Yuan's face. Did he really have this kind of idea? Then why does she not agree when she confessed her love in school, but instead chose that Wang Yan? Lu Yuan pacified. "Don't come to places like this in the future. The bar is too chaotic, and if you want to come under the premise that you can guarantee your personal safety." "Okay, I hear you." A group of rich second-generation people flirted. Yo, this husband-songwriter question and answer, and still say that you two are not a pair? Song Xiao, I'm getting full of dog food. Who isn't? If I had known that I would have called my girlfriend better. I wouldn't have to eat Lu's dog food. Somewhere in a room at the Centurion Bar, Tiger stood in front of a middle-aged man in a regular manner. Yang Tianba shot up. "What did they say about me, Master Tian?" I don't dare to say." Yang Tianba's face appeared angry. "Speak, don't be so slow, just like a woman," Li Hu said with trepidation. Tian Master." The group of people downstairs said you Tian Master is a baron In front of them dog baron are not At those words, Yang Tianba was instantly shaken. "What? How dare you talk to me like that? It's been 10 years since anyone dared to talk to me like that in Magic City. I'll take my brothers and fix them up today. I've retired from the Jianghu these past few years. Do you really take me, Yang Tianba, as a soft persimmon?" Thousands of fighters were quickly organized together. Yang Tianba walked in the middle, towards Lu Yuan and other people's private room. A voice down like thunder roar. I heard that there are a bunch of ungrateful things making trouble here in my place. He also said that I am a baron in Magic City. I am a dog baron in front of them. Damn it, who said that? Is your Master Tian old? Or your Master Tian I can't hold the knife? Paralyzingly cold. Get yourself out of there. Song Xiao and Xin Xiao walked out at this time and looked at Yang Tianba playfully. "Master Tian, not so short-tempered. Ha, this temper of yours is getting bigger and bigger." Yang Tianba swallowed his saliva with a gurgle after seeing the two of them. How come they were such two mongrels? In Magic City, he simply couldn't afford to mess with these two masters. The corners of Yang Tianba's mouth twitched and his body shook like a sieve. When Tiger saw this, he thought that Yang Tianba was angry, and thought to himself, the opportunity to take credit has come, and if he helps Master Tian to take out his anger ruthlessly, he may even be promoted. Tiger went up and threw a slap on Song Xiao's face. "I'm going to you. Talking to Master Tian like that. What kind of a thing are you?" Song Xiao covered his beaten face and looked at Yang Tianba with cold eyes. "Yang Tianba, you'd better give me an explanation today. If I don't have a good explanation for this slap today, there will be no more Heavenly Master in Magic City from now on." Yang Tianba heart in fear and anger. A big slap threw in the face of Tiger. Go to your mother. Cursing people. Song Xiao count for something. UTM count for something? You are nothing but a dog raised by me. Yang Tianba, come on, take the hand that Tiger just smacked Song Xiao with and waste it. Yang Tianba looked at Song Xiao with a trembling voice. "Song Xiao, are you satisfied with this treatment?" Song Xiao pointed at Lu Yuan. "My business is over." "My brother Lu's business is not over yet. You recognize this face? This face will be the guest of honor of my Wang family from now on." Xin Xiao also stood out and said, and a guest of my Qin family, also a guest of honor in our home. Yang Tianba's heart trembled wildly. Which of the 500 plus people present were not from prominent families? All of them treated Lu Yuan as their guest. What was his background? Yang Tianba looked at Lu Yuan with a gaze that asked for guidance. What does brother Lu want to do about it? Lu Yuan remembered the shock Wang Meiqi had received and coldly grunted. Your subordinate Tiger and his little brother Baldhead, as well as other little brothers, want to sleep with my wife, and when my wife doesn't agree, they're going to force her to take off her clothes and walk around in a circle. So how do you think it should be handled? If you can't handle it well, Song Xiao and Qin Xiao, they won't let you go, and I, Lu Yuan, won't let you go even more. I can be honored by these people with the name of Brother Lu. What kind of social status I have? You should know it in your heart. Lu Yuan's aura was fully opened, a very strong sense of oppression, instantly lingering in the entire bar hall. The reason why he said that Wang Meiqi was his wife was that Lu Yuan wanted to make this matter more serious. Yang Tianba's entire body was drenched in cold sweat. Lu Yuan was right. Being able to be addressed as a guest of honor by all these people at the same time proved that Lu was far more terrifying than Song Xiao and these people. And Li Hu, this man, even wants to go to sleep with other people as wives. Really don't know how to die. Yang Tianba snapped on the spot. Castrate Li Hu and his men. All of them? That thing is thrown directly out to feed the wolf dogs. Li Hu and Bald and others. A face of panic, Master Tian. No, don't we at least followed you for 7 or 8 years. Is also considered your right hand. You look at the past love. Change the punishment. Yang Tianba kicked Li Hu viciously. Asterisk 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 you. What qualifications do you have to negotiate with me? Chapter 18 Auntie is not human. Jiao Jiao, kneel down for your brother. Li Hu was dragged away by a group of people. A miserable howl came out, and from where Lu Yuan stood, he was just able to see a large puddle of blood on the ground. Lu, Mr. Lu, look, do you see that your fire has subsided a bit? Yang Tianba looked at Lu Yuan with a terrified and uneasy face. Lu Yuan nodded. Well, I'm satisfied. Wang Meiqi looked at Lu Yuan in dismay. Was this still the Lu Yuan she knew back then? She couldn't help but feel a touch of worry welling up in her heart. Wang Meiqi worriedly said, Lu Yuan, how did you end up on this path of no return? In this line of work, you shouldn't have done too many crimes, right? You should turn yourself in as soon as possible. Spare yourself from these misfits. Lu Yuan was confused. How did I go down the path of no return? You call them misfits? Song Xiao held his forehead and said awkwardly, Sister-in-law, let me introduce myself. I'm the youngest son of Chairman Wang's family of the Ida Group. People in Magic City call me Song Xiao. I'm Mordor Qin Xiao. Sister-in-law, just search Qin Fun on Baidu directly. Sister-in-law, we are all decent people. We just come to the bar once in a while to spend time and relax. When Wang Meiqi heard this, she put her heart down. While being internally surprised, she didn't expect Lu Yuan to know so many big shots. Lu Yuan laughed. Don't worry, old classmate. I haven't done anything illegal or criminal. I'm a good law-abiding citizen. Where do you live? I'll take you home. Lu Yuan softly said. Wang Meiqi shook her head. There's no place to live for the time being. I'm going to serve as a teacher in a high school in Magic City. I originally planned to live in the school dormitory, but the faculty dormitory building is full. I plan to find a hotel to deal with for one night tonight, and then go look for a house near the school tomorrow. When Lu Yuan heard this, he asked to him, which high school? Internationally bilingual. International bilingual? In Lu Yuan's impression, this school was also in the neighborhood of Thompson. He invited. Still don't have a house? Why don't you go over to my side? I should still have unused houses over there, just so I can rent you a set. Yes. The lobby of the sales office was still lit up when Lu Yuan brought Wang Meiqi back to Thompson, in order to curry favor with the new chairman. The sales manager specially didn't leave even after work, and had been watching Zhang Jiajiao's mother and daughter duo here, so much so that even though it was now late at night, they were still kneeling here. Chairman, I have been here watching. They also said kneeling knee pain. Want to stand up to rest for a while? I directly said, dare to stand up. Just wait for you to come back to tell you. They have been here honestly kneeling. Lu Yuan nodded. Concerned. Okay, you worked hard. I'll give you a raise tomorrow. Zhang Jiajiu was full of grievances and a miserable face. Brother, I have been kneeling here for a day. Can you rent us a house? Lu Yuan looked down at the mother and daughter in a condescending manner and inquired in a cold voice. Have you learned your lesson? Long memory. Oh, brother, spare me. I won't dare to have a next time. Zhang Jiajiu was filled with remorse. Lu Yuan said blandly, all right, stand up you two. The old aunt was relieved. Thank you, great nephew. Zhang Jiajiao, thank you, cousin. Lu Yuan educated. It doesn't matter how high your education is, no matter how highly educated you are. Learn to be a human being first. People are not doing well. What is the meaning of being admitted to a more prestigious high school and university? The family spoils you. Society won't. When you're out there recklessly causing trouble, it's not just you that gets involved. It's also your mom. And you don't want your mom to be dragged down on her knees with you again someday, do you? Cousin Zhang Jiaojiao lowered her head in guilt. Brother, I will be a good person from now on. The old aunt whispered at this time. How much is it a year? Great nephew? Lu Yuan raised his eyes to look at his old aunt and didn't take it too personally anymore. Sighing, alright, it doesn't matter if it's money or not. Today is to help you educate your daughter. No need to rent. In a while, directly let our manager to give you a set of house transfer. Live peacefully, Jiao. Go to school well. In the future to get a good university. If you let me know that you have a problem to be a good person, then I'm sorry. I can only take back this house, Lu Yuan said with a lenient face. Zhang Jiaoju and her old aunt were surprised at the same time, looking at Lu Yuan with a surprised expression. You don't want the rent? You want to give us a house? A sunny smile permeated Lu Yuan's face. Yes, a set for you. When the old aunt heard this, she immediately burst into tears and vigorously slapped towards her face. Lu Yuan, these years the old aunt is sorry for your family. The old aunt is not a person. The old aunt is not a thing. The old aunt apologizes to you. Jiajiao, kneel down for your brother. Old Ed looked at Zhang Jiajiao with a scolding cry. Plop, both knees fell to the ground. This kneeling no longer resentment. This kneeling willingly, Zhang Jiajiao face full of tears. Guilt, brother, I'm sorry. Your great kindness and great virtue. I will certainly repay you generously in the future. Thank you for your teaching, so that I deeply realize my own mistakes. The two of them were targeting Lu Yuan at every turn, humiliating him at every turn. If they were Lu Yuan, would they let the two of them off the hook like this? If they were Lu Yuan, would they let them go like this? Would kneeling for a day be too much? If they were Lu Yuan, would they let the two of them go like this? Lu Yuan, however, gave away the room at the end. Who has Lu Yuan's pattern? At this moment, they have been impressed with complete repentance. Lu Yuan pulled him up with a hand. Alright, this matter is over. It's in the past. Don't mention it again. In the future, we will still be a family. Right. For the time being, don't tell my parents that I'm the chairman of Thompson. They have a heart condition. I'm afraid they won't be able to handle such a big stimulus for a while. Lu Yuan urged. The sales manager said from the bottom of his heart. Lu Dong, you're really too generous. They humiliated you so much before, and you still gave them a house to live in. You're really a person that people respect. Lu Yuan laughed. There is no eternal hatred in the world, and one should always have a little pattern. This one next to me is my classmate Wang Meiqi. You incidentally also arrange a set of house for her, a month by 1,000 rent collection. Lu Yuan did not take more, mainly because of the past friendship between the two. When Maggie Wang heard this, she quickly refused. No, Lu Yuan, it's too low. 1,000 rent for Thompson 1. What's the difference between that and giving it away for nothing? Lu Yuan softly said. You didn't help me much in the past. Time and time again you stood up for me and fought for me. If I hadn't considered that you don't feel at ease living there, I wouldn't have wanted a penny of rent. After all, isn't our friendship worth a suite of rooms? Lu Yuan's words once again caused Zhang Jiaojiao and her old aunt to feel a pang of guilt. What kind of person is this who has deep feelings and clear grudges? But they had humiliated him like that before. They were simply sorry for the human skin they were wearing. The sales manager awkwardly said, that, Chairman, the recent school frenzy. Many parents have come to rent a house. We have only one house left here, rented to your classmates, your cousin's family. Lu Yuan frowned. In that case, then you take the one I'm living in now and rent it to my classmate. I'll go find a house outside. Wang Meiqi pulled Lu Yuan. Don't. I can share a room with you and live together. Ha? You're not afraid that I'm not a decent person? Chapter 19 National Shares in Yida Mall. Wang Meiqi's cheeks slightly reddened as she whispered. I'm not afraid because I believe in your character. Lu Yuan didn't say anything more and took Wang Meiqi back to her residence, saying to her, you stay in the master bedroom. The following day, Lu Yuan returned to work at Yida Shopping Center as usual. As Lu Yuan yanked open the door to the mall, Lu Yuan silently used a divine magnificent blast. The host touched the door of the Yida Mall, triggering the divine strike bonus. Reward 100% of the shares of all Yida malls nationwide. This wave of system rewards seems to have robbed Song Xiao's family's estate. But this can't be blamed on himself. The system rewarded himself. And what did he, Lu Yuan, have to do with it? Lu Yuan clocked in at work as usual and returned to his workstation. Lu Yuan's but hadn't even been warmed up yet. when a greasy middle-aged man with a big belly walked towards him with an unkind face. Lu Yuan, you still know to come to work? Do you know how much damage you've brought to the company in the past few days that you didn't go to work? The middle-aged man chided loudly. Lu Yuan touched his nose and looked at the greasy man with displeasure. Manager, my cousin's promotion banquet. I remember I took a vacation with you, right? The greasy man's face laughed, then growled. When did you take a vacation from me? Did you say hello to me? Did any one of you see Lu Yuan take a vacation? No, I didn't see Yuan take a vacation. I didn't see it either. Lu Yuan, huh? He is to understand. The workplace of these people even see. Will not be for him to corroborate. We are after all, to follow the sales manager underneath the mix. Who would not want to offend the manager for themselves? This is the workplace, a place where there are no human feelings, and where there are nothing more than interests that concern you. At this time, a sound of high-heeled shoes came. Ex-girlfriend Wang Yan walked toward her workstation. Greasy male manager Zhang Jilong, an arm around her waist, put his hand into her clothes, seems to show off his booty to Lu Yuan. Obscene. Yen, you came In other days, Wang Yan couldn't wait to be like this. Just after seeing Lu Yuan's bravado, she now disliked Zhang Jilong's fat hand, and as soon as she pulled his hand out, she fiercely slapped him in the face. Manager, this is the company. Please cherish yourself. Lu Yuan, I'm sorry for what happened in the past, Wang Yan said in a low mood. Zhang Jilong frowned. Yen, is it this punk Lu Yuan he bullied you? You wait, I'll go help you clean him up. Wang Yan had been thinking hard about how to go back to the past with Lu Yuan. But this greasy man was trying to provoke Lu Yuan. She was furious. You right? I'd rather let a pig arch than choose you, and you'd better give up messing with Lu Yuan. Now he's the one you can't afford to mess with. Zhang Jilong was unimpressed. Seeing Wang Yan defending Lu Yuan so much and disliking him so much, he was annoyed. I can't afford to mess with Lu Yuan? He's just a dog under me. In my sales department, I'd like to see if I can mess with him today. Lu Yuan, in the last 1 or 2 months, you are the bottom of the sales floor. The bottom of the performance month after month. 50,000 salary is for the king of the sales. Now you are not the king of the sales. The monthly salary is reduced to 10,000. You have taken a vacation in the past few days to affect the company's development, and then deducted 8,000 of your salary. This month, you open 2,000. Zhang Jilong colorful. With Lu Yuan's current worth, there was no shortage of this three-guy company. But what Zhang Jilong did annoyed him, and Lu Yuan grunted coldly. I'm not the king of sales anymore. Don't you know what's going on? These past 2 months, every time I'm about to get a single close to being finalized, you make me go do something else, and then take my single and let those female sales sign it. Taking my performance to start a harem for yourself in the company, sleeping with all the sales girls in the company, and you have the nerve to question my performance? You're screwing me over and playing with me like this. Is my ing performance any better? Lu Yuan had been in the company for so long, how could he not know Zhang Jilong's bit of business? Accompanied by the fall of Lu Yuan's words, some of the saleswomen in the office had begun to blush. Seeing that Lu Yuan had shaken himself out of the matter, Zhang Jilong became irritated. You let's move right and wrong here. Slandering out of thin air. Lu Yuan, you are absent from work for no reason, causing the company to lose economic benefits, bottoming out in sales performance month after month, and are a drag on the company. Yet you have no shame at all, and instead of looking for your own reasons, you make rumors and slander your superiors for no reason at all. So the crime is aggravated. Today, I'm going to fire you instead of the chairman. Lu Yuan, however, as if he had not heard, sitting on the workstation, his legs for the table, his hands inserted in his pants pockets, a look at the other side. Oh, you're so capable? You can do the chairman of the main? With me to set up this kind of boss frame. Who gives you the courage? Liang Jingru? At this time, the door of the office was pushed open. A middle-aged man walked in with a file, and gave Zhang Jilong a slap on the face when he came in. Not a little bit of guts. Ha! You're a little sales manager. Now you dare to be my master? Chairman, you listen to my explanation. It is Lu Yuan, he neglected his duties. No performance for several months, and also neglected his duties. Do not take leave. Absenteeism without reason. Harm the company's losses. And even more to my personal slander. I want to fire him. But also for the company's future development. Chairman, I do this, but also for the company to develop better, to show loyalty. The other employees, upon seeing the middle-aged man, also called out at the same time. Hello, Chairman. Lu Yuan still crossed his legs and didn't move. Zhang Jilong seized the opportunity and once again made a small report. Chairman, look at Lu Yuan. You came. He still offered his legs on the table and crossed his legs. The company invited him to come. It is for him to bring value to the company, not for him to support the master. Do you see him? Have you in his eyes? Lu Yuan also sized up the man in front of him. As Song Xiao's father, he had a strong aura about him. He looked at Zhang Jinlong with cold eyes. From today onwards, it's not impossible for him to just build a fire and cook here, and there's no need to have me in Lu Yuan's eyes, because as of today, he is the general chairman of the National Yida Group. The Yida Group was bought by him, and he will be your new chairman from now on. What? Lu Yuan is the new chairman? It's over. It's all over. Zhang Jinlong sat on his butt. Lu Yuan sat in his position, looking down at Zhang Jinlong, and sat icily, signing large sales orders, misrepresenting the actual company's water flow, eating company kickbacks with the company's female employees, jerking the company's wool, and subterfuging the new employees, all of which are things you're guilty of, aren't they? I declare that with immediate effect, you Zhang Jinlong are dismissed by me. At the same time, all the damages you caused to my company, I, Lu Yuan, will recover them with interest. Wait for the court summons. Chapter 20, A Blind Date. I'll use money to beat your face up. Zhang Jinlong, with a cold sweat on his face, crawled to Lu Yuan in a lousy manner and hugged Lu Yuan's thigh tightly. Lu Dong, I really didn't know that you are the chairman of the board of directors. If I knew that you are the new chairman of Yida Group, I wouldn't have dared to treat you like that even if it killed me. Please let me go. As long as you don't prosecute me, I'll work for you for free to make up for the loss back to the company. Zhang Jinlong had a snotty face. Lu Yuan rolled his foot out far away and snorted coldly. Even if you work for free, the company doesn't need people like you in. And those few women who are not clear with Zhang Jinlong, all of them go to the financial payroll to get out. The others had long been confused. Lu Yuan was just an ordinary small salesman here before, and everyone just regarded him as an ordinary person. But today, Lu Yuan, who was spending time with them as an ordinary person, had transformed into the chairman of the board. So it turns out that Lu Yuan is our hidden tycoon here. Dong Lu, I've never offended you before. Dong Lu, are you free tonight? We'd like to invite you for dinner. Do you think it's okay? Colleagues who used to remain indifferent and distant to Lu Yuan, all of them came together at this moment with a friendly face, the men wanting a promotion and a raise, and the women wanting to get into Lu Yuan's bed. Everyone has their own needs. Lu Yuan coldly looked at this group of people. A face of indifference refused, less to do these messy side road, in their own workstation to do their own thing, pay raise promotion. I only look at the ability of the individual. If the ability is not good, all layoffs. The company does not raise idlers. Upon hearing this, all the employees all lowered their heads and honestly sat back down at their workstations. Mom's phone call came from home. Farah, Mom arranged a blind date for you. You have time to go to the Star Media Company. The girl is an anchor. The first time you meet, you can leave a good impression. Lu Yuan didn't want to let down his family's good intentions, so he had to agree to it. After leaving Yida Mall, Lu Yuan drove to Star Media. Lu Yuan was entertained into the hall, and a wavy, fashionably dressed yellow-haired looked toward him. You're the one Auntie Wang introduced to the blind date, aren't you? You're quite handsome, Lu Yuan politely said. Thank you, you're pretty too. Oh, we're all adults, so I'll get right to the point. Let's talk about your conditions. What's your monthly salary? Do you have any savings? Do you have a house? Do you have a car? Lu Yuan frowned. How can he not see that the other party is probing himself? Extremely low-key, a month's salary of 50,000, savings of 20,000 to 30,000. The house and car are still in the fight. Netizen woman heard, face suddenly lack of interest. You only this salary? $50,000 in other cities is still high, but in the Magic City prices, your salary is enough for what? Forget it, we're not right for each other, and coming on a blind date with you is a pure waste of time. Lu Yuan sneered. Dare I ask Ms. Wang Ning, you're so picky, what are your conditions? Netflix Queen Ning raised the cell phone in her hand, opened a short video software, and bragged to Lu Yuan. I have more than 5 million fans on Jitterbug, and I earn more than 100,000 and $200,000 once I bring goods live. With my conditions, do you think you deserve me? The other female anchors in the media company have also sent ridicule to Lu Yuan, earn so little salary, but also want to pick up millions of fans. Net Red V, Toad want to eat swan meat, also do not take a piss to look at their own what virtue. Lu Yuan didn't care about this. He wasn't interested in these netizens in the first place. Short video live female netizens are nothing more than people who don't want to do anything, who fantasize about wiggling their waists and shaking their hips to make big money. A bunch of people who want to get something for nothing, who are materialistic in vain. Turn off the beauty filter effects on the live stream. Take off the makeup. Is there one that's watchable? Boom. A Rolls-Royce stopped in front of the media company at this time. A broad young man wearing sunglasses stepped down from the car and came straight to the front of the anchor woman Wang Ning, handing her a bouquet of flowers. Ning, are you willing to be my girlfriend? With a shy face, Wang Ning took the flowers and snuggled into the man's arms. Mr. Park, I promised you. Why are you free to come over today? Don't you have a new Korean drama to shoot? I've pushed it all away. The shooting of the idol drama, which is not as important as you in my heart. Lu Yuan also recognized the broad, a rising star artist from the kimchi country named Park In-young, who often played the youthful idol hero of some idol soap operas and was very popular on the mainland. A few text messages came on Lu Yuan's cell phone at that moment. Lu Dong, the rent of the school district house has been collected. There are quite a few of them in cash. See when you are at home. We'll arrange the delivery for you. Mr. Lu, your national school district real estate contract is down. We will now be dispatching it for you. Are you home now? Mr. Lu, the national Yida shares are down. We're delivering them for you. Are you home? Lu Yuan replied with a unified message, send me directly to Star Media. Wang Ning saw that Lu Yuan was still not leaving and said irritably, why are you still standing here? Have I not made myself clear enough? We're not suitable. Hurry up and get lost. There's no way I'll fancy you. I'd rather sit in a BMW and cry than sit on a bicycle and laugh with you. You such a stinking beggar. Or work well. Just don't learn people out to chase the girl. Chased you can't afford to raise. My set of skincare products will be 50,000. Lu Yuan didn't pay any more attention and walked out of the lobby of Starry Sky Media and sat back in the driver's seat of his Bugatti Veyron. A scene that happened to also be seen by Netflix Queen Ning. Wang Ning and the others mocked. Only 50,000 a month. Only so little a month. Renting such a good car to support the face is also beggarly enough. Do you think that if you rent a car, I will look at you highly? Lu Yuan was speechless to the core. Looking coldly at this group of clowns, teasingly said, yes, I sold my family's house and rented this car. Ha! What ignorance! Oh, who's ignorant? Didn't you say yourself that you only make $50,000? Can you afford this car for $50,000? Lu Yuan disliked. I just don't think a woman like you is good enough for me. And purposely talked down. Showdown, I'm not pretending anymore. I'm a top tycoon with trillions of dollars. I wanted to get along with you guys as an ordinary person. But I didn't expect you to humiliate me in every way. Wang Ning didn't believe Lu Yuan at all and snorted. If you had trillions of dollars, you would have smashed me to death with money. And now you would have dragged me to a room. And you would still be here talking about this? Lu Yuan laughed. I really want to smash you with money. But not to go to a room with you. Just to smash you to death. Wang Ning was disdainful. Oh, you can get that much first. Lu Yuan directly called the general manager of Thompson's. Rent, bring me all the cash and send it over. I'm going to use this money to swollen someone's face. Chapter 21:49. 8 million in cash. Kneel down and get smacked. Put. $50,000 also want to swollen my face. People are so scared. Oh, the male star of Kimchi Nation. His fingers breaking and cackling. If you can't come up with the money to smash Jack's face, let's see how I'm going to clean you up. Lu Yuan sneered. Don't be in a hurry. It's only 10 minutes at the most, and my men will be here. Okay, just 10 minutes. 10 minutes quickly passed, and after looking at his watch, Park In-young said, 10 minutes have passed. Where are your people? Drip. A blast of cars roared down the street. The lead car was a red flag, followed by a number of money trucks. Lu Yuan teasingly looked at Netflix and the male star and blandly said, here comes my man. Star Media's everyone. All grunted and swallowed wildly. So many money carriers. How much money? But is it really possible that these cars could have been called out by Ludwig? The red flag car made a tailswing and stopped in front of Lu Yuan, and the sales manager of Thompson first, with a respectful face, came to Lu Yuan's face. Chairman, I've sent you a rental. That's when the money trucks all opened up. Almost 100 suitcases were taken from the car, piling up all over the floor. Lu Yuan said boldly, open them all for me. Wow! Accompanied by a sound of opening a box, a pile of $100 bills, unusually eye-catching, stimulated the eyeballs of everyone present. Chairman, Thompson Suite 128, at the price of 1 deposit and 3 payments, the total rent collected is $980,000. Please count it. Netflix. Wang Ning was instantly confused, dumbfounded, looking at Lu Yuan. He, actually, is the chairman of the board of directors of Thompson Epine? What the hell did she just do? Mock and humiliate the chairman of Townsend's? When has Park In-young ever seen so much cash? He kept muttering, counterfeit money. It must be counterfeit money. Lu Yuan directly said, Starry Sky Media should have a bill checker, right? If you think it's a fake bill, Wouldn't you just verify it? Park In-young, in disbelief, brought a banknote checker, and the result was that several boxes were all real banknotes, and he sat down completely paralyzed, although he was also able to get out $50 million. But it was impossible for him to come up with so much cash in such a short period of time. Lu Yuan looked at Wang Ning and humiliated. Don't you like money? I'm going to use this money to slap you hard. And you can take as many strokes as you can hold back. Do you want to earn this money? Even though Wang Ning knew that this was humiliating, thinking that she should be able to take a few dozen hits, she simply clenched her teeth. I want to earn it. Lu Yuan stuck his hands in his pants pockets. Okay, kneel down and get smacked. Wang Ning plopped down on her knees. Lu Yuan directly picked up 5 piles of money, a total of $500,000, and ruthlessly threw it on Wang Ning's face. Immediately her tears came out. Her cheeks were red and swollen, and blood flowed out along the corner of her mouth. Lu Yuan once again picked up $500,000, and swollen her other side of the face, and at this moment, Wang Ning, nose crooked and eyes slanted, no longer half human. Lu Yuan drew down another million in turn. Wang Ning could no longer stand the pain. The corners of her mouth have been twitching. Her face has been completely disfigured by this 2 million cash. At this time, the boss of Starry Sky Media walked out and looked at Wang Ning in disgust. Wang Ning, ugly as this. Don't come back to the Union Live broadcast in the future. Your live broadcast account, hand it over to the other netizens. You are unilaterally dismissed by my company. No, don't. And Lu Yuan stuck his hands in his pants pockets and looked condescendingly at Wang Ning. Bitch, with this $2 million, it's just enough to reshape your face. Take the money and go see a doctor. Wang Ning sniffed and hurriedly took out her cell phone to look at her face, and as a result, she directly exclaimed in shock and almost scared herself to death. Wang Ning was completely dumbfounded. She regretted 1,000 times. If at the very beginning she did not make things difficult for Lu Yuan, she might have sat in the passenger seat of the Bugatti Veyron and become the wife of the chairman of the board of directors of Thomson Epine. So why would she have to be reduced to such a state? Now it's good. The job is gone. The 2 million can't spend themselves. All thrown to the hospital to see a doctor. Lu Yuan decided to use money to whip her face. Has long been calculated all this. Lu Yuan turned his gaze to Park In-young. Do you want to kneel down and get smacked? Park In-young clenched his fists and said with extreme dissatisfaction. How dare you touch me? I'm a foreign friend. If you dare to move me, I'll post you on the internet so that people can see how unqualified your country's people are. Lu Yuan just laughed lightly. Move you? You think too highly of yourself. I won't move you, but I'll have someone waste you, and you'll be a street rat in our country from now on. You're a small chairman of Townsend. Even if you have a little money, you don't have that much power. Do you? I'm a traffic fresh meat in your country. Half of your national population are my fans. Can you move me? Park In-young had an emboldened face. In-young man God, we support you. A chairman of the board of directors of Thomson is too powerful to be true. It's hilarious. Everyone, turn on the live stream and launch solidarity with the nation, so that the lovebirds of In-young boys come together to fight this guy who doesn't know how to die, and make his Townsend go out of business preferably tomorrow. Lu Yuan looked coldly at these ignorant and childish brainwashed fans and said with extreme displeasure, Who told you that I am only the chairman of Thomson Epine? A group of netizens said, Do you have another identity? How is it possible? How old are you? Even if you do have one, it's by your father. But we haven't heard of any entrepreneur in Magic City with the surname Lu. Lu Yuan said with a calm and strong aura. The humble ants are living off of their fathers, while I, on the other hand, only rely on myself. Duo Yuan is a good thing. If you don't know me, it's okay, please move your little hands. Baidu search for my name Lu Yuan. You will see a brand new world. Lu Yuan looked at these people with an unusually high profile. Low profile? Normally, he can keep a low profile, but when these assholes mess with his head, how low can he keep a low profile? To be rich is to be high profile. It's all about this I'm already arrogant stance. Those who were present, all of them will be convinced to start Baidu. Only, the news words that popped up made everyone's faces freeze with expressions and they drew in a breath of cold air. That's too scary, isn't it? Baidu Encyclopedia. Lu Yuan, 24 years old, 15 years old out of society to fight. Resume bright. The only one in the country does not fight father. The youngest generation of rich, invented countless patents, earned countless barrels of gold. It is the chairman of the 500 school districts such as Thomson Epine and other school districts, which are located in the Magic City, the Imperial City and the Guangqing City. More acquisition of 100% of the shares of the National Yida Group, replacing the chairman of the board of directors of Jianlin, became the new chairman of the board of directors. How can someone terrorize so? Chapter 22, Kimchi Country Star? Go back to where the dog came from. Also, just as the crowd was in a state of palpitations, hundreds more luxury cars drove towards this side. The chairman of Starry Sky Media. His shirt was completely drenched in cold sweat. Oh my god. Which big shots are coming to patronize his little humble abode? The door of the limousine was opened and the first few people walked towards Lu Yuan's side. Dong Lu. This is the share transfer agreement for the school district houses in the imperial capital. I am the person in charge sent by the school district houses in the imperial capital area. Please sign it. Mr. Lu Dong. Dong Lu. This is the equity transfer agreement for the Deep City School District House. Please sign it. Lu Dong. Lu Yuan signed his name on a lot of thick piles of contracts, and then opened his mouth. You go back to issue a notice. People in the entertainment circle, whoever breaks the news about the black information of a kimchi country's male star, Park Ryan-young, or terminates the contract, the individual unilaterally sends him a set of 300 square feet or more of the school district house, which can be converted into a set of villas. Okay, Lu Dong. Under the deliberate arrangement of Lu Yuan, the notices of the various university district houses were quickly fired on the hot search, microblogging and browsers, and short videos on the news, which caused a not-so-small uproar. Under the heavy gold, there will be a brave man. Soon, a bunch of hot searches about Park In-young, by various entertainment industry bigwigs, have broken the news. Park In-young is doomed to cool off today. We're from the Magic City Star Paparazzi. After the information we have, kimchi country's male star, Park In-young, is suspected of abducting a minor and having ex-relationships. I'm reporting under my name that kimchi country actor Park In-young ate at my place and didn't pay for it, and when I refused, he beat me to the point of first-degree disability. Here's the proof of my case and the surveillance video of that day. Park In-young's green card in China expired long ago, but he is dead set on staying in our country, and he has an extremely promiscuous private life, visiting prostitutes and subterfuging new stars while having his feet in 7 or 8 boats at the same time, accompanied by a strip of exposure. Park In-young's face is also getting paler and paler, cold sweat on his face, his whole body shaking like a sieve. It's over. It's all over. The reputation that had been built up in China with great difficulty had been destroyed today, and everything was done by Lu Yuan. Those who had previously mocked Lu Yuan, at this moment were also pale, fearing that Lu Yuan was going to clean up their wave like this as well. At this moment, even Park In-young's brainwashed fans didn't dare to speak up for him easily anymore. Those people on the internet had wanted to bleep a few words, but after seeing that Lu Yuan had such great energy, no one dared to touch him a little bit. Park In-young's phone calls were answered non-stop. Park In-young, you've been unilaterally terminated by Fashion Youth Group. Park In-young, Winsong Entertainment unilaterally terminates your contract. Jiangdong Pharmaceuticals will be due to your personal reputation. Private life of my pharmaceutical industry's impact on the loss of the appeal court on a later date. You wait for the court. Park In-young's hands were shivering. The backs of his palms were all sweaty, and he was crying. No, don't With his hands in his pants pockets, Lu Yuan looked at Park In-young and teasingly said, you seem to be cooling off. A male star from a kimchi country? Top streamer of Korean dramas? Are you very good? I don't care which country you're from and how good you are in which circle, but don't pretend to be a bully in my country of China, especially not in front of me. Lu Yuan, go back to your kimchi country. You're not welcome in China. There are also quite a few onlookers outside of Starry Sky Media, and the onlookers have supported Lu Yuan. Lu Dong is overbearing. I've long been tired of seeing these foreign devils of theirs acting as a bully in the country. Get out of our country. Support, Lu Dong said. In our country to make money. Mouth said love China. China side of the difficulties but never donated a penny. Their own country has something. All is to take the money earned in China to donate money. Get out of China. China does not welcome you to come to cha-cha rotten money. At this time, several police cars stopped at the entrance of Star Media one after another. A group of uniformed police officers quickly swarmed down from the car and quickly subdued Park In-young. You are suspected of prostitution, harassment of minors, intentional injury, illegal detention, and leaking corporate secrets. We are now going to arrest you according to the law. Cold, white handcuffs slammed onto Park In-young's wrists. Lu Yuan also drove his Bugatti Veyron and left, indifferent to what happened here subsequently. Whether it was cleaning up the blind date or Park In-young, to Lu Yuan, it was just a small matter of stepping on 2 ants. Lu Yuan can't do the generosity of some people. What dog bites you and you bite back? These people are just standing around talking. More than this famous saying, Lu Yuan believes in that saying, the same first time to be a man. What makes me give in to you? Who am I to be generous? If someone disgusts you, then step on them and clean them up hard. Downtown, in the high school where Lu Yuan's sister is, the door of Lu Shirshi's dormitory was pushed open from the outside, and several girls, dressed in flowing clothes, barged in, the leader of which was Su Bing. Su Bing pointed at Lu Shishir and complained towards a red-haired girl. Sister Xia, last time it was this little wannabe's brother who bought her a bunch of big brand cosmetics, causing me to lose face in front of my sisters. You have to help me clean her up. The ones who were in a dormitory with Lu Shishir all looked at the red-haired girl with a bit of awe, and said in a trembling voice, Xia, Sister Xia. Sister Xia's full name is Gushi Xia. She was the big sister of the senior group of this high school, and her boyfriend was even the dragon of the Centurion Dynasty bar, who followed Master Tian. So many people in the school were unwilling to offend her. Snap! Gu Shixia snapped a slap and threw it on Lu Shishir's face. You're the who robbed my ice sister's face? Lu Shishir covered her swollen face, tears instantly flowed down in aggression. Sister Xia, I haven't offended you, right? But you offended my ice sister. Ice sister is following me. You let your brother steal her face in public. You are hitting your Xia sister's face. I will clean up and clean you up today. Gu Shixia took several kicks one after another, kicking Lu Shishir's skinny body, yanking Lu Shishir's hair, and flinging a few hard slaps towards her face. In no time, Lu Shishir's face was covered in blood. Gu Shixia tugged on Lu Shishir's hair and threatened with a warning. Since your brother is so rich and buys you a bunch of big branded luxuries, I'll look at it this way. You'll ask your brother for 50,000 every month in the future to honor me. And in the future, after you see me, you'll call out to me as Sister Xia. I'll leave you alone. If you don't know what's going on, next time I see you again, I'll drag you directly to the women's restroom to let you drink urine, and then find a group of boys to have some indescribable things with you. My boyfriend is Brother Long. He has channels, specializing in selling this kind of photos for profit. You Lu Shishir don't want to be on fire all over the net, right? Gu Shixia's face was spiteful. Helping Ice Sister is one aspect, but more of it is that she is jealous of Lu Shishir's beauty. Why this little wannabe is even better looking than her. Chapter 23, How dare you touch Lu Yuan's sister? They're dead. Lushie's body curled up with a look of awe and horror. When had she ever suffered this kind of school violence? She cried out in an aggravated moment. As Lu Shishir cried, Gu Shixia slapped her in the face again. Damn! Why are you howling? Hold it back. A few sister dormitory roommates. This time a little look down on the road. Sister Xia, almost okay? The girl who spoke was directly pressed by a few young ladies around Gu Shixia, and suffered a beating and kicking. Gu Shixia stepped her foot on the girl's face, and looked at the girl condescendingly. What? You have a problem with me cleaning up this little wannabe hoof? Who else is going to stand up for this little? Stand up for me. I'll beat her up. The other girls who had wanted to come forward all backed down out of fear. Gu Shixia picked up those cosmetics on Lu Shishir's desk and muttered. A little wannabe hoof. What gives you the right to use such nice things? I'll take them all. Remember to ask your brother to buy more next time and send them to school. I'll come and collect them. If I don't see anything in 3 days, I'll beat you once I see you. After Gu Shixia's group of people finished beating up the people, they arrogantly left the dormitory. A few girls in the dormitory saw that the people had left before they dared to go up to Lu Shishir with concern. Shishir, how are you? Are you uncomfortable anywhere? Lu Shishir shook her head. Her hair was messy. Her face was red and swollen. She was biting her red lips tightly. Her face was dumbfounded and fearful. A few girls said indignantly, Gu Shixia's hands are too hard. She's been in the school for more than a day or two. Can't anyone cure her? At least there is no one in the school. Long is following Yang Tianba next. Magic City Yang Tianba. Master Tian is an old geezer. Zhou Qian, Lu Shishir's roommate, suggested. Sure. I think it's better to call your brother and ask her to apply for your transfer. If you can't afford to mess with Gu Shixia, you can't afford to hide from her? Lu Shishir clenched her fists and refused. It's better not to worry my brother. Zhou Qian was furious to the extreme. A bit unwilling. Do you really intend to live under Gu Shixia's lustful authority in the future? Geez. I don't care. I'm going to call your brother. Zhou Qian. A few roommates quickly dialed Lu Yuan's phone. A call in the middle of the night. Lu Yuan originally did not want to answer, but when he saw that the caller's note was his sister's roommate, he immediately sat up with a nervous face and pressed the answer button. Lu Yuan inquired. What's wrong? Is it Shishir who wants to see me? Why doesn't she call herself? Brother Lu Yuan, your sister she was beaten up. The person who beat her up knew people in the society. Threatened to let your sister honor her 50,000 per month, and also to take those cosmetics you bought her every month to her, or else she'll be beaten up once in a while. You might as well transfer your sister to another school. When Lu Yuan heard this, he was instantly on fire with no name. His sister was beaten up, and the one who hit her was so arrogant? Lu Yuan's fists clenched as he pursued. Why did they beat them? How did my sister offend them? Brother, didn't you buy a bunch of skincare products for Shirshir and us last time? You still remember that Su Bing, right? You spent so much money last time. A lot of people in the school went to find Shirshir to play. Not many people still take care of Su Bing. Su Bing is a senior sister Gu Shixia a hand to help up the sophomore bearer. She looked for Gu Shixia to beat your sister. At those words, Lu Yuan's eyes wanted to spit fire. And he was already in the mood to kill. Sister Lu Shirshir has always been uncontested. Never to provoke right and wrong. This matter is really the same as what he thought. It is the other students in his sister's school bullying her. Lu Yuan was on the verge of crushing the phone and said to Qiu Qianshen, "Give the phone to Shirshir. I'll have a word with her." After Qiu Qianshen handed her cell phone to Lu Shirshir, her sister Lu Shirshir's aggrieved cry followed. "Oh, brother!" Lu Yuan a burst of heartache. This is their own since childhood to watch the sister. Cannot beat and scolding, but now being bullied into this way. Really when this brother does not exist? Lu Yuan pacified. Sure, you don't have to be afraid. When tomorrow morning, I will personally go to your school, just to let your whole school know that my Lu Yuan sister isn't something that can be bullied casually. Brother, don't mess around. You're just getting a little bit better. I don't want you to get yourself in trouble because of what happened to me. Lu Yuan's heart surged with a touch of warmth. Don't worry. Brother won't mess around. You go to bed earlier. Tomorrow, all the people who bullied you will pay the price. After hanging up the phone, Lu Yuan directly dialed the principal Niebin's cell phone number and said in an extremely bad tone, "I'm sending you a set of school district rooms. I'm not embarrassing you. I'm not letting you engage in any special differentiation for my sister. And I'm not utilizing your position to seek favors for convenience. And I'm not letting you do anything to discredit your political career. But my sister goes to your school. Her personal safety must be protected. Right? Give you half an hour. The two students who beat my sister to me to control. Half an hour if not dealt with. Your granddaughter do not go to college. Directly wait for the next college entrance examination to retake the exam. You this principal also do not be. The school does not need to protect the personal safety of the students cannot be the principal. I will directly to the education bureau to react to the situation. With my Lu Yuan social status, you don't need to delude yourself into thinking that you have connections at the top. I'll make it clear to you that if I, Lu Yuan, want to touch you, no one can protect you. Don't you call the police. I'll go over there and clean up those two students myself. Lu Yuan was furious to the core and hung up the phone. Principal Niebin after hanging up the phone, the whole body is a cold sweat. To beat the two students is hate to the bone. His age, when was so chopped up a scolding? Although Niebin was uncomfortable, he had no complaints in his heart. Lu Yuan had already been kind enough to him, first donating 6 million to the school and then sending him a set of Thompson. Lu Yuan had specifically instructed him 3 times to take care of his sister, Lu Shirshir, but Lu Shirshir was still beaten up at school, which was a dereliction of duty on his part as the principal. What two students who don't know how to die, even daring to hit the sister of the chairman of Townsend? They're dead. Principal Niebin quickly contacted Lu Shirshir's dormitory, found a few roommates in Lu Shirshir's dormitory, and inquired, who hit student Lu Shirshir? Zhou Qianshan spoke up, Principal, it was Su Bing, a sophomore, and Gu Shixia, a junior, who led the fight. Niebin sniffed and quickly checked the students' classes before finding the female director of instruction. Director Lu, tell your classes, Su Bing and Gu Shixia, to get their asses down here right now. Chapter 24, I'm going to kill you all. Su Bing and Gu Shixia were shouted downstairs. Niebin snapped his hand as 2 slaps, thrown in the face of the two. It is the two of you, to go to people Lu Shirshir dormitory. Hit Lu Shirshir? The 2 women covered their fiery faces and looked at the several people in Lu Shirshir's dormitory with a face that held a grudge. Niebin looked at the 2 Gu Shixia without a good mood and snorted coldly. Fighting and brawling in the school. You guys are expelled. The whole school will be notified and criticized to deal with it. Wait for tomorrow's notification. You guys, and you, lock these 2 ES up in the engine room for me, and they're not allowed to go anywhere until dawn. Although this was a bit inappropriate, but Niebin had already had to do so. He always had to consider his position as principal, and more importantly, his granddaughter's future prospects. After Gu Shixia and Su Bing were locked into the machine room, Su Bing said with a face without a backbone, Sister Xia, what are we going to do? We won't really be expelled, right? Gu Shixia's face was resentful, her fists clenched. I'll call Brother Long, and when Brother Long arrives, I'll have him tear apart this old thing's bones, and by then, he'll have no choice but to obediently revoke the school-wide notification. Then call Lung quickly. Gu Shixia hummed, and then a phone call dialed out to her boyfriend, Lung, about what was going on here. Early the next morning, a lot of tattooed jerks poured in towards the high school. followed by the parents of Gu Shixia and Su Bing. The leader of the group was a tall man with a dragon head tattooed in his open shirt, and a group of students let out adoring exclamations. Wow! It's Brother Dragon from Shangshi Dynasty. So handsome. Brother Long must be here for Gu Shixia. The principal is in trouble this time. Luscious is going to be finished. In the eyes of this group of students, a person like Brother Long, wherever he goes, there are people who are afraid of him. Is the myth in their hearts? Many students have looked at him adoringly. Brother Long, whose full name is Li Jiulong, walked quickly towards the principal's office, and as he yanked the principal's head, he snapped and broke one of Niebin's teeth with a punch. Damn it! Are you the one who put my family Xiaxia under house arrest? Old thing, who gave you the guts? Paralyzed. Hurry up and go release my family Xiaxia to me. Otherwise, I'll have you hospitalized today. Brother Long threatened fiercely. Niebin an old bone, and where can withstand Li Jiulong so tossed? Although the heart is reluctant, but still honestly go to release. Also under Li Jiulong's threats and intimidation, the dismissal notices against Gu Shixia and Su Bing were withdrawn. After Gu Shixia and Su Bing were released, and the expulsion notice was even revoked, all the students' admiration for Brother Long increased by a few points. Brother Long is awesome. This is Magic City's Brother Long. Even the principal can't do anything about it. Magic City's real man of the people. Let's see who else dares to mess with Sister Xia in the future. The four prodigal hooves in Lu Shirshi's dormitory. They still dare to go to the principal to complain. They really don't know how to write the word death. Gu Shixia and her group rushed into Lu Shirshi's dormitory in a big way. And when she saw Long arrive, Xiu Qianshan was so scared that she hurriedly had to call and dial Lu Yuan. Only just after the phone was connected, it was snatched off by Lung and slammed down hard on the ground. Lu Yuan was on his way here, and had only just picked up the phone when he heard a slamming cell phone and Long's curses. Mallard, who are you calling? Did I tell you to call? Then came the cries of several girls in his sister's dormitory. Lu Yuan seized his heart and his anger went straight to the sky. You guys wait for me. Today, I'm going to let you die without a burial place. After hanging up the phone, Lu Yuan raised his speed quite a bit more. He already couldn't wait to get to the school the next second. In the school, Lung smashed the cell phones of all his sister's roommates, and yanked Lu Shirshir by the hair, so he dragged her towards the outside, yanking her down from the staircase one floor at a time, with many students watching. There were even a number of students who took out their cell phones to take pictures, in commemoration of a scene that made them think hot-blooded, and the group of students were destined to pay for their actions. Luscious was dragged by her hair all the way to the playground, and no student in the school dared to stop at all. Some of the girls who didn't play well with Lu Shirshir, at this moment, they all stood out and stepped on it. Brother Long, beat this to death. Let's see if she dares to tattle on us next time. Gu Shixia's parents, with a spiteful face, looked at Lu Shirshir and viciously said, Brother Long, hit this hard. See if she dares to talk behind her back. Hit her to death. Our family is not bad. What kind of beating? Our family can afford to pay. Li Jiulong took off the waistband of his pants and held it with one hand, viciously jerking it towards Lu Shirshir's body, leaving a trail of blood. At this time, the old principal Niebin, anxious to call the school security, but these security guards, and where is Dragon and other people's opponent, all were violently beaten up. Niebin's heart raced as he shouted at the teachers and students in the school. What are you all waiting for? Why don't you hurry up and pull the fight? The students and teachers at the scene looked at each other. You look at me, I look at you. Froze. No one dared to move. That was the dragon of the Shangshi dynasty, the people under the heavenly master. Who dared to touch his mold? The old principal Niebin, powerless, paralyzed on the ground, his heart like ashes. Did not complete the matter Lu Yuan accounted for? His granddaughter's future is ruined. His own principal will also do the head, but he has done his best. Lu Shirshir looked outside the school with a look of despair, and inwardly burst into tears. Brother, why don't you come? Su Bing took out a spring-loaded knife at this time, stuck it on Lu Shirshir's face, and whispered in Lu Shirshir's ear, Bitch, your brother doesn't sleep around being very rich, and donating money and buying you cosmetics. Isn't your brother very powerful? Why hasn't he come to save you? You don't think you found out that Sister Xia is Brother Lung's girl and you don't dare to come, do you? What's the use of being rich? You still don't have power? Rich without power is a waste of money. Ha ha ha. Su Bing let out a laugh. Li Jiulong was very flattered by this and made fun of it. That waste of money on the phone also said that let me die without a burial place. Really laugh. His sister was beaten by me like this. Also did not see a shadow. It is estimated that heard my Li Jiulong's name in the Magic City, directly on the spot to scare the pants off. Ha ha ha. Su Bing scraped Lu Shirshir's face with a spring-loaded knife. If your brother doesn't come again, I'll scrape your face, so that you'll never be able to seduce the boys in school again. It's a bit of a shame to have this fine-skinned and tender face disfigured. Principal Nyadbin was as anxious as ever. Was Lu Yuan really not going to come? Lu Shirshir closed her eyes in despair. Anxious in her heart, brother, where the hell are you, brother? Do you really intend to leave me alone? It was also at this time that a deafening bang rang out, and the high school gates were smashed right through, and a Bugatti Veyron drove all the way across the street into the school. Several people in Lu Shirshir's dormitory, as well as Principal Nyebin, all brightened up. Lu Yuan is here. Chapter 25 Master Tian's brother-in-law? It's useless. No one can save you. Lu Yuan did not get out of the car. The car accelerated violently towards Li Jiolong crashed over. Under Lu Yuan's extremely precise driving skills, Li Jiolong was knocked out a long way, and Lu Yuan violently ran over Li Jiolong's legs. Ka-ching! A sound of bone shattering rang out, and a pool of bright red blood instantly stained the ground. Ah! My leg! My leg! Brother Long, who had just been in an incomparable splendor, had a miserable howling sound constantly coming out of his mouth at this moment. Lu Yuan opened the door of the car, carrying a baseball bat that had long been prepared, swung down towards the two arms of Long. After a burst of intense pain, two of Long's arms were also knocked off alive. Lu Yuan stepped on Long's face and looked at him condescendingly. You're the one who bullied my sister. Lu Yuan's feet powered up, and in no time at all, the slightest bit of blood spilled from the corners of Long's mouth. After seeing the tragic situation of his sister being beaten, the suppressed rage in Lu Yuan's heart could no longer be restrained, and his stormy fists quickly beat Long's face to a bloody pulp. Lu Yuan's ruthlessness caused a two-word comment to spring up in the hearts of all the students and those present: madness. A madman who had lost his mind. Even if these students fought on a regular basis, they were all small fights, and when had they ever seen such a brutal scene? One by one, their scalps were numb, especially those who had just taken videos with their cell phones, and those who were cheering for Lung. All of them had their legs wobbling at this moment, so scared that their urine was flowing down their pants legs. Lu Yuan won't come after them later, will he? Long screamed bitterly. Unhappy to the side followers said, I was beaten. What are you looking at? Still don't help me him? Long's several followers were not moved. They had seen Lu Yuan in the Shangshi dynasty that day, and all of them knew what Lu Yuan represented in the Magic City. But it was more than 500 big and small rich second-generation people who were honored as the guests of honor. Who dares to touch Lu Yuan? Does he think he's lived long enough? After venting, Lu Yuan walked to his sister Lu Shirshir's side and said with a guilty face, Shirshir. Sorry, morning rush hour, traffic jam on the road. Brother came late. Let you suffer. Ooh-hoo, brother, I thought you wouldn't come. Lu Shirshir aggrievedly buried her head in Lu Yuan's arms, crying as her body choked, causing Lu Yuan to feel a pang of heartache. Lu Yuan soothed. It's alright, don't be afraid. From now on, with brother here, I'm going to make everyone who bullies you and humiliates you pay the price. Zhou Qianxian, the roommate of her sister Lu Shirshir, came this way and said to Lu Yuan, Brother, you have to clean up Su Bing and Gu Shixia. They were too much before. They asked Shirshir for protection money, and if they didn't give it, they had to drag Shirshir to the toilet to drink urine, and they had to find a man to take Shirshir's turn. And just now, Su Bing had to disfigure Shirshir. Brother Lu, if you have the power, you must make them pay. Otherwise, this incident will leave a lifelong shadow on Shirshir. Zhou Qianxian said this to Lu Yuan. Li Jiolong said towards Gu Shixia, Go to my pocket and pull out your cell phone. The password is your birthday. Quickly call Master Tian. Gu Shixia panicked and took out her cell phone, immediately helping her dial Yang Tianba's cell phone number. After Yang Tianba picked up the phone, he asked, What's wrong, Aaron? Dragon face pain unbearable. Backward cold air to the side said, Sister, brother-in-law, I was beaten in the Magic City, a middle school main campus. Legs, hands, all were wasted. Master Tian, come quickly. He has a murderous intent towards me. Help! When Yang Tianba heard this, he was furious. What the hell? How the hell did someone beat you up like this? You wait, I'll bring someone over right away to dismantle him. Accompanied by the phone being hung up, Gu Shixia became arrogant again, looked at Lu Yuan and spoke. Lu Yuan, did you hear that? Master Tian just said that he's going to dismantle you. You're nothing even if you have money but no power. Lu Yuan didn't care. His eyes flooded with a touch of ice. You'd better think about your own downfall. Think about how you want to die in a while. Gu Shixia acted as if she had heard some kind of joke. Pfft, I'll think about what happens to me. You're not mistaken, are you? The person Master Tian wants to clean up is you, not me. The corner of Lu Yuan's mouth lifted up in contempt and mockery. If I borrowed 100 of Master Tian's guts, he wouldn't dare to fool around with me. Su Bing couldn't help but scoff. Give back 100 guts to Master Tian wouldn't dare to fool around with you. Who do you think you are? You are just a stinky in front of other people's heavenly master. Understand? He can crush you to death with one finger. Also in the time when the people were talking, a Rolls-Royce was followed by many Mercedes-Benzes, and from the car stepped down a red-faced old man with a dragon's head crutch. It's none other than the heavenly master, Yang Tianba. Yang Tianba smoked a cigarette with one hand and crutched on a dragon head cane with one hand, walking with a tiger, and hundreds of people came down from dozens of Mercedes-Benz. After asking for directions, Yang Tianba found the place where Li Jiulong was beaten. When Yang Tianba appeared on the scene, all the high school students in the high school once again had a look of adoration. This was a character that was going to be even more powerful than Brother Long. After Li Jiulong saw Yang Tianba, he spoke with a surprised face. Brother-in-law, brother-in-law. When Yang Tianba saw Li Jiulong dying and being beaten in a miserable manner, his fiery temper was completely ignited. Which pussy brat beat my brother-in-law? Li Jiulong pointed his finger towards Lu Yuan. Brother-in-law. It's him who moved his hand. Brother-in-law. I want him to be reduced to an invalid from now on as well. No, 100 times 1,000 times more miserable than me. In order to let me out of my anger. Yang Tianba turned his head to look, was about to open his mouth to curse a few words, when he saw Lu Yuan's face. All the words that came to his mouth were instantly stuck in his throat, and his face was suddenly covered with cold sweat. With his hands in his pants pockets and his back against the body of his Bugatti Veyron, Lu Yuan teasingly asked, I hear you're going to dismantle me? Gulp. Yang Tianba swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. His heart trembled wildly as he couldn't help but remember that night again. Master Tian. Remember this face? He's a friend of my Song Xiao and a guest of my Wang family. Master Tian. He is also a guest of my Qin family, and a guest of honor in our home. With the respect that more than 500 gentlemen had for Lu Yuan that day, he wasn't stupid and knew that he couldn't afford to offend Lu Yuan, who could make him go up in smoke with a snap of his fingers. Yang Tianba trembled. I did not. Lu, Master Lu, you heard wrong. I did not know that my brother-in-law, this livestock, even offended you. If I had known that he had offended Master Lu, I wouldn't have dared to stand up for him even if I had 180 guts. Lu Yuan snorted coldly. I still have a few little brats I haven't cleaned up. One of them is your brother-in-law's girlfriend. Will you intervene and obstruct? No, don't dare. I won't be able to see anything for a while. Chapter 26, No one can atone for her sins. The whole family will be punished. Li Jiulong looked at Master Tian very confused and cried, Brother-in-law, aren't you here to help me out? You can't be like this. Yang Tianba in the hands of the dragon head cane, violently swung on the body of Li Jiulong. Cursed, brother-in-law you Malagobi. Don't call me brother-in-law. Call me brother-in-law again. Go back and divorce your sister. You want to die on your own in the future. Don't involve me. Yang Tianba was furious on the spot. Everyone in the whole school was confused. Master Tian even managed to call Master Lu far, and looking at Master Tian's behavior, he was even a bit afraid of Lu Yuan. Oh, my god, who the hell is Lu Yuan? How dare even Master Tian not dare to make a fool of himself in front of him? Lu Yuan rushed at a student and said, call down the bosses of the grades in your school, all of them, and say that Master Tian called them down. The student looked at Master Tian, who nodded at him, and the student went upstairs to yell at those students. Today, Lu Yuan is going to make an example out of her, so that the other students at her sister Lu Shishir's school will never dare to casually bully her again from now on. Soon, a lot of men and women gathered on the playground. The baseball bat in Lu Yuan's hand directly swung on Su Bing and Gu Shisha's legs. A sound of cracking bones rang out, and the two men sat on the ground in a miserable and incomparable state. Lu Yuan's icy gaze swept over everyone. In the future, if any of you ever bully my sister again, one of you will be one of you, and that's how it will end. Everyone who had touched Lu Yuan's gaze saw a smear of killing intent from the depths of Lu Yuan's eyes, and these students then looked straight to their hearts. Master Tian took over from the side. Mr. Lu is Yang Tianba's guest of honor. If any of you don't take Mr. Lu's words seriously, I, Yang Tianba, will personally talk to him. Lu Yuan looked at Su Bing and Gu Shisha. His fists clenched and creaked. I heard that you guys still want my sister to drink urine, and you also want to find a man to spoil her? You want to disfigure her even more, right? The two of them, Gu Shisha and Su Bing, always kept their heads down, not daring to speak. Lu Yuan's face gradually became incredibly gloomy as he instructed towards Master Tian. Master Tian, since they like fixing people so much, why don't we just bring them to your bar nightclub and let them experience every step of the way just once, so they can have a good time? The faces of both Gu Shisha and Su Bing instantly turned white. Gu Shisha's parents said with some reluctance, Lu Yuan, don't go too far. My family has a cooperation with Song Xiao's family. If you treat my Xixia like this, be careful if Song Xiao he won't let you go. Just as Gu Xixia's parents finished speaking, a supercar drove in, and the person in the driver's seat was none other than Song Xiao. Looking coldly at Gu Xixia's family, your family's construction site contracting project, starting today, is completely null and void. On what grounds? Gu Xixia's parents were unusually unwilling. Song Xiao laughed coldly and patted Lu Yuan's shoulder. Lu Yuan is my family's guest of honor. Your daughter even dared to hit the sister of my Wang family's guest of honor. Based on this alone, we can't work together. Lu Yuan stuck one hand in his pocket and looked at Gu Xixia's family playfully. Your bottom card seems to be ruined. Do you have any other bottom cards? Lu Yuan had investigated Gu Xixia's family's business before he came here. Gu Xixia's father was a contractor, specializing in signing up for real estate contracting projects from the hands of real estate developers. That's why he specifically called Satoshi Xiao before coming. Gu Xixia's family was dumbfounded, cried bitterly, Song Xiao, our family building is only half built. The workers' money are advanced a lot of money, but also owes the bank loan has not been repaid. You suddenly cancelled the cooperation. You let our family how to live. Song Xiao had nothing good to say. Who let your daughters offend my brother Lu? Offending my brother Lu. Your family deserves this. Gu Xixia's family only realized how scary Lu Yuan was this time, and the middle-aged woman slapped her daughter Gu Xixia in the face, causing tears to come out of her eyes. Why are you messing with Lu Shishir's brother? Is he someone you can mess with? This time, it's over. Our family is all over. How do you expect mom to pay back so many bank loans? How do you let the family live in the future? Gu's mom cried with snot and tears. Gu dad's knees softened and he knelt down in front of Lu Yuan's feet. Sure, her brother. I'm kneeling down for you. If you have a grudge in your heart that hasn't gone away, you can beat me up to get rid of the fire. I'll atone for Xixia's sins. I'm begging you to help me ask for forgiveness from Song Xiao. Lu Yuan was about to speak when Xiao Qianxian shook her head and said to Lu Yuan, Brother Lu, he doesn't deserve any pity. Just now when they beat Shishir, he let them beat him to death and said that his family wasn't bad at paying for it. When Lu Yuan heard this, he directly kicked Gu's father and cursed. You, get the hell out of here. You're not short on money, are you? If you can't pay back the loan, you'll go to jail. What your daughter Gu Xixia did, someone has to pay for her. I'm going to target your family's industry. I'm going to clean up your daughter Gu Xixia just the same. No one is going to atone for her sins. Messing with his Lu Yuan sister. And you still want to be kind? Gu Xixia saw the situation, busy a few steps to run forward, pulling Lu Yuan's arm. Oh, I'm wrong. I shouldn't hit your sister. Lu Yuan, woe is not as bad as your parents. You have what are rushing me. Don't rushing my parents, okay? Lu Yuan was unimpressed. Your parents weren't any good either. They deserved to end up like this. If he didn't know that Gu Xixia's mom and dad said that they would let someone beat his sister to death, maybe Lu Yuan would still consider the fact that the disaster was not as bad as his parents. But now that he knows it, then sorry, Lu Yuan won't give them the slightest bit of a chance to live anymore. Gu Xixia's mom and dad, their faces were bleak and lifeless. Their eyes were lax and lifeless. Their eyes were a color of death and despair. And at the same time, there were endless complaints and anger towards their daughter, Gu Xixia. What should have been a family of three that relied on the real estate project contracting of Song Xiao's family to make a living in the Magic City, living better than most, all because of Gu Xixia's one thought, causing the family to fall apart. Lu Yuan turned his head to look at Su Bing. Su Bing, right? Are you the one who called out Gu Xixia to beat up my sister? From Li Jiolong's hand, Lu Yuan pulled out the waistband of his pants and swung it fiercely towards Su Bing's face, instantly swinging her face full of blood. Su Bing only felt a burst of fiery pain. Her face was numbed by the pumping. She tightly covered her beaten face, but the price she paid for covering it with her hands like this was that her hands were also swollen by the pumping. After beating Su Bing up, Lu Yuan suddenly said, I remember your family is in the money lending business, right? Thinking back to earlier when Song Xiao packed up Gu Xixia's family, Su Bing was instantly stunned and looked at Lu Yuan with a dumbfounded expression. You, what are you doing? Not doing anything. If you hit my sister, I'll have your family cut off from living. Lu Yuan had a ruthless look on his face. Lu Yuan twisted his head and looked at young Tianba on the side. Master Tian, you know what to do, right? Chapter 27, Who gave my sister a way out? You deserve it. When Su Bing's family heard this, they were stunned, and were busy begging for mercy. Master Tian, no, don't cut off my family's livelihood. Yang Tianba snapped two big slaps, threw in the face of Su Bing's parents, smoked Su Bing's parents on the spot, almost deaf. Yang Tianba anger, go you paralyzed, give me messed up such a big basket, your family's loan business. In the future also don't barren thin to do, messed up the road master. I give you 3 ways to choose. One is to go to turn yourself in. Their own burst out of their own all these years to put the campus loan. Fruit loan. The second is that I will send you in. The third way. We choose the third way. The third way. As long as it doesn't put us in jail. Whatever. Su Bing's mom and dad had a face of bitter pleading. A touch of ferocity appeared in young Tianba's gaze. This third way is to die and throw you all into the big river to feed the sharks. Yang Tianba's ferocious face, full of brutal killing intent, so that all those present subconsciously have a wave of poop. Su Bing's parents directly paralyzed on the ground. Lu Yuan looked at them playfully. Do you want to choose a third way now? Su Bing's parents subconsciously shook their heads and rattled like a drum. No. 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 We don't choose the third way. The two men directly kneeled on the ground and kowtowed to Lu Yuan. Kowtowed their heads and begged for forgiveness. Lu Xiao, you let my family go. Our family refers to money lending for a year to make a living. As long as you don't move our family's business, we'll work for you as oxen and horses, and we'll do whatever you want as your slaves. Cutting off someone's money is like killing their parents. Please give us a way out. Lu Xiao, as long as you don't move my family's business, we'll sit back and watch whatever you want to do to Su Bing. When Su Bing heard her parents' words of tiger and wolf, she subconsciously looked at her parents with disbelief, and she seriously wondered if she was the one they picked up from the garbage. When Lu Yuan heard this, a mocking smile appeared on his face, and his tone gradually became cold and angry. Oh, when my sister was beaten, she begged for heaven and earth. Who the hell gave my sister a way out? If she didn't have me as her brother, even if she was beaten to death, no one would have asked. The son didn't teach the father, didn't teach his own daughter well, then pay for her crimes. Forgiving you guys is God's business, not mine. Lu Yuan's business. Lu Yuan's face was full of anger. His anger swept through, making everyone's body tremble. A few of her sister's roommates also didn't expect Lu Yuan to be so powerful, and now that someone was backing them up, their guts grew. Brother Lu Yuan, there are still some students who usually don't have a good relationship with Shishir, and quite a few of them secretly took their cell phones and recorded videos when your sister was dragged downstairs by her hair just now. Lu Yuan originally calmed down the anger, instantly soared again, and the dragon brother to beat up. This only fire big look at those students, who just video, give me their own roll out, do not wait for me to one by one to pull you out, and so I pulled you out. All let Nyebin principle in your academic resume on a record. The future do not want to go to any good university. The consequences of not being able to go to a good university, no one is willing to bear. A time actually swish 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 stood out a lot of people. Lu Yuan directly on the spot burst their cell phones. Don't you like to videotape with your stupid cell phone? Don't even bother with that cell phone. Lu Yuan was furious, and none of the students present dared to complain. Song Xiao and Master Tian just stood there, and their posture was even lower than Lu Yuan's, but they couldn't afford to mess with Song Xiao and Master Tian, not to mention Lu Yuan, an even more terrifying existence. This dumb loss, they can only eat themselves, although many of them are new Fruit Machine Pulse the latest version. But who dares to look for Lu Yuan to lose money? What's breaking a cell phone compared to being cleaned up by the Heavenly Master? After doing so, Lu Yuan looked at young Tianba and instructed him. Alright, there's nothing more to do here. Bring Gu Shixia and Su Bing back to your bar. Remember, they must fulfill that wish of theirs. Don't miss a single step. Master Lu, don't worry. I promise not to miss a single step. He. Su Bing and Gu Shixia naturally knew what Lu Yuan was talking about, and at this moment, they were so scared that their faces were all pale green, and their urine and feces were incontinent on the spot, and there was a foul odor coming out of the playground, and quite a number of students covered their noses, unable to endure the stinking smell. Gu Shixia broke down on the spot. She did not want to suffer those humiliations but it was no longer her turn to make the call. Gu Shixia cooled off, and the students who had been bullied by Gu Shixia in the past went up to her and pulled her hair, beating her up. You, Gu Shixia, also have today? At this moment, Gu Shixia, hair disheveled, nose and face swollen, the corners of the eyes and mouth with blood, arm was broken one, woeful and miserable as a dog. Everyone stepped on it. Those big brothers and sisters in the first high school who go to school and don't learn and muddle through know that the era belonging to Gu Shixia is over. The people in the first high school, no one worships the kind of people like Long. They have a new idol. That is, Lu Yuan, in the Magic City only hand to cover the sky, calling the wind and rain figure. Compared to Lu Yuan, what is Song Xiao and Qin Xiao? And what are Dragon and Master Tian? Lu Yuan took in the looks on the faces of all the students and educated these people. Don't take people like Brother Long as an example in the future. Study hard. Only after you have learned well, gotten into a good university, and become a person with a sound personality and character will you be able to also come to this point I am at today. School is a place to learn, to teach and to educate. not a place for you to fight and kill. Times are different. Fighting may seem good now, but eventually you will end up being punished by the law. And I don't want you to look like this the next time you come. Under Lu Yuan's education, all the students all lowered their heads in shame, and made up their minds that they must study well in the future, and watch fewer movies like Groucho. Lu Yuan finally dropped a warning to everyone. Whoever messes with my sister, Lu Shishir, in the future, I'll make sure that he won't be able to see tomorrow's sun with a smile on his face. And if you guys want to experience what Gu Shisha and Su Bing are like right now, just try it. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's warning, an older brother of the year group took the lead and stood out. Absolutely no one will bully your sister in the future. From today onwards, your sister is my sister. So do we, brother, leave the safety of your family's Shishir to us. We'll take care of her for you, and let no one dare lay a finger on her again. Lu Yuan looked towards the dying Li Jiolong on the side, a cold smile spreading from the corner of his mouth as he said towards Yang Tianba, Master Tian, how do you plan to clean up your brother-in-law, Brother Long? Upon hearing this, the entire school's teachers and students were all numb. Hadn't this Lu Yuan already cleaned up Brother Long? Killing a man is just a headache. Does Lu Yuan still refuse to give up? Chapter 28 Lu Yuan is furious. No one has a good ending. Li Jiolong was scared to death on the spot. If he had known that Lu Shishir's brother was so scary, how could he have been so cheap earlier? Yang Tianba immediately stated, Master Lu, I'll throw him into the pile of beggars and make him beg for food with the vagabonds, not be able to accept income other than begging, and not allow him to get any work. Once he gets a job, I'll make him unemployed and send someone to watch where he's begging so he can't leave Mordor, and to come up with money that will only leave him money for one meal a day. Hiss! Crowd a burst of backward cold air. This horse is not allowed to leave the magic city, and can only ask for food to live for the rest of his life. It would be better to kill Long directly. It's too damned hard to force people to live and suffer. Lu Yuan sniffed and nodded with satisfaction. You have a good idea. Hit my sister. Let him not have enough to eat for the rest of his life and starve every day. Lu Yuan looked at the injuries on his sister's body in pain, then looked at Niebin with a burst of annoyance. What's wrong with you? Won't you call out to the students and teachers to pull some strings? Niebin was aggrieved. Lu Dong. I shouted no one listened to me at all. Lu Yuan was very angry. That's your business. I donated $6 million to you. What do you do for food? Don't tell me that you only hired some teachers from the university, got some equipment, the security system for the students. You don't do it? Give you money you can't even do things right. What do you do for food? Niebin lowered his head with a face of shame. I'm sorry, Dong Lu. It's my dereliction of duty. This scene made all the teachers and students in the main campus of the first high school sweat. For those who didn't have much insight and stayed in the school for a long time, they naturally regarded the principal as the most powerful existence. At this moment, the principal, Niebin, was being counted down like a grandson, causing everyone to drop their jaws. After Lu Yuan's fire subsided a bit, he said to Niebin, the same thing, don't give me a next time. And if there's a next time, just retire and roll home. Thank you for Lu Dong's generosity and forgiveness. In the future, I will definitely spend every penny on the blade, Niebin assured Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan looked at the teachers and students with cold eyes, and said toward Principal Niebin, these students who just saw death, all give me a record of the academic resume? These teachers who stood by and watched, whether to expel or deduct wages. You look at the study. Niebin was unable to command these teachers. His heart had long harbored a belly full of fire, and at that moment, he directly did not do anything, and rushed at those teachers. You have been dismissed from Mordor No. 1 Middle School, and from now on, any of Mordor's school districts will not be able to hire you again. Those teachers who had remained indifferent earlier regretted it. Had they known that Lu Shishir's brother was so powerful, they wouldn't have let go of this opportunity to perform, no matter what they said. But there are some opportunities that once lost are gone for good. Yang Tianba also said to Niebin, Master Lu is a guest of my Shangshur dynasty. His sister goes to school here. If someone causes trouble, you can directly call my Yang Tianba. Yang Tianba slipped Niebin a business card. This business card also gives Niebin a little more security, with Master Tian covering him, plus his own money to improve the security system. No one will ever dare to cause trouble in the school again. Lu Yuan looked at the several roommates who were injured in his sister's dormitory, as well as Principal Niebin, and sighed helplessly. Song Shao, Master Tian, I still need to borrow your car for a bit. My car can't fit. You send my sister's roommates and Principal Nia to the hospital. I'll pay for the medical expenses. No matter what. All of these people were beaten up in order to help his sister. Lu Yuan still had a little bit of moral righteousness. Song Shao patted Lu Yuan's shoulder. Brother Lu, you're too outgoing. Sure is your sister. Just as much as she's my sister. Her friend was bullied to protect her. So I should also help you share some of the medical expenses. Yang Tianba was just as cheerful. Then I'll give Principal Nia's medical expenses. Lu Yuan looked at Chiu Qian and said to him, thanks to your report this time. You did a very good job. Was your cell phone dropped by that Li Jiulong? Turn back and brother will buy you a new cell phone. And incidentally treat you to a big meal to thank you properly. Brother, Sure and I are both girlfriends and roommates. This is all what I should do. Let's talk about the rest later. You should take your sister to the hospital. Lu Yuan nodded and drove towards the nearest hospital with his sister. Lu Sure. After hanging up a specialist's number, Lu Yuan walked in with his sister. Doctor, quickly give my sister a good look. Wayward? After Lu Yuan saw the white coat, he was also confused and blurted out, Lu Dongfeng? Lu Dongfeng sized up his sister Lu Sure. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up in a vindictive arc. Aya. Lu Yuan, your brother Feng, I don't have time. I still have several surgeries to do. Aren't you the supreme member of the Sea Gateway Health Club? You might as well bring your supreme member card and lead your sister to the health club for a good look. Lu Dongfeng was playing the king while deliberately being eerie. Lu Yuan's fists clenched. Angry, my sister trauma. Go to the health club to see a fart? When I booked Dr. Lu's number, it showed that you didn't have an operation to do. My sister, just tell me if you can cure it? Lu Yuan added, if you can cure it, I'll let you change your fate against the heavens. If you can't cure it, then I'm sorry. I'll directly let you take off this skin. Lu Dongfeng slammed his cell phone on the table and said irritably, Lu Yuan, you get it straight. It's you begging me now, not you begging me. Begging should have a begging attitude. If you kneel down and say out loud that Lu Dongfeng is your good father, then let me record a video. I'll cure your sister. Ever since the last time he used a diamond membership to pretend to be a bully and was hit in the face by Lu Yuan's supreme card, Lu Dongfeng had always held a grudge over the matter, and he had to make sure that Lu Yuan called that voice of his father back. Lu Dongfeng had always valued face more than anything else. Lu Yuan's face was incredibly gloomy. Lu Dongfeng once again made fun of, yo, this face pulled so donkey long. There is no way out? Aren't you rich? You are not the supreme member of the health club? There is a baron with having a few stinking dollars is nothing great. Lu Yuan, in this society you have to have connections in addition to money. You have to know all the 3 religions and 9 social classes. Do you think if you didn't let me be embarrassed last time, I would have cured your sister's illness? Lu Yuan was too lazy to bother with Lu Dongfeng's nonsense, and he saw the license to practice medicine on Lu Dongfeng's desk with his sharp eyes. If he touched his license to practice medicine, would the godly blaster system reward him for his medical skills? Lu Yuan decisively used a divine magnitude blitz ability. Ding! The host is using a divine blitz on the license to practice medicine. You touched a license to practice medicine. Get the Chinese and Western Medicine Headquarters Association. All shares. Chapter 29, not saving? Don't ask for your license. Revoke it. President of the Chinese and Western Medicine Headquarters Association? This isn't what Lu Yuan wants. Where's the medical skill? System explanation. The host can revoke the license to practice TCM and Western medicine, or arrange for the best TCM and Western medicine practitioners in the country to see and treat you at the first opportunity. At the same time, the nation's hospitals, every year, have to supply you with year-to-year turnover gains. Someone from the Chinese and Western Medicine Association will contact you by phone, so please keep your cell phone on all day long in a timely manner. You were able to arrange for the best Chinese and Western doctors to come and see you? This wave of rewards seems to be good. If the total hospital turnover at the end of the year, it should be quite a lot of money. Alas, forget it. If you can't spend it all at that time, just donate it. Lu Dongfeng's voice rang in his ears at this time. Lu Yuan, how about it? Have you considered it? Are you going to call his father or not? Lu Yuan directly disliked. Go ahead and eat it if you want to fart. The cell phone in Lu Yuan's pocket had a vibration. Pulling it out, it was an unfamiliar caller. Lu Yuan pressed answer. Mr. Lu, how are you? I am the person in charge of the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association. Are you in Mordor tomorrow? If you're in Mordu, I'll book a flight and go over to deliver the share transfer agreement to you. Lu Yuan said to him. Good. However, right now, my sister is more seriously injured. Here at the Mordor People's Hospital, there is a surgeon called Lu Dongfeng, who doesn't give my sister medical attention, but just keeps taking his cell phone there to play king. I want to revoke his license to practice medicine. Can you do it? The Chinese Medicine Association's spokesperson on the microphone was furious when he heard this. What the hell? How dare a doctor save a patient from death? And playing games during office hours? Lu Dong, just wait. After I hang up the phone, I'll revoke his license to practice medicine. Lu Yuan busily said. Don't hang up the phone first. I'm in the surgery department of the Magic City People's Hospital. Hurry up and arrange a good doctor with qualifications for me. My sister can't wait. I'll make the arrangements. Accompanied by the phone hanging up, Lu Dongfeng covered his stomach and laughed. Pfft. You still want to revoke my license to practice medicine? Why are you so bullheaded? Lu Yuan, you're just a salesman. What's the point of pretending? Lu Yuan laughed coldly and looked at him pitifully. Who told you I'm just a salesman? Don't forget, that health club. You need to have more than $50 million in assets to open a card there. A small sales would have $50 million? Lu Dongfeng disdainful. Annoyed, oh, Lu Yuan, when my dad was playing mahjong with your dad said it all. You just sold the antiques and bought more than 300 million. But you spent money on 3 sets of Thompsons and 3 Supreme memberships costing you 24 million. After buying a house and opening a membership card, you still have a dir left. You just stepped on luck. Society is still not a bit of background no waste? Lu Yuan frowned. He and his parents said he was selling antiques. Sold more than $1 billion. How to become more than 300 million. However, Lu Yuan quickly figured out that his dad was afraid of others borrowing money, and wanted to keep a low profile, so he intentionally said it in a lower way. Lu Yuan squeezed 2 words out of the corner of his mouth. Ha, do you know what you look like to me? Like a clown. You haven't reached what others have achieved yourself, so you only laugh at the 50 steps. You have a mortgage that you haven't paid off. Your wife is pregnant and has a child to support. You still have a car loan. Your parents are all sick. How do you look at it? It seems like you're worse off than me. Lu Yuan looked at Lu Dongfeng with pity. Lu Yuan said indifferently, the older a Chinese medicine practitioner gets, the more valuable he is. Are you old? Are you old? Are you good at medicine? Your accomplishments, not to mention the fact that you can't afford me, even compared to the doctors in your hospital, seem to be nothing. The reason why Lu Yuan knew this was also because when he came home that day, his mom and dad were chatting with him. Lu Dongfeng's psychological defense completely collapsed. What Lu Yuan said was all true. He gritted his teeth and said, don't you care about how I'm doing? You have to figure it out now. No one can save your sister except me. Your sister can't afford to be tossed around if she's sent to another hospital. It was also at this moment that a white coat arrived surrounded by a group of doctors and shouted angrily, who said no one could save Mr. Lu's sister? Lu Dongfeng looked up and saw an old man in high spirits, subconsciously lowering his head. Wang Lao. You, why are you here? Wang Tianyi, one of the apricot grove of national experts, both medical and surgical. Surgical known as the first domestic knife, the attainments on the internal medicine, is also honored as the current world Sai Hua Tua. Wang Tianyi happened to be lecturing at the Magic City Medical University in the last few days, and when he received the transfer order from the headquarters of the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association, he rushed towards this side without stopping. Lu Yuan's grandfather was cured by Wang Tianyi back then and only lived for 20 more years. Lu Yuan met Wang Tianyi and sincerely invited, Elder Wang, make a move. Under Elder Wang's handful of amazing medical skills, the medical treatment on his sister Lu Shishir's body was all taken care of very quickly, and with another dose of Chinese medicine, she would be completely cured. After Wang Tianyi finished treating the patient, he looked at Lu Dongfeng in a bad mood and said to him, listen up, you play games during working hours, you see death to the patient. There is no medical ethics. The headquarters of the Association of Traditional Chinese Medicine asked me to notify you that your license to practice medicine has been permanently revoked, and you can't retake the test for the rest of your life. Take off this skin and get out. You don't deserve this white coat on you. Lu Dongfeng still wants to argue a few words. Wang Lao, who did you listen to say that I play games? But I have always been conscientious. Wang Tianyi snorted coldly. Of course it's Lu Dong. Lu Dong acquired all the shares of the headquarters of the Chinese and Western Medicine Association 10 minutes ago. With his worth, he won't be bored to make up lies to fix you. A small doctor, right? What? Lu Yuan is actually the chairman of the headquarters of the Chinese and Western Medicine Association? Lu Dongfeng emotionally instantly collapsed. It is difficult to accept this cruel reality. I studied 4 years of medicine in college, 2 years of internship, 4 years of medical career. 10 years of hard work. 10 years of hard work for nothing. Lu Yuan looked at him with a playful expression. Learn a new skill and change your profession. You can't be a doctor anymore. Learning another one, and how can you learn it in a day or two? Oh, Lu Yuan, Father Lu, what do you let me do? I beg you, can you not screw me like this? I have an old man and a young man. Lu Dongfeng immediately wimped out. No longer a little bit of arrogance just now. Lu Yuan faintly said, oh, why are you wimpy? Don't cause trouble if you don't have the strength. I've already told you, I'm not a sales so simple. You still don't believe. You only live in your own perception of the world. Forget it, there is no point to talk to you more. Friendly reminder. Don't go to the real estate company. Don't go to Yida shopping malls to work. No matter the real estate or the shopping malls, all of them have the business that I Lu Yuan do. Keep your tail between your legs from now on. Mess with me once more and I'll make sure you die a horrible, horrible death. Chapter 30, Worshipping foreigners and wanting to open a store in Yida? Lu Dongfeng collapsed on the ground, his eyes no longer half angry. Finished, all finished, for the sake of that damn face. He Lu Dongfeng 3 times to provoke Lu Yuan. The future is ruined. Lu Dongfeng intestines are to regret green, but let him how to regret. Has not helped. This regret in the end or come too late. After Lu Yuan signed the share contract of the Chinese Medicine Association, someone from the Western Medicine Association also sent a contract. All signed. Lu Yuan said to his sister. This time thanks to your several roommates. Come on, brother will take you to visit them. And by the way, he will take them to buy a cell phone in a while. Lu Yuan takes his sister to the hospital where Qiu Qinshan is staying. And several people are all in special wards under the arrangement of Song Xiao. And their injuries are well bandaged. Song Xiao saw Lu Yuan coming and said to him, Brother Lu, you're here? It just so happens that I have something to do. So I'll leave first. Song Xiao go back first. I've troubled you this time. Well, does it still hurt? Lu Yuan walked to the hospital bed and asked with concern. Zhou Qianxian shook her head and said to Lu Yuan, Brother Lu, it doesn't hurt anymore. Just don't hurt anymore. Come on. I'll take you guys to pick out some cell phones. A few of her sister's roommates, their gazes falling together on Lu Yuan's face, inquired, Brother Lu, how much can we choose for the machine? Lu Yuan said indifferently, any amount of money will do. With Lu Yuan's current company assets, along with the savings in his card, it was no problem to buy out a large cell phone factory, and he wasn't even close to that much money. The corners of her sister's roommate's lips quirked as she timidly said, I'd like to pick a fruit machine. Is that okay, brother? A fruit machine? A cell phone from a rice country, which Lu Yuan didn't have any great fondness for. But who let his sister's roommate like it? So he had to agree. Okay, just pick it. This roommate of her sister Lu Shishir was a bit surprised. She thought that Lu Yuan would not agree to it. After all, a fruit machine wants to buy a good one. Almost 7 or 8,000, even tens of thousands. Fruit machine specializing in the display cabinet of the people. Looked at Lu Shishir. Several people. Dressed does not look like what rich people. While high on melon seed sucking snail powder. The mouth to speak extremely difficult to hear. Little girl, if you do not buy it, you cannot touch. If you touch it with your hand you have to buy it down. My sister's roommate's hand hadn't even touched the phone when she sniffed and withdrew it with a shudder. Lu Yuan brought his sister's dormitory to buy a cell phone. It was to relax, not to find anger. But the boss's wife spoke like this, and he was instantly enraged. What do you mean? Are you trying to force your way in? I can't talk about forceful buying and selling. Look at the way you are dressed with a poor look. The cell phone is touched by poor people like you. Those rich customers will still want it? Will the rich customers still want the phone? Will they still be able to sell it to others? Lu Yuan couldn't help but feel a bit amused. This suit I'm wearing is also a first-line brand in China. You don't recognize it? I'm wearing this and you're saying I'm poor. The fat boss's wife didn't think so. She couldn't help but snort with a scornful face. How much can a domestic name brand be worth? A poor bee who can't even afford to wear foreign goods. Lu Yuan was speechless. Sure enough, some people are just short of hair, their own pair of socks, then a lot of foreign first-line brand name luxury goods are more expensive. Their own line down, almost enough to buy a whole foreign luxury goods processing plant, which can be said to be poor. It is really hilarious to the extreme. The corner of Lu Yuan's mouth spread a cold smile. He. What's the point of coming to Yida Mall to open a cell phone store if you're so fond of foreign stuff? Go abroad. What? You can't get a green card from abroad. So they don't want you? Born in China. Where did you get the face to say that things in China are bad? Lu Yuan pressed with cold eyes. The commotion over here also attracted quite a few other seat owners, all looking at the boss's wife with a strange, disgusted and sneering gaze. The boss's wife was made to feel very uncomfortable. Where I open a store and where I make money, is none of your business? Are you buying a cell phone or not? If you don't buy it, don't stand there and block my business. Lu Yuan sneered. After offending me, do you still want to continue doing business here? Lu Yuan, without saying a word, picked up the display cabinet on a fruit machine, hard toward the ground, followed by the second, third. Lu Yuan rushed to his sister's roommate and said, feel free to touch it, or even break it. Brother will pay for it after the fall. Brother Lu, is it really okay? Yes. Accompanied by my sister's roommate, there were more than 50 fruit machines broken. The boss's wife saw so many cell phones being dropped, just like being killed by someone's own mother, roared hysterically towards Lu Yuan. You dare to smash my cell phone? More than 10. 000 apiece. You compensate me for 500. 000. You compensate me for 500. 000. Everyone quickly come to do justice for me. Look at the young people nowadays. Bullying me a big mom. But also drop my family's cell phone. There is no king's law. Everyone quickly record him and send him to the internet. And send him to the bureau. The boss's wife pounded the ground, crying and spilling her guts out. Lu Yuan transferred all the money from one bank card to other cards, and with only $500,000 left on the card, he transferred the card into the POS, swiped the card for $500,000. $500,000 was no money at all to Lu Yuan, and it was worth it to vent his temper. After Lu Yuan swiped his card, his eyes narrowed slightly as he said to the fruit machine owner's wife, "Alright, $500,000 to compensate you. You can also pay me the next 5 years of store rent, and then you're getting high and eating snail powder here, which is seriously affecting the shopping experience of the guests who come here. So pay the ticket. 5 years rent of $2.5 million and a penalty of $1 million. You can choose not to pay. If you don't pay, move out from here now. Yida Mall will no longer rent to you." Lu Yuan's tone was extremely cold. The fruit machine owner's wife said reluctantly, "Who are you to tell me to move out of here?" At that moment, the sound of a voice caused the shopkeeper's wife to be completely dumbfounded. Just because he's the chairman of Yida Mall. Lu Yuan. Yida chairman Lu Yuan? On the forehead of the boss's wife, a cold sweat floated once, remembering the previous sneering at Lu Yuan. At this moment she only felt like a chairman. I really don't know that you are the chairman. I don't want the fruit machine payout. You don't drive me away. Okay? Chairman. You and the girl child beside you. Are you still buying fruit machines? I can pay out of my own pocket and send you a few. Lu Yuan directly refused. Oh, it's late. You either have to pay the rent or get the hell out of Yida Mall. You don't have a third way to choose. Chapter 31, if you don't spend $30 million a month, don't call me brother. The boss's wife sat on her butt, her eyes lax and lifeless. She packed up her store in a sorry state, and left Yida Mall in a miserable and incomparable manner. In this regard, the other tenants of the Yida shopping mall did not sympathize. Everything is just the boss's wife self-inflicted. Serves you right. Let you pander to foreigners. Now you can't open the store. This kind of foreign admirer, it's right to drive her away. Let her get out of Mordor, get out of Yida. Still say we Lu Dong is poor, own eyes without pearl, blind to say that they are blind and not see the good. Do you know people Lu Dong address how much money? People a sock is enough to buy several sets of buildings in Magic City. A character like Lu Dong is also a mole like you who is qualified to evaluate. After knowing Lu Yuan's identity, all the merchants all spoke up for Lu Yuan. And Lu Yuan also took advantage of the large number of people this time to say to everyone, in the future, Yida Shopping Center will no longer rent to fruit machine merchants and other sellers of foreign goods. If there is any more foreign admiration and pandering to foreigners, all of them will be driven away. A group of merchants hurriedly assured Lu Dong, we will definitely not be like that pussy. Engage in any foreign pandering. You can rest assured Lu Dong. We are all the Chinese country's yellow sons and daughters. We love our country. There were also some merchants who sold cell phones and came towards Lu Yuan's side. Dong Lu, you're here with your sister to buy a cell phone? A few little sisters are so pretty. What kind of cell phones do you like? Tell auntie. Auntie will send you a few. Lu Yuan rubbed his nose. Not so good. Is it? Lu Dong, what's wrong with that? The whole Yida is yours. Everyone is going to rely on your Yida to do business. A few cell phones is only a few dollars. The middle-aged woman was all smiles. Some other cell phone merchants, also not willing to lag behind. Lu Dong, take a look at my family. And no money. See what? Take whatever. I hope you can in the future, so that we in the Yida shopping mall stores open smoothly. Lu Yuan took it all in. This was the benefit that came with one's social status. When they had a need for you, they would come to please you in every way possible. The little hearts of her sister, Lushy, and her classmates, had been completely overwhelmed. Lu Shirshi's heart poofed wildly. Brother, in addition to being the chairman of Townsend, you are also the chairman of Yida Shopping Center? Isn't the chairman of Yida Shopping Center the property of Song Xiao's family? Lu Shirshir spoke out of turn, and there was a sudden silence in the Yida Mall where a pin could be heard. An astonished gaze stared at Lu Yuan, and they were filled with disbelief. What the hell? Dong Lu is still the chairman of Thompson's board of directors? In the Magic City to mix, whether poor or rich, everyone knows something about Thompson Epine. Thompson Epine changed the chairman of the board of directors of the matter is naturally not a new thing. At that time, they heard that a mysterious tycoon bought 500 school district housing neighborhoods across the country, and at that moment, this matter could be said to be a sensation in the entire Magic City. But they hadn't thought through their heads that the chairman of Thompson's board of directors would be the new chairman of their own family. Lu Yuan was stared at by so many gazes. He touched his nose in embarrassment, and said to Lu Shirshir, can't you learn from your brother, and keep a low profile and be a bit more modest? You can't talk about everything. Lu Shirshir made a face and flirted. Brother, since you've gotten rich, you have the nerve to say that you're low-key and modest? Don't you say that against your will? Lu Shirshir doesn't think that Lu Yuan is low profile. First he had a $1,833,000,000 meal, messed up Zhang Jiajiao's promotion banquet, donated $6 million to his school, bought $933 million of cosmetics for his dorm room, beat up Dragon, stepped on the Heavenly Master, and there is nothing that his brother, Lu Yuan, has done that is low profile. Lu Yuan coughed and said helplessly, brother also wants to keep a low profile, but my strength doesn't allow me to do so. Go, say you're fat and you're panting. Knowing Lu Yuan's identity, these merchants present were even more unwilling to let go of the opportunity to flatter Dong Lu, you and your sister. In the future, if you want to buy snacks want to buy clothes pants or want to change computers, come to Yida Shopping Center to find us to take. Not a penny, just take. There were already quite a few people present who had started stuffing things into Lu Shirshir's bag. Lu Yuan knew that they had some attempts, and did not begrudge them. Okay, I won't let my sister and their dormitory take your things for nothing. In the future, the annual rent will be reduced by half, and each person who opens a store in my Yida Shopping Center will enjoy 500,000 medical card credit per year. Lu Yuan had no concept of rent or these medical cards, anyway. He had long since realized his wealth freedom now with the Chinese and Western Medicine Association, plus the Yida Mall and 500 school district houses across the country. The lesser rent is just a sprinkle of water. The merchants sniffed and were grateful. Thank you, Mr. Lu. Lu Shirshir looked at the huge shopping mall and felt a bit surreal. Brother, can we really come to Yida in the future to get anything we want? This is too cool, right? Lu Yuan scraped her nose. I at least gave you 100 million pocket money in your card. And you also live in Townsend 1. Look at your unproductive appearance. Brother, from poor to rich. I'm still not used to it. I'm afraid to spend it. There is no more. The money still exists in the card to put the peace of mind. You spend a lot of money every day. This spend a little bit, that spend a little bit. In the future how to marry my sister-in-law. I am also for you to save a small treasury. Lu Shirshir pouted with a cute look on her face. Lu Yuan laughed bitterly in his heart. All of his assets added up to almost several $100,000 billion. Don't say this life. You won't be able to spend it all in the next life. Or the next. Lu Yuan corrected. Sure. Money is not saved. Money is spent. The more you spend, the more you have. Brother wants to seriously criticize you for this idea. You are at least the sister of a godly ho now. You have to be a bit of a godly ho sister. Brother, to give you an indicator task. A day to spend $1 million. A month of 30 days to spend all $30 million. Do not spend it all. You do not call me brother. Lu Yuan had a serious face. If Lu Yuan didn't say anything, I think my sister would have been unable to use the money. And he wasn't afraid that she would spend too much money. If you don't spend it, you can go out and touch it. There is no such thing as touching something for nothing. What the hell? If you don't spend $30 million in a month, don't call you brother? Is that a human word? Many young businessmen and women, both male and female, chimed in. Lu Dong, do you still lack a sister? I can spend all $30 million a month. Dong Lu, are you short of a brother? I can spend $300 million a month. Lu Shirshir hooked her small hands together, her head full of cold sweat and a bitter face. Brother, I try my best. Lu Yuan looked at his sister's roommate Zhou Qian. Qian, brother, also give you a task. Keep an eye on my sister to spend money. Make sure she spends a little more a month. You can help her along if she can't finish spending. Brother, this. Chapter 32, threaten me? You really don't know what you're doing. Lu Yuan finally chose a cell phone store and picked 5 Huawei Porsche model phones. Each one costs just under $20,000. You girls usually like to play with crane machines, right? Why don't we go catch a few dolls? Her younger sister, Lu Shirshir, had received quite a scare these past few days, and Lu Yuan only wanted to minimize her psychological shadow. Lu Shirshir couldn't help but inquire. Brother, don't you have anything to do? Things? Lu Yuan shook his head and stated to his sister. Lu Shirshir, there doesn't seem to be much to do other than lying around the house counting money. Anyway, Yida Shopping Mall, or School District Housing or Chinese and Western Medicine Association. All people are helping themselves to take care of. Lu Yuan to do a handshake on the line. If you don't have to worry about your own company, isn't life all about counting money and enjoying life? Darn it, you're loaded again. A few people made their way towards the place where the crane machine was. A total of more than $1,500 of arcade coins were bought. But my sister Lou Schercher and a few roommates were a bit black-faced. And only 2 dolls were caught. These 2 dolls are only worth $100. On the side of the sister doll machine stood a few young and beautiful girls, respectively, wearing hip-hugging black silk dresses, halter dresses, long hair cape, good-looking. They are now surrounded by a man. Behind the guys, there was also a tripod stand for live broadcasting. Families, out. Tonight, 3 for only $300. Are there any house guests on the air who want the anchor to catch for them? If you need an anchor to catch on your behalf, come hang out on the list. A few delicate net red faces clustered around the male anchor. Little Fong, you're awesome. Little Fong, I want that customized limited edition doll in there. Can you help people catch it? What's in it for me if I catch it? Whatever you want me to do as long as you can help me catch it. The male anchor Xiao Fong brother is a doll catching anchor, relying on a hand of relatively strong doll catching ability. In the internet attracted countless fans, followed by a few girls are his fans in the same city. Xiao Fong brother sniffed, grabbed the heat, rushed to the live broadcast room and shouted, "Families, you all heard it. This sister said that she caught it. Let her do whatever she wants. There are those who want me to carry her home. Beer fireworks go away. Are there any piercing cloud arrows?" 10 piercing cloud arrows appear in the live broadcast room. The anchor will start catching. The younger sister, Lou Schercher, and the others looked at Xiao Feng's side with bated breath. Their moods were all a bit low and frustrated. In one night, Xiao Feng had already captured a lot. While their battle results were a bit pathetic, Xiao Feng brother also noticed Lou Schercher at this time. Suddenly looked bright. This is a superb awe. He likes this kind of high school students. A face of impish towards this side. Little sister, can add a WeChat to get to know it? Add a WeChat. I can help you catch 5 times. Luscious took a few steps back. Not interested. Little sister, get to know each other. Uncle just add a WeChat. Also do not do anything else. You do not be so ruthless. Little brother Feng forced a few steps towards the front. Lou Schercher only felt a wave of nausea, and looked to Lu Yuan for help. Brother! Lu Yuan pushed brother Xiao Feng to a stumble. Can't you understand human language? My sister is not interested in knowing you. Get lost. Lu Yuan because of his ex-girlfriend Wang Yin, but also contacted a lot of large and small anchor. This small peak brother is one of them. This guy often to catch dolls as a reason to sleep all over the female fans. Before also because of the scourge of the good girls to step on the sewing machine. Even harassed Wang Yin. And Wang Yin has been ambiguous relationship with him. But said to Lu Yuan what is just an ordinary friend. The two accumulated grudges very early. If this kind of thing came to harass his sister, Lou Schercher, Lu Yuan wouldn't be polite in the slightest. When brother Xiao Feng saw Lu Yuan, he was annoyed. It's you punk? I want your sister's WeChat. You're not going to push me down and scold me for getting lost, are you? I'm an internet celebrity with millions of followers. You'd better be polite to me. Do you believe I'll record you and make you explode all over the internet and subject you to internet violence? Lu Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Are you threatening me? Little Feng shared a four-eyed look with Lu Yuan. If that's how you want to interpret it, it's not out of the question. Lou Schercher pulled Lu Yuan's arm. Brother, forget about it. Don't get into it with him. Let's just go. Lu Yuan slapped away Lou Schercher's hand and educated him. You are no longer an ordinary person's sister now. You are a top godly hero's sister. In the future, you should come up with a little bit of the aura of a top godly hero's sister. You can't keep thinking of hiding as soon as you encounter something. The more you hide and the more you retreat, the more other people feel that you are good for bullying. It's not like the conditions at home don't allow you to be tough outside. Lu Yuan looked at his sister somewhat angrily. She had always been a character that did more than she could handle. Even when she was bullied over the head, she only thought of escaping. Lu Yuan had to teach her a lesson. Lou Schercher lowered her head in aggravation. No, no, Lu Yuan said to brother Xiao Feng. The last Wang Yan who threatened me so much about the car has already cooled off. Do you also want to step in her footsteps? At this time, the pop-ups in brother Little Feng's live room were swiped. I told you this little brother was a bit familiar. Like I've seen him somewhere. So it's him. Is he good? Of course it's awesome. He bought a Harley Davidson and a Bugatti Veyron with full payment. And those two cars together total more than $70 million. These internet celebrities with millions of fans are not even on the same level as him. I've long seen that this anchor doesn't seem like a good person. Finally someone can clean him up. Little Feng scoffed at Lu Yuan's words. What are you pretending? You're nothing more than a $50,000 a month loser from Yida Mall. You're not going to say that you're the one who screwed up when Wang Yan got cold, are you? The fans in Little Feng Brother's live room, all of them pinched a cold sweat for him. We all have only one heart. This anchor is really a one. even dare to talk to Lu Yuan like this? The corner of Lu Yuan's mouth spread a cold smile. Not bad. Wan Yen is the one I made cool. If you don't think so, you can Baidu my name Lu Yuan. You can also look at the pop-ups in your live room right now. Little Feng didn't believe it and immediately ran to his cell phone. And when he saw the pop-up screen, his face turned green. Looking at female fans with colorful eyes every day. Bad style anchor. Reported. Waiting to be immortalized. How dare you pretend to be a bully in front of more than 70 million car owners? Who gave you the courage? Brother Xiaofeng looked at Lu Yuan in dismay. His head filled with cold sweat. You. Lu Yuan will not care how pitiful he is. Dare to have dirty thoughts about his sister. He will not be able to spare him. Lu Yuan walked to the front of the live broadcast and slowly opened his mouth. This Xiaofeng brother often used the identity of Netflix V to spoil young girls and seduce other people's wives to destroy other people's families. If your wives follow Xiaofeng brother and are his fans, be sure to check her cell phone. Maybe you've been green. If you guys are green, please move your little hands and send him in so he can keep stepping on the sewing machine. Do it and I, Lu Yuan, will owe you a favor? For those who don't know who Lu Yuan is, you can Baidu. Lu Yuan said to the crowd of fans on the screen. Chapter 33 Magical Right Hand. Duplicate 8 trillion WeChat wallet. Several girls in Xiaofeng brother. All Baidu search up Lu Yuan. This included the fans in Little Feng's live room. Lu Yuan, 24 years old. The most successful and outstanding entrepreneur among young people. Creative generation. The chairman of the nation's 500 school district housing. The chairman of the Yida Group. The chairman of the Association of Chinese and Western Medicine 100% holding. Conservatively estimated to be worth 3 million billion. Or possibly more. Lu Yuan's property alone is the combined economic GDP of several large provinces in the country for 1 year. Social relationships, Song Shao, Jiying, Qin Shao, Yang Tianba. Xiaofeng brother stumbled and fell to the ground. The person nearly almost did not faint. On the spot was scared to pee his pants. A puddle of fishy yellow liquid stained the ground yellow. After a long period of silence in Brother Little Feng's live broadcast room, it was followed by a burst of shocking comments. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I people directly stupid. Worth more than 300 trillion. Gulp. This? What kind of concept is this? Shouldn't there be a line at the bank? Ha! Queuing? This you have not seen the sense of it. Lu Dong want to withdraw cash. Or deposit money. All the local bank president will be the butt of the door to send money. Or pulling the ATM machine directly to the door on behalf of the good. Okay? In order to take out all of this money I'm afraid that the entire transportation system of Magic City will be directly paralyzed. No wonder So Bold spend more than $70 million to buy a car. This more than 70 million for us may not earn a few lifetimes. For others Lu Dong is just a little pocket money in people's pockets. Over $70 million pocket money? OMG. I'm going to have a heart attack. The anchor is finished. How dare he threaten other people's Lu Dong? With other people's Lu Dong's energy, he is fully capable of making him disappear forever in the world. A number of fans, too, started checking out their wives' cell phones, and the comments section blew up once again. GR asterisk asterisk. I just looked at my wife's cell phone and there's a 10-minute video of my wife and him. My wife has flirty chats with him on her cell phone, too. Do you sell 10-minute videos upstairs? Let's borrow one. Lend a hand to the one who spoke. Iron. You're not right. My daughter directly swiped her credit card to give gifts to this anchor. No wonder the bank has been calling on me lately. This scum. Causing me to carry $500,000 in credit card loans, accompanied by one live fans checking in on their family members. 30% of them, all of them, discovered the fact that they had been cuckolded. Fans have been pointing out reports, while others have been calling the police directly. Upon reporting, your live room is permanently banned. Live account is permanently cancelled. Registration of the ID card used for life cannot be registered in the Jitterbug certified account again. Lu Yuan sneered. Still pretending? Still threatening me? Get in there and eat a nest egg for me. Little Feng's body was always shivering and his face was huffing and puffing. If he had known this would happen, he would not have said anything to threaten Lu Yuan just now. With Lu Yuan's targeting, it didn't take long for Little Feng to wear a pair of iron bracelets on his hands, and he was arrested and jailed for inducing fans to swipe gifts to defraud minors, destroying other people's families, and other charges. Lu Yuan didn't pay any more attention to Little Feng. He found a clean crane machine area and touched his hand on it. System. Use the Divine Magnificent Blitz ability. Ding. You touched the crane machine once, triggering a successful Divine Storm. Ding. Congratulations. You've gained the Divine Catch ability. Divine Magnificent Strike System Extra Gift. Magical Right Hand. Can make one copy of each item. Each item can only be used once. Similarly, This ability can only be used once per day. After hearing the system's prompt, Lu Yuan was inwardly surprised. I can make a copy of an existing asset? Wouldn't that be awesome? In order not to provoke his sister and others into shock, Lu Yuan first let them go to buy ice cream, took out his cell phone, and transferred all the money from several bank cards into his WeChat wallet. Use the magical right-hand ability once on your cell phone, Lu Yuan recited in his mind. Ding! A cell phone with a Microsoft wallet of $9 trillion has been deposited into the host's pants pocket. Lu Yuan touched his pocket and pulled out a cell phone. And sure enough, it was exactly the same as the one he had used before. And both phones had 9 trillion in their WeChat wallets. Lu Yuan's heart was storming with excitement. $18 trillion now. System, I just can't copy my cell phone anymore. So if I go to the bank tomorrow and open a card, will I be able to copy that card? Lu Yuan inquired. System, theoretically possible. Lu Yuan's expression brightened. So wouldn't it be possible to brush the bug? Just go get a new card tomorrow, transfer the 18 trillion in your cell phone into it, and you'll be able to duplicate another bank card with 18 trillion in deposits yourself. Then the day after, he himself went to buy a valuable antique painting or calligraphy, and then using his copying ability, he got 2 real ones. He was really a big smart guy. Although Lu Yuan was not short of money now, sitting on 10 trillion liquid assets and many companies, but in this materialistic world, of course the more money the better. Who would mind less? A few of Lu's people also came back from buying ice cream at this moment. Previously, Lu Shirshir didn't catch anything and her frustrated face made Lu Yuan's heart ache for a while, and now that he himself has a divine doll catching ability, he naturally wants to coax his sister's downcast mood. Lu Yuan bought $50 worth of coins and threw them into the crane machine, accompanied by Lu Yuan maneuvering that steel claw. The steel claw firmly grasped and stabilized a big bear, which even if he wanted to buy it with money, he would have to spend $200 or $300. Instead, Lu Yuan caught it with just 1 coin. Lu Yuan handed the big white bear to Lu Shirshir. Shirshir, you can sleep with it in your arms at night. It's just the right thing to keep you warm as the weather has gotten cold these days. Lu Shirshir and her roommates around her all looked at Lu Yuan with a face of adoration and curiosity. Brother, how did you manage to hit it in one shot? Lu Yuan smiled calmly. Maybe it's because God sees me as too handsome and favors me. Cut. A narcissist. Lu Yuan continued to put in coins and continued to catch dolls. It's back in stock. Which one of you wanted this penguin just now? Lu Yuan looked behind him to a few people in his sister's dormitory. Zhou Qianxian stepped forward. Brother Lu, I want it. The next rode far. In everyone's shock, as if hanging like, as long as the catch once is sure to ship. Not a moment doll machine was caught empty. Lu Yuan was extremely Versailles. I haven't been able to utilize my strength much yet, and this one is empty. Get another machine. Immediately after that, the second, third, fourth, and fifth stations were all caught empty. The businessman who made the crane machine had a black line on his face, and the corner of his mouth quirked to say something, but after thinking that Lu Yuan was the chairman of Yida, and that he still had to do business here, he could only eat this mute loss silently. The business owner helplessly toward the staff said, go outside to buy some goods back, or tomorrow we cannot open here. The few beauties who had previously followed Brother Little Fong also looked over towards the side with a look of adoration. Wow! So awesome! Many girls with extremely high face value were attracted over. Little brother, do you have a girlfriend? Chapter 34 Is $16 trillion a lot? It's just my pocket money. Facing these girls, Lu Yuan politely lied. Sorry, already have. Well, then can we add a WeChat to get to know each other? Lu Yuan refused. Sorry. I want to keep distance and boundaries with the opposite sex to give my girlfriend at home a sense of security, and I also ask you to leave me alone. Your girlfriend is so happy. Thanks. The group of women left uninterested and somewhat moody. Lu Shirshir's gossipy heart burned. Brother, when did you get a girlfriend again? Lu Yuan touched his nose and said awkwardly, I didn't look for it. I lied and cheated them. Her younger sister, Lu Shirshir, looked at Lu Yuan somewhat speechlessly. Brother, every time a girl comes to hit on you, you turn her away. When will you get off the hook like this? What exactly do you want to find? Lu Yuan thought for a moment and said seriously. Not materialistic, not too poor to love the rich, not seeing color, not treating feelings as an exchange of benefits, being able to share the same pain and suffering, and going through the storm together. I don't want there to be something impure in this relationship. Husband and wife are birds of the same feather, and there are too many things that fly separately in the face of great difficulties, and if you want to avoid such a situation, you need Lu Yuan to keep his eyes peeled when he chooses his other half. After a few people had their fun, they went back to their place in Townsend. When he walked into the room, he smelled the aroma of a cut steak on the table. along with a plate of crab and some pastry staples, and 2 glasses of red wine on the table. Roommate Wang Meiqi flashed a smile at Lu Yuan. "You're back. Ha, the food is cold. I'll take it to heat it up again." Lu Yuan was a little flattered. You haven't eaten and have been waiting for me? Aha! Wang Meiqi nodded. A warmth surged through Lu Yuan's heart as he said to him, "You don't have to do this. I know, but your 1,000 a month rent is like giving me a place to live for nothing. So since I'm taking advantage of it, I have to consciously do something for you," Wang Meiqi explained. Lu Yuan took her by the hand and pressed her back into her seat. "Don't heat it up. It's weirdly tiring. Next time I come home late, I'll let you eat first, and I'll let you try my handiwork later." The two of them ate and then went to their respective rooms. In the evening, when Lu Yuan was lying in bed playing with his cell phone, he received his father's WeChat. "Xiao Yuan ah, the day after tomorrow, your grandfather's birthday. Your grandfather is a big family. You go prepare a decent gift. Don't be compared to other people tomorrow. When the time to say a few words of praise, maybe your grandfather is happy, will be divided into the family business to do a part of you. Dad, it's not like I'm short of money. The old man's small company doesn't make more than $1 billion in profit a year. With his current worth of several billion dollars, how could Lu Yuan look at a small, broken company of more than $1 billion? Besides, the old man did not agree with the marriage between Dad and Mom, but Dad insisted on being with his mother and gave birth to himself, which made the old man feel that His Majesty was offended. And from then on, he drove the Lu Yuan family out of the house, and preferred to watch Dad going to work as a laborer and refused to help out for a single point, as a way of setting up an intimidating style to the rest of the family's sons and daughters. These years every year birthday, their own family every year to go, but every year the old man has not given any good face, if not in the way of Dad. Lu Yuan does not want to go to participate. You child, selling antiques only sold over $1 billion. Can you never spend all these over $1 billion? Although your grandfather's company's profit is only $1 billion or so a year, but that's a lifetime's worth of assets. Is it comparable to your bit of change? Lu Yuan was speechless and said perfunctorily, Okay, you're right. Lu Yuan hung up the phone, heart-cold smile. Grandfather? But there is just a name of affection. If he is willing to give his father and mother an official position, his family is not so poor for more than 10 years. The old man likes antiques the most. Lu Yuan decided to go to the antique street tomorrow and see if there is any suitable gift for him. The next morning, Lu Yuan went to the pepper bank early in the morning. Please open a card for me. Lu Yuan rushed to the counter. The bank counter politely asked, Is the gentleman opening a credit card or a savings card? Which is the need? After thinking about it, Lu Yuan said, Open me a card with an unlimited daily spending limit. A card that can only transfer 200,000 to someone else every day is too annoying. There were other banks that wanted to help Lu Yuan upgrade his bank card before, but Lu Yuan felt that those banks were too small, and in case he needed to use the money himself, he might have to paralyze several of their banking systems. All things considered, only Pepper Bank has enough cash flow. Secondly, Lu Yuan also wanted to transfer the money uniformly to a single card, so that it would also be convenient to use the daily one-time copying ability. The teller couldn't help but laugh and apologized. I'm sorry, sir, if you only have millions and millions of dollars, you won't be able to get a card with an unlimited amount of transfer spending. Lu Yuan took out his cell phone and showed the teller the balance of his WeChat wallet. WeChat is my usual pocket money, and I still have the company. I don't know if I can do the no-limit spending bank card you have here? The female teller. At the moment she saw the WeChat balance, unbelievably stretched out her fingers and tapped the screen, and she realized that it was really the interface of the WeChat wallet, not a fake picture. Phew, Lu Yuan watched her reaction. What's wrong? Can't do it? No, sir, your WeChat balance is too scary. I've never seen so much money in Pepper Bank either. You let me calm down. The counterwoman's heartbeat burst into a frenzy, and she took several tranquilizer pills before trying to calm herself down. The teller woman's maneuvering puzzled Lu Yuan, who said, It's just a little bit of money. You don't have to be like this. Small change? $16 trillion is small change? You're making light of it? You're a human being? The female teller was instantly unsettled. $16 trillion? You call that chump change? Yeah, like the kind of school district houses like Townsend's. I have 500 neighborhoods across the country, and I have 100% holding in Yida Shopping Mall, and there's also a Chinese and Western Medicine Medical Association. $16 trillion is just a fraction of the annual profits of these companies. So of course it's small money. Lu Yuan had a glib face. Everyone in the bank had sideways glances toward Lu Yuan. The teller's mouth opened wide in surprise. What did you say? The Townsend is yours. The Yida Shopping Center is yours. And the Chinese and Western Medicine Association is yours? Lu Yuan generously admitted, yes. If you don't believe me, you can search for Lu Yuan on Baidu. Some people took out their cell phones and started searching, and when they saw Lu Yuan's glorious resume, people from all walks of life in the bank leaned towards Lu Yuan. Sir, I am the chairman of Costco Steel. Can we get to know each other? Sir, are you buying a stock? I'm in the stock brokerage business. Lu Yuan did not recognize the interest of these people, but just pressed the counter. So, the no-limit card. Can I get it? The teller hurriedly said. It can be done. Of course it can be done. You wait patiently. I'll call the bank president and have him personally come over to handle it for you. Chapter 35. I'm worth $1 million billion. I'm treated like an emperor. Ma Yaoqing, the president of Pepper Bank, was at this moment entangled with a woman when a vibrating sound suddenly came from the cell phone in his pants pocket. Ma Yaoqing pressed answer. Xiao Li, what's up? Bank president. There's a top godly man worth millions of billions of dollars who wants to open a card with no transfer limit in our bank and intends to deposit $16 trillion in this card. Is it convenient for you to come back? After hearing the teller's words, Ma Yaoqing was instantly energized and asked in surprise. How much did you say the body value was? A few million billion. The chairman can Baidu Lu Yuan. Ma Yaoqing wildly swallowed a mouthful of water, immediately put on his clothes, and said towards the phone, you entertain this Mr. Divine Magnificent first. I'll head back immediately. Whether it is 16 trillion deposits, or $1 million billion worth, all let Ma Yaoqing cannot calm down. Once ate the deposit, Pepper Bank's overall strength will once again enhance a large section. Lu Yuan's side probably waited for more than 10 minutes. A red flag car parked outside. Ma Yaoqing walked in with a warm face, and asked towards the bank teller Xiao Li, which gentleman wants to open a card? Xiao Li pointed to Lu Yuan. Upon seeing Lu Yuan's appearance, Ma Yaoqing's heart once again set off a shocking wave. Was the $1 million billion worth godly man so young? Ma Yaoqing was still a bit hesitant. Xiao Li, you're not mistaken, are you? Xiao Li said firmly. Governor, I'm not mistaken. You can ask Mr. Lu to show you his phone. There's a full 16 trillion in his WeChat balance. Accompanied by Xiao Li's voice fell. Lu Yuan specially in front of Ma Yaoqing's face to open the WeChat wallet. A large series of figures make Ma Yaoqing almost paralyzed on the spot. After the bank president Ma Yaoqing recovered from the shock, he immediately lowered his attitude, bending 90 degrees towards Lu Yuan and inviting him. Dong Lu, please come this way. I'll take the green channel for you. Under the envious gaze of a group of people, Lu Yuan walked into the green channel of the Peppercorn Bank, which was open for people for the first time since the Peppercorn Bank was built. Ma Yaoqing toward a few bank tellers waved and said, all follow together over to Lu Dong brewed tea, ready to small snacks. There are those two good looking. A moment to give people. Lu Dong pinched the shoulders and pressed the legs. After saying this, Ma Yaoqing also hurriedly caught up with Lu Yuan at a trot. Dong Lu, you wait for me. Still in the queue of those male compatriots, have revealed a face of envy. Pepper Bank's female tellers can be selected face beautiful girls, compared to some of the big stars on the screen is no less, and who do not want to blaspheme a bit, but at their price, these tellers can't look at them. Customers in the bank lobby couldn't help but talk. Ugh, this $1 million billion worth is too cool, right? With a beautiful teller personally massaging and the bank president personally handling the card. This is simply emperor-like enjoyment. It'll be nice when we can do the same. Shuffle along, dreams are everything. In the most upscale VIP room after the green channel, Lu Yuan was arranged in an exquisite seat, and Ma Yaoqing had a warm face. Lu Dong, you rest, let our girls here give you a good massage. When Lu Yuan heard this, he couldn't help but frown and said to him, forget it, I don't like anyone touching my body, so why don't you give me something practical? Practical? After thinking about it, Ma Yaoqing said to Lu Yuan, Lu Dong, then I'll send you a Pepper Emperor card. With this card, you can enjoy a lifetime 10 million billion interest-free loans, go to all the enterprises under the name of Pepper Group, and even enjoy spending 10% off the entire market. What do you think? Lu Yuan nodded. It's okay, this is it. After opening the card, Lu Yuan walked out of the bank with a relaxed face. Finally he didn't have to agonize over the transfer limit anymore. Lu Yuan placed the card on his right hand, used the magical right hand copy ability. Not long after, an identical bank card appeared out of thin air in his hand. Lu Yuan smiled brightly. Pocket money, this isn't $36 trillion? After finishing the bank card, Lu Yuan went straight to the biggest local antique street in Magic City. This antique street has been established for a long time, and every day there are people who become billionaires by picking up the pieces here. And there are also people who go from being billionaires here to being poor with nothing. Whether it is ceramics or calligraphy paintings, or some antiques, Here everything. As long as the money, here you can buy Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming and Qing dynasties of antiques. Of course, there is also the possibility of buying a fake. Lu Yuan had a sudden thought and put his hand on the entrance gate. System. Use Divine Magnificent Blitz on Curio Street. You touched a street of curiosities, triggering 100 times the Divine Strike bonus. Congratulations to the host for obtaining all the antiques in the Antique Street. The fake part. The system has automatically turned it into the real thing for you. All the antiques in the Antique Street will be turned into fakes from today, and the antiques have been deposited for you in the one villa on the outskirts of the city. Rao Lu Yuan. Also not calm. The system is too ruthless, right? Anything that is called an antique, which one is not worth a minimum of several $100,000 and a maximum of several tens of millions of dollars? An antique street of all the merchants combined then. At least 100,000 or even hundreds of thousands of collections. If you sell all these horses, I'm afraid that you will not be a problem to be among the world's richest people. After getting the system's Divine Storm rewards, Lu Yuan directly hit the road back home. Jokingly, the Antique Street is all fakes. Then still go to stroll a hammer? Lu Yuan went all the way directly to the villa area on the outskirts of the city and swiped his face to enter the villa. Master, welcome home. A petite and cute girl, dressed in a maid outfit, greeted Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan frowned. You are? The girl introduced herself. My name is In Xiaoyan. I'm the personal maid that comes with the villa, responsible for taking care of my master's food and living, as well as the villa's hygiene. Lu Yuan nodded without saying anything else and walked in towards the inside of the villa. The villa's location is very privileged and expansive, with a coconut plantation, an outdoor golf course and a private island, which even houses a yacht. There are 4 or 5 tarmacs in all that can be used to park airplanes. Lu Yuan walked all the way to the room. The atmospheric decoration grade is more extravagant than the foreign royal. There is a separate wine cellar and private study, movie room, private KTV and swimming pool. Ding! You have entered the villa on the outskirts of the city. All the antiques in the Antique Street have been stored in the underground garage for you. Please check in time for the host. Ding! You have entered a villa on the outskirts of the city, and the 500 pounds of Dahongpo tea leaves that the host touched earlier have been deposited in the tea room for you. After hearing the system's beep, Lu Yuan accelerated his pace to the underground garage. Only after arriving at the underground garage, Lu Yuan was confused. It's not a garage. It's over 200 parking spaces. It's enough for a car show. As a youth with obsessive-compulsive disorder, Lu Yuan rubbed his head with a burst of annoyance. Ugh, I have too few cars. I'm going to go back to the car dealership a few more times to buy some more cars, and try to fill up this garage altogether. Lu Yuan picked up the pile of antiques and found a painting with a good eye. He couldn't help but ask the system. System, what painting is this? System, it is a genuine painting of the 80 mortals crossing the sea. Chapter 36 Gift for Birthday Banquet. The $1 billion 80 mortals crossing the sea picture. An authentic painting of the 80 mortals crossing the sea? Lu Yuan took out his cell phone and searched on Baidu. The search content shows that this thing put now at least can be valued at 1 billion. This is a value that is just right to take as a gift. Enough to show sincerity and respect. Time quickly came to the day of Lu Yuan's grandfather's birthday banquet. The entrance of the Lu family's house in Magic City was filled with luxury cars, and people from all walks of life in the society had all taken the time to come from their homes specifically to attend the birthday banquet of Lu Yuan's grandfather. At this time, a tawdry Maserati parked next to Lu Yuan's family, and from the car stepped down a slightly chubby, green-haired woman, who was Lu Yuan's cousin. Lu Bingbing, cousin, you go help your sister park the car in the parking lot, and by the way, take the things in the trunk of the car, and move them over for your sister to take them in. Lu Bingbing took out a car key and then threw it in Lu Yuan's hand. Lu Yuan said irritably, it's not like you don't have arms and legs, so why should I listen to you? At this time, Lu Bingbing's mom got upset and looked at Lu Yuan's parents. Is this how you usually educate your children? You really can't speak. The children born from this small family are just uneducated. Other peers chimed in along with them. Lu Yuan, it's your good fortune that cousin asked you to help her park and unload the car. Don't you realize how poor your family is? You don't know how poor your family is, but you still don't know how to do anything, so you deserve to be poor for the rest of your life. Yes, not a bit of eye candy. Poor for life. Cousin Lu Bingbing dejectedly raised her wallet and showed off to Lu Yuan. Cousin, Sis is now the woman of Director Yang of Yida Mall. She has plenty of money. If you serve Sis well, it's not like Sis won't give you tips. Ha, the woman of the director of Yida Mall? The woman of his own subordinate pretending with himself? Lu Yuan wanted to laugh inwardly, but his face was extremely bland. Hee. I'm not that bad with your little bit of money for those 3 melons and 2 dates. Lu Bingbing's face also instantly pulled down. Hee. Line. You Lu Yuan have backbone. Really blind cousin me a peace of mind. Cousin is to help you. You also do not fight The relatives of the Lu family also bombarded Lu Yuan's parents, eldest. Is this the child your family raised? Why did you bring him here when you don't know what you're doing? Bringing him here to embarrass people and make them laugh at our old Lu family? Lu Yuan's dad had a few moments of helplessness as he explained. Lu Yuan is not the same as he used to be, and he's counted as a man of honor. At this time, a greasy man beside cousin Lu Bingbing sneered. I heard Bingbing say that your family Lu Yuan seems to have not finished junior high school, right? If you haven't studied for a few days, where can you go if you're promising again? The greasy man is the current director of Yida Mall. But before Yida Mall became Lu Yuan's property, the greasy man has been on leave and Lu Bingbing on their honeymoon, and does not know that Lu Yuan is the current chairman of the board. Lu Shishir, Lu Yuan's younger sister, was furious. Oh, you've read a lot of books. Is that what the school teaches you to engage in this set of academic discrimination? Lu Yuan pulled his sister, Lu Shishir, and advised, alright Shishir, don't bother with this dog for now. When the birthday banquet is over, brother will clean him up. Who are you calling a dog? The greasy man was annoyed and wanted to teach Lu Yuan a lesson on the spot. Cousin Lu Bingbing tugged at the greasy man. Alright hubby, why bother to be general with a punk? We are here to attend my grandpa's birthday banquet today. Don't let this punk affect the old man's mood. Only then did the greasy man relent. Alright, that's just for the sake of grandpa's face, so I won't talk to him. The group entered the Lu family mansion and found seats to settle down. Guests from all walks of life also sent up birthday gifts. The Jean family of Magic City sends a pair of golden tortoises, wishing Master Lu long life and old age. The Yu family of Mordor send a gift of $1 million. The Zhao family of Mordor giving away a set of ink treasures worth $20 million. Accompanied by people from all walks of life who had finished giving gifts. It was also the turn of the Lu family's own people. Lu Jiqiang, Lu Yuan's cousin, presented the gift box with both hands. Grandpa, I'm sending you a 100-year-old wild ginseng, wishing you a long life and the younger you live. The superintendent beside her cousin, Lu Bingbing, also handed over a bank card. We both send Grandpa $99,999,000, wishing Grandpa good fortune like the East Sea and longevity like the South Mountain. Immediately after the delivery of the gift, the cousin and the cousin caused a lot of clapping and cheering from the guests present. Elder Lu's grandchildren. One is more filial than the other. It really makes us old guys envious. Ha ha, Elder Lu's granddaughter is so outstanding that she can marry the director of Yida Shopping Center. And the director of Yida Shopping Center is also a talented person. After this piece of pleasing and flattering sounds, Lu Bingbing looked over towards Lu Yuan. Cousin, what are you going to give Grandpa for his big birthday today? You wouldn't have not prepared a gift, right? The greasy man looked at Lu Yuan's empty hands and followed along to blast Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, even if you're poor, you have to keep Grandpa in your heart, right? The old master on the main seat also looked at Lu Yuan with a displeased face. The seed born from the second son and that poor woman would come over to disgrace him. If it wasn't for the fear of not looking good on his face, the old man would have loved to open his mouth and drive away the Lu Yuan family. Lu Yuan took out from his pocket the 8 Immortals Crossing the Sea picture prepared long ago and slowly spread it out. Accompanied by this picture spread out, a fragrance of ink and special aged paper scent, which made all of them feel as if they were back to the ancient book garden. Every stroke on the painting is lifelike and evocative. Lu Yuan snorted coldly. Who said I didn't prepare a gift? Many of those present at the birthday banquet were also dignitaries, and there was no lack of people with more vision and insight, who exclaimed out in astonishment, This is actually the 8 Immortals Crossing the Sea picture. Guests on the scene, curious, asked, is it worth a lot of money? Of course it is worth money. This painting by the ancient carving master with tiger bone carving, given to the old Buddha Tsushi as a birthday gift, a total of 73 pieces of tiger bone. The old Buddha Tsushi also happened to die at the age of 73 years old. It is even more prophetic ability to put into the present can be said to be priceless treasure. Hearing the origin of the 8 Immortals Crossing the Sea picture, the old man of the Lu family also wildly swallowed up his saliva and looked at the painting with bated breath, wanting to take this painting into his hands to play with it in a while. Lu Bingbing frowned and looked at Lu Yuan. Your salary of 50,000 a month. That bit of salary. Where did you get the money to buy such expensive things? Lu Yuan was about to speak when the greasy director snorted. Bing bing, he must not be able to afford it, so he bought a fake one to fool the old man to come, simply not taking the old man seriously. The greasy man snatched the 8 Immortals Crossing the Sea chart and threw it to the ground as he ripped the two halves apart from the center. How dare you lie to Grandpa? Grandpa doesn't accept this kind of rags. After Lu Yuan quietly watched the greasy man's performance, he fatally said to him, You tore up this painting of mine. You're in trouble. You're in big trouble. Chapter 37, Making a Scene at the Birthday Banquet. Overbearing Lu Yuan. Ha, it's just a broken painting. I'll tear it up. What can you do to me? The greasy man, Superintendent Yang, had a face of disbelief. He hadn't realized what he had just done in the slightest. Lu Yuan snorted coldly. I want you to pay me back for the painting. Director Yang snorted out a laugh. A fake painting wants me to pay for it? Fine. See how you've never seen money in several lifetimes. I'll compensate you. Director Yang took out $100 from his pocket, threw it to the ground, and spit a mouthful of water towards the top, and looked at Lu Yuan with a humiliating meaning. Your painting is up to $50, and the extra 50 is considered as my alms to you. Don't you hurry to pick it up? Lu Yuan said in a deep voice. $50 can't buy this painting of mine. He's the real thing. You'll have to compensate me $1 billion. You want to blackmail me? Superintendent Yang was instantly annoyed. At this moment, the crowd was agitated, and someone exclaimed out, It's Meng Lao from the Magic City Antique Association. I didn't realize that the Lu family's old man's connections were so extensive that he could even invite Meng Lao. Lu Yuan followed the gazes of the crowd and saw a red-faced old man in a coat and long shirt with a dragon stride walking towards the side. When Meng Lao walked to the front of the 8 immortals crossing the sea picture, his face gradually became grave, and his breathing was rapid. He picked up the 8 immortals crossing the sea picture on the ground. His heart was unusually on fire, and he looked toward the surroundings in displeasure. This painting. Who gave it to be broken into 2 halves? Who is it? Superintendent Yang greeted him with a smile. Elder Meng. I broke it. You broke it? Do you know how much this painting you broke is worth now? The anger in Meng Lao's eyes was so intense that he wanted to tear Director Yang alive on the spot. Superintendent Yang had not yet realized the seriousness of the matter and snorted. Elder Meng, isn't this just an ordinary drop-dead fake painting? Meng Lao said angrily. Who told you it was fake? It is a genuine copy of the 8 immortals crossing the sea picture, worth $1 billion. The cold sweat on Superintendent Yang's head instantly came down, and he also changed from the springy look he had just had to a stuttering look. Meng Lao. No, can't be, right? I, Meng Huisheng, have identified countless treasures in my life and have never been wrong. Are you questioning my vision? Meng Lao's words caused everyone present to be moved. In this aspect Meng Lao was indeed an expert with a pair of fiery eyes. The entire audience was horrified and surprised. What? That painting is actually real? No wonder the painting is ancient. Now that Director Yang is in a big trouble. 1 billion he can't afford to lose it even if he works for another 30 years. I can't imagine that the grandson of Elder Lu's least favored grandson sent the birthday banquet is the most expensive. Or people Lu Yuan have filial piety out of the gate is $1 billion. The value of the antiques. Lu Yuan walked to Director Yang and said in a chilling voice. Meng said that the painting is true. Shouldn't you compensate me for $1 billion? When Meng Lao heard this, he was also very upset with Director Yang. What? This painting is not yours? You just break other people's paintings to people. Your family did not teach you how to behave? Director Yang instantly looked embarrassed and wanted to retort a few words, but considering that Meng Lao had a pivotal position in the upper circles, he could only droop his head and listen. Meng Lao turned his head to look at Lu Yuan and said to Lu Yuan, Little brother, low, 1 billion that was the price many years ago, now conservative estimates. The minimum is about 3 billion. A while ago, this thing, only just been listed as one of the top 10 lost national treasures. The corners of the Lu family's old man's mouth twitched, and he wanted to kill Director Yang's impulse. But that is a sheet of antiques worth $3 billion which is worth 3 years of profits of his own business. Lu Yuan expressed his gratitude to Elder Meng. Thanks for the reminder, Elder Meng. Lu Yuan took out a bank card from his pocket and handed it to Superintendent Yang, urging, Hear all that? This painting of mine is now worth $3 billion. I'll give you 5 minutes. Hurry up and call me. Otherwise, suffer the consequences. Superintendent Yang is only about $50 million a year in annual salary. Plus he usually likes to live at a high consumption level. Where can he get 3 billion? He had a head of black lines. My cell phone is dead. I can't transfer it. Lu Shishir took out the white rechargeable treasure from her school bag at this moment and handed it to Superintendent Yang. It's okay, uncle. I brought the rechargeable treasure. Director Yang a cold sweat. Hate to tear Lu Shishir this little girl. Only to bite his teeth. Charging cable does not match. Yours is an Android phone. Mine is a fruit machine. At this point, one of the guests in the room stood up. You're using a Fruit Machine 12, aren't you? My cell phone happens to be a Fruit Machine 12 as well, and I brought my charging cable. Lu Yuan looked at Superintendent Yang with a big smile on his face. Alright, now that the charging treasure is there and the charging cable is there, what more reasons do you need to find? A friendly reminder. It's been 3 minutes. You still have 2 minutes left. If you don't turn around in 2 minutes, just wait for me. See how I'll clean you up. Cousin Lu Bingbing couldn't stand it anymore and stood out to help Director Yang. Lu Yuan, what are you doing? He is your brother-in-law. We are all family. You don't need to be aggressive with your brother-in-law because of a painting, right? Is $1 billion important? Or is the family love between us more important? Lu Yuan sniffed, directly yanked up a chair and smashed it down towards the Maserati on the side. The Maserati's windows were instantly scrapped and the doors deflated. Lu Bingbing was instantly annoyed. Lu Yuan, do you know how much money you smashed a car? Lu Yuan listened to Lu Bingbing's insults and was very upset. Flinging his hand was a slap on her face. This slap hit your mouth cheap. Also, it's only a $3 to $4 million supercar. We're all family. Cousin, according to you, there's no need for you to be aggressive towards me. Lu Yuan, because of this $3 to $4 million, right? Is our relationship worth less than a car? Isn't that what you just said? Facing his cousin's moral abduction, Lu Yuan chose to sneer back on the spot. Lu Bingbing was a bit shocked. Cousin Lu Yuan has always been non-competitive. The previous cousin Lu Yuan, even if he was broken teeth, will only swallow into his stomach. Is a person can step on him a little wimp? Such a lawless Lu Yuan. This was the first time that Lu Bingbing had ever seen. She was speechless for a while, wanting to say something to dislike Lu Yuan, but in the end nothing came out. The Lu family's peer children, also surprised to look at Lu Yuan, only to think that he is crazy in the head. Originally the old man's impression of his family is not good. He is such a mess. The Lu family's property will not be divided into his family again. Elder Lu spoke awkwardly at this time. Xiao Yuan, sell grandpa a face. Forget it. The old master opened his mouth, and Lu Yuan was just as uninclined. $3 billion of stuff. You asked me to sell you a face and let me forget about it. What kind of a thing are you? Chapter 38, spare you? I've signed a 70-year contract. Think about it. Elder Lu covered his chest and looked at Lu Yuan with disbelief. You. Elder Lu's heart was greatly shaken. He did not expect Lu Yuan to make him so embarrassed in public. This sinful grandson was really ungrateful. Only, the old man Lu forgot what he had done. Lu Yuan hours silent, mute and introverted. We eat together. The old man Lu the grandchildren eat the rest of the meal. Feed the pigs like stirring in the lunchbox of Lu Yuan. Eating is to give the cucumber to Lu Yuan. To give the Lu Bingbing and others to eat a chicken leg like abusive Lu Yuan. When Lu Yuan and his peer cousins clashed, even if Lu Yuan was in the right, he was beaten up by Elder Lu, and it was doomed to be impossible for him to get Lu Yuan's filial piety. Lu Yuan looked at his watch and said to Superintendent Yang, "You have 1 minute left." Young director fists clenched tightly. Annoyed, humph. You do not know where to pick up the leaks to get this antique. In the Magic City you have no money and no power. I just do not compensate you, so what? Everyone here, and who saw with their own eyes that I destroyed the 8 immortals crossing the sea map? No money, no power. The 4 big words were specially bitten hard by Director Yang, and those guests at the scene were pondering in their hearts that it would be better to help Director Yang than to help Lu Yuan. The guests who came to the scene all opened their eyes and talked nonsense. I didn't see it. I didn't see it either. That picture of the 8 immortals crossing the sea was just broken rags thrown there when I came. Her younger sister, Lu Shirshir, was furious to the extreme as she looked at these people. How can you go so far? Lu Yuan's eyes suddenly turned cold, and he said towards Director Yang, "It's okay if you don't pay. Do you believe I'll make a phone call and make you lose your job and sit through the jail?" Superintendent Yang was unmoved. A junior high school degree that leaves me with no job as a Harvard graduate. Who the hell are you scaring? Lu Yuan sneered and said directly, "Oh, is Harvard great? Harvard is barren before me." Aha! Wild. Too wild, isn't it? How dare you not even put Harvard in your sights? Is Lu Yuan really just a bottom-feeding small salesman? Why is he so emboldened? What exactly is he relying on? Did they all just get on the wrong side? Superintendent Yang had a condescending look on his face. I don't know if Harvard is powerful or not, but if you want to enter the gates of Harvard, you will only be driven away like a dog, and you won't even be able to enter the gates. Lu Yuan was also too lazy to talk more nonsense. Directly took out his cell phone and gave the general manager of the Yida Mall headquarters a video call to call over. "Good day, Chairman. What is it that the chairman is looking for me for?" The middle-aged man in the video had a restrained and respectful posture. Lu Yuan's voice was not warm. "I came to attend my grandfather's birthday banquet today, and I ran into a director surnamed Zhang from Yida Shopping Center who tore up one of my antique paintings valued at $3 billion, and was very unintelligent in front of me? The chairman of the board. Oh yeah, that's the face." Lu Yuan flipped his cell phone over and aimed it at Superintendent Yang. Director Yang's heart hung in the air the moment he heard the voice, and when he saw the person in the video, he directly went limp on the spot. General Manager. You've eaten your heart and leopard's gall? How dare you tear the chairman of the things? Yang Bin, you listen well. From now on, you were fired, and then does not belong to my Yida Shopping Center director position. At the same time, the company will be thoroughly investigated. You pumping the company's oil and water kickbacks? Embezzlement of public funds outside the look for the lady of these things. Waiting to go to jail. The guests at the scene all looked at Lu Yuan with surprise. This young man is the chairman of Yida Group? Thinking of earlier they helped Director Yang to speak. They then felt inwardly over and over again that they were not going to flatter the chairman of Yida, but instead they went to curry favor with a broken director. Lu Yuan took his cell phone back and said to the general manager in the video, "Alright, there's nothing more for you to do here. Go and do whatever you need to do." After hanging up the WeChat video call, Lu Yuan looked meaningfully at Director Yang. "I will also sue you. This money you don't have to delude yourself into thinking that you can't rely on it. You can't pay it back. Let your family members pay it back. Let your family members come to work in my company and work for free for the rest of their lives. A person's salary isn't enough to be deducted. Then 2, 3, 5. With my Lu Yuan's ability, it's enough to make it impossible for them to take up employment in any company. And whoever dares to take them on, I'll make that company go bankrupt and close down. And I'll also be able to make it so that they don't have a house to live in throughout the country." Lu Yuan's words were by no means alarmist. A few $1 million, that's no joke. Under the king's power, Lu Yuan is the sky. Director Yang weeping, regret, just because of his move. The harm of their own family to follow the disaster. He has thought of his wife and children around, cannot find a job, can only rely on the road far and live in the miserable situation. Director Yang remorseful, plopped down on the ground. Kowtowed, Chairman Lu. "I'm sorry, it's me who offended you. I do what I admit. Please, do not affect my family. You spare my family." Everyone present had just heard what the manager on the video phone had said. At this time, all the people started to favor Lu Yuan lopsidedly, criticizing and accusing towards Director Yang, looking suited and booted. "I didn't expect that he is a Svengali beast who pumps the company's oil and looks for a lady outside, and isn't afraid of getting AIDS? Serves you right. A small director, still pretending with the chairman of his own company. Finished, right? His future is ruined, isn't it?" Lu Yuan looked at the other party with cold eyes. "Fine. I can spare your family. Can you compensate me with $3 billion yourself?" Director Yang clenched his teeth. His heart was dripping blood as he proposed. "Lu Dong, as long as you spare me and my family, my annual salary for 1 year is $50 million. 10 years is $500 million. That is, 60 years will be able to compensate for the end. So let's do it this way. I sign a 60-year free labor agreement with you. How do you think? A 60-year sell-out agreement?" Lu Yuan thought for a moment and said to him, "It took you 60 years to pay back the money. Add another 10 years of interest, and sign the 70-year contract of sale, and I'll spare you." Superintendent Young had no choice but to agree. Lu Yuan added, "You ate in the Yida shopping mall kickbacks, misappropriation of public funds, but also in the interest on top of all give me a child not less spit back." Yes. Lu Yuan thought about it and said to it again, "Considering your bad character, if something similar happens again, I will send someone to keep an eye on your one-day travel throughout the 24 hours, so that you don't invite blackness to my Yida shopping mall." Director Yang immediately darkened his face. What is the difference between this and raising a dog? But in order to avoid jail time and spilling over to his family, Superintendent Young had to agree. Cousin Lu Bingbing had trouble accepting reality and lost her temper. How could this be? Why is it like this? Lu Yuan indifferently looked at his cousin, Lu Bingbing, and said to her, "Even if he's powerful, it's not a capital for you to show off. Only if you're powerful enough yourself, you can gain the respect of others." Chapter 39, I'll be responsible for you. Lu Bingbing lowered her head with a face of shame, and the birthday party continued on down the line. Sister Lu Shirshir stood up at this time and said towards her grandfather, "Grandpa, it's your birthday today. I'll give you an owner-occupied Townsend. The Thompson one piece?" All the guests were not calm, although all the people here were also non-rich, but with what they earned in a year, they still more or less couldn't afford to live in Thompson's first product. Lu Jiqiang was surprised and asked, Sure, you're only in high school this year, right? Where did you get the money to buy Thompson? You're not going downhill and making some shady money, are you?" These words were also in the minds of the other peers of the Lu family. If Lu Shirshir didn't use her body to make money, they really couldn't imagine how she could live in Townsend at such a young age. Master Lu's face also had a few ugly down. This little ninja would not really do anything degrading to the family style, right? Lu Shirshir looked at Lu Yuan with a proud face. "My brother gave it to me." Amount. The Lu family peers have revealed envy between them. The heart greedy. They even in the family shares. but also so far cannot afford to live in the Townsend. I didn't expect cousin to make a name for himself. Worthy of being a descendant of our Lu family. Cousin Lu Yuan, in the future you will be our pride. The young boys and girls of the Lu family blew a rainbow fart at Lu Yuan. Elder Lu frowned and looked at Lu Shirshir. You gave Grandpa Townsend, so where do you live? Lu Shirshir had a disinterested look on her face as she blandly said, wouldn't it be enough to buy another set? My brother gave me $100 million a month in pocket money. The guests who came to the birthday banquet, and there were also quite a few young boys and girls, asked, young Lu, do you still lack younger siblings? I also want to be Lu Xiao's sister and send Townsend and send $100 million pocket money brother. Where to find? Alas, again, someone else's brother. I'll be different from you guys. Don't you want to be Mr. Lu's sister? Me? I want to be young Lu's horse. Lu Yuan had a headache for a while. Since he was a child, he had taught his sister to keep a low profile, but now, his sister Lu Shirshir's actions directly made him the center of attention and the center of the crowd. A piece of admiration and worship of the eyes have fallen on the body of Lu Yuan. Praised, I heard that the roadless did not take up shares of the family business, but for so many years a person to fight outside. Do not rely on the family a little help. Rely on their own from scratch. Simply a miracle. Lu Xiao is the legend among all of us rich second generation, worthy of admiration. As the birthday banquet ended, they came to the parking lot. Lu Yuan pulled out his car key and pressed it. The door of the Bugatti Veyron popped open, and Lu Yuan's family got into the Bugatti Veyron. Cousin Lu Bingbing saw the Bugatti Veyron, only to clearly realize how ignorant she is. The original from the beginning to the end. She has always been just a clown. Cousin. Lu Yuan raised his eyes to look at Lu Bingbing. Is there something wrong, cousin? Lu Bingbing bit her red lips tightly and said sincerely, cousin, I'm sorry, can you bring me along to make money? Lu Yuan thought about it and finally chose to reject it. No need. I don't like to engage in a family business. Cousin should find another place to go. Cousin Lu Bingbing had no skills and no character. So what else could she do besides being pretty in appearance? Lu Yuan wouldn't be able to raise such a wastrel in his major company. After Lu Yuan returned home, his cell phone rang. The caller ID was Wang Meiqi. He pressed answer. What's wrong, Meiqi? I'm drunk. Pick me up. Marriott. At this moment, it was already late at night after 11 o'clock. Lu Yuan just didn't have anything to do, so he drove his sports car and drove towards the side of the Marriott Hotel. More than 20 minutes later, Lu Yuan arrived at the Marriott Hotel. Teacher Wang, let Mr. Tang send you back. Your boyfriend can't be relied on at all. It's been more than 20 minutes and there's still no sign of him. A big-bellied fat man, pretending to be a gentleman on the side, said, yes, Ms. Wang, let me give you a ride home. It just so happens that I drove here. Wang Meiqi looked at the fat man with cold eyes. This fat man hadn't harassed himself during his internship, and this time he even used the name of the school teachers group building to get himself drunk. How could she not know his dirty thoughts? Lu Yuan opened the car door at this time and stepped down from the car. A hand held Wang Meiqi in his arms and looked at the fat man with a hostile face. Sorry, my girlfriend doesn't sit in other men's cars except her own boyfriend's car. Upon seeing Lu Yuan's appearance, those female teachers were jealous. Wang Meiqi had cultivated several lifetimes of good fortune to find a man with such a superb face like Lu Yuan. And while Mr. Tang's plan was disrupted by Lu Yuan, his gaze towards Lu Yuan was filled with gloom. But he didn't dare to say anything when he saw the Bugatti Veyron on the side. Lu Yuan drove all the way back home with Wang Meiqi. After Lu Yuan helped Wang Meiqi settle down on the bed and covered her, he was about to get up and leave, only for his hand to be firmly grasped by a small hand. Lu Yuan, don't go. Lu Yuan wanted to break her hand, only to hear her crying and murmuring, Lu Yuan, I know you're from a rich family and can't look at ordinary girls. I'm not going to force myself. Recently my mom arranged a blind date for me, forcing me to make sure I marry that quality blind date guy. After tonight, I'm going to get married. I don't want to give the most precious thing in my life to that person. Before marrying him, Lu Yuan, take me. I don't need you to be responsible, and I won't pester you. After saying that, Wang Meiqi hooked her arm around Lu Yuan's neck. Lu Yuan's forehead burned for a moment and he coughed awkwardly. Hey, you're drunk. You hate me? Wang Meiqi's hazel drunken eyes carried a few moments of loss. Lu Yuan was so embarrassed that he just said, no. In the next second, Wang Meiqi's proud figure lowered her head towards Lu Yuan to kiss him. The next day, the two opened their eyes. After feeling Lu Yuan's arm, Wang Meiqi twisted her head to look at Lu Yuan. Realizing that Lu Yuan was also locking eyes with her, she couldn't help but blush. Last night, we did what we needed to do and what we shouldn't have done. A meaningful smile appeared on Lu Yuan's face. Wang Meiqi said gratefully, "Thank you Lu Yuan, I definitely won't pester you. I'm getting married." Wang Meiqi got up and wanted to get up and go get dressed to leave, but Lu Yuan took her back into his arms and said softly to her, "You've eaten everything, where else do you want to run? Since we've come this far, I'll be responsible for you." Lu Yuan, really? You don't have to force it. Lu Yuan flirted. Still calling me Lu Yuan? Then what should I call you? Wang Meiqi's cheeks were as red as apples. Lu Yuan, what do you think? Chapter 40, throwing away $100 billion for a smile from a beautiful woman. Old husband. After Wang Meiqi finished speaking, she lowered her head with a shy face. Lu Yuan dotingly left a kiss on her forehead and said to her, "Okay wife, by the way, it's quite inconvenient for you to go out and back. I want to buy you a car." Wang Meiqi refused. "No need, having your car at home is enough," Lu Yuan said with a serious face. "Obey me, if not, I don't want you. I want to spend money to have some fun now. You don't want your husband to be bored if he can't spend his money, right?" Wang Meiqi finally couldn't argue with Lu Yuan and was still taken to the 4S store by Lu Yuan. Since there happened to be a 4S store in the neighborhood of Townsend, the two did not drive there, but chose to walk instead, and halfway through the walk, a gentle rain fell from the overcast sky. Lu Yuan thoughtfully took off his jacket and draped it over Wang Meiqi, who couldn't help but ask, "You gave me your clothes, aren't you cold?" "It's not cold. Seeing you dressed warmly warms my heart, from the inside out." Oily mouth. The two walked side by side all the way to the 4S store about 10 minutes later. This 4S store is huge, with 2 or 3 floors, and there are more than 300 cars parked, and in front of each car stands a long-legged car model. The car salesmen in the store are also handsome men and women from 18 or 19 to 25 years old. Lu Yuan spoke toward the inside. "I want to buy a car. Who will introduce me?" The car sales at the scene. After looking up at Lu Yuan and Wang Meiqi's dress, they listlessly lowered their heads. Not that Lu Yuan is not well dressed, it's just that they don't recognize the national brands, and subconsciously treat Lu Yuan as a beggar. The car salesmen were either playing king or swiping videos, just none of them were willing to pay attention to Lu Yuan. At that moment, a man in a suit came in from outside, wrapped his arm around a netted face, and broadly said, "Is there any latest model car for me to introduce?" "Yes, Mr. Xin. Are you driving it yourself or buying it for your girlfriend?" A group of salesmen who had been indifferent to Lu Yuan greeted him with a warm face as if they had seen their own father. Lu Yuan could see that this was because he thought he was poor, but it doesn't matter. His favorite thing is to spend money like dirt, smashing others to call himself father. Lu Yuan took out his cell phone, found Wang Meiqi's Alipay account, entered the payment password, and then transferred a sum of money. PayPal arrives at $52. 1 billion. The sound of money clattering into the account and voice announcements resonated throughout the 4S store lobby. The people present looked at each other with curiosity. Whose cell phone is ringing? There are also in the crowd just happened to be the phone vibration. Just take a look. All are some software notification ads and so on. Are a face of loss back to the cell phone. After Wang Meiqi pulled out her cell phone, she saw Lu Yuan's eye-catching transfer of money. Her heartbeat accelerated. Surprise written all over her face as she looked at Lu Yuan. "Lu Yuan, what are you doing transferring so much money to me?" Lu Yuan was offended when he heard this. "This name you call me. You're very sorry for my transfer. Call me husband at home, but not outside? Old husband, from now on, you have to let the world know that I, Lu Yuan, am your husband." Lu Yuan rubbed Wang Meiqi's head. "That's being good." Auto 4S store people's eyes all fell on Lu Yuan. Two people. What the hell? Just that 1 billion is in front of the average dress of this person to turn? Xin Xiao glanced at Lu Yuan and flirted. "Man, this ringtone is set up really well. Maybe in the slums, it does bluff people, but not here. Everyone is rich. People aren't blind. They can see what you're wearing. There's no point in pretending to be a bully here. On the contrary, it's only going to add to the laughter for us." The other Tycoon car owners also had a look of recognition, not being able to see what brand Lu Yuan was wearing, and all of them thought that what Lu Yuan was wearing was a miscellaneous brand. Lu Yuan has long been very unhappy with this Xin Xiao. He came first. The 4S store did not receive himself first, but instead to serve this Xin Xiao. Lu Yuan also do not intend to spoil him. Broadside, "How do you know that my wife's cell phone is ringing?" "Just in time. I still have to transfer $131.4 billion to my wife. Do you want to stand behind her and watch the whole time to see if she receives any money from her Alipay?" Lu Yuan's high profile was incomparable. He was letting everyone know that he, Lu Yuan, was the #1 divine hero here. Xin Xiao is not convinced, and does not think that Lu Yuan can really turn out $131.4 billion. Cold snorted and stood behind Wang Meiqi, staring at Wang Meiqi's Alipay with full attention. And there are also a lot of watchers looking towards Wang Meiqi's cell phone. Lu Yuan skillfully initiated another transfer to Maggie Wang's account. PayPal arrives at $131. 4 billion. Wang Meiqi was so shocked that she nearly dropped her cell phone on the ground. And Xin Shao even stared with wide eyes, rubbing them vigorously several times before confirming that she hadn't misread it. Bang! Xin Shao planted himself straight on the ground and fainted because he couldn't take too much mental stimulation. The others present also nearly had someone fainted from shock, but they were quickly brought back to reality by the sound of Xin Shao collapsing to the ground. And one by one they busied themselves. Someone fainted. Quick pinch the human middle. It was only after a burst of busy work from the crowd that Xin Shao slowly reawoke, and then looked at Lu Yuan with no contempt in his eyes. His face was dull, always repeating the words, "You're so rich." Lu Yuan sincerely confessed to Wang Meiqi at this moment. Today is our first day together. 52. 1,131. 4 billion. Representing that I love you for the rest of my life and will never leave you. Wang Meiqi snuggled into Lu Yuan's arms with a shy face and also murmured a love sentence. Good. From now on, you are responsible for earning money to support your family, and I am responsible for looking as beautiful as a flower. The saleswomen and female customers at the scene were all moved. $1,835 billion. $100 billion thrown away just for a confession. And the most crucial thing is that Lu Yuan is handsome again. The type of person that they see as a mistake at first sight. Ooh, why is it that all the good men are someone else's? My dear, sooner or later, I will also gift you 521 crores and 1314 crores. You'd better wash your hands of your 70,000 to 80,000 dollars a month. In your next life. It's so romantic. I envy that girl. How nice it would be if I were that girl. For store in those sales and car models, all hold a red face. A burst of shame. The original in their eyes, this poor boy is the first god here. Ridiculous, they just went to make out with the Xin Young. Xin Young compared to others counted as a fart. Lu Yuan took Wang Meiqi, found a seat and sat down, crossed his legs without any concern, swept the whole scene, and said domineeringly, "You remember, no one is richer than me, Lu Yuan, in the Magic City, and even in the whole country. The next time I come here, do you know how to serve?" Chapter 41, 500 Bugatti Veyrons. Bought. Car 4S store salespeople. A face of compensating smile. Next time, Mr. Lu to come, we will do a file of the current car to Mr. Lu to pick. Mr. Lu have a preferred car. We personally give you to drive to the doorstep, or drive the door to pick you up to the store, pick up the car, so that you can enjoy the most prestigious service. Lu Yuan looked meaningfully at Xin Shao and said to him, "Shao Xin like a young rich second generation like you. You mustn't be too flamboyant and arrogant. You have to keep a low profile, or else you'll easily be slapped in the face." Cough cough. Mr. Lu, your lesson is right. I promise to be low-key and humble in the future. Xin Shao was considered to be completely convinced. The matter of $100 billion of assets to win a smile from a red face. He didn't have this kind of financial power. The crowd in the 4S store. A burst of chills. You spent more than $180 billion in public confession. You tell us low-key? Lu Yuan cleared his throat and shouted towards the staff here. After seeing my financial power, why don't you take my wife to see the car? Not even a little bit of eye candy? No one felt that Lu Yuan was pretending. Who made him wealthy enough to crush everyone here? The 4S store car sales manager even waved his hand. Close the door. From this moment onwards, no longer receive any customers coming in from outside, and for the rest of the time, this 4S store will only serve Mr. Lu and his wife. The rich kids didn't leave. They all wanted to see the next shocking scene. What kind of car would a man of Lu Yuan's worth buy? The car sales manager doesn't want to let go of customers like Lu Yuan. From what Lu Yuan just did, it is enough to see Lu Yuan's broad-mindedness. With Lu Yuan's broad-mindedness to casually buy here, can be enough for 4S stores to eat for half a year. Wang Meiqi was surrounded by a group of people went down to pick a car. In order to persuade Wang Meiqi to buy, these people can be said to be full of strength. All the cars are introduced to the once. In the end, Maggie Wang chose a Lamborghini Hermes. Mr. Lu, your wife is really discerning. This Lamborghini Hermes, designed and built by the famous sports car engineers, belongs to the Gallardo entry-level concept car. Only one was produced worldwide, and it was not listed for distribution, and it was only through a special channel that we received this car from the Lamborghini Museum in the store. Because this car did not come easy, the price has charged you $580 million. $580 million? Not much money. Lu Yuan held the bank card between his index and middle fingers and threw it to the receptionist. Swipe it. Lu Yuan's face looked relaxed and indifferent. 580 million only, compared to all his assets. So little money and spend $5 or $6 have any difference? This broadside has once again caused a furor. The people in the auto store are going to be happy in their hearts. They can earn a lot of commission again for this order. They feel that they will wake up from their dreams tonight with a smile on their face. There was also a saleswoman who asked at this time, Mr. Lu, aren't you going to pick out a ride yourself? If Lu Yuan was an ordinary person, this salesman wouldn't have asked this question. The key Lu Yuan was the one who could transfer more than $180 billion to his woman. Was he an ordinary person? After thinking about it, Lu Yuan said to him, I have a car to drive for the time being. Let's do it this way. I'll order 500 Bugatti Veyrons from you. The reason why Lu Yuan did this was also because this store was good, and even directly closed the store in order to receive himself and Wang Meiqi, and since this was the case, he didn't mind letting this store earn more amount. The people in the 4S store were all jaw-dropped and stuttered. Mr. Lu, how many cars did you say you wanted to order? 500 units. What's the problem? Lu Yuan asked. Confused. The 4S store sales manager couldn't help but ask. Mr. Lu, are you planning to use it to open a rental car company? Lu Yuan shook his head. No, my wife and I haven't gotten married yet. I'm thinking of getting the wedding organized this while, and it just so happens that there's a shortage of 500 wedding cars. So I'm thinking of buying them together along the way, such as the Bugatti Veyron. Such a car. Most of them are used as the head of the wedding car, and the road far at once to order 500 units, obviously to be the rhythm of the tail car. 500 Bugatti Veyrons as a wedding car tailgate. This is also too luxurious, right? Wang Meiqi is a little distressed about the money. When you get married, you can use the car rental company. It's all the same. Lu Yuan softly laughed. It's not the same. You're only that one time in your life. You're my woman. I don't care about other women. My Lu Yuan's woman. She has to have the best in the world. A vow, said Wang Meiqi, a face of happiness. The people present were touched. So romantic and affectionate, man. Ah, this young lady. You are so happy. All the blessings fell together on Maggie Wang. Wang Meiqi still thought that so many cars would be troublesome and said to Lu Yuan, but after the wedding, where to put so many cars? Even if you drive one a day for 365 days a year, you won't be able to finish it. Lu Yuan rubbed his head and said, it's fine. I have several villas in Magic City. Last time I went to the villa on the outskirts of the city. Damn. More than 200 parking spaces. I have a total of 2 cars. Wife. I have obsessive compulsive disorder. I don't feel comfortable until I stuff it full. These 500 Bugatti Veyrons are just a start. In the future, I want to fill up all the garages of each villa, so as to save the inconvenience of going back and forth to wherever. Lu Yuan had a bashful and relaxed face. Saying that, Lu Yuan once again took out his bank card to pay for this amount. Gollum. Everyone in the room was gagging. Brother, you're going to buy a bunch of cars just because you're obsessive compulsive? Please, can you be a human being? This is the voice of everyone on the scene. Those rich second-generation people heard this, and immediately, as if they had found something exciting and fun. Right. Or Mr. Lu knows how to play. Why didn't we think of that? I'll go home later and buy a garage. I also want to learn from Mr. Lu and park all the garages at home. Lu Yuan also didn't realize how much of a car-buying frenzy his one compulsion would set off in the circle of rich second-generation people in Magic City in the future. Years later, the first thing various rich kids say when they meet is your garage full? But all of that is an afterthought. Quite a number of Magic City rich second-generation and foreign rich second-generation have come to hand over their business cards. Mr. Lu, get to know each other. I'll have the chance to invite you and your sister-in-law for dinner. Lu Yuan took them one by one and said to them, on the day of my wife and I's wedding, I'll invite you all to the banquet. Don't worry, Mr. Lu, no matter how busy we are on that day, we will definitely put off everything to arrive and send a blessing to you and your sister-in-law. Lu Yuan and Wang Meiqi left the 4S store, and Wang Meiqi looked bad after she answered a call from home. Lu Yuan inquired with concern. What's wrong? My dad called me and the blind date has arrived at my house and asked me to come over. Blind date? Now that Wang Meiqi is her own woman, Lu Yuan will not allow him to come and get his hands on her, and said to Wang Meiqi, I'll go to your house with you to touch this blind date of yours. Chapter 42. 20 pounds of Wui de Hong Pao, worth $100 million. Maggie Wang nodded. Just in time. I'll also talk to my family about me and you. Lu Yuan did not go to Wang Meiqi's house at the first time, but first went to the villa on the outskirts of the city and specifically went to fetch some Dahongpo tea leaves, ready to give a meeting gift to his old husband in the future. After about 20 minutes or so, the two of them went to a dilapidated neighborhood together, Wang Meiqi explained for Lu Yuan. This side of the building is a bit old. All the people who live here are poor households. This place is also called a low-income building. You can only live in it and you can't rent it out or sell it. Lu Yuan smiled and said, "It's fine. I don't have much else. Just a lot of real estate certificates. A load of sacks. When the time comes to send my father-in-law and mother-in-law 2 sets." The two joked and laughed all the way up the stairs. Wang Meiqi knocked on the door. "Dad, I'm back." Not long after, a middle-aged man with a kind face opened the door and welcomed Lu Yuan and Wang Meiqi in. The middle-aged man looked at the fresh-faced Lu Yuan and couldn't help but ask, "Meiqi, who is this?" "Dad, he's my boyfriend Lu Yuan." Wang Meiqi had a happy smile on her face. Wang Meiqi's her father froze for a moment. His face was not too natural, but he also invited. Oh, then come inside quickly." After entering the room, this is a 2-room and 1-bedroom layout. The sofa and coffee table and other things are all a little old. The kitchen table is still a dish of pickles and half a pot of porridge. The material conditions are very bad. Inside the house, there was already sitting a gentlemanly boy with a designer label and glasses, who had a few moments of irritation looking at Lu Yuan and complaining. "Uncle, your auntie also didn't tell me that Meiqi still has a boyfriend." Maggie Wang apologized. "I'm sorry, I never told my mom." The Sven man's gaze also fell on Wang Meiqi. Hair over the shoulder, pure and lovely cheeks, slender pair of legs, curvy figure. Just one glance, the man can no longer leave the eyeballs. Today, no matter what he says, he wants Wang Meiqi to be his girlfriend. "Oh, well, it's okay to have a boyfriend, and not married. I will still have a fair chance to compete. Introduce myself. My name is Ma He. My family is a Western medicine family. In Magic City, people call me Ma Xiao." Ma He stretched out his salty pig hand, wanting to shake hands with Wang Meiqi. Lu Yuan shook Ma He's hand and said to him, "Hello, my name is Lu Yuan, and all the dignitaries in Magic City call me Lu Dong." Ma He glanced at Lu Yuan and the tea in his hand and suddenly said in a conspiratorial manner, "Oh, Mr. Lu, so, you're a business owner? With such a few pounds of broken tea leaves you're carrying, you're not taking Meiqi's parents too seriously, are you? Although I'm just a blind date, but my sincerity is all more than you. See that box of imported health products on the table? Many famous Western medicine companies join hands to produce, imported, a box of hundreds of thousands of dollars. You as Meiqi's boyfriend, but only take a few $100 tea. Are you good at it? Hundreds of thousands of dollars a box of imported health products, but also to compare with their own tea?" Lu Yuan snorted coldly. "This is no ordinary tea for me. You've got to be kidding me. There's not even a name on the package. What kind of good tea can it be?" Lu Yuan's explanation did not work, but instead caused Ma He to dislike it. Lu Yuan was speechless. A good tea doesn't need a special name to emphasize it. Ma He did not spare people said, estimated to be a miscellaneous brand. "I happen to have a friend to do tea business. In the field of tea in this area is the best. I give him a video call. Let him test it, true or false we'll know." Wang Meiqi her father saw the atmosphere of saber rattling, busy saying, "Alas, forget it, I'm this age. Drink or not drink good tea, what else can be done? Junior, since there is this intention, I'll appreciate it." Lu Yuan, however, had no intention of letting it go and said indifferently, "Call your friend now." Ma He quickly dialed his friend's number after a quick drumming on his cell phone. "Uncle Chin, I want to find you to identify some tea leaves. Take a look at these tea leaves in the handy bag and see if they are some miscellaneous small workshop tea leaves." Ma He said while giving Lu Yuan a provocative glance, as if to say that he was going to show Lu Yuan his true colors next. Lu Yuan generously spread the tea, but also opened the cell phone video function, said to the middle-aged man in the video, "You can think well before saying your words and actions. I will be the whole video. If you identify fake, I will send the video to the internet, so that you lose your reputation." Video. That end of the tea house boss immediately dared not mess around again. After some careful identification, the face is also increasingly grave, forehead even have cold sweat down. Ma He pursued, "Uncle Chin, is this tea too trashy? Put. Garbage? Do you know what kind of tea this is?" Mr. Chin, the owner of the tea house, was speechless. Ma He was confused. What tea?" "Woi Mountain Dahongpo tea on the mother plant tree." "No, what is the mother plant?" "Mother plant on the Dahongpo is the highest quality. A year's production is only a caddy. Such a gram of tea will be 100,000 yuan. This caddy of tea $5 million. You tell me that it is garbage? Besides, this bag contains a full 20 pounds, right? To add to that, the mother plant, the big red robe, can only be auctioned off. It doesn't sell at all in the market, and it's much more popular with successful people of notable social status." Amount. Ma He's cell phone fell to the ground with a bang. and was stunned on the spot. The price of this bag of tea is not in 100 million? Lu Yuan looked at Ma He with a wry smile. Hundreds of thousands of Western medicines and healthcare products. You have the nerve to take them out? Ma He looked at Lu Yuan very confused. What do you do? Why can you afford $100 million of Dahongpo tea? Lu Yuan was bland. A friend gave it to me. In fact, Lu Yuan did not say. Like this Dahongpo mother plant tea, his villa still has 480 pounds it. All are aged good tea. What's 20 pounds? Oh, the tea is good tea. It's just a pity that it's not something you paid for. Is it because you think Uncle Wang doesn't deserve what you paid for? Ma He was aggressive and still refused to forgive. When Wang Meiqi saw the other party targeting Lu Yuan so much, she directly said in annoyance, "If you target my husband like this again, please get out of my house. I'm letting you stay here all because I don't want my mom to be embarrassed in front of her old sisters. If you hold on to this matter like this again, you're not welcome in my house then." Seeing that Wang Meiqi was so biased in favor of Lu Yuan, Ma He was annoyed. What exactly is he better than me? By virtue of he is more handsome than you, also more rich than you, more than your good character, also more by virtue of we are childhood sweethearts, by virtue of he is my determination in this life. I'm not married to him. Words clear enough? Wang Meiqi turned her cold eyes towards Ma He. Chapter 43, I love anything you give birth to. Lu Yuan looked at Ma He with an icy expression. Understand? You're the only one who's the most redundant here. Ma He held a bellyful of fire, a table on the Western medicine healthcare into the pocket. Fire said, "Oh, since we cannot become this box of imported Western medicine healthcare, your father also do not eat." Lu Yuan snorted. "Oh, a box of hundreds of thousands of broken things. Not as expensive as a bottle of wine I opened last time. It's not like I can't afford it for my old man." Ma He face full of gloom, looking at the room a 16-year-old girl. Toward her is a rebuke, "Since I cannot do your brother-in-law, I just gave you to turn 50,000 meat gift. All give me a penny not less turn back. If you dare not turn, I'll whip you to death today." Ma He had already removed the belt around his waist, ready to strike. The 16-year-old sister-in-law, Wang Xiyu, looked at Ma He with a scared face, tears threatening to flow down her face at any moment, obviously frightened. Wang Meiqi, her father, is also very upset in his heart at this moment. I did not expect that his first impression of good Ma He, now even the original form, but this kind of virtue. Lu Yuan was very upset and rushed at Ma He and warned, "If you dare to touch a hair on her head today, I'll make you come in vertically and go out horizontally." Lu Yuan has been sharpened these days. The hostility in his body is not small. A single look makes Ma He tremble with fear and subconsciously throw down his belt. Wang Meiqi looked at her younger sister Wang Xiyu with some reproach. "Didn't mom and dad teach you from a young age not to accept other people's things indiscriminately? What do you want the scum's money for?" Wang Xiyu's voice weakly said, "I don't want it either. It's him who hard snatched my cell phone and initiated the transfer for me." Lu Yuan sniffed and said to him, "Transfer the money back to him. We are not bad at this 50,000 yuan. In a while, brother-in-law will give you a big transfer." Wang Xiyu for some reason, inexplicably feel that Lu Yuan cordial better to get along with. The most important thing is that Lu Yuan gives her a sense of security. She is very obedient. Then transferred 50,000 yuan to Ma He, and Ma He was ready to change his shoes and leave. Just then, Lu Yuan initiated a transfer to his sister-in-law Wang Xiyu. PayPal arrives with $100 million. Lu Yuan rubbed Wang Xiyu's head and smiled. 100 million. Brother-in-law gave you a month's pocket money. There's more if you spend it. Ma He immediately face ugly to the extreme. Only feel here to stay in no place. TM 100 million to a small child as pocket money. Are you serious? Wang Xiyu's cheeks burned as she looked at the cell phone screen. The blinding transfer of $100 million, causing her heart to be overwhelmed with shock and dismay. What exactly does her brother-in-law do? How come he is so rich? The old husband also looked at Lu Yuan with a surprised face, as if he did not expect Lu Yuan to be so wealthy. Wang Meiqi looked at Lu Yuan reproachfully. She's still in school. Why did you transfer so much money to her? Raising a son in poverty and raising a daughter in wealth as well. Since you are my person and have steadfastly chosen me, I am going to let your whole family enjoy the blessings together. Lu Yuan said in a sincere tone. Wang Meiqi seemed to have remembered something and asked after her. Lu Yuan, do you emphasize women over men? A daughter slave? A smirk appeared on Lu Yuan's face as he pinched Wang Meiqi's cheeks. That's a question. Of course not. As long as it's born by you, I like it. Go go go. Who wants to give you a child? Wang Meiqi instantly made a red face. Mar. DD. Is it still possible to stay in this room? It was a common thought between the two. Only Ma He's heart was more but still jealous. Lu Yuan's gaze also fell on Ma He and said sarcastically, "What are you looking at? Haven't you ever seen a young couple make out? Take a bottle of hundreds of thousands of healthcare products and 50,000 transfers of poor, but also learn people out blind date. Disgraceful dead single dog. Wang Meiqi punched Lu Yuan's chest. Hubby, I've already had a bad enough time. Just say less. Lu Yuan's words were undoubtedly salt in Mahi's wounds. Mahi's fists clenched, his face full of gloom. Dog man and woman. A pair of dog man and woman. You'd better not go to the hospital. Don't look for a Western doctor. Don't beg to me and my dad. Mahi dropped a harsh sentence and left in a rage. Lu Yuan heart disdain. Western medicine you more deraw? The entire Chinese and Western Medicine Association is his 100% holding. As long as he is not happy, let which Western medicine out of China. That is, his words, the upper and lower lips of a move thing. With his current position of money and power, if he could be disgusted by a small Western doctor, then he, Lu Yuan, would no longer need to mix in this part of Magic City. Sister-in-law Wang Shiyu added. Brother-in-law, the way he fled in a state of distress. It's so funny, like a dog in a soup. There is Lu Yuan here to back up. Sister-in-law Wang Shiyu also no longer have any scruples. Who let just Mahi scare her? Anyway, from the reaction of Mahi just now, he is a little afraid of Lu Yuan. If you really have something, then there is brother-in-law Lu Yuan for their own backing. Not long after accompanying Mahi's woeful escape, a sharp knock suddenly sounded from outside. Accompanied by Wang Meiqi opened the door to the room. A middle-aged woman carrying a large bag of vegetables stood in the doorway. Wang Meiqi could not help but inquire. What's wrong, Auntie Lu? Meiqi, your mom is in room 103 of the second unit of the third building, about to be beaten to death. You hurry over to take a look. I'd just come back from passing by there. I didn't even get to my house after I came back, so I came to look for you, Auntie Lu said while wiping the sweat on her forehead. Speaking in a tone of voice also some panting, Wang Meiqi instantly panicked. What? My mom? She was beaten up? Wang Meiqi's dad also hurriedly put on his clothes and rushed his daughter. Wang Meiqi, quickly go to your mom's side. Let's not go late. The old husband, with an anxious face, rushed out at the first opportunity. Lu Yuan and Wang Meiqi, along with his sister-in-law Wang Shiyu, followed close behind. Lu Yuan clenched his fists and said to Wang Meiqi, no matter who the person who hit him is, I will make him pay the price in blood and make him regret coming to this world. Wang Meiqi was taken aback. Don't you mess around. Good. Lu Yuan faintly spat out a word. A line of several people soon arrived at the place of the incident. A pungent smell of blood does not prohibit a few people some nausea. A few people toward the unit building only to see a middle-aged woman in cleaning clothes, fell in a pool of blood. An old woman with a full head of white hair was holding an iron cane and smashing it on the middle-aged woman's body one by one. Let's see if you still dare to put any cleaning tools into the building. Wang Meiqi's heart was burning with anxiety, as she rushed to the middle-aged woman. Mom, how are you doing, Mom? The middle-aged woman had a facial twitch. It's kind of hard. Wang Meiqi glared towards the beating old lady. You are so old. What gives you the right to beat people? Chapter 44, Disrespectful Old Man? I'll teach you to be a new man. Who told her to pick up the cleaning tools again? My old man is so old and has a cerebral thrombosis. What if he comes out and bumps it? Beating her is light. The old lady had an aggressive face. Wang Meiqi's mother was in a rage. I didn't put it in the middle of your doorway. The position I put it in doesn't hinder your family's traveling at all. And it's just for 3 or 2 minutes. So how could I bump into it? When her sister-in-law Wang Shiyu heard this, she was annoyed. Then you can't just hit people. Wait, I'll call the police. Being old is not a reason for you to be disrespectful for old age. The old lady, however, did not have the slightest fear. Little girl, you report. There is no surveillance here. Besides, I'm this old bone. And who dares to do anything to my old lady? Can you do anything about me? You've gone too far. Wang Shiyu was so angry that her pink fists clenched and her body trembled. Wang Meiqi also realized that calling the police might not solve the problem. She looked around and asked towards the residents of a neighborhood. Do any of you know her son or daughter? The old lady is emboldened. You want to find my children? Oh, you find my son phone number 135-9627. My son came and killed you hoof. Wang Meiqi only felt a wave of nausea, not expecting an old man's mouth to be so unclean. The corners of Lu Yuan's eyes narrowed into a dangerous arc, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Wife, why bother reasoning with this kind of person? What do you mean? Maggie Wan was confused. In the next second, Lu Yuan snatched the iron crutch from the old lady's hand and kicked her in the stomach, and the iron crutch slammed down on her forehead. Pig-killing miserable howls rang out, and the old lady who had been aggressive earlier also collapsed in a pool of blood at this moment, grimacing in pain for a while, tears coming out of her eyes. At this time, some onlookers in the crowd could not help but open their mouths. Impulsive. Young man, you're too impulsive. She's so old. You dare to do it. You're not afraid of her blackmailing you? Blackmail? It didn't matter to Lu Yuan. As long as it was something that money could solve. How much money could he not afford to pay? Lu Yuan revealed an extremely confident and bland smile. Afraid? All the fear comes from the fact that your social background isn't hard enough and you don't have enough firepower. With that, the old lady pulled out her elderly cell phone from her dress pocket and made as if she was going to call the police. Wang Meiqi looked at Lu Yuan in panic. Hubby, what should we do? Lu Yuan shrugged his shoulders, a face of indifference and a bland attitude. It's fine. Let her report it. There's no surveillance here. Who saw me hit someone? Who saw me hit someone? Nope. I didn't see it. I just saw this old lady hit the janitor and fell on the stairs when she didn't stand still herself. Yes, she was dropped. I can testify to that. I can testify to that as well. It was this old lady who bullied the housekeeping first. Lu Yuan was slightly surprised. He didn't expect this old lady to be so poorly liked around here. There was no one willing to help her. Speaking of these people are also the heart has long been holding a belly full of fire. This old lady in the middle of the night to steal their things. Not to mention, even more to their vegetable gardens into the feces. Outside the more indiscriminate chewing of the tongue. Said that the East is not good to talk about the West is right and wrong. The spreading of anger to be even more brutal and irrational. Seeing that the crowd didn't speak up for her. The old lady was furious and took her cell phone and pressed the dialing button. Wait for me. I'll call my son. Lu Yuan also did not obstruct. Let the old lady's phone dialed out. The old lady cried a snot and a tear. Son, you quickly come back. Mom is about to be beaten to death. Accompanied by the phone hanging up. The old lady's arrogant flames rose a lot more, glaring viciously at Lu Yuan and Wang Meiqi's family. You wait for me. Lu Yuan didn't care. Mordor Yang Tianba was also a younger brother in front of himself, not to mention some other little yakuza. More than half an hour later, a man with a big waist and beard, and a middle-aged woman came to the unit building, a face of concern to the side of the old lady. Mom, who hit you? After the old lady had her son to back her up, she hardened up and pointed at Lu Yuan. It's this little brat. The bearded man looked at Lu Yuan menacingly. What gives you the right to hit my mom? This has to ask your mother. My mother-in-law here to do cleaning. Cleaning tools on your doorstep next to put a moment. Your mother felt in the way on the things thrown out. My mother-in-law picked back up on the beaten by your mother. Line your mother to beat people. Not we still fight? Lu Yuan did not have a good temper. The woman next to the man with the beard and mustache, looking angry and irritated, accused. You're a young man. Why are you bothering with an old woman? Why don't you give in to the old lady? Don't you have any old people at home? Do you know how to respect the old and love the young? Women speak of brutality and irrationality to the fullest extent. Lu Yuan laughed coldly and said to him, I, Lu Yuan, only respect old men of good character. But if this old man is a scumbag, I'm sorry, I won't respect it, and it just so happens that your mom is a scumbag. After hearing this, the bearded man was instantly annoyed, and fished out a knife from his trouser pocket. And looked viciously at Lu Yuan. Tramp. It's you who beat my mom with your little arm child, right? I'll stab you to death. The knife in the bearded man's hand stabbed towards Lu Yuan, and Wang Meiqi and her sister-in-law Wang Shiyu exclaimed at the same time to warn. Be careful. Lu Yuan's physique wasn't too bad. Seeing the knife stabbing over, an extremely sensitive dodge, a foot violently kicked on the bearded man's wrist. The knife in his hand fell to the ground with a dangling sound. Lu Yuan yanked the bearded man's wrist, yanked and pulled forward, and kicked his right toe violently on the other party's small stomach. The whole action was done in one go, like flowing water. 1 meter 87, more than 200 pounds of bearded man. His body suddenly bowed into a shrimp shape, and he fell to the ground with a face of unbearable pain. This wave of operation, so that everyone present to see the dumbfounded. Lu Yuan is 1 meter 75. Support the death of 100 pounds of thin body. A moment to put down a more than 200 pounds, which gives people the visual impact is too big, right? Lu Yuan stepped on the bearded man's face, drew out a packet of paper towels and wiped his shoes, looking condescendingly at the bearded man. Next time this kind of strength don't learn how to come out and mix. Kicking you is too much of a dirty mess for my shoes. When had the bearded man ever been humiliated by someone stomping on his face like this? His body tried hard to break away from Lu Yuan, but all his movements were all to no avail in front of Lu Yuan's strength. Chapter 45, Beat up my mother-in-law. And you want to live in a low-income building? Lu Yuan glanced towards the old lady's house, only to see a pot of abalone sitting on the coffee table, and some of the home furnishings and other things in the house also cost a lot of money. As if he had remembered something, Lu Yuan couldn't help but ask the people present. This is the low-security building, right? That's right. Those who live here are all poor families who are not well off and have poor and difficult living conditions. in order to enjoy the state subsidy to live in the low-income buildings here. One of the residents explained to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan sniffed, once again looked at the living conditions of the old lady's home, shocked beyond measure. Oh, this old lady's home to eat abalone. Are taking a large pot? The furniture in the house without hundreds of thousands of dollars cannot come down. This kind of material conditions, how to and the poor households are not linked to it. The residents of the scene, also indignant, said to Lu Yuan, of course not hooked. This old lady can be rich. The family ate every day are all the delicacies of the sea. By the family's sons and daughters' limousine transportation. I have bumped into a number of times. My second grandpa can't even eat. His legs and feet are disabled. He also has to take care of an epileptic wife. The house he is living in now. A few more rains are going to collapse. He is so poor but he is not selected as a poor household. This old lady is doing much better than my second grandpa, but she is selected as a poor household. And she is still getting poverty alleviation money every year. Every time I think about it, I'm not balanced. When Lu Yuan heard this, he couldn't help but feel even more uncomfortable. Haven't you guys ever thought about reporting it? Alas, it has long been reported. No one on the upper side of the management. I heard that the old lady at that time to the community gave a gift, but also invited the general manager of the city house real estate had dinner. People's families on the upper side of the relationship hard, which is our kind of small people can resist. City house real estate? Lu Yuan recalled in his head that this real estate was a subsidiary that was dependent under his own townhouse real estate company. Since City House is its own family business, it's a good thing. Lu Yuan made a phone call to Thompson's general manager on the spot, and the general manager there inquired, "What's wrong, chairman?" Lu Yuan was furious. "Give you 20 minutes to let City House real estate give me a good rectification. What kind of people can live in the low security building? City suburb low security building 3 building 2 unit 103. Live a meal abalone lobster. Even furniture are hundreds of thousands of rich life. Such a person, why can live in the state allocated low security building? How many poor people in society are still struggling in dire straits? They should be enjoying state allowances. The poverty alleviation policies that should belong to them are being exploited by these rich people. If this matter is not handled properly, all the people in the city house will quit. All of them will go home. And I don't care which neighborhood is magic, which community in the connection. You take the time to run. On behalf of me to warn them, hurry to me to withdraw the low-income households that do not meet the poverty. Otherwise, wait for me to turn back to personally board the door to investigate. Will be exposed to them in the country? All waiting to go into the bureau. If they do not take it seriously, let them Baidu search for Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan said with a great deal of fire. If he didn't know, Lu Yuan wouldn't have cared. Since he encountered it, Lu Yuan wouldn't stand by and do nothing. He wanted to make his own efforts to let the people who really lived in poverty have a house to live in. The people in the cell building also couldn't help but be curious and pull out their cell phones to search up Lu Yuan. Only, after this search, the crowd all changed color. Baidu Encyclopedia. Lu Yuan, age, 24, owns 500 schoolhouses nationwide. Legal chairman of 100 real estate companies nationwide. Chairman of the Association of Chinese and Western Medicine. Chairman of Yida Mall. Key facts. R&D production of scientific research patents. Shangri-La Hotel. A meal of 1,833,000. 4S car dealership romantic confession girlfriend. Transfer 52. 1,131. 4 billion. The engagement car 500 Bugatti Veyron. Magic City. 500 luxury broads are all its friends. Once let Wang Yan said car and small phone brother 2 big net red cool. More a sentence let Gu family and Su family bankruptcy. The description of each thing. All so hot blood. The neighborhood crowd exclaimed, the original Road Dong actually has so many legendary past. No wonder beat that old lady a little scruples. If I were half as capable as Lu Dong, I wouldn't have the slightest hesitation. Lu Dong's words before were quite right. The reason we are afraid is because our social background is not hard enough. Everything comes from our lack of strength. This old lady is considered to have kicked the iron plate. It's not good to offend anyone, but to offend this big Buddha. Lu Dong. Her good days are finally coming to an end. A pair of fiery eyes were filled with admiration and awe for Lu Yuan. Who wouldn't aspire to such a rich and daring young man who didn't have to think about any consequences? Under Lu Yuan's operation, the general manager of Townsend's first product immediately went to do it, and the phone calls to various real estate companies are going to be bursting. For a while, major real estate companies had to approach the communities in charge of their corresponding neighborhoods to cascade the message. Originally, some people in the community still have a little bit of luck, want to muddle through, but in the Baidu Lu Yuan, all were Lu Yuan's resume scared silly. This is a dam they can afford to offend? Wouldn't it be easy for a multi-million-dollar billionaire to mess with them? not to mention that they weren't exactly clean in the first place. Overnight, the major communities were busy, withdrawing one ineligible low-income household after another and re-registering the truly underwater poor. Those poor people living in the deep waters of Magic City, in this night, have taken the name of Lu Yuan as their lifelong benefactor. If not for the fact that Lu Yuan is going to take care of this matter, they still have to suffer and live. The old lady's children were also dumbfounded, muttering, "Mom, it seems we've offended a big shot we can't afford to mess with. Our family's low-income building may be lost, and there is also the risk of jail." When the old lady heard, her face suddenly turned white. Instantly second wimp like a dog, crawled to the front of Lu Yuan, tugged on Lu Yuan's pants leg, crying and begging, "Ludong, my old lady shouldn't be disrespectful for the old. Shouldn't be cheap to beat your mother-in-law. You let me go. I'm old bones. I don't want to go to jail. Please let me go. Take your mother-in-law to the hospital to check it out. The medical expenses I fully reported." The old lady was crying her eyes out. Lu Yuan snorted coldly. "Ha, now you don't want to be tough with me? However, it's useless. Since I'm going to intervene to manage the matter of cheating the state subsidy, I need someone to make an example of me. Today you are kowtowing to me. You also have to go to jail." Lu Yuan directly dialed the police and recounted the old lady's insurance fraud. Not long after, the cell outside the alarm bells, a carload of police came to the unit building, handcuffed to the old lady's wrists. The police indifferently pronounced, "You are involved in fraudulent insurance. With us back to the bureau." The old lady was taken away, while looking at her room unwillingly, crying her liver, "Son, Mom so regret. If Mom did not hit that cleaning, maybe Mom will not be out of it. Mom, regret is no longer useful. No matter how many years you are sentenced to, son will go to prison to see you often." The bearded man and the middle-aged woman, as well, were full of tears. Chapter 46, If I can't see the disease, what do I need you Western doctors for? Lu Yuan glanced at his mother-in-law's injuries and proposed, "Let's take Auntie to the hospital first." Wang Meiqi's family racked her mother-in-law into the car and rushed towards the hospital in a hurry. A little over half an hour later, the family arrived at the hospital. A white lab coat doctor held a stethoscope and listened for a while before saying to Wang Meiqi's family, "Take the old lady. Go upstairs in a while to do a urinalysis and blood routine. By the way, do an ultrasound, and then take a CT. Check all aspects. First go to the first floor lobby window to pay the money there." Lu Yuan frowned and looked at the white coat with displeasure. "My mother-in-law, for the trauma of being beaten, an ultrasound would be enough, right? Is it necessary to do so many tests? Are you the doctor or am I the doctor? Isn't it for the good of your old mother-in-law to do so many tests? What if there's some hidden disease? Isn't it just to look at it together?" The white lab coat doctor said without a good tone. "In fact, no matter what the disease, as long as the hospital, the doctor will let people first do a bunch of cumbersome tests. The purpose is not for the good of the patient. It is entirely for the hospital to make more money, he or she to eat more kickbacks." Wang Meiqi sighed and said helplessly, "Forget it, let's just do the checkup." What the doctor said is not unreasonable. At this time, the door of the Western medicine office was pushed open. Ma He walked in from the outside, and with a glance, he caught a glimpse of Lu Yuan and the others, and immediately said in a conspiratorial manner, "Yo, Lu Yuan, what a narrow road between enemies. What is it? Did Auntie Lin get beaten up here?" When her mother-in-law saw Ma He, she looked cordial. "Xiao you're here just in time. Isn't your dad some kind of authoritative Western doctor in the Western medical field? Auntie is in pain. Auntie doesn't want to do a bunch of tests. Can you help Auntie make it easier?" Ma He touched the rim of his glasses and pondered. "Convenience, a little difficult, Your family Meiqi and will not talk to me. People have a road far away from the big chairman of the board of directors. In reason, I have no reason to help you." Mother-in-law sniffed. Her face was not too natural. If it was before, she would have let her daughter and Lu Yuan separate to be with Ma He. Only, when Lu Yuan had just stood up for her, it seemed that Lu Yuan's social background was even stronger than Ma He's, and under the comparison of the two, it was still Lu Yuan who was more suitable to be her son-in-law. Mother-in-law sighed, "Forget it, Auntie doesn't need your convenience. Auntie go for a checkup." Seeing that he was rejected, Ma He had a gloomy face and with a cold snort, he slammed the door and left. Lu Yuan and Wang Meiqi took her mother-in-law, applied for a number using the machine, and waited for the number to be called outside the examination room. After the people in front of them had finished their examinations one by one, and when it was finally the mother-in-law's turn, a white lab coat stepped out and apologized. "I'm sorry, ma'am, the hospital had a power outage, plus the equipment had a slight malfunction that needed to be repaired, so please go and take a look at another hospital, or come back tomorrow. The machines aren't working right now." "Ha, the power's out? but I'm in so much pain. I can't stand the tossing and turning. The mother-in-law only felt a sharp pain. The white lab coat face said in a bad tone, "Ma'am, you don't have to say this to me. I can't do anything about the machine malfunction and power outage. You're not the only one waiting to be seen. Others can go to a transfer hospital or wait for the machine to be maintained. Why can't you?" Wang Meichi was infuriated. "Have you ever talked like this?" "Oh, I'll talk like this, if you like." Lu Yuan clenched his fists, his heart burning with anger. Power outages and machine failures do not give medical treatment. If the patient's illness cannot be delayed, this is not harming people, this is not delaying things. Lu Yuan made a phone call to the president of the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association. Magic City Orthopedic Second Hospital. Immediately arrange for a surgical Chinese doctor close to me to come over. My mother-in-law was injured. Her head and face suffered heavy injuries. She was beaten with an iron crutch. Fine. This will be arranged for the chairman. Please be patient. What Lu Yuan did was misinterpreted by those nurses and doctors as pretending. It wasn't until an old man entered the hospital with a bunch of surgical equipment that the crowd was completely dumbfounded and exclaimed out, "Orthopedic and neurovascular expert Tang Renbo? Tang Lao?" Tang Renbo walked quickly to Lu Yuan's front and bent 90 degrees to bow. "Good day, Dong Lu." This scene once again let the hospital people cannot calm down. Tang Lao even tubed the kid called Lu Dong? Tang Lao is an internationally recognized author, and has been awarded the Nobel Prize in Medicine for several medical papers. More tens of thousands of perfect surgery. Experience is very experienced. The top 10 hospitals in the country once openly raised prices just to grab him a person. His medical status is not so good, please. Lu Yuan but one phone call, and in a commanding tone. "And Donald came? What exactly is Lu Yuan's status?" Lu Yuan urged. "Hurry up and arrange an operation for my mother-in-law. This hospital has a power outage and no medical equipment. Can you handle it?" Tang Renbo had a proud face. "Of course. I'm not one of those trashy Western doctors who can't see patients apart from instruments and equipment. Small problem. Leave it to me." Lu Dong, accompanied by his mother-in-law, being pushed into the operating room. A few hours later, his mother-in-law was taken care of, and Tang Renbo admonished, "Lu Dong, prescribe a few more pairs of Chinese medicines and your mother-in-law will be cured." Lu Yuan nodded with satisfaction and appreciated. At critical times, it's still Chinese medicine that can be relied upon. A young Western doctor on the side, more or less unconvinced. "Lu Dong, words cannot be said. Chinese medicine pulse reading diagnosis. Rely solely on manpower is too slow. And how many patients a day can see? It is now the 21st century. We have to be scientific in looking at diseases." Lu Yuan sneered. "Oh, then you'd better wait to go home to science. Dong Lu, I don't understand what you mean." The young white coat had a puzzled look on his face. Lu Yuan laughed. "In a while, you'll understand." Lu Yuan took out his cell phone and dialed the president of the Western Medicine Association with a single call. "Starting from today, the Western Medicine Association is disbanded. Tell all the Western doctors to all get the hell out of here and go home. Our country doesn't want Western medicine." "Ah, Dong Lu, what's going on? How to disband? Just disbanded." Lu Dong, relying on these equipment of the various examinations, whether there is a disease or not. Check once we can earn a lot of it. The field of Western medicine is a big piece of cake. Cannot be disbanded. Lu Dong, the president of the Western Medicine Association on the other end of the phone, said with great reluctance. Lu Yuan sniffed, shocked and furious. The people bring the disease to see a doctor, is to want to quickly be solved, quickly be treated. Western medicine? Oh, power outage equipment failure will not see a doctor. People, if the life of the terminal disease, also let people go home and wait? Besides, Chinese medicine practitioners nowadays also study Western medicine on the side, and they all recognize the medical symbols of Western medicine. And it's not that they don't know how to use medical equipment. In that case, what's the use of me wanting your Western medicine? Chapter 47, Lu Yuan's great fame sensationalized the nation. And, when to patients, regardless of whether the patient needs to do the examination, have to cut the patient leak on the examination? The money that is against my conscience. I, Lu Yuan, will not earn a single point. Give you a day's time. Take the country's Western medicine. Where to get out of, where to go. Lu Yuan fumed after a while, then hung up the phone. At that time, the medical students who studied Western medicine for the sake of money, all of them looked unsightly and miserable. If they had said that before this, the crowd might not have taken Lu Yuan's words too seriously. But with a phone call from Lu Yuan calling for Elder Tang, he might actually be able to do what he said he would do. Lu Yuan patted Tang Renbo's shoulder. Tang Lao, thanks for your medical skills. When you go back to the Chinese Medicine Association, remember to bring a message to the president of the Chinese Medicine Association to recruit more folk-strong Chinese medicine practitioners in the future. Hospitals across the country are short of these good doctors. Tang Runhua heard. Overjoyed, great, the decline of Chinese medicine is finally going to revitalize the rise. Lu Dong, leave it to me. This matter I will personally go to inspect the level of those folk Chinese medicine practitioners, to ensure that not a single quack doctor mixed into the hospital. After the president of the Western Medicine Association hung up the phone with Lu Yuan, the first thing he did was to get busy and notify hospitals around the world to stop employing Western medicine. In the orthopedic hospital where Lu Yuan is located, all those unbeatable Western doctors from the past took off the white coats they were wearing and threw them into the garbage can in tears. I don't have a job anymore. 4 years of college for nothing. I should have known how good it would be for us to study Chinese medicine. It's over. It's over. There's still half a month left to pay the mortgage. I've got a mortgage of 8,000 a month. I'm going to have to borrow money to live on again this month. Among them is also the doctor who didn't speak well with Wang Meiqi earlier. Lu Yuan walked to him and coldly grunted. Now tail up to the sky again. Pretending to be a bully to show me the iron rice bowl is gone. Surprise? The white coat choked on his words. When the other Western doctors in the hospital heard this, they all thought that it was this white coat that had upset Lu Yuan and caused all of them to lose their jobs. And they were furious for a while. Was it you thing that offended someone else's big brother and caused us to lose our jobs? Proposed? Everybody beat him up. A group of Western doctors rushed towards the white coat without any regard for image. And the white coat's screams and howls of wolf were numbing. And from time to time there were quite a lot of obscene words. Lu Yuan always watched them dog-eat-dog with cold eyes. The dismissal of the Western medicine doctor to remove the Western medicine specialist badge was screened in tens of thousands of hospitals in the country at the same time. And the incident also made it to the microblogging hot search. On the local news, Lu Yuan's name has once again spread to thousands of households in the country. Since the implementation of the state's call for poverty alleviation policy, part of the regional population, obviously living in affluence, but by taking the relationship to become a poor household, enjoying the state's subsidies to fraudulent insurance. This matter thanks to our country's young outstanding entrepreneurs Mr. Lu Yuan, only to be dug out by layers of connecting the roots. This matter has attracted great attention from the state. Yesterday afternoon, these participants have been caught in the net. The state will target their evil behavior to pursue legal responsibility. Also just recently, Mr. Lu Yuan, chairman of the Domestic Chinese and Western Medicine Association, abolished Western medicine and adopted the domestic Chinese medicine system in its entirety. And Chinese medicine will once again usher in the spring. What Mr. Lu has seen and done is commendable, and I hope that Mr. Lu's famous enterprise will be getting better and better in the future. The people of the country don't care how much money Lu Yuan earns, but what Lu Yuan does is to benefit the people in the area, so it has a direct relationship with them. Lufthansa's big name is on fire all over the country, in one remote corner after another. Old Chinese doctors in their 80s and 90s cried bitterly. Chinese medicine has finally recovered. Mr. Lu is a good man. Mr. Lu has given us hope again. And in the future, any time Mr. Lu comes to see me, I won't take a penny. Without Mr. Lu, we don't know how long it will be before we can live in a real low-income building. Mr. Lu was really a great legendary hero. Relatives on Lu Yuan's father's and mother's side were all proud of Lu Yuan at this moment, saying, "Did you see the Lu Yuan praised on TV yesterday? That's my great-nephew. That Lu Yuan, who sensationalized the country yesterday, is my great-nephew, a relative of my family." Lu Yuan for the outside of the sensation is not much feeling. These are just his hands. He also did not expect his own hands to do a thing even caused a national sensation. In the past few days, Lu Yuan's phone was all over the place. The real estate company under Lu Yuan's name and the Yida Mall pulled in many contracts, which were almost all backwards to Lu Yuan Enterprises. And because of these deeds, the Yida malls across the country have been consumed by a wild frenzy of wildness. In the face of such wild consumption, Lu Yuan specially under a command down, the national Yida mall commodities have to maintain the original price. Cannot be because of the customer's wild consumption of psychology on the price increase, which makes Lu Yuan again want a piece of the national good sense. He looked at the news replay and couldn't help but have a miserable smile on his face. Only until this moment did I finally realize that Lu Yuan was someone I couldn't afford to offend. Why? Didn't I know that earlier? A lot of great things happened on this day, too. Some alleyway in Magic City, a lousy-faced Long, cowering in the corner, looked at the visitor with a face full of fear. "Tian, Master Tian, why are you here? Come for your life. You shall not live." Dragon Face crumbled and cried out, "Master Tian, I have been following your request. Every day in the begging for life. Why don't you let me a way out of life?" Yang Tianba sneered. It's not that I won't let you go, it's that you shouldn't have offended Lu Yuan. You shouldn't have hit his sister. Your hatred is too great. Although Mr. Lu didn't ask for it, I feel that you being alive is a potential threat to him. I'm going to get rid of you for him. A black car drove by. There is no more Lung in the world. Accompanied by young Tianba and others went away. Only a puddle of blood left on the ground. Lung's body has been taken away. Thrown in a sea of ocean. In a certain hospital, 2 women with disfigured faces, full of rotten flesh sat in the consultation room. And the doctor's words were unusually cruel to them. Miss Gu, Miss Su, you have had too many abortions. You will never be able to have another child for the rest of your lives. And the trauma to your face will never be able to regain its former appearance. Gu Shixia and Su Bing walked outside in a state of disorientation, looked at each other, and laughed miserably. What's the point of us living? If we hadn't offended Lu Yuan's sister that day, we wouldn't have been trashed by those scum. We wouldn't have been disfigured. And how did we end up in this situation today? What's the point of living? Sister Gu, there's no point in me living. I don't want to live either. Together, let's end this life. Hopefully, in our next life, we won't mess with a guy named Lu Yuan. Chapter 48 Touched a helicopter. Rewarded with 200 helicopters asterisk. When the bodies of Gu Shixia and Su Bing were found, it was already 3 days later. The bodies had long since stunk. Flies and stinking maggots crawled all over their bodies. And the matter went to the hot seat. Lu Yuan happened to brush the news. This is indifferent. With his current social background strength, the death of 2 people, for him and the roadside death of 2 dogs just the same. Lu Yuan simply ate something and received a WeChat message from Song Xiao. Brother Lu, I've got a new private helicopter. I'm in a good mood, so I thought I'd get some buddies together for some food and drinks. Are you and my sister-in-law free to come over? Private helicopter? Lu Yuan looked bright. This thing is good. Today it will be a divine storm to it. Thinking of this, he very quickly replied to Song Xiao Weibo. Where is it? Ding bell. WeChat once again rang with the message tone sent by Song Xiao at the Marriott Hotel. I booked the VIP hall on the 3rd floor. I'm already here now. Brother Lu, you can come over now if you have time. After Lu Yuan put down his cell phone, Wang Meiqi was still busy in the kitchen. Lu Yuan couldn't help but say to her, Wife, don't cook. Song Xiao mentioned a helicopter and wants us to go over there for dinner. Quick, get dressed. Don't go late. Wang Meiqi was astonished and puzzled. Song Xiao bought an airplane. Why do I feel that you're happier than him? Nonsense. How could Lu Yuan not be happy? He could get a private helicopter just by molding his hand and using the god's magnificent strike ability. And he could get a helicopter for free just by having a meal. What else could be more enjoyable than this? The 2 packed up and drove towards the Marriott. Marriott Hotel is a behemoth in the Magic City, and even in the world it has a significant position. It is said that his shareholders are a Chinese in a foreign country. Is the Forbes rich list of the list of people? Lu Yuan was also pondering in his heart that when the time came, the wedding of himself and Wang Meiqi would be held at the Marriott. With a thought in his mind, Lu Yuan touched the door of the Marriott Hotel, and in his heart, he mumbled a divine storm. You touched the door of the Marriott Hotel, triggering a divine doubling blitz. Congratulations on the acquisition of 500 million Marriott hotels around the world, which you will own 100% of, making you the new owner of Marriott Hotels. Lu Yuan's face heatedly smiled. This is not a white whore, right? If you pay for it, you can afford it. But if you pay for it, it doesn't smell as good as a white whore. If it wasn't for the fact that there were only 3 divine magnificent blasts a day, and that you couldn't blast each thing once to blast it a second time, Lu Yuan wouldn't want to spend a dime on everything. Honey, what are you giggling about? Wang Meiqi looked at Lu Yuan in confusion. Lu Yuan, however, directly hummed a little song. It's fine. Song Xiao bought an airplane. My husband is happy. Maggie Wang, air. If Song Xiao buys an airplane, you can't laugh all the way, right? It's not like people's airplanes are going to be given to you to fly. Wang Meiqi inwardly said that she couldn't understand Lu Yuan's brain circuits. Lu Yuan wrapped his arms around Wang Meiqi's water snake waist, and in a short while, he arrived at the VIP lounge upstairs, where Song Xiao had already been waiting inside for a long time. Brother Lu, it's been a long time since we've seen each other. Yes, Song Xiao. Congratulations on your new helicopter lift. Young and golden. Ha ha ha. Lu Yuan complimented. Song Xiao awkwardly scratched his head. His face was embarrassed. Brother Lu, you cannot shabby me. Than others I am much gold. Compared with your assets, I am beggars. All of your assets together. Enough to buy my dad several groups. At those words, Lu Yuan touched his nose, and his eyes gradually became a bit comical as he didn't know what came to his mind. Buy, as long as I want to touch it. I don't have to spend a penny to whore it out. Your Yida group is in my hands. so when have I ever spent money to buy what I want? What's wrong with whoring it out? However, this was not something Lu Yuan would say, saying it would affect his feelings. Not long after, Qin Xiao and other rich youngsters also arrived, and gave Lu Yuan a warm hug as soon as they arrived. Brother Lu, you're here first, aren't you? I just said, if you haven't come yet, I'll drive to your house to pick you up. Brother Lu, the things you've done lately are really more legendary than one another. Cleaning up the low-income households who cheated the insurance, rectifying the Western medicine, all of them were on TV, and your big name exploded all over the country. You're simply our idol. It's our honor to be brothers with Brother Lu. Come on, Brother Lu, the big guys will toast you together. We'll drink this cup. Feel free. If they were to toast other people and they didn't return the toast, these rich kids would feel that other people don't give face. But Lu Yuan is a hero, so it doesn't matter if he toasts the hero and the hero returns the toast or not. Lu Yuan didn't have much of a stance. He still treated himself as an ordinary person and drank with the crowd. Lu Yuan's interest in the table was lacking, and although the meal was not of a low grade, he only ate a few symbolic bites before urging, Song Xiao, where's your helicopter? Where is your helicopter? Quickly take us along to take a look. Song Xiao couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha ha, since Brother Lu is in a hurry, let's go. Let's go see the helicopter first. The crowd rode the elevator all the way to the rooftop of the building. A huge thing stood there. The propellers and wings all made unusually cool, and the sound of the helicopter's engine humming was exceptionally enjoyable to listen to. Lu Yuan rubbed his fists for a while and said to Song Xiao, can I test drive a lap? Ha, of course, Lu, you and I are still polite. After Lu Yuan sat down in the cabin of the airplane, he fastened his seatbelt and placed his hand on the helicopter's operation console. Directly used a shot of the Godhawk blast ability. You touched a helicopter, triggering a Divine Storm bonus. Congratulations, you've acquired 200 private helicopters asterisk. Even with Lu Yuan's characterization, his heart was ecstatic, directly whoring 200 frames for nothing, earning a lot of money, okay? The smile on Lu Yuan's face was wide. White whoring is cool. Song Xiao and Xin Xiao and the others all looked at Lu Yuan with a puzzled expression. Brother Lu, you've been sitting up there for 5 minutes. Why don't you open it? Lu Yuan touched his nose and said, it's not quite the same as the airplanes I used to fly. I'm not quite used to it. Forget it, I'd rather not fly it. Song Xiao laughed with an embarrassed face. Ha ha, that's right, with Brother Lu's worth, the airplane he used to drive must be better than this one of mine. It's that this one of mine is too low grade. It's normal that Brother Lu can't get used to driving it. However, Lu Yuan's inner voice was like this. No, you're wrong, Song Xiao. I don't know how to drive it at all. And I say I'm test driving it just to get up there and touch it. Saying I'm not used to driving it is all just an excuse to cover up the embarrassment. By the way, next time, who of you want to buy a yacht or want to buy what luxury plaything? Must invite me. This person has no other hobby. Most like to see the thing. Is the brothers live well? Especially love to see good brothers buy cars, buy helicopters, buy yachts and so on. Lu Yuan smiled brightly, and couldn't help but make the rich second generation present all feel a little hairy in their hearts. Chapter 49 God's Magnificent Strike. Triggering 1. 500 Sea Islands. Qin Xiao sniffed, couldn't help but laugh. Brother Lu, you talk about yacht. I also truthfully think of a thing to come. I and Song Xiao and a few of them, really quite a long time have not gone to surf the waves. Since Brother Lu to yacht too elegant, why not go with us to play for a while? Okay. Lu Yuan agreed in one gulp. About 2 hours or so later, Lu Yuan's few people went to one of the biggest local islands in Magic City. There were quite a few beautiful women in bikini swimsuits on the island, and Wang Meiqi stuck to Lu Yuan's side. Does it look good? Good looking. No, not good looking. Lu Yuan hurriedly changed his tone, and his comical reaction caused Song Xiao and the others to burst into laughter. A playful smile appeared on Wang Meiqi's face. Then how about I wear it for you later? When Lu Yuan heard this, he immediately shook his head like a rattle drum. Don't. This kind of clothing is better worn at home. There are many wolves outside. Wang Meiqi grunted. Pretty good thinking. There's plenty to eat and play on this island. A highly commercialized stretch of ocean with both cruise ships and yachts and motorcycles that surf in the ocean. Lu Yuan rubbed his fists together for a while. There just happened to be one last godly blitz ability left for the day. Just in time to whore out another asset for nothing in a little while. With only this remaining divine magnificent strike, Lu Yuan planned to use it later when he left. A few people got on a surfing motorcycle together, recklessly enjoying the feeling of the waves hitting their faces, and there were quite a few seagulls in the sea leaping into the mid-air, emitting a burst of pleasant chirping sounds. Wang Meiqi sat behind Lu Yuan and tightly hugged Lu Yuan's waist while gushing out gusts of irritated screams from her mouth. Her clothes were soaked through at this moment, And Lu Yuan a burst of mind. Behind him is so soft. He finally experienced the joy of those who like to drive a motorcycle to carry girls. This kind of friction feeling. Really cool. After having a good time on the island, Lu Yuan made it a point to grab the door on his way out. Lu Yuan decisively unleashed the godly blitz ability. Ding! You touched the gate of a commercial island, and are about to trigger the divine strike reward. Reward, 1,000 commercial islands and 500 private islands nationwide. Island included with property, yacht, surf cart, cruise, will all belong to you. You will be the new owner of these islands. 1,500 islands? In addition to the commercial ones, there are ones used for private enjoyment? It's a perfect wave. As long as he wanted to see a bikini or a swimsuit in the future, he would take his wife, Maggie Wang, to this private island, and it would be best if something pleasant and heart-racingly exciting happened together. The private island will never be disturbed. Even if you want to take your family to relax. I've made a fortune. I've made a fortune. I've made a fortune. I've made a fortune. I've made a fortune today. Lu Yuan in a happy mood and Wang Meiqi returned home. Wang Meiqi stretched lazily and said toward Lu Yuan, "Hubby, so tired today. I want to take a bath. Can you?" Lu Yuan looked bright. "Honey, what do you need me to do? I can't touch the back. Want you. Let you help me." "Alas. Forget it, you don't really like to do it either. I'd better do it myself." Wang Meiqi spoke, a sweet and innocent cheek blushing with shame. Lu Yuan was busy saying, "Don't. I'm the most helpful person. I love doing it." Wang Meiqi blankly glanced at Lu Yuan. "LSP. Wife. Innocent. I actually didn't want to do anything else. It's just that it's hot and I want to take a bath too." Lu Yuan had a harmless face. The only sounds in Townsend's large room were the sound of rushing water and occasional laughter. I don't know how long later, Wang Meiqi changed into a clean and new dress. The halter black silk wrapped her beautiful legs inside. Together with the outfit she was wearing, it carried the ultimate temptation. Lu Yuan picked up Wang Meiqi in a hug. "Wife. Hard work. What are you doing? Didn't you just? You're coming again?" After 3 or 5 hours, Lu Yuan and Wang Meiqi were all drenched in sweat, and Wang Meiqi said in a depressed voice, "You're so annoying to death. Playing outside for a day is already tiring enough, and coming back to be tossed by you." Lu Yuan couldn't help but reveal a bad smile. "What? Are you starting to dislike me now? Then I'll go toss someone else? How dare you?" Wang Meiqi instantly exploded, and the look in her eyes that wanted to knife a man sent a vicious chill down Lu Yuan's spine. Lu Yuan wrapped his arms around her and tenderly stroked her hair. "I'm just messing with you. I'm just seeing what your reaction is. Who's going to find someone else with such a good wife? I'm not marrying you in this life, and I'm definitely not touching any woman other than you. That's more like it. Count on you to be sensible." Wang Meiqi was like a kitten, lying in Lu Yuan's arms and playing with her cell phone. Lu Yuan also enjoys this feeling. Outside he has money and power status. At home there is such a special thing in hand. Such extreme enjoyment of life. What more could one ask for? At this time, Wang Meiqi's WeChat on her cell phone rang. She clicked on the message and glanced at it before saying to Lu Yuan, "Hubby, my cousin is getting married in 3 days and invited me to attend her wedding at the Marriott Hotel then." Lu Yuan looked at the calendar and couldn't help but laugh. 3 days later? August 15th. Mid-Autumn Festival. Good day. Wife. Let's settle the marriage. Also get married in 3 days. We happen to have a double happiness. And then, my husband will create more surprises and romance for you in these 3 days. What do you say? What's so good about it? My cousin has always been at odds with me. She found a mind boss this time. I heard that her family has many minds. I'm not going to have a wedding on the same day as her, so as not to make a fool of myself." Thinking of this, Wang Meiqi couldn't help but feel an emotional slump. Lu Yuan snorted out a laugh and poked Wang Meiqi's forehead. "Wife, the mind boss is very powerful? Have you forgotten that your husband is worth millions of dollars? Compared to money, who is better than me? Lu Yuan, in China? Since your cousin doesn't deal with you, and definitely hasn't bullied you much, then this wedding is all the more reason to be held on the same day. So send her a Weibo message here to tell her that the same time and the same place. Your wedding and my wedding will start at the same time as well," Lu Yuan said in a domineering manner. Wanting to help his wife raise her eyebrows properly, Wang Meiqi slapped her head and said to Lu Yuan, "I'm sorry, when I used to know you, you've always been poor. I haven't adapted to your sudden transformation. I forgot that you're a million billion godly man." Lu Yuan softly soothed, "It's fine. We'll both have a long way to go in the future, so we'll adapt slowly." After Wang Meiqi was pacified, she also sent a WeChat back directly in a domineering manner. "Sorry, your cousin's husband and I also decided to get married that day, so we won't have time to go to your wedding. The location is also at the Marriott Hotel. The time is the same as yours." Chapter 50, I want the world to witness this wedding. There was no talk all night. The next day, Lu Yuan and Wang Meiqi had a simple breakfast, and Lu Yuan proposed, "Wife, let's go take a wedding photo later." "Aha, hubby, you see to the arrangements." Wang Meiqi nodded her head obediently. 20 minutes later, the wedding photographer was also stunned. The man was so young and handsome that even his breath made her heart pound. And the woman was so beautiful that her beauty made her feel a little inferior. She should know that she was also considered the school flower in college, and she had served as a flight attendant before, so she was also considered a beautiful woman. But she still had an inferiority complex when she compared herself to Wang Meiqi. "Groom, pick up the bride's arms, hook them around the groom's neck, and kiss the groom on the cheek with your mouth, coming to a sweet smile. Yes, 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 that's it, that's what it's going to feel like." Lu Yuan held Wang Meiqi horizontally, feeling the soft moistness under her red lips on his face, as well as the nice body fragrance and the softness of his limbs in contact, a feeling that made Lu Yuan couldn't help but thump his heart. Only, this wedding dress well. Lu Yuan think it is still almost feel. Lu Yuan silently said in his heart, "System, use divine magnificent blitz." Ding! You touched a wedding dress and successfully used divine blast on it. Congratulations on receiving the blitz reward, a diamond wedding dress, valued at $65 million, the most expensive one in the current world. The wedding dress has been automatically deposited for the host in the villa on the outskirts of town. The most expensive in the world? Not bad. Only a wedding dress like this is worthy of one's wife. After taking the wedding photos, Lu Yuan took Wang Meiqi to the gold store, ready to prepare some gold and silver jewelry for his wife, Wang Meiqi, to use as a wedding day to enhance her temperament again. This gold store is the largest and most well-known local gold store in Magic City, with pendants and necklaces and bracelets and everything. "Hello sir, what can I get for you?" The long-legged greeter in a gown came to the two Lu Yuan with a polite face. After Lu Yuan thought about it, he said to her, "Choose a pair of pure gold pendants for me, the most expensive ones in your store. We'll wear them for our wedding tomorrow." "Sir, the most expensive gold pendant in our store, and the treasure of our store, a pair of $200 million. Once it's removed you have to pay for it." "Are you sure?" the welcome guest inquired. Lu Yuan whispered, $200 million? Not expensive. Bring it. Slightly relieved, the greeter asked, "And how many installments would you like to take out a mortgage?" "Sir," Lu Yuan cried and laughed, "do you need a mortgage even for $200 million? It's only this much. I'll just swipe the full amount. You go pick up the goods." Lu Yuan skillfully inserted his bank card into the POS machine on the desktop, and a voice announcement sounded in the lobby of the gold store. "Swipe successful. Swipe $200 million whole. The Union Pay system collects $200 million in full." Hiss! A chorus of voices sucking in cool air rose and fell. The expressions on everyone's faces seemed as if they had been frozen in time at the moment. The welcome guest who proposed the mortgage installment looked at Lu Yuan with a face of disbelief, not expecting Lu Yuan, who was dressed in this extremely low profile, to pay the full $200 million without blinking an eye. What did Lu Yuan just say? He said $200 million is only this much? The crowd only felt that the concept of money was Lu Yuan refreshed the cognition. 200 million original can be said so lightly? Seeing the stunned look on the crowd's faces, Lu Yuan couldn't help but cough awkwardly. The pure gold pendant I want. Can you take it out for me? Lu Yuan's coughing sound will bring the crowd back to reality. The female sales, all in order to get the share of this big single, have grabbed to get the pure gold pendant. 200 million gold pendant commission if counted in their own hands. It can be a lifetime, do not have to worry about. In no time, an exquisite gift box was presented, accompanied by the gift box being opened. The golden light of the golden pendant instantly illuminated the entire gold store. "Sir, this pair of pendants can be engraved. Do you have a word you want engraved?" the man from the gold store asked. After thinking about it, Lu Yuan said, "Let's carve my name and my wife's name. My name is Lu Yuan, and my wife Wang Meiqi." "Yes sir." Just a moment. The two people's names were quickly engraved, and under a gaze of envy and jealousy, Lu Yuan and Wang Meiqi wore the gold pendant worth $100 million around their necks. Lu Yuan's mind moved. "System, use another wave of divine magnificence strike. You touched a gold pendant, triggering the divine strike bonus. Congratulations on obtaining 100 million tons of gold, all of which is in the form of gold bars, deposited in major banks across the country. If the host needs to withdraw these gold bars, he only needs to go to any bank and use his iris to unlock it before he can get it. 100 million tons of gold bars." In the past, Lu Yuan only saw it on TV when he seized corrupt officials, but those were props. This one of his own is a real gold bar. If you put 100 million tons of gold bars together, the visual impact must be very strong and exciting, right? Lu Yuan's concern in the first few years. This meal of gold will be almost 230 million. 100 million tons of words. Lu Yuan has been unable to imagine how many figures it is worth. I am afraid that only with a calculator to calculate. Lu Yuan took Wang Meiqi to buy a bunch more things. In the evening, Lu Yuan sent a Weibo message to the person in charge of the headquarters of the Marriott Hotel. Tomorrow I'm going to hold a wedding. I want the whole world to witness this romance. Can you do it? Soon. WeChat received a tinkling reply. Chairman of the board of directors, rest assured. Our Marriott Hotel Group. Open in every corner of the world. In tomorrow. As long as your wedding begins. To ensure that any Marriott in the world. Our live broadcast of your wedding. At the same time, the world's top consortiums in one side of the giants will be invited to participate in your wedding. After Lu Yuan instructed the Marriott Hotel, he also had his private island there set up a ship for himself to use as a cave on the wedding day. After all of them were almost done, Lu Yuan made a phone call to Pepper Bank's president Ma, and the other party looked respectful. Lu Dong, what business do you want to handle? Lu Yuan said to him, no matter what you think of, tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, I want to see $10 trillion of cash delivered to the presidential private room of the Marriott Hotel. Failing to do so, you'll no longer be the president of the Magic City Pepper Bank. Governor Ma's side was startled. Lu Dong, nowadays it's the era of electronic payment. What are you doing withdrawing so much cash? $10 trillion is not a small amount. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan truthfully said, for the wedding tomorrow, counting the relatives on my side, and the children of my relatives on my wife's side, all of them will need to be wrapped up in red envelopes, and I want to take $10 trillion to wrap up red envelopes for them. What? $10 trillion just to give someone a red packet? This Lu Dong, he has no place to spend his money, right? Governor Ma instantly fell into a moment of silence. His heart was so surprised that he took several quick-acting heart pills to slow down. Lu Yuan waited with some impatience and urged on the phone. Just say if you can do it, right? Don't worry. As long as you can do it for me, all my future money will be deposited in your Pepper Bank. I have 500 school district housing neighborhoods across the country and own the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association, as well as the Yida Shopping Mall and the Marriott Hotel. And many of these industries will be able to return quite a bit of profit by the end of the year, which is definitely more than $10 trillion. Governor Ma's side of the heart crossed and went out on a limb. Good. Since there is Lu Dong this sentence, even if it is difficult to do, I will help Lu Dong to do it down. Lu Dong then wait for my $10 trillion of cash to be delivered tomorrow. Chapter 51, The Richest Man's Vest is Revealed. Looking forward to this wedding, Lu Yuan hung up the phone with satisfaction. There is a famous saying is good. Money can make the devil push the mill. As long as there is money, even the most difficult things will be done for you. At this time, Lu Yuan received a WeChat from the local 4S store. Lu Dong, you ordered the Bugatti Dragon King, and 500 Bugatti Prince arrived. We will arrange for you to send the car. May I ask to send to what place? Lu Yuan didn't even think about it, so he edited a WeChat reply, tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock to 11 o'clock. Send it to me outside the main gate of Magic City's Tangchenipin. Originally, Lu Yuan was prepared to use these as wedding cars, but since Wang Meiqi was staying with him, he might as well just drive these cars directly to the hotel tomorrow. In order for someone to be able to drive these 500 cars, Lu Yuan even directly called 500 chauffeurs and paid triple the price, which made the local chauffeured car company directly shut down all services just to serve Lu Yuan alone tomorrow. After replying to the tweet, an incoming call from an unfamiliar number came in, and Lu Yuan pressed answer. Hello, who is it? On the other side of the phone, a sweet voice came. Hello, is this Mr. Lu? We are from the Aerospace Manufacturing Corps. Your 200 helicopters will be airborne for you today. When will you be available? Have you found a good enough place to park your airplane? After thinking about it, Lu Yuan said to him, let's arrange for an airborne landing tomorrow, and send it to the rooftop of the Marriott Hotel's main store in the Magic City area. There's just enough up there to park 200 helicopters. After all this, Lu Yuan bought out the major media to make his and Wang Meiqi's wedding a complete sensation in Magic City, as well as the whole country and the world. The nation's #1 tycoon will marry his petite wife tomorrow. Wedding location, the presidential suite in the main store of the Magic City Marriott Hotel, from 8 o'clock to all day. The wedding will be broadcast live around the world, with a total of 500 Bugatti Veyrons and 200 helicopters in the wedding car. And on that day the groom will send out red envelopes raining $10 trillion and tens of thousands of taels of gold. This wedding banquet, all food and drink expenses, will be unilaterally contracted by the Marriott side. Guests all do not need to spend money to eat seat. Powerful dignitaries from all major cities in the Magic City, Imperial City, and Deep City will be invited to attend this wedding of the century at the same time tomorrow. In an instant, there was a flood of media news that instantly set the country on fire. Netroots V have seized the heat, began to guess the wedding bride and groom is who. This matter is also more on the microblogging and headline searches and so on. The momentum has been thoroughly created. The native inhabitants of the Magic City, too, were unusually boisterous, talking about the wedding after tea and dinner, hosted at Marriott hotels around the world, and free food at the wedding table? Aren't Marriott hotels afraid of going bankrupt? It's the whole world. Also, $10 trillion of cash raining in red envelopes. Is this groom serious? Who would spare $10 trillion to give out red envelopes to people? Only you, an honest person, would believe that. How is it possible to have $10 trillion in cash? Even if the groom really has $10 trillion in cash, with the efficiency of the current banking system, it's impossible to get all of this together in a short period of time. But the nation's #1 billionaire got married and had children a long time ago. Could it be that there's a new one richest man? Who knows? We won't know until tomorrow. And anyway, this wedding will be broadcast live from Marriott hotels all over the world. So we'll just have to go and check it out then. Wow! Organized all over the world and with 500 Bugatti Veyrons and 200 helicopters. That's too much sincerity, isn't it? When will I be able to meet such a Prince Charming too? So envious of tomorrow's bride. There were also quite a few characters who all laughed bitterly. Dr. Wang Tianyi and Tang Renhua sat together and watched the news, and already guessed 8 or 9 times. Now the whole country can have this financial power. Only our chairman. Seeing that the momentum had almost been created, Lu Yuan also sent the news to his own family and his mother's maiden family. Tomorrow, Marriott Hotel Presidential Suite Wedding. Big guys, remember to come for dinner. The same message was sent by Lu Yuan to both family groups. This message sent by Lu Yuan undoubtedly confirmed that the groom of this wedding of the century tomorrow was himself. Both big families were nonplussed at the same time. Cousin Li Xianhe could not help but show a bitter smile on his face, and his heart was full of mixed emotions. Alas, it turned out that he had long since become such a giant, and it is ridiculous that I did not know how to die that day to offend him. Cousin Zhang Jiaojiu had a roll in her throat. If only someone had prepared such a wedding for her as well. And Lu Yuan's cousins, all a burst of yearning, have spoken in the group, when I can also prepare a wedding like this for my beloved. To become a person like Lu Yuan's cousin, this life is also considered to have no regrets. Congratulations on your cousin's wedding. Congratulations, cousin. The family group on Grandpa Lu Yuan's side was just as lively. One after another, people in the group posted several Baidu encyclopedia screenshots. Grandpa, confirmation is done. With cousin Lu Yuan's worth, he can indeed be considered the richest man in the country. It's just that the richest man list hasn't been updated so far. So when it's refreshed next year, I guess we'll be able to see cousin's name. I can't believe that my cousin is so powerful, not relying on the family, acquiring Yida, acquiring Marriott, and also acquiring the Chinese Medicine Association and many islands. We have always underestimated his achievements. In the magic capital Lu family, the old master's face was flushed with a burst of excitement. Ha ha ha, worthy of being my old Lu's grandson. He has the demeanor I had back then. It's not in vain that I've been teaching him so much for so many years, and that's how he got to where he is today. The Lu family members coughed and dismantled the old man. Grandpa, Lu Yuan, he's been living by your side for a week in total as well, and you've rarely even spoken to him. The old man's old face turned red and coughed in embarrassment. What do you know? Without me not caring, could this kid Lu Yuan have such a great achievement today? You all listen to me well. You as the nation's richest relative. Tomorrow wedding site, do not lose face on the gift giving. Lu Yuan, his family is now rich. Lu family in the future, but also look up to Lu Yuan to do big and strong. You in the future can be good close to his family. As long as Lu Yuan leaks a little bit out of the fingernails, it is enough for us to a few lifetimes without worrying about it. Understood. We will not let you lose face. Grandpa, considering a very realistic question, Lu Bingbing couldn't help but ask. Grandpa, we treated Lu Yuan like that in the past. Is there any point in doing this now? Elder Lu snorted coldly. Of course it makes sense. I'm his grandfather. After all, breaking bones and connecting tendons, blood is thicker than water is a family. Bing bing ah. You go and bring those tan clothes that grandpa treasures the most, for my eldest grandson's wedding tomorrow. I as a grandfather have to dress decently. On Lu Yuan's side, after informing the relatives of all parties, he sent the message to Song Xiao and Qin Xiao. The big wedding is tomorrow. Brothers, come and drink together. A group of rich daughters, too, were instantly nonplussed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's still a really long way to go. We should have thought of that a long time ago. Yeah, who else but him would have that kind of wealth? I'm already looking forward to the start of the wedding tomorrow. I look forward to it too. Chapter 52, Acceptance of 500 Bugatti Veyrons. Arrival at the wedding site. Early the next morning, Lu Yuan received a call from the forest store. Hello, Lu Dong. The 500 Bugatti Veyrons you ordered have been parked at the gate of Thompson Epine for you. Please come in time to accept. Lu Yuan came downstairs on Wang Meiqi's waist after receiving the call. Counting the wedding car's headliner, there were 500 Bugatti Veyrons in all. Very cool, and with the butterfly doors all open, and a handsome man in a suit wearing sunglasses standing next to each door. The manager of the forest store brought a document and handed it to Lu Yuan. Lu Dong, you can just sign on it. Lu Yuan completed the signature extremely skillfully and took Wang Meiqi to sit in the Bugatti head car. There were quite a few paparazzi who came to Townsend on the news, and all of them were on live streaming, and the national netizens had the honor of witnessing the faces of Lu Yuan and Wang Meiqi. I'll go. So young? Is this the main character of today? Looking at his looks, he's only just 24 years old, right? Also 24? I just graduated college and I'm still looking for a job. Worthy of being the richest man in the country. 500 Bugatti Veyrons. 500 young masters in suits and sunglasses. This card, we simply can't compare. Isn't this my junior high school classmate Lu Yuan? What? Lu Yuan? The one that was on the TV report a while back? Yes, that's him. Starting from nothing, successively acquiring the Yida Shopping Mall and the Chinese Medicine Association, and buying 500 school district housing neighborhoods. He's already a legend before this half-life is over. The Bugatti Veyron has materialized. So should the $10 trillion in cash and 200 helicopters, right? The whole internet is buzzing about it. The local residents of the Magic City all looked at the 500 Bugatti Veyron with a shocked face, have taken out their cell phones to take pictures and videos to commemorate the scene. We must know that such a scene is 100 years rare to see. Lu Yuan hand holding the steering wheel to drive personally, the car playing cheerful DJ music, the bride Wang Meiqi face sweet smile. Gusts of breeze will bring her body fragrance to the front of Lu Yuan's nose, making Lu Yuan a burst of heart. There were also a lot of banners on the streets, which were personally penned by well-known local calligraphers. Happy wedding to Mr. Richie Rich. The convoy of wedding cars made a special trip to Wang Meiqi's house to pick up her mom and dad. The 500 Bugatti Veyrons also gave the residents of the low-income building a great sense of impact. These days the internet is going crazy, saying that the richest man in the country is going to hold a wedding. I didn't expect that the bride would be from our neighborhood. It turns out that it's a girl from old Wang's family. Brother Wang, your family is so lucky that your daughter can marry the richest man in the world. Wang Meiqi's parents also a burst of surprise. I did not expect that today they are the parents of the heroine. The past days of being squeezed by the relatives of the family will finally come to an end. Lu Yuan, the aunt will completely let them raise their eyebrows. Lu Yuan sincerely opened the door of a car for the old couple. Uncle Wang, Auntie, get in. Wang Meiqi's father had a serious face and hammered Lu Yuan's chest with his fist. You child. You're getting married and you still call me Uncle Wang. What should you call me? Dad. Lu Yuan had a big smile on his face. Only then did Wang Meiqi's father rejoice. Good aunt. How nice to be like this. After picking up Wang Meiqi's parents, the 500 wedding cars were once again back on the road. After 1 or 2 hours of tossing and turning, the Bugatti Veyron fleet finally arrived at the Marriott Hotel, where the entire staff and general manager of the Marriott Hotel had been waiting for a long time and lined up to welcome them early in the morning. Welcome to the chairman. Happy wedding to the chairman and Mrs. Chairman. Fire the salute. Accompanied by thunderous applause, a booming salute followed. Lu Yuan shouted to the crowd behind him. Brothers, give the car keys to the parking boy. Then go to the presidential private room together and prepare for the banquet. Big bowl of wine and big bowl of meat. Accompanied by Lu Yuan's yell, a chorus of cheering voices came from behind him. Lu Yuan handed the car keys in his hand to the general manager of the Marriott Hotel, who busily said, Lu Dong, go in first. These cars, we'll park them for you. The group entered the Marriott Hotel. The red carpet of the Marriott Hotel was lined with balloons and flowers, and the welcoming ladies were all black silk with long legs, and their beauty was unbelievable. All the welcoming ladies bowed at 90 degrees. Welcome, Chairman. Lu Yuan was in a good mood. The Marriott had done a really good job of being polite. Wang Meiqi said to Lu Yuan, Hubby, let's go to my cousins and their private room first. We are relatives after all. Lu Yuan did not say anything more. Girls cannot do like their own that to the disgusting relatives desperate. They are more or less, and the treatment of the family relationship is more gentle. Since his wife, Maggie Wang, wants to go, let's accompany her on a trip. The two entered a supreme private room, where a heavily made-up Netflix face and an effeminate man were entertaining the guests. Wang Meiqi introduced Lu Yuan. This is my cousin Wang Bing. Lu Yuan extended his hand and politely said, Hello. Wang Bing disgustedly slapped away Lu Yuan's hand. Take away your salty pig hand. Still want to shake my hand? Isn't it just trying to take advantage of me? Vomit. Disgusting. Lu Yuan was disgusted enough. The powder on your face is almost enough to wrap a pot of dumplings. Who is so tempted to take advantage of you? Who would want to take advantage of you? My Wang Meiqi smells better than you, right? You two are also here to attend my wedding, right? I can tell you too. You two can have a little bit of eyesight. Sit back. Don't sit in the front row. Your cousin's brother-in-law has a wide range of connections. The people he knows are all powerful and influential figures in Magic City. The front seats are for them. You don't want to sit in the front and disgust people. Wang Bing was aggressive and full of pride. Lu Yuan was speechless for a while and directly disliked. Sorry, you don't deserve me to attend your wedding. Your husband and her friends aren't qualified. Today is also my Lu Yuan and Maggie's wedding. It's just upstairs from yours. Don't be too narcissistic to think we're coming for you. Woman, you don't deserve it. After saying that, Lu Yuan dragged Wang Meiqi up the stairs. Wang Bing's effeminate husband, who was beside her, looked at Lu Yuan and Wang Meiqi going up the stairs and couldn't help but say, "Hey, up there is the presidential private room. Today is the richest man in the country having a wedding up there. What are you doing up there?" Lu Yuan smiled at him. "You may not believe me when I tell you. I'm the richest man in the country and today's leading man." Wang Bing snorted. "Oh, you're farting here? You're really the richest man in the country. How can you look at my cousin? Don't rich people like to find the right family? As far as my cousin's kind of family is concerned, it's worth being offered $30,000 a night at the end of the day. And it's only worth those male children sleeping and playing around with. How dare you pretend to be the richest man in the country? Wait a while for the real richest man to come. Do you want to think about how you're going to die?" Wang Bing had a shrewd face. Chapter 53, The powerful and noble gathered together just to attend his wedding. Lu Yuan sneered. "I don't know how I'll die. I only know that after a while. You'll definitely regret what you've said to me now." Lu Yuan and Wang Meiqi to the upstairs presidential private room. The presidential private room table is not low grade. Each table of white wine with flying mutai, cigarettes. The lowest grade is also 9 to 5. There was plenty of seafood on the table as well, such as bluefin tuna, abalone and Boston lobster to name a few. There were almost 3 to 5,000 tables set up throughout the hall with an extremely open view. After Lu Yuan entered the place holding Wang Meiqi's hand, a lot of pink and white petals floated down from the air, and a romantic symphony sounded at this moment. The piece is played by an ensemble of violin and piano. And the pianist is a nationally recognized virtuoso who is said to have previously stayed at the Beethoven Conservatory. Lu Yuan and Wang Meiqi looked at each other. "Wife, let's go up." Outside the Marriott Hotel, there were quite a number of luxury cars arriving one after another. All of them were famous and powerful people in the Magic City, and they only had one purpose today, which was to attend Lu Yuan's wedding. Satoshi took off his sunglasses and walked quickly towards the stairs, while passing by Wang Bing's wedding room. Wang Bing's effeminate husband, Xiao Kaiyang, shook Song Xiao's hand and said excitedly, "Song Xiao, I just sent you an invitation. I didn't expect you to actually come. Quick, quick, quick. Inside please." Wang Bing also looked excited and proud after seeing Song Xiao. "Wow, hubby, you are also too powerful, right? Surprisingly, even a big shot like Song Xiao came to our wedding. Marrying you is really the best choice I've ever made." Wang Bing wedding room within the relatives is also a whisper. Wang Bing to find a husband is so powerful. Even Song Xiao no. Like we usually, even with Song Xiao say a word of opportunity may not have. Song Xiao frowned, glanced inside, and pulled out $200 bills from his money clip and threw them to Xiao Kaiyang. "Sorry, I'm not here for your wedding today. I'm here for the wedding of that friend upstairs, and since I've caught up, I'll go along with the 200. Don't mind if it's too little for you." Xiao Kaiyang such a small family children, but also rely on the little brother of Song Xiao to beg for a bite to eat. This kind of value of the person does not meet the Song Xiao's friendship circle. Like this value is only worth a 200. Cannot be more. Xiao Kaiyang did not feel the slightest embarrassment, smilingly took the money in his hand and said, Thank you Song Xiao. Quite a lot. As the saying goes, gifts are light and love is important. The people on the stage did not have the intention to look down on Xiao Kaiyang. In exchange for them to do the wedding, Song Xiao maybe $200 will not give them with. Also right after Song Xiao went upstairs, Xin Xiao also arrived with his girlfriend in his arms. Xiao Kaiyang greeted him again with a cordial face. "Xin Xiao, how come you didn't say hello so I can go downstairs in advance to pick you up? Quick, quick, quick. The inside has already reserved a good seat for you." Wang Bing also followed on the sidelines and echoed, playing far I felt a noble gas attack. So it is the nobleman Xin Xiao arrived. Xin Xiao, thank you so much. Weekdays so busy, but also come to participate in the wedding of me and Kaiyang. Xin Xiao touched his nose and interrupted Wang Bing. I'm not here to attend your wedding. I'm here to attend my friend's wedding upstairs. You guys turn around and organize another table. I'll definitely be there then. Qin Xiao said must to is also a polite sentence. With his family's industry, but also do not look at the Qiao family this kind of small scale. After saying that, Qin Xiao also walked towards the upper floor. Wang Bing and Xiao Kaiyan's faces became unusually ugly, and it was at this time that another middle-aged man with a fierce face who was not a good fighter arrived surrounded by a group of people. Once again, the room erupted with a gasp of surprise. Quickly look, it's Yang Tianba of the Shengshi Imperial Dynasty, the Mordor Heavenly Master. Even if Xiao Xiao can invite Song Xiao and Qin Xiao, it's still a very honorable thing to be able to invite the Magic City's Heavenly Master. Xiao Kaiyang turned to Wang Bing and said, Bing Bing, quickly go and invite Master Tian to take a seat. Master Tian and my family have been friends for many years. He must be coming for us. Upon hearing this, Wang Bing greeted him with a fart. Master Tian, you're here for my wedding to Xiao Xiao, right? Quickly take a seat inside. We haven't opened the table. Just waiting for you to arrive. Seeing Wang Bing blocking his way, Yang Tianba said unhappily, I'm going to attend the wedding upstairs. I don't have time to pay attention to you guys. A good dog doesn't block the way. Get out of the way. Yang Tianba pushed Wang Bing away. Wang Bing was scolded and could not get off the stage. Climbed up and took a few more steps to run forward. Master Tian, I didn't provoke you, did I? Why are you scolding me? Yang Tianba sank in his face. Asterisk 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 you are teaching lousy to work? What kind of a thing are you? Scram! Yang Tianba yanked Wang Bing's hair and slapped him 10 times front and back, slapping Wang Bing's face full of blood, wailing in pain, and directly falling to the ground. Bitch! Still want to ask on what basis I scolded you? Yang Tianba was so hostile that he immediately scared Wang Bing into peeing his pants. Wang Bing shivered and looked at those terrifying eyes. Shivering, he said, Master Tian, I won't dare to do it again. And Xiao Kaiyang from the beginning to the end did not even dare to put a fart. To the Qiao family's ability cannot afford to offend Yang Tianba. Xiao Kaiyang trembled his voice. Tian master, if you see this woman is not happy, I will divorce her now. You must not descend on the anger of my Qiao family. Yang Tianba patted Xiao Kaiyang's shoulder and said with a leathery smile, that's not necessary, but from now on, you'll be a man with your tail between your legs. Yes, Master Tian, you are right to teach me a lesson. Little Qiao, I will definitely be a dog with my tail between my legs in the future. Xiao Kaiyang was all smiles. Yang Tianba didn't pay any attention to Xiao Kaiyang, but followed a group of people towards the upper floors. Xiao Kaiyang's side of the full guests also gradually lost the desire to stay. It seems that Wang Bing looking for a husband is a waste of money. A dignified character cannot stay down. In that case, we might as well go upstairs to participate in the wedding of that. Yes, let's sit here and watch the groom being humiliated. It's too damn suffocating. Don't stay no more. Stay too damn suffocating. The full house of guests all left, and in the end, only one empty table remained in the wedding hall. Wang Bing's parents annoyed, angry cursed a foul language. Grass, you do not go to go also have to put the gift of money first with it? Have I followed you all these years for nothing? Wang Bing looked at Xiao Kaiyang with a face that was furious to the extreme. Didn't you say you're very powerful? Song Xiao accompanied the gift of $200. That Qin Xiao didn't follow a single point. And Yang Tianba even beat me. Is this what you call powerful? How the did I marry a loser like you? Chapter 54, 300 million gifts and 60 million customized wedding dresses. The MC's voice also came from the presidential suite. Let's all give our warmest applause to welcome the groom, Mr. Lu Yuan, and the bride, Miss Maggie Wang. The voices from upstairs reached Wang Bing's ears, sounding unusually harsh. And today's hero and heroine turned out to really be Lu Yuan and cousin Wang Meiqi. No, it can't be. Even if the truth was right in front of her eyes, Wang Bing was unwilling to believe it, and carrying her skirt, she ran towards the upper floor. She wanted to get a glimpse of the truth. Only just reaching the door, Wang Bing was shocked by the gifts inside. Dong Lu, I wish you a happy wedding. On behalf of Shangshi Dynasty Bar, Xiaoba sends 10,000 taels of gold and $88 million in gift money. Accompanied by Yang Tianba's words, a mouthful of boxes were opened, all of which were filled with gleaming gold. Before the crowd could regain their senses from the shock, another voice rang out. Yida Group's youngest son, Song Xiao, presents a gift of $99,999,000 to wish brother Lu and his sister-in-law a happy 99 and a beautiful life. Wang Bing full of white pockets sewn less with the $200 is simply a disgrace. His cousin's wedding is worth people with 99 million, while his own wedding, but only worthy of sewn less than $200. Those people who were in Wang Bing's wedding hall before also looked at Wang Bing with a teasing face, as if they were watching her joke, which made Wang Bing even more groundless. The others were also in an uproar. This gift is too expensive. Ha! Valuable? If you were Song Xiao and Yang Tianba, you would also be like this. With people Lu Dong's current company assets and personal deposits, at least a few tens of millions of billions of dollars, such a value with you as a friend. Do you go to make friends? Lu Yuan is so powerful now. Who would have thought that with his low education, he could also make his own way in the Magic City? I regret that I didn't have a good relationship with Lu Yuan in the first place. I regret it too. When you guys just gave gifts to Song Xiao and Yang Tianba, the look on their faces was nothing but awe and currying favor with Lu Yuan. Alas, when will we be able to stand at Lu Yuan's height as well? A crowd of relatives and guests cannot help but a burst of sighing inwardly. Some people envy and some people are jealous. When they were all the same starting point of the poor boy, why Lu Yuan is now better than them? Following Song Xiao and Yang Tianba, Qin Xiao smiled broadly and said, "Brother Lu's big day. My Qin family can't afford to fall behind on the rehearsal." This young man on behalf of the Qin family, to send a gift of 300 million yuan in full, and a set of 5,000 square feet of single-family villas on the bund outside. A gift of $300 million, once again causing a furor. This is the most expensive gift tonight, right? There was a roar of approval. Qin Xiao. Hoa! Worthy of being Duke Qin of Mordor. He's more generous than everyone. Let's all drink a toast to Mr. Qin. At this time, from outside the wedding lobby, dozens of long-legged beauties walked in, carefully holding a box to the scene. The head of the group arrived in front of Lu Yuan. Dong Lu, your customized wedding dress, and the jewelry the bride needs to wear. A sunny smile appeared on Lu Yuan's face. Good, tough on you. As soon as Lu Yuan opened the box, an exceptionally exquisite wedding dress was also presented in front of everyone's eyes, which was encrusted with a shiny diamond, making it look very gorgeous. The other boxes followed one by one, and all of this jewelry alone added up to overwhelm all of the lights that were playing in the wedding hall. Lu Yuan picked up the wedding dress, knelt down on one knee, and said to Wang Meiqi, "My bride, go change into it." Wang Meiqi's pretty face was shy as she nodded her head, her voice as small as a mosquito. Good. 5 or 6 minutes later, Wang Meiqi re-stepped out. The noble and white wedding dress pulled her temperament full. All the girls present all felt a pang of self-shame. All the male guests couldn't take their eyes off of her anymore. How could there be such a holy and pure white goddess? Everyone's breath stopped at that moment. Wang Meiqi looked at Lu Yuan with less confidence. "Am I beautiful?" Lu Yuan said from the bottom of his heart. "Beautiful, beautiful, I can't believe it. Makes me feel like I'm in a dream." Others deeply agree. There are also people whose focus is on the wedding dress. This wedding dress, I seem to have seen it on a fashion show. It's said to be the most expensive set of wedding dress in the world at the moment, and this set of wedding dress will cost more than $60 million. Look at the diamonds inlaid on the wedding dress, a full 150 carats. It was designed by 2 world-famous wedding dress masters. I didn't realize that Lu Dong could even get his hands on this wedding dress. Lu Dong is awesome. Even the MC, who had seen a lot of things, swallowed his saliva furiously at this moment. Lu Yuan patted the master of ceremonies on the shoulder and said to him, "Continue hosting." The MC wiped the sweat stains on his forehead before proceeding down the line. "Now, will the bride and groom please read their declaration of love?" "Do you, the groom standing beside me, take this lady beside you to be your wife?" Lu Yuan laughed. "I do." "Bride, do you take this man beside me to be your wedded husband? For richer or for poorer? In sickness and in health? For the rest of your life?" Maggie Wang gripped the microphone tightly and exclaimed, "I do." "Good." Exchanging wedding rings, bride and groom, drinking a cup of wine. Together, they exchanged wedding rings, crossed their arms, looked at each other, and drained their glasses of red wine. The MC teased, "Come on, bride and groom, mouth to mouth, exchange wedding wine. Long way to go, Maggie Wang blushed for a moment. Although Lu Yuan was embarrassed, he still wrapped his arms around Wang Meiqi's slender waist, blocked her mouth with a piece of soft lips, and began a long and passionate kiss. At the same time, Lu Yuan quietly gave the MC a thumbs up. This MC hadn't been hired for nothing. Lu, are sister-in-law's lips soft? Lu, say, did you conspire with the MC a long time ago? Sister Lu Shishir looked at the two people kissing passionately on the stage with a longing face. 2 sweet dimples appeared on her face, and she rushed to the side of her parents. "Mom and Dad, my brother is so happy, and I would love to have someone to throw such a wedding for me." Lu Yuan's parents were also smiling with relief. Little Yuan has finally found a good girl. It was a beautiful moment with the handsome groom and the most beautiful bride in a spotlight that made the crowd feel as if they had traveled to a fairy tale world. Cousin Zhang Jiaoju and cousin Lu Bingbing also looked envious. When will they be able to be the heroine of this time for once? A group of female guests. All of them have been emotional, so romantic. Yeah, it's so romantic. How I wish the bride would be me today. I'm the heroine of the day. It was also at that moment that a roar sounded in the air outside the window. The people looked at each other, confused. What's the commotion outside? Looks like an airplane. Are those 200 helicopters coming? Chapter 55, 100, 000, 000, 000 cash red envelope rain. Tonight is destined to be crazy. Lu Yuan looked at Wang Meiqi with deep emotion. Meiqi, I have prepared a surprise for you. This surprise is on the rooftop of the building. Are you willing to go there with me? Good. Wang Meiqi was full of little woman's happiness. Lu Yuan held Wang Meiqi's hand and walked towards the upper floors, while the other guests followed the two Lu Yuan steps and ascended to the roof together. At this moment, the stars had long been twinkling outside, and the bright moon was hanging high. The night sky was suddenly filled with the sound of fireworks, accompanied by the fireworks exploding. A line of splendid text also appeared on the blue night sky. MS. Maggie, thank you for taking care of me and helping me when you used to go to school. We went from school uniforms to wedding dresses, and I'm about to become your husband and walk with you for the rest of your life. Maybe I wasn't good enough in the past, but I'm willing to make myself perfect for you. I love you. At this time, a sound of girls' flamboyant voices rang out behind them. What beautiful, heartfelt fireworks. Wang Meiqi looked at Lu Yuan with a touched expression. Hubby, have a heart. Lu Yuan left a kiss on her forehead and couldn't help but laugh. For your wife, it's worth it to spend even more effort. Wang Meiqi laughed and scolded. Flowery words. I hope you can be consistent with me in the future. It will be, in this life and the next. You're the one. Also at this time, a lot of hot air balloons floated in the sky, under which were a pair of cute couple dolls, adding some more romantic style to this wedding. Boom, boom, boom. A helicopter hovered in the air, slowly approaching towards the rooftop side, and after the crowd stretched out their fingers to check them one by one, they suddenly realized that these helicopters turned out to be exactly 200. A mouthful of crates was also lowered from above, and one by one the pilots from the helicopter landed. A helicopter pilot at the head of the helicopter rushed at Lu Yuan and said, Dong Lu, your helicopter and the gold you asked us to bring have been brought to you. Lu Yuan smiled in relief. Okay, the brothers have worked hard. Come, open the boxes for me. With a wave of Lu Yuan's hand, a mouthful of boxes were opened, and in each box was a gold bar, a golden light that stabbed the crowd a bit hard to open their eyes. Lu Yuan smiled towards Wang Meiqi's parents. Mom and Dad, this is my bride price for marrying Meiqi. 600 pounds of gold. There are still some stored in the bank. 200 airplanes can't be pulled in. Turn around and transfer those to you as well. Those in the bank plus these. There's almost 100 million tons of it. Mom and Dad, if you don't mind spending it all, if you have a cat or dog or something at home, you can build a cat's nest, dog's nest. And by the way, a dog's toilet can be built. Lu Yuan faintly said. A chill ran through the crowd, looking at Lu Yuan like a monster. You're seriously building a kennel and a litter box out of gold? Lu Yuan didn't think it mattered. He had enough assets anyway, and he wasn't that far off from 100 million tons of gold. The crowd only felt that they had received a 10,000 point bludgeon inwardly, and it was true that people couldn't be compared to each other. It was also at this time that the outside of the Marriott Hotel was filled with a money truck, each equipped with 4 heavily armed escorts. Governor Ma led a group of people, carrying a bunch of boxes towards the rooftop. Governor Ma walked quickly to Lu Yuan and apologized. Sorry Don Lu, the difficulty of mobilizing $10 trillion of cash is too great. I'm late. Lu Yuan didn't get too catty and said to him, You've come just in time. It's not too late. Let the brothers open all the boxes for me. Accompanied by the opening of the box, the contents fell out with a clatter. Piles of $100 bills suddenly piled up a mountain of money. In the past, everyone only had a concept of $10 trillion. But this moment this is real cash. This red color in the night instantly blinded everyone's eyes. The crowd only felt that it was exceptionally difficult to get off their feet at this moment, and the piles of red banknotes had already buried the crowd's feet underneath them. The scene was also broadcast live to every Marriott hotel in the world. And Wang Yan, Lu Yuan's ex-girlfriend, was also watching this live broadcast, and she only felt a wave of unbearable pain. Her fists clenched tightly, her nails piercing through the flesh and blood. Why is the bride that woman? Why am I not the bride? Today's bride should be me. I'm the first love of Lu Yuan. If I hadn't separated from Lu Yuan in the first place, I would have been able to wear that wedding dress worth more than $60 million, have a fleet of 500 Bugatti Veyrons, and a few £100 of gold. Oh, no! I want to find Lu Yuan to get back together. Wang Yan dressed up carefully, then hurriedly rushed out of the house and took a car to rush to the Marriott Hotel. Wang Yan fists clenched. In the heart of her plan, she only need to cry a cry. Say some nice words. Lu Yuan will be soft. The so-called exa cry. The incumbent will lose it. The world is also talking about the wedding. This man is too romantic, isn't he? 500 Bugatti Veyrons, $100 million in cash and hundreds of pounds of gold, 200 helicopters, hot air balloons, fireworks show. I want to marry him so much. Men in China are much more romantic than men in our country. I want to go to China, even if I have to become his lover. And it was at this moment that women all over the world moved. On the main field of the Marriott Hotel in Magic City, Lu Yuan said with great bravado, one person can take 5 piles of money. That is to say, $1 million. Those who see it will have a share. So don't cajole. Line up and come to get it. Don't cut in line. But the people on the spot were not so good at caring. It was given to them for nothing. Ah, a time of riot. This pile is mine. That pile is also mine. Get thee out of my way and don't take it from me. There was even a big fight over it. Lu Yuan was greatly shaken and looked to Yang Tianba who was on the side. Master Tian, I'll leave this order to you. You're good at handling this kind of thing. Yang Tianba saw Lu Yuan's need for himself, immediately stood out and shouted to the minions behind him. Those who don't line up and rob the money here, drag out a few, chop off their hands, and go outside to do it. Don't let the blood dirty Lu Don's wedding. Several men in suits pressed the shoulders of a few men. The few men immediately bowels are repenting. In order to sow $1 million to lose their hands, it is not cost effective. Don't, Master Tian. We don't want any of the money. Please let us go. We still have to rely on these hands to make money. Master Tian, we were wrong. Please spare us. Yang Tianba snorted coldly. Hee. Spare you guys? My young Tianba spit is a nail. Since I promised Lu Dong's thing I have to do it. If I spare you guys, in the future, how can I, Yang Tianba, establish my authority in Magic City? Chapter 56, Nourish yourself so you'll have the strength to do that. Lu Yuan's cold gaze swept over all the guests. Anyone else who dislikes their hands growing redundantly can go ahead and cajole for it. Yang Tianba's fierce eyes also looked at everyone at this moment. Previously also want to coax those people. Suddenly one by one scared legs are soft. Only dare to take their own share, do not dare to take more. After the wedding, Lu Yuan also rode home in a car with his wife, Wang Meiqi, who looked at Lu Yuan with a sweet face. Husband, thank you. Lu Yuan pinched Wang Meiqi's cheeks. Thank me? My wife doesn't have to. If she really wants to thank me, why don't she go home and perform well? And try to give birth to 10 or 8 babies with me earlier. I'm a person who likes small babies the most. Wang Meiqi's cheeks blushed with shame. Her pink fist punched Lu Yuan's chest fiercely. Aya, you're so annoying. So many people are watching. Song Xiao and Xin Xiao and the others forced themselves to hold back their laughter and pretended to be serious. Ahem. That's sister-in-law. We didn't see or hear anything. We'll leave first. You and brother Lu, drive safely. At nightfall, Lu Yuan removed the wedding dress from Wang Meiqi's body and looked down at her. Wife, are you ready? Wang Meiqi let out a soft hum, slowly closed her eyes, with a look of letting the king have his way, and whispered, tonight, toss lightly. Lu Yuan slowly kissed it. Aha! Late at night, his sister Lu Shirshir called. Lu Yuan was surprised. What's wrong, Shirshir? At the other end of the phone, came the little girl's some shy coy voice. Brother, you and sister-in-law lightly toss. I can't sleep well. Tomorrow I have to go to school. You noisy need to sleep. Lu Yuan looked embarrassed. Cough, cough, cough. It's almost over. Will you bear with me? Put up with it? Then double your allowance next month. Wang Meiqi said discontentedly on the other end of the phone. Lu Yuan helplessly held his forehead. Fine, fine. I'll double it for you. Don't bother me and your sister-in-law anymore. Who cares to take care of you big hooligans doing bad things? Okay, hang up. The next day, it was already sunrise. Wang Meiqi came close to Lu Yuan's ear. Get up, hubby. Lu Yuan slowly opened his tired eyes and looked at her tenderly. I'm a bit bloated and uncomfortable. Wang Meiqi's face was scarlet and she whispered. Then I'll help you. Lu Yuan only felt a wave of relief and relaxation throughout his body as Wang Meiqi batted her eyelashes and looked at Lu Yuan. Hubby, can you get up now? Lu Yuan was not satisfied. Kiss me and get up. Wang Meiqi could only leave a lipstick mark on Lu Yuan's face, and Lu Yuan pointed to the other side of his face after kissing over there. What about this side? What about this side? Where do you want me to put the face of the other side of my face? Wang Meiqi glared at Lu Yuan. How come she didn't realize that this guy was so rogue before? But who let her be his wife now? She still kissed honestly. Lu Yuan hugged Wang Meiqi and hooked her neck in a French kiss. After a long time, Lu Yuan was satisfied. Wife, from now on, you have to use this method to wake me up every day. You're so beautiful. Get up. What time is it? It's noon and you're still sleeping? I'm hungry. Wang Meiqi said. Lu Yuan took a deep breath, got dressed and got out of bed, and said dotingly, good. I'll go cook right now. Wang Meiqi's eyes widened as she looked at Lu Yuan with dissatisfaction. Good for you. You've always been able to cook. Yet you make me cook every day? Letting me get tired every day? Lu Yuan was embarrassed. Ahem, daughter-in-law. You listen to my sophistry. No. Listen to my explanation. That is want to taste more of my daughter-in-law's handiwork. I don't want my daughter-in-law's handiwork to be buried. Oily. Line. Last night with you tossed now have no strength at all. Still don't roll to cook. Eat enough. Tonight only have the strength that. Wang Meiqi shyly lowered her head. Lu Yuan was playful. Ha ha, which one is that one? Just that. Do bad things. After saying that, Wang Meiqi went into the quilt with her head, and she only felt her face burning. Lu Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Wife, you're so cute. Alright, I'm going to cook. Lu Yuan had grown up in an ordinary family environment, and he knew how to cook at a young age. Whether it was frying, stir-frying or stewing, he was good at all of them. This table made a great turtle soup, ginseng soup, and pan-fried Kobe steak, as well as oysters and some great and very nutritious dishes with a lot of color and flavor. There are also a few of Maggie Wang's favorite dishes. Wang Meiqi feasted and praised. Hubby, I didn't expect you to cook so well too. Lu Yuan touched his nose and looked at Wang Meiqi and said, it's all through his wife's art that he got this cooking skill. Wang Meiqi served a large spoonful of turtle soup and sent it to Lu Yuan. Hubby, come. Open your mouth and drink the soup. Make up for it, so you'll have the strength to hand in your homework at night. Lu Yuan nodded, drank the turtle soup in one gulp, and asked toward Wang Meiqi, wife, in the future, once a day, okay? Good. Just in case you can't handle it. Whoever can't stand it is a puppy. Lu Yuan had a defiant face. Breakfast passed pleasantly with the two flirting, and after the meal, Lu Yuan took Wang Meiqi to a large local library. Here is a library that combines office and reading, dining area and fun. Lu Yuan and Wang Meiqi, both of them, ordered 2 cups of coffee and quietly savored the morning, watching the morning sunrise gradually rise a little bit. Wang Meiqi looked at Lu Yuan with some surprise. When you didn't go to high school, I thought you didn't love to study, but I didn't expect you to be so affectionate as well. Lu Yuan spread his face and smiled. I'm not much of a learner, but books have their own face, books have their own golden houses, and with my wife as a teacher, I have to be a little richer in my knowledge reserves. Then what's your favorite book to read? Wang Meiqi propped her chin on one hand and looked at Lu Yuan. After thinking about it, Lu Yuan said, my favorite is to read one written by a drunken prodigal son. Divine magnificence, storming the bank card, rewarding 10 trillion. This big handsome guy writes very nice. Hey, you're reading this book too? I've been reading it lately too. The main character in it is renamed after you, and you two have similar experiences. That's how the morning went. Around noon, Lu Yuan took his wife, Wang Meiqi, around the amusement park and then had some dessert, and in the middle of the afternoon, the two of them took little hands and strolled along the paths in the botanical gardens. Tired from their walk, the two find a bench to sit on and get mushy. At this time, a WeChat message suddenly came from Lu Yuan's cell phone. Lu Yuan, tomorrow morning, our class president is organizing a class reunion. Can you come? I've been in love with Sun Ningning for a long time. I want to confess to her at the reunion. Can you come and help me? Chapter 57 Class Reunion. Long ago is not once poor. The WeChat message was sent by a male classmate of Lu Yuan's junior high school. This male classmate, called Li Xinlong, is Lu Yuan once in junior high school playmate and good brother. Together with the fight together with the black, and later to the community also help each other. As for those other classmates in junior high school, Lu Yuan didn't have much of a cold, and could even be said to be somewhat disgusted. But for the sake of his brother, Lu Yuan still typed in a reply, okay, you send me an address. I'll go find you tomorrow. I knew you wouldn't say no since we're so close. Thanks Lu Yuan. I'll treat you to hot pot later. Looking at the message in the chat box, Lu Yuan smiled inwardly with relief. How long has it been since there was such a pure friendship around him? A hot pot is nothing to Lu Yuan, but to Li Xinlong, with his living conditions of delivering takeaways and having a mortgage and car loan to pay, this is already half a month's worth of living expenses, which is all he has. Lu Yuan looked at his wife. Wang Meiqi, wife, tomorrow, Our junior high school reunion. Why don't you go with me tomorrow? Wang Meichi frowned. Tomorrow? I can't do it tomorrow. I have classes at school tomorrow. Husband, you can go by yourself tomorrow. Lu Yuan propped up his forehead. The internet says that every class reunion breaks up a family. So if I go by myself, are you comfortable with that? Wang Meichi left a kiss on Lu Yuan's forehead and said soothingly, hubby, I'm confident in my appearance, and at the same time, I trust that you won't mess around. The next day, after Lu Yuan sent Wang Meichi to work at the school, he asked Li Xinlong to send a locator over. He was now living in a relatively remote low to medium grade neighborhood. Lu Yuan, because he didn't want to have too many interactions with his junior high school classmates in the future, rummaged through his locker for a while and found a casual outfit he had bought a long time ago and put it over his body. Lu Yuan drove his Bugatti Veyron to Li Xinlong's neighborhood. From a long distance away, Lu Yuan saw Li Xinlong waiting at the side of the road. Lu Yuan poked his head out. Dragon, this way. Li Xinlong was first surprised for a moment, then quickly ran towards Lu Yuan's side, and after seeing that Lu Yuan was dressed similarly to himself, he couldn't help but advise. Lu Yuan, it's just a classmate reunion. There's no need to rent such a nice car, right? It must be very expensive to rent this car for a day, right? Knowing the other party's character, Lu Yuan knew that he didn't mean any harm and smiled. Who said I rented this car? I bought this car, and it's fully paid for. Really? Lu Yuan, you don't have to talk about that with me, no matter how good or bad you are. You are my brother. Even if the car is rented, I won't look down on you. Lu Yuan was helpless. Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you? If you don't believe me, go to Jitterbug or go to Chopstick's Hands and search for the 4 big words Lu Yuan wedding, and you'll know what I'm saying is true or not. Li Xinlong took out his cell phone with suspicion and searched for the big words Lu Yuan wedding. Lu Yuan's wedding yesterday had sensationalized the entire Magic City and even the whole world, and although this wedding was long, there were some people who had edited a few of the wonderful famous scenes of Lu Yuan's wedding in order to generate heat. As a result, Li Xinlong is particularly easy to watch. 500 Bugatti Veyron wedding car fleet. Marriott Hotel executives of the respect, Song Shao, Qin Shao and Master Tian and other big shots, have appeared in the wedding. Send a gift more than abroad. When Li Xinlong saw that a wedding dress cost more than $60 million, his heart thought of his girl Sun Ningning, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but spread a smile. The fireworks for the bride alone, the gold bars hoisted by 200 helicopters, and the $10 trillion of cash brought in by so many money carriers. One scene after another was hitting Li Xinlong's past perceptions, and at the same time, his eyes were filled with longing. Sooner or later, he would have to rely on his efforts to organize such a wedding for Ning. Li Xinlong tucked in his cell phone and blessed from the bottom of his heart. Lu Yuan, congratulations, you finally made it out. Lu Yuan drove the Bugatti Veyron one-handed while chatting with Li Xinlong. You deliver takeaways, and you have to pay back the mortgage and car loan in a month. It's quite tiring, isn't it? I'll give you a hand. I now have 500 sets of school district houses across the country. Send you a fully paid house to live in. Do you want it? Li Xinlong's eyes flashed with a touch of struggle and hesitation, but in the end he suppressed the thoughts in his heart and sighed. Forget about it, Lu Yuan. That's after all your stuff. This favor, with my current income one simply can't afford to owe it. A great man does not eat food handed out in contempt, and I prefer to rely on myself. Lu Yuan appreciated. Good job. If there's anything you need to say, we're all buddies. Li Xinlong looked at the interior of the car and sat uneasily, so he couldn't help but open his mouth. Lu Yuan, do you have any convenience bags in your car? Lu Yuan was puzzled. What? You still get carsick after such a year or two? No. I'm afraid to make your car dirty. Take something to cushion it a bit. Li Xinlong lowered his head deeply. His face was dark, more or less inferior. Lu Yuan was a bit angry. If you feel like that again, I can really kick you down. No interest in the kind. What? I changed a good car, so I can't be buddies with you? Li Xinlong was touched. Lu Yuan, thank you. The Bugatti Veyron also quickly drove to the Centurion Bar, where the class reunion was to take place. Lu Yuan's car had only just arrived when 2 men in suits took the initiative to come and open the door, covering the roof of the car with their hands and bending down to make an inviting gesture. Lu Dong, welcome to Shangshi Dynasty. Lu Yuan nodded and tossed the car keys to the other party as soon as he could. Incidentally, I asked the other party for a collection code and transferred a sum of money. WeChat receives $2 million. The man in the suit was puzzled. Dong Lu, what are you doing? Lu Yuan smiled suavely. A tip for your parking. Thank you, Lu Dong. Thank you, Lu Dong. Lu Yuan and Li Xinlong walked together towards the inner private room, and before they could walk into the private room, they heard several girls' voices coming from the private room. That Lu Yuan from our class. Is he going to come later? It seems like Li Xinlong that invited him, right? It makes me sick when I think of when Lu Yuan was short and ugly. I'm also disgusted. At first even wrote me a love letter. I was one of the 4 class girls in my class, and I was so frustrated that I even wrote a love letter to my mom. So I don't even have to look at myself. Come on, don't say it. Lu Yuan will be here later. It's not good for him to hear it. What can he do if he hears it? If he's that ugly and still comes out to scare people, why don't you let people talk about it? Always standing outside the private room of the road far, cannot help but bitterly laugh. They were not as ugly as they say. Just half work half study lead to their own skin by the sun. Incidentally, in order to earn their own tuition fees, but also to buy what money to primp the face. And at that time it is the time of the long pimples. But it doesn't matter now. Lu Yuan is no longer the Lu Yuan of the past. With his current face value alone, if he hooks his finger, there will be a bunch of women with very high face value who will take the initiative to spend money for him to be his licking dog. Lu Yuan pushed open the door to the private room. The girls in the private room couldn't help but be surprised. Li Xinlong, who is this handsome man beside you? Chapter 58, High and Cold Goddesses. But they've fallen to be my licking dogs. A few of the female students in the private room were watery and attractive, or cool denim hot pants, suspenders and navels, or short skirts with meat silk underneath, but also black silk and long legs. All of them are rippling with clothes that are about to burst. They had good figures, but they were still far worse than if they were compared to Lu Yuan's wife, Maggie Wang. Handsome, what's your name? At this time, a woman dressed in an alluring outfit fell towards Lu Yuan's body, deliberately rubbing her body against him. The rest of the few girls, who were not willing to lag behind, leaned in one on each side of the left and right, and with the neckline of their clothes opened wide, deliberately threw a wink at Lu Yuan. Handsome guy, can you be my husband? Li Xinlong, a burst of envy and wildly swallowed saliva. These can be the class of the class flower level. Ah, damn, rich is good. The girl took the initiative to throw herself to you. Lu Yuan disgustedly pushed away a few sisters as a teasing and playful smile appeared on Lu Yuan's face. I'm the Lu Yuan who was once disliked by all of you, old classmates. Long time no see. Lu Yuan pulled a chair and sat down. The few boys at the same table looked at Lu Yuan with hostile faces. All of them were very jealous of Lu Yuan's good looks. A few female classmates couldn't help but be shocked. What? You're Lu Yuan? My god, did you go for plastic surgery? You've changed too much, haven't you? Lu Yuan just smiled. Maybe that's what happens when a man is big. One of the girls wearing hot pants sat on her butt next to Lu Yuan, and her hands climbed up on Lu Yuan's body in an unfaithful manner again. Lu Yuan, do you have a girlfriend now? I'm Yang Ning. You wrote me a love letter back then. If not, I'll be your girlfriend now, okay? I make a lot of money a month, just enough to support both of us. Yang Ning looked like she had settled for Lu Yuan. She had no resistance to handsome men whatsoever. Lu Yuan tasted a glass of red wine and slapped Yang Ning's hand away. Sorry, I have a wife. Secondly, I have a lot of money, more than you can imagine. I don't need you to support me yet, so please respect yourself. Yang Ning froze for a moment. A flash of loss flashed across her face, but she quickly adjusted. Lu Yuan, it's okay for you to have a wife. I can be your lover. Brother Lu Yuan, if you have the need, we can also serve you together. Don't want a penny, let you play for nothing. And if you have the need, on call, only to fulfill the physiological needs, and never interfere with you and your wife's life. Lu Yuan, we can also give you money to support you. A few women said the words very revealing. They seemed to have long forgotten their previous dislike of Lu Yuan, and each of them pandered to the fact that Lu Yuan was now a handsome man, and it would be a blessing for them to sleep with him, and they were willing to do so even if they had to pay for it. The initiator of this reunion and other boys, jealous of the teeth itchy, especially 2 or 3 rich, to these girls spent no less than 200,000 did not take, and now these girls are actually all to the road to the far upside down. Grass. By what could it be that just because Lu Yuan is handsome, he can do whatever he wants? Lu Yuan only felt a wave of nausea in his stomach. These once beautiful women in the class, each pretending to be high and cold, but now, all of them lost to his face value, which was nothing more than that. Lu Yuan looked at these girls with cold eyes. His tone became abnormally cold. There is only one woman for me, and that is my wife. Wang Meiqi, you don't have to waste your efforts. The boys couldn't sit still. What? You're saying that Wang Meiqi, the school beauty of our school at the time, is now your wife? How could she be interested in you? She got into a prestigious university. Oh, are you worthy of someone with your Lu Yuan's education? Lu Yuan rubbed his nose and only found the question a bit funny. Can't match? Having slept with all of them, and several times, Lu Yuan sighed and silently pulled out his cell phone and lit up the screensaver. I'm telling the truth. Look at my cell phone screen. It's a picture of her and me kissing. Everyone looked at the cell phone together. Who was the beautiful woman on the phone if not Maggie Wang? Gulp. A sound of wildly swallowing mouths rang out one after another, and the crowd sounded unusually resigned. You really married Wang Meiqi? Lu Yuan faintly said. Yes. Alas. My family Meiqi recently always vomit. Said that everything I eat is nauseous. I guess I'm pregnant with a baby, right? Alas. I can no longer do it several times a day like before. Recently I can only use my own hands. Annoying. Cackle. A gurgling sound came from a few people on the table. The sound of clenched fists and teeth about to be clenched respectively. The boys hated to want to dismantle Lu Yuan. Those women, also one by one lowered their heads. Then others they have confidence. Then Wang Meiqi words. They will only be ashamed of themselves. Only inferiority complex. No wonder Lu Yuan cannot see them. Jia Zhen, the initiator of this party, gritted his teeth. Lu Yuan, this photo must be photoshopped by you, right? Jia Les, you say so? I also think it must be PS synthesized. Otherwise, you see he wears a poor goods. People Wang Meiqi at least Beijing University college students. How will look at him? He in addition to handsome he has a baron him? I also think that with Wang Meiqi's looks and education, if she wants to be matched, she'll be matched with those aristocrats too. Lu Yuan looked at them with a disgusted face and said lightly, you guys, you just can't eat grapes and say that they are sour. It seems that you won't believe that I married Wang Meiqi if you don't talk about some methods. Lu Yuan made a phone call and dialed his wife, Maggie Wang. The video call quickly connected and Lu Yuan playfully smiled. Hey, wife. Good morning. What's up, hubby? Lu Yuan, I miss you. I want a kiss. Go go go. I'm in class. There are still a lot of students in the class. No decent. When I get home from work tonight, I'll make you comfortable. Lu Yuan turned his cell phone screen to the other students and asked in an extremely high-pitched manner, does anyone else think my cell phone screensaver is pee? The crowd of boys hated their teeth. By what right did Wang Meiqi become Lu Yuan's wife? Even though the people were upset, there was nothing they could do. Lu Yuan returned back to his cell phone, and Wang Meiqi was mortified. Lu Yuan, you're just fooling around. The more so many people you don't tell me, causing me to talk nonsense. Lu Yuan looked indifferent. Having a beautiful wife at home is just for showing off. Don't bother. Drink less. Don't drink too much. I'm still waiting for you to come back and hand in your homework. Lu Yuan gave a military salute towards the screen. Okay, wife. Promise to come home on time and carefully complete the homework left for me by my teacher. After hanging up the phone, Lu Yuan looked at the crowd with extreme arrogance. Is there anything else you want to say? I'm asking if you guys are envious, jealous or not. Let's ask you guys if you hate it or not. It's useless to be envious and jealous. Wang Meiqi is mine now. You guys better wash yourselves off. Chapter 59. Only Lu Yuan deserves to drink $1 million worth of wine. A group of male students were unusually uncomfortable. Looked up and down Lu Yuan. Couldn't help but snicker at him. Hee, so handsome and what's the use of it? But still poor one. Look at what you are wearing. A certain Tao dozens of dollars of clothes? Added together from head to toe. More than 300? Lu Yuan looked at what he was wearing without being affected in the slightest, and only faintly said, oh, the clothes are worn on the body. Never to be used to show off with people, to climb with people, to wear a comfortable fit, to be able to wear it is good. Nice try. We guess you just can't afford it. Can you? One of the boys said meanly. If you can't beat the face, then you can beat the money and the dress. Lu Yuan only sipped the red wine silently and said coldly, clowns always like to live in their own world, thinking that if others don't wear it they can't afford it, and like to compare themselves to others. Oh, you can afford it, but you wear it out. If you don't wear it out and say you can afford it, who believes you? At this time, a boy wearing Nike shoes and Versace clothes laughed. Although not as handsome as Lu Yuan, but I have a family business to inherit. Just before I came here, I took over a few of my father's minerals, and in the future I can say that there is a bright future, and a flat footsteps, and the second half of my life will not worry. Brother Jin, you inherited the family fortune in advance? You're still great. What can Lu Yuan do if he's handsome? He's destined to live a life of great wealth like yours for the rest of his life. Yeah, Lu Yuan is a baron thin on him. He can't even compare to the squad leader with one toe. Wow. Sarge, your dad gave you those mines? Can you give me a chance to represent him? I'll sell the mines to the jewelry stores to make a little bit of money as a middleman. Do you think that's possible? Jia Zhen had a difficult face. Ting ting Lin These mines are the idea of many people. Give me a reason to agree with you? Squad leader. I can get you to come to my house and clear the drain. I'd like to ask the class president to come to my house and help me change a light bulb. A few people laughed heartily at each other, smiling with a look of ambiguity and impurity. road far inside. Just a few minds. You're just a grandson in front of you. However, Lu Yuan didn't break them down. Since they loved to pretend, let them pretend a little longer. At this time, a man with a leopard tattooed on his back looked toward Lu Yuan's side and asked the little sister at the side, "How long has that table of guests been here?" The nightclub girl looked at it and then said, "Brother Panther, it's been half a day." Brother Panther nodded and rushed to his little sister. "Go get me a bottle of Romani * Conti Dry Red, and a batch of Silent Ship from the Snowy Champagne series, according to the number of heads at that table." "Ha, Brother Panther, are you really sure you want to go up in that bracket? If you really want to serve it like this, it's going to be millions of US dollars. Do they deserve to drink drinks of this class?" Brother Panther looked at Lu Yuan with a slightly deeper meaning. "It's true that those people aren't worth it, but there's one amongst them who is. Know about Brother Dragon and Brother Tiger? Brother Dragon and Brother Tiger? Of course I know. These used to be the red men beside Master Tian. Master Tian likes to bring the two of them with him for any activities." Brother Panther pointed at Lu Yuan. "See that man? His name is Lu Yuan. Dragon and Tiger. One offended his wife and the other messed with his sister and got wasted. Dragon has been done in by Master Tian, and Master Tian has to behave like a grandson in front of him. And by now you still think that he doesn't deserve to drink this kind of wine?" The little sister of the nightclub was surprised beyond words inside, looking at Lu Yuan's ordinary dress. If not for what Brother Panther had said, she would not have thought that Lu Yuan was so terrifying. The youngest sister of the nightclub whispered, "Brother Panther, I do feel now that the grade of the wine seems to be a bit low." Brother Panther sighed, "Alas, there's no way. This is already the best wine in our venue." "Alright, hurry up and get it. I'll personally serve it later." The drinks were soon handed over, and Brother Panther personally carried the drink trays towards Lu Yuan's table, setting up the bottles of drinks, with the most expensive bottle of wine specially placed in front of Lu Yuan. Introductions. My humble self Shanshur Dynasty Jiang Bao, nicknamed Brother Bao. Everyone drink and have fun, play and drink well. Brother Panther specifically glanced towards Lu Yuan's side with nothing but respect in his eyes. Lu Yuan saw Brother Panther looking over and nodded as a greeting. Jiazhen looked at those drinks, instantly woke up half of the wine. Although he is a small mining second generation, but he has some understanding of the price of famous wines. Looking at the wine on the table, could not help but ask, "Brother Panther, are you on the wrong? I haven't ordered these wines." These wines add up to millions of US dollars. Brother Panther laughed loudly. "There is no mistake on the table. You table sitting on the seat of our heavenly master. These wines I brought over to invite everyone to drink. As a friend, you guys drink. Remember to call me if there is something. I'll go first." Accompanied by Brother Panther's departure, everyone looked at each other. All of them wanted to find out who was Master Tian's guest, and they inquired one after another. Yang Zhang, is Brother Panther talking about you?" "No, it's not like you guys don't know the conditions of my family." "Lu Dong, could it be you?" "Not me either. Who could that be? It wouldn't be farther down the road, would it?" "Impossible. Lu Yuan can't even afford to wear a good suit. How could the heavenly master treat him as a guest of honor?" "As I see it, the only one who fits the bill the most here is our squad leader, Jiazhen." Jiazhen was also a bit floored, and after starting a bottle of red wine, he laughed loudly and said, "My home is some cooperation with Master Tian. It's just that I didn't even think about it. When did my home become Master Tian's guest?" A few girls came over to Jiazhen's side with a flirtatious face, allowing him to attack their breasts, while delicately saying, "That's Tiancher Yang Tianba. Surprisingly, even he treats your family as a guest. Your family is too powerful, isn't it?" A few boys looked towards Lu Yuan. "Lu Yuan, see, no matter how good looking you are, Master Tian won't give you a drink. Only a rich second generation like the class president has the qualification to be given a free drink by Master Tian. You're nothing compared to Jiazhen." Lu Yuan was speechless. The corners of his mouth faintly spat out a few words. "I'll just quietly watch you guys pretend and watch you perform." Li Xinlong's fists clenched. "We're all classmates after all, so don't go too far." Only, Li Xinlong's words soon caused a burst of laughter. "Go to your paralyzed, stinking delivery boy. You and Lu Yuan, two poor dogs, also worthy of being our classmates?" Li Xinlong was furious. You. At this time, the class president Jiazhen looked at Lu Yuan in a conspiratorial manner. "Lu Yuan, old classmate, I know you're not mixing well. Why don't you mix with me? It just so happens that my family's minerals are still short of a few security guards, and I'm short of an obedient watchdog, and I think you're just the right one, so think about it." A group of people followed suit and coaxed from the sidelines. "Lu Yuan, why don't you hurry up and thank the squad leader for giving you this chance to be a dog?" Chapter 60, Your family's assets are great. I touched mine. Lu Yuan gripped the goblet in his hand tightly and threw a glass of red wine towards Jia Zhen's face, saying to the crowd in shocked anger, "What kind of a thing is he? Do you guys really think that this wine is for him to drink?" Lu Yuan's outburst scared a few girls, and there were also a few boys who looked at Lu Yuan with a hostile face in order to perform in front of the girls. "Lu Yuan, you simply don't know what to do with your life. The other Jia Zhen is a second-generation rich guy. Is that someone you can afford to offend?" Lu Yuan, the squad leader wanting to crush a poor yakuza like he was just like stepping on an ant. "Why don't you hurry up and make amends to the squad leader?" Looking at this group of doglegs scaring themselves so much, Lu Yuan wasn't half scared and his tone remained breezy. "Oh? So?" Jia Zhen also held a bellyful of fire for a long time, and pulled out a document from his purse and slapped it hard on the table. "Damn it! Lu Yuan, you don't believe that I inherited my family's mine, right? Look carefully. This is the share transfer contract." Lu Yuan took the pile of documents in his hands and read them carefully. He wanted to see if there were any potholes in the contract. When the crowd saw Lu Yuan looking serious, they couldn't help but make mocking remarks. "How is it? Scared silly, right Lu Yuan? Ha ha, look at Lu Yuan's face of no knowledge. Beggar is a beggar only so little contract will scare him speechless." A few women couldn't get Lu Yuan, so they also started to mock him. Jia Zhen's face was like a smile. "How about it? Lu Yuan, do you know the difference between you and me now?" Lu Yuan looked meaningfully at Jia Zhen and slowly said, "Got it." Jia Zhen was very dejected. "It's good that you know. If you kneel down, crawl in front of me, and lick my shoes well, I'll spare your life." Among the other male students, someone also shoved Lu Yuan. "Why don't you hurry up and get over there?" Lu Yuan smiled wryly. "Jia Zhen, your family's assets are very good, but the next moment, they're mine." Jia Zhen was confused. Looking at the weirdness on Lu Yuan's face, he always felt that something bad was going to happen and couldn't help but say in confusion, "Lu Yuan, what do you mean?" "You'll see what I mean in a moment." Lu Yuan's fists clenched and creaked. Lu Yuan's heart system. "Give me to this share contract and use the god's magnificent blast." Ding! You touched a mineral enterprise contract, triggering a successful divine storm. God's magnificent blitzkrieg reward, 100% of the shares of the national mineral enterprise, covering this one in your hands. This time minerals, including quarry, jade mine, coal mine, etc. In order for the host to get a reasonable inheritance, this system will gift Jia Xiao his mother's terminal cancer. The family's industry will be because of the urgent need to use money for surgery, to sell to the host at a low price. Lu Yuan rubbed his nose and got a nasty chill. The system really damned is a ruthless person. A word to give people cancer. Lu Yuan playfully looked at Jia Zhen. This can be a really big filial son. In order to play with their own pretend to put the family mom out of a terminal cancer. However, these mineral rewards are really fragrant In the future you want to give your wife a jade pendant or something Give a gift to friends and family. That is not always mining. There are many jewelry stores in the country. And there are also many e-commerce anchors selling jade, stains, pocket money and a large amount of it. This is a good feeling. Unconsciously, the corners of Lu Yuan's mouth then curved up in a very happy smile. "Lu Yuan, what are you giggling about?" Jia Zhen looked puzzled. Lu Yuan said lightly, "I laugh at you for being a great filial son." Ha ha ha. Jia Zhen still wanted to say something, but his cell phone rang with a WeChat video call. Surprisingly, it was his old dad at home. He pressed to answer the video. "What's up, Dad? My son, your mom was just diagnosed with terminal cancer. In order to treat your mom, Dad sold all of the family's properties to a Mr. Lu Yuan, and Dad is making this phone call to tell you that the contract you're holding is null and void." Jia Zhen was instantly dumbfounded. His hands were sweaty with nervousness, and he anxiously said, "Dad, but I've signed all the words of the contract. How can you sell it to Lu Yuan without going through me?" The voice came again from the video. "Although your contract was signed, it was not stamped and does not have legal benefits, so the contract in your hand is now nothing more than a piece of scrap paper." A scrap of paper. The four big words were like a thunderbolt from a clear sky bombarding Jia Zhen's heart. Jia Zhen's fists clenched in irritation. "Dad, why don't you take out a loan from the bank? Why did you sell the company?" "Ugh." Dad went but the people at the bank said that Mr. Lu had greeted and told all of them not to lend to me. Jia Zhen was extremely reluctant. "Lu Yuan is messing with our family so much, so why do we have to sell it to Lu Yuan? Why not sell it to someone else?" Dad also went but all the entrepreneurs in Mordor told me that Lu Yuan also greeted them and told them that no one is allowed to acquire it, or else they will wait for bankruptcy and closure, and no one dares to accept it except Lu Yuan. Jia Zhen cursed in anger. Damn, the old man is not sick, not early, not late, but this is the time to get sick. Even if I wait until the contract is stamped and really belongs to me, then I will get sick again. Alright, Hang up. Jia Zhen hung up the phone in exasperation. The content of the video call was naturally heard by all. For a moment, all the students changed their faces. Those male students yanked up Jia Zhen, who looked at them in dismay. What are you doing? Get off your ass and sit down. Broke poor bastard. Is this your place to sit? Come, brother Lu. You sit this way. It's still you, brother Lu. You're great. Jia Zhen is a barren thin man. He can't even compare to a single one of your toes when he compares himself to you. Brother Lu, tired of sitting? I'll pinch Mud's shoulders and I'll pound your legs. Jia Zhen was furious. Damn. You wallflowers. Whoever gives you a bone goes with whoever you want, right? Lu Yuan, if they can betray me today, sooner or later they will betray you too. The crowd was poked in the spine. Immediately upset. Who said we for the money and brother Lu friends? We think brother Lu character than you. Your own mother cancer. You do not care a little. But also on the phone cursing. We just do not want to be friends with your kind of filial son. Lu Yuan sipped a mouthful of red wine, crossed his legs, and looked at Jia Zhen scornfully. Jia Zhen, wind and water turn. When you were just pretending to be a pussy, you didn't think you'd have today, did you? Jia Zhen's fists clenched and creaked as he gritted his teeth in hatred. Lu Yuan, you're obviously dressed so poorly. How could you have the money to acquire my family's assets? How I look at you. You don't look like a rich person. I guess that Lu Feng who acquired my family's assets must not be you. It must be a rename, right? Chapter 61, How can he, Jia Zhen, be worthy of being his master's guest? Lu Yuan looked at the other party as if he was looking at an idiot. I just finished saying that your family's industry is now mine. And the next second it was acquired by me. Do you think there is such a coincidence? Where is your IQ? Fed to the dogs? Jia Zhen had a somber look on his face. Then who's to say? It's just like novels and dramas. There are no coincidences. Who knows if it's a coincidence? Lu Yuan was speechless. Was this damned explanation okay? Jia Zhen did not want to lose face in front of Lu Yuan. After pretending to think about it, he suddenly slapped his thigh. Damn. I remembered. According to the generation, I have an uncle, also called Lu Yuan. It must be that he acquired my house. My house is the left hand inverted right hand. When my family gets through this, my uncle will transfer the estate back to my family. In fact, Jia Zhen, which has a bull uncle. His own family does not have a relative surnamed Lu, so that is also to maintain his face. Lu Yuan stroked his chin, looked Jia Zhen up and down, and laughed. How come I didn't know when I had you as a nephew? The crowd was also hesitant for a while. Damn. Jia Zhen suddenly had an extra uncle Lu Yuan. Who the hell should this lick? Jia Zhen seized the public's psychology and said to the people present, think about it. Who would like to be mocked? Even in order not to be mocked. Certainly wear a good out. Lu Yuan, but wearing a certain Tao hundreds of dollars of goods, still cannot explain the problem? It's not that he doesn't want to wear something good, but he simply can't afford it. When Lu Yuan went to school, what conditions? We are not unaware of. His education can find a good job. How can he get a good job with his education? He can only work at the bottom of the ladder. So how can he have the capital to acquire my family in just a few years? Everyone, use your head. After Jia Zhen's brainwashing, all the students also slapped their heads and said in annoyance, grass, almost fooled by this poor man. Lu Yuan, get over there and make room for the squad leader. That's no place for you to sit. Lu Yuan looked at Jia Zhen like, so, I wore a good one out. Are you going to say that I am renting clothes again? And then by your cognitive understanding, is it the idea that whatever level of ability a person was at 10 years ago, they should be where they are 10 years from now? Couldn't I have learned a trade? Or made a little money starting a business? Or maybe get lucky and make a fortune? 1. Lu Yuan disliked him nonchalantly. Jia Zhen was still extremely sophomoric. Even if you start a business, you can't become this good in a short period of time. The people present, none of them are willing to admit that Lu Yuan is now better than them. One by one, they deeply agree with Jia Zhen's point of view. Yes, Jia Xiao, there is nothing wrong with what he said. Entrepreneurial failures abound, and he has a very low educational level. So what makes him one of the best? Lu Yuan, stop talking. If you have the time to dislike here, why don't you go to work and try to catch up with the height of the class president as soon as possible? There's no point in pretending here. Going to work? What kind of work? He was already financially free, okay? Lu Yuan disdained it in his heart. At this time, a boy who had drunk a bit too much stood up and cursed. I really can't stand to see Lu Yuan acting like a pussy. Doesn't the class president know Brother Panther here? Brother Panther has just come to give the class president a toast. Damn it, call Brother Panther over and give Lu Yuan a good cleaning up. After hearing that they were going to call Brother Panther, Jia Zhen finally panicked. Don't. But Jia Zhen said it too late. A yellow-haired girl had already shouted the words out. Brother Bao, come here. Jiang Bao was drinking at a table, and when he heard this table call out to him, he immediately ran over at a trot. Miss, what's wrong? The yellow-haired girl pointed at Lu Yuan. Brother Bao, it's this pussy brat, pretending to be a pussy with Xiao Huajia. You hurry up and stand up for Xiao Huajia, beat him up hard, break his dog's legs and throw him out. Accompanied by the fall of the yellow-haired woman's words, Jiang Bao's heart jumped to his throat, angry and afraid. His body shook involuntarily. The students who drank together at the same table looked at Lu Yuan gloatingly. Lu Yuan, look at you make Brother Panther angry. You are finished today. Just let you roll you don't roll. This moment Brother Panther came. You can't leave if you want to go. If I had known that, why should I pretend to be a bully? Li Xinlong was the only one who knew Lu Yuan's worth, looking at them as if they were clowns, and slowly said, it's not Lu Yuan who is finished today. It's you guys who are finished today. Also, just as Li Xinlong's words fell, Jiang Bao smashed a beer bottle on the yellow-haired girl's head. I'll go to Namabi's to break someone's legs. What kind of thing are you? The yellow-haired female instantly broke her head and looked at Jiang Bao with a tearful face. Brother Bao, what are you doing hitting me? Isn't Jia Jin your Master Tian's guest of honor? You don't give young Master Jia a face like this. Aren't you afraid that Yan Tianbao will clean you up when the time comes? Jiang Bao glanced at Jia Jin and smiled disdainfully. Just him? Also worthy of being our Master Tian's guest? Ha! Jia Jin isn't Master Tian's guest? The people present all panicked. It seemed as though things would be difficult to settle today. Lu Yuan walked to Jiang Bao's front and patted his shoulder. Brother Bao, come tell them who those drinks you just served on the table today were for. Seeing Lu Yuan go to pat Jiang Bao's shoulder, the crowd was scared to death. Damn, Jiang Bao's shoulder is also something you can just pat? The crowd spoke up. Brother Panther, we don't know him. If you want to clean him up, don't involve us. Only, the imagined Jiang Bao's shocked anger did not happen. Jiang Bao smiled with a polite face, even respectful and pleasing. Lu Dong, of course it is brought up for you to drink. Here only you are worthy of these goods. To give them one person on a bottle of good wine. Before that is also to consider that they are friends of Lu Dong. Right now, it seems redundant to give each of them a cup of horse urine, Jiang Bao said, looking at everyone present with an extremely disgusted look on his face. Everyone then realized that they were able to drink good wine thanks to Lu Yuan. Those people who had previously shrugged off relations with Lu Yuan regretted this moment, and could not wait to draw 100 big mouths of their own. What things they had done. The yellow-haired female's pant leg is dripping wet, obviously scared to pee, plopped down and knelt in front of Lu Yuan. Lu Dong, for the sake of everyone's classmates, you spare me. In the future I'm willing to give you to be a cow as a horse. I know it's wrong. Oh, Lu Yuan snapped and threw a slap on the other's face. Oh, wrong? Is it that tomorrow a person who says he's going to break one of my legs and tell me he's wrong and I'm going to forgive him? The other women also knew that they were afraid. Lu Yuan, we didn't try to break your legs, and just our mouths won't talk. As long as you don't let Brother Panther beat us up, I can find dozens of young models working in nightclubs to accompany you for a night. The boys in the audience were all chilled. Dozens of girls, can they afford it? Lu Yuan ignored them and said to Jiang Bao, that who just tried to break my leg? Know what to do, right? Chapter 62 Brothers or lickspittles? Give him a hand. Jiang Bao rushed behind him and beckoned. You guys come over here and take this female out. I don't want to see her standing and walking next time in Magic City. The yellow-haired female was so scared that her face immediately lost its blood color. No, don't Lu Yuan. Don't do this to me. I had appendicitis surgery when I was a kid and it hurt like hell. I can't stand the pain of breaking my legs anymore. Lu Yuan laughed back in anger. Oh, you just let Brother Panther break my leg when I don't hurt, right? Can't stand it also give me to suffer? Who let you mouth? The few male students in the room. Their hearts were stuck in their throats at this moment, fidgeting in their seats. Lu Yuan glanced at them with cold eyes and said towards Jiang Bao, Brother Bao, take them out and beat them up. Don't be too serious, but it has to hurt. Jiang Bao suddenly revealed a wry smile. Hey, Lu Dong, this thing I'm good at. You can rest assured. Guarantee to go to the hospital to check nothing at all, but also the pain of their death. The girls trembled and said, Lu Yuan, do you want to consider what we said about finding a young model? If it's really not possible, it's okay for us to accompany you. Lu Yuan only felt a wave of nausea and rushed at them. Go to fewer nightclubs, watch more short videos, remember to search for Mordor Lu Yuan on the short videos, and then come back and think about whether or not you guys are worthy of talking to me about this. The female students took out their cell phones and started searching. Mordor Lu Yuan, young entrepreneur, chairman of Yida Group, Chinese Medicine Association, Marriott Hotel, Huagua Mineral Group, 500 sets of school district real estate developer, worth millions and billions. Lu Yuan Wang Meichi wedding, 200 helicopters and 500 Bugatti Veyrons. One by one, the piercing and eye-catching headlines, accompanied by them clicking in one by one. All of them couldn't help but be stunned, not realizing that Lu Yuan had become such a giant. All of them were envious of Wang Meiqi. How they wanted the bride to be themselves. How they wanted to be the wife of the president of the mansion. And at the same time, they were afraid, remembering today's cynicism towards Lu Yuan. All of them just felt that a wave of poo was going to come out. Until this moment, all of them realized that Li Xinlong's words just now were not alarmist talk, and that it really wasn't that Lu Yuan was finished today, but that they were finished. Jiang Bao looked at Lu Yuan with an inquiring gaze. Lu Dong, how will these women be resolved? Let them atone for their sins with their bodies or? Lu Yuan sipped his red wine and said faintly, forget it, women as long as they don't go too far and challenge my bottom line too much. I usually won't bother with them. Jiang Bao sniffed and yelled at a few females. Lu Dong is not the same as you guys. Why don't you hurry up and get out? Damn it, next time don't let me see you guys come to Shangshur Dynasty again. Otherwise, see you once and beat you once. A few female classmates were relieved and finally relaxed. Looking gratefully at Lu Yuan, thank you, Dong Lu, for not being general with us. At this time, Li Xinlong knelt down on one knee in front of one of the girls. Ning Ning, I like you. Are you willing to be my girlfriend? Female classmate Sun Ningning disgustedly looked at Li Xinlong, said to him, get lost, a stinking delivery boy. Who looks at you? If you are far away, I can still consider it. Li Xinlong fists clenched, extremely angry. You said the rent cannot pay. I immediately give you a transfer. You said to go out and drink with the sisters have no money. I advanced again and again. You appendicitis surgery without a person around to take care of. I serve you end of the urine and feces to wait for you. I confessed to you, but you did not agree and did not refuse. If you don't like me, why are you hanging on to me? What do you take me for? Li Xinlong cried his heart out and was in a sorry state. Remembering how much he had paid, he only felt a pang of aggravation inside. Sun Ningning snorted. Oh, it's not that you yourself are guilty of being willing? I forced you to come to me to pay? How to insist on not go on? You don't love me at all. If you love me, the real love is to give without expecting anything in return. I don't like you. Even if I find another man, you should wish me happiness. Rejecting you today, you are in your original form? Ha, scum of the earth. Li Xinlong sat on his butt on the ground, only feeling that life had completely lost hope. His eyes were lax and lifeless. Lu Yuan, as Li Xinlong's good buddy, was a bit unable to look on and rushed at Jiang Bao. Brother Bao, arrange a few cleaner girls for my buddy. Jiang Bao sniffed and immediately called the nightclub girl from before. Go bring those new ones over. In no time, a few clean-cut and somewhat shy girls arrived in front of Lu Yuan and Li Xinlong. Lu Yuan rushed to Li Xinlong. Long, the end of the world. Why single love a flower? These few girls you see which one? You casually develop one. Look at the normal relationship. Suitable on the deal. But you also have to be affordable to the girl. If let me know you slag the girl, I will not be the first to let you go. After saying that, Lu Yuan looked at these sisters again and rushed to them. This buddy of mine is not bad. If any of you choose to be with him, you are my Lu Yuan's younger siblings, and whoever dares to apologize to him, I, Lu Yuan, will also look for her to have a good chat, and as long as there is no betrayal, I will let you all live a good life in the Magic City. Jiang Bao also chimed in. Asterisk 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 who dares to apologize to this little brother? I, Jiang Bao, will be the first to break her dog legs. These girls had already heard about Lu Yuan's deeds when they came just now, and if they had a choice, they wanted to choose Lu Yuan over Li Xinlong. But these girls also have self-awareness, knowing that Lu Yuan can't possibly look at them. All of them walked towards Li Xinlong with a passionate face. Little brother, add AV, don't cry little brother, you still have us. Sun Ningning also had some regrets at this time. Lu Yuan had just said that he would let Li Xinlong live a good life in the future. Recalling Lu Yuan's words, Sun Ningning took the initiative to walk over to Li Xinlong. Honey, I don't think it's impossible for us to develop. Li Xinlong raised his head and fell into hesitation. Lu Yuan opened his mouth and reminded, whether you choose these sisters or Sun Ningning, think it over. Don't leave yourself with a lifetime of regrets. Li Xinlong clenched his fists and dodged Sun Ningning. Get lost. I'm tired. We're impossible. Lu Yuan and Jiang Bao and the others all applauded and clapped their hands. Good job. This is what a man should look like. She doesn't take us seriously. We still don't want her. Li Xinlong looked at Lu Yuan gratefully. Lu Yuan, thank you. Lu Yuan spread his face and smiled. They are all brothers. What are you talking about thanking or not thanking? Lu Yuan patted Li Xinlong's shoulder and said to him, if these few from Shangshur royal dynasty can't see it, you can also look for the outside. Which girl to chase? Not enough money to talk to me. Anyway, I just have a lot of money to spend. I just like to help people. Sun Ningning was very unwilling and regretful. Rushing at Li Xinlong, did you pay so much for me? Are you willing to get nothing? I'll sleep with you for one night, okay? Lu Yuan had long since seen through Sun Ningning's thoughts and snorted coldly. Don't think I don't know what you're playing at. You want to use this to get pregnant with his child so that my brother can't stay away from you. And you want to use him to gain all the benefits from me, right? Chapter 63, Convertible supercars are too eye-catching. Alas, the plight of the gods' heroes. Sun Ningning's face instantly turned red when she was spoken to. Jiang Bao fumed on the spot. Get out. Sun Ningning's heart is not willing. A million regrets left the Shangshi dynasty. At the same time the heart of the intestines are repenting. Even if not get Lu Yuan, can do Lu Yuan's younger sibling also line they are really a. But how can there be so many pills of regret to be found in this world? Accompanied by the departure of the female classmates present, those boys and yellow-haired girls were out of luck and were taken to a remote alley, where a pig-killing howl rang out one after another in the dead of night. If they did not speak out against Lu Yuan, how could they take such a beating? If they could do it again, they certainly would not go to humiliate Lu Yuan again. Lu Yuan looked at Li Xinlong and pulled out his cell phone to transfer a sum of money. PayPal arrived with $1 million. Li Xinlong looked at his cell phone in dismay. Lu Yuan, why did you transfer so much money to me? Lu Yuan patted his shoulder and pacified him. Now takeout is not good to send. The business is slow to deliver food. The customer urges the order to give a bad review or leave a complaint. You say that red light you are breaking or not? A complaint a day for nothing. You are my Lu Yuan's brother. I want you to change a job. With this money, I want you to learn a trade, or do a little business. You fall in love. And this society has to use money everywhere. I, Lu Yuan, want my brother to live with confidence. Lu Yuan card a lot of money, but he did not want to give Li Xinlong a lot of money at once. Too much money, then he will directly swing lay flat, and no longer go to have upward mobility. $1 million would be just the right amount. Li Xinlong rushed at Lu Yuan with a grateful face. Lu Yuan, I will definitely use this $1 million to live like a human being, and in the future, I will turn this $1 million into $10 million, or even more to return to you. I won't forget the help you gave me. Lu Yuan also didn't bother to fight Li Xinlong's passion. He just showed a smile on his face. Cheer up. Work hard. There's nothing else, I'll leave first. The guests and staff in the Centurion dynasty were saying everything at the moment. Oh, this Lu Yuan has come a few times to the Shangshi dynasty. A few million billions of the value of it. Just give people to turn $1 million. To send out the beggar? I go to Nima's. That kid is just a delivery boy before. 7 or 8,000 a month. Go to the building loan and car loan can still be left a few? $1 million should be given to someone to calculate how to give for nothing. People are not obligated to give this money? Moral abduction? Lu Dong is again looking for a woman for that kid and transferring money. Brother, doing this can be enough. Yes, this kid is really lucky. Ran into a nobleman. How can I have no nobleman to pull a hand? So envious of him, how no one to me to turn $1 million it. Alas, Lu Yuan ignored the voices, and his people had already left the Centurion dynasty bar. Lu Yuan got into his Bugatti Veyron, one hand on the steering wheel, and the supercar let out a street-blowing sonic roar as it prepared to drive out. Those female students outside the bar, looking at Lu Yuan single-handedly driving a Bugatti, look, a burst of nymphomania and envy. When if the school time to take Lu Yuan, perhaps the passenger seat on the seat is them. There was also a simultaneous bout of hard feelings that Lu Yuan was only interested in his wife, Maggie Wang. Lu Yuan drove the Bugatti Veyron and sped off. Lu Yuan had a super high turnout along the way because he was driving a Bugatti Veyron. While waiting for the red light, many drivers have taken out their cell phones to take pictures and record videos, and sent them to their wives at home. Wife, look, I saw a Bugatti Veyron when I was running a taxi outside. This car is more than $50 million. Only, the taxi driver was given a lecture. What does a $50 million plus car have to do with you? It's not yours. I mean, I want to buy one in the future too. A man has to dream. The cab driver was again disliked by his wife. Oh, on the basis of your job as a taxi driver? There are also some BMW and Mercedes-Benz owners who recorded a video and sent it to their circle of friends, which instantly drew a lot of comments from friends. This is a Bugatti Veyron? Awesome. This kind of car is usually found on the runway. Is this tram being used as a private car? What a waste. Why do I look a little familiar to this car owner? You so to say I also feel familiar. This is not a while ago on the short video Fire Up the Road for it? I still remember that wedding so vividly. My girlfriend even said that if she didn't have a wedding of the same size, she was going to break up with me. If it was someone else, It would be a waste. But for Lu Yuan, the Bugatti Veyron is not just a means of transportation. His family has more than 500 units of this car. Alas! Envy of a godly life like his. Why don't you hurry up and ask for a WeChat to get to know each other? If you miss this village, you won't have this store. There are also many beautiful car owners came over. Handsome. Add a Weibo? My husband is not at home at night. Lu Yuan only felt a burst of irritation. Everywhere he went there were a bunch of women to harass him. Damn. As if he had never seen a man in several lifetimes. He is not just a little bit more handsome, not just a little bit more rich. Luckily this annoyance didn't last long before the traffic light went green. Lu Yuan played the DJ all the way back to the house finally. Wife Wang Meichi jumped into her arms. Why did you come back just now? I've warmed up the rice several times. Lu Yuan wrapped his arm around her waist and apologized. Wife. Sorry to keep you waiting. Didn't drink much, did you? No. Just gargled the amount. Wang Meichi seemed to have thought of something and couldn't help but ask. Those students in our class are not dealing with you. They didn't make things too difficult for you, did they? Lu Yuan snorted and laughed. Make things difficult for me? Don't worry, wife. When have you seen your husband suffer? The people who made things difficult for me were all cleaned up by me. If there is a next one, he will only die a worse death. Wang Meichi glared at Lu Yuan. You're too high profile. It's better to keep a low profile. Don't offend people too much. Lu Yuan didn't care too much and said lightly. Wife, why should I keep a low profile? It's not like our family's economic strength and social background doesn't allow me to keep a high profile. Haven't you heard the saying? People are good at being bullied. Horses are good at being ridden. Sometimes it's not good to be too low profile. The two of them ate dinner together and lay on the bed. Wang Meichi, with a scarlet face, came over towards Lu Yuan's side and pressed herself against Lu Yuan's ear. Husband. Lu Yuan looked at his perverse wife and couldn't help but be a little surprised. What's wrong, wife? Wang Meichi's slender little hand was moving around. Her voice was like a mosquito. I want it again. Give it to me, okay? Chapter 64. What do you care if I'm in love with my wife? Lu Yuan took him in his arms as soon as he could. A few hours later, the two looked at each other tenderly and smiled at each other. Right, hubby, tomorrow weekend. Our school colleagues invited me to go with them to a beach party, just over the Ring Mountain Island. Wang Meichi looked at Lu Yuan with an expectant face. Going to a beach party? To some mountainous island? What's the point of going there? We have 500 private islands all over the country. Wouldn't it smell good to go to our own? Ding! The island around the mountain is one of the host's 500 islands. Lu Yuan did not expect the system would jump out at this time. He scratched his head, slightly embarrassed in his heart. Damn! This is his own home island. He did not know. Wang Meichi shook Lu Yuan's arm. Hubby, are you going? Tomorrow. Many female teachers are going to bring their husbands, and there are many single male and female teachers who may also become a pair. You don't want your daughter-in-law to eat other people's dog food, right? After Lu Yuan heard the single male teacher, he didn't hesitate to say, who said I won't go? I must go, to keep an eye on you, lest my wife be taken advantage of by someone else. Okay, the cheapness is only for you. The next day, around the mountain islands, Lu Yuan came to the island with Wang Meichi, and there were already a lot of Wang Meichi's colleagues on the island, and a few female teachers couldn't help but ask when they saw Lu Yuan beside Wang Meichi. Meichi, who is this beside you? This is my old highway far. Wang Meichi laughed. The female teachers sized up Lu Yuan. With a tall and frivolous figure, a robust and powerful chest, and a handsome cheek that made people forget to breathe, they complimented with smiles on their faces. Teacher Wang, your husband is so handsome. Several female teachers, looking at Lu Yuan with a face of infatuation. If Wang Meichi was not around, I am afraid that they would all directly jump on Lu Yuan's body. Wang Meichi looked at Lu Yuan with some reproach. Hubby, can you not be so handsome? I always feel like I don't feel safe when I take you out. Lu Yuan looked innocent. God rewarded me with a handsome face. What can I do? Yuck. Narcissist. A male teacher with glasses, a suit, and a gentlemanly look. His face involuntarily twitched, and a flash of displeasure and gloominess flashed under his eyes. The male teacher coughed. Flirting for a little while longer. It's already dark. What else can we play? MS1. I don't care how you and your husband make out at home, but can you think about everyone? Everyone is usually quite busy in class. It's not easy to come out and play once. Can you not delay everyone's time? Other than the male teacher. Other male teachers also followed him to share the same enemy. Yes, we are out to play today. Not to see you one teacher running here to show love. One teacher, don't forget, you're a teacher. In public, with a man like this to love each other, to the school's discipline and wind evaluation is good? Wang Meiqi clenched her pink fists and was furious. What's wrong with teachers? Are teachers not human? There's no need to fall in love? This is the beach. It's not in class. Lu Yuan disliked, smack other people show. Today beach party are not bring their wives out let them hurry to roll home. Say other people's not before. Do not look at their own all black. The coughing male teacher was infuriated and pointed at Lu Yuan. You. Lu Yuan snorted coldly. You take a teacher's license. You are also considered a cultured person who has gone to school. Do the books teach you to point at other people's noses when you talk to them? What kind of upbringing? Lu Yuan was furious on the spot. I'm just asking you, can you stay? If you can't stay, get lost, and let someone kick you out. It's just a matter of my words. Damn. In their own home island play, he and his wife show a love off this male teacher nothing. If it is not concerned about his wife Wang Meiqi's workplace relations, Lu Yuan early let people throw him out. Female teachers to Lu Yuan's good sense is quite good. This time busy to play the original field, okay? Mr. Ma, what are you doing It's not easy for everyone to come out to play a day off. Is to run a good mood out? Why make a mess with a foe as if? MS. Meiqi and all of us are colleagues. Head up not see head down to sea. Too angry not good. I heard that this island can be fished Let's catch it and roast it for dinner. The female teachers broke the original awkwardness, which eased the atmosphere of the scene. Teacher Ma snorted coldly at Lu Yuan. Humph. Just for the sake of the other teachers. I won't bother with you. Lu Yuan laughed disdainfully. Teaching every day. Preparing coursework to teach stupid, right? Just don't take a look at the short videos. Don't pay attention to the big news in Mordor. Don't know to understand who is the king of size in Mordor now? You would like to count with me. Lu Yuan, do you have the qualifications to count with me? Lu Yuan? Lu Yuan went toe-to-toe with him, not giving the other party the slightest bit of thin air. The aura on Lu Yuan's body is fully open. Only that one look. It makes their legs and stomach shiver endlessly. Teacher Ma doesn't dare to meet Lu Yuan's eyes and only dares to curse in a low voice. I heard Wang Meiqi say that you don't have a high education. You didn't even get into high school. People who haven't gone to school for a few days are just uneducated. Lu Yuan also did not talk to him again. High education can mean that your character is also good? If you want to eat well in the society, you still have to rely on people's behavior. The crowd quickly bought a bunch of fishing gear rods and stuff. By Mr. Ma rented a yacht and took everyone fishing with him. He looked at Lu Yuan even more smugly. What a shame, bringing his wife out to play. He can't even afford to spend money. Lu Yuan touched his head and looked at Mr. Ma as if he was looking at him. Do you have to spend money to play in your own home industry? Lu Yuan looked at Mr. Ma with a playful and somewhat provocative look. Mr. Ma, you're very rich. Do you have a lot of money? Mr. Ma saw Lu Yuan take the initiative to come over to chat. Patted his bulging wallet. That's of course. I have a month's salary. Open a class to run a lesson all out of it. And usually collect gifts Lu Yuan laughed profoundly. Oh so? It seems that being a teacher is not easy to earn. But you're so rich that you rented such a small yacht? You're the richest one here. So according to you, you have to spend more? Mr. Ma was irritated by Lu Yuan's words and was furious, speaking as if I can't afford to rent a better one. Just wait for me. How much does it cost to rent a cruise ship here for a day? 100,000. Right? I'll go rent one right now. Mr. Ma was furious and went to pay the money. And Lu Yuan looked at him as if he were a little cutie. He looked at Ms. Ma as if she were a little cutie. You're still giving money to my Lu Yuan's estate even if you spend a lot. Chapter 65 Island Party. Fishing out 5 million blood red dragons. After renting a cruise ship, Mr. Ma came back with quite a bit of shopping and returned with a small printed check for $300,000, 200,000 of which was swiped on a credit card. Teacher Ma rushed at Lu Yuan smugly. Can you afford to spend all this money? Lu Yuan tried to make himself endure not to laugh. Well, I indeed can't afford to spend all this money. But also you are rich, spending $300,000 of God's hero. How can I compare with you? Awesome. Give you credit. It's good to know I'm good. Keep a low profile in front of me. Lu Yuan didn't agree with him in his heart. You're great. You're great. You swiped your credit card to save face. Have you thought about how to pay back your credit card in the future? In order to pretend to be a comparison. The day is not over? Anyway, Lu Yuan can't do this kind of thing. A group of several people, sitting outside the cruise ship, fishing with rods under bait, patiently waiting for the fish to bite. After 1 hour and 2 hours had passed, there were only a few fish in the buckets of Maggie Wang and a few female teachers, and the main thing was that they lacked certain skills and methods. Mr. Ma's talent in this area was outstanding, and it didn't take long for his bucket to be filled with many fish. Lu Yuan also had to say that the fishing technique was still a bit powerful. It was just that the man's character was not good. Wow, Mr. Ma, you caught a lot of fish. You're so good at fishing, aren't you? Can you teach us how to fish? Mr. Ma, you're so handsome. I want to learn too. Female teachers have been transformed into Mr. Ma's little fangirl, leaning towards him. Mr. Ma is also complacent. Colorful grabbed a female teacher's hand. Taking advantage, this fish you have to fish like this. Teacher Ma finally got back his temper and was getting dejected. Twisting his head to look at Lu Yuan, can you do it? Can you catch so many fish? Lu Yuan frowned. Fishing he really hadn't learned it for a day, but considering that he had a system, he wasn't afraid of this Mr. Ma. Seeing that Lu Yuan didn't say anything, Mr. Ma thought that Lu Yuan was afraid, and turned his lewd gaze to Wang Meiqi. Ms. Meiqi, your husband doesn't know how to fish. Why don't I teach you by hand? Wang Meiqi rebuffed on the spot. No need. My husband said that he won't let me have physical contact with men other than him. So Mr. Ma should teach someone else. Mr. Ma was annoyed that he had initiated this party in order to take down Maggie Wang in one fell swoop, but he hadn't expected Maggie Wang to be so greasy. Lu Yuan gripped the fishing rod in his hand and mentally murmured, use divine magnificent blast on this fishing rod in front of you. Ding! You touched a normal fishing rod, triggering a divine storm. You have received a reward, SSS grade quality noble fishing rod. This system considers that the host has a fishing rod but no skills, and has arranged for the host to have god-level fishing skills. A qualified godly man also needs to be very versatile in his life skills. So go ahead host. Swollen his face, Lu Yuan heard the system tone ringing in his head, a burst of comfort in his heart. Between the system he likes, what can be arranged for his own clear. The fishing rod in Lu Yuan's hand also gradually became golden, beautiful and handsome. At least the feeling of touching it made him feel a burst of comfort. With the help of the system, what's he afraid of? Bring the fishing rod to catch the mother ***********. Lu Yuan slammed the rod down, looking at Lu Yuan's simple and rough movements. Mr. Ma scoffed. Lu Yuan, it's impossible to catch fish if you fling the rod like that. What if I catch it? Mr. Ma said disdainfully, if you catch one, I'll call you daddy all you want. Lu Yuan snorted coldly, then you can just wait to call your father. Lu Yuan's fishing rod was only thrown down for a short time. A ripple on the surface of the sea. Lu Yuan only felt a weight on his hand. There was a fish biting. Lu Yuan violently pulled up the fishing rod. A very pointed head. Very flexible yellowtail fish struggling hard. This fish is not small. The dorsal fin area has jagged teeth. The color of the whole fish is close to transparent. The male teacher present also looked toward this side with a surprised face and muttered, this fish has a sharp head, nearly transparent color, and jagged teeth in the dorsal fin area. Wild yellowtail fish? The female teachers spoke up in confusion. Aren't yellowtail fish sold everywhere? The male teachers couldn't help but laugh bitterly. What you are talking about is ordinary yellow croaker. It can't be compared to the wild ones. The wild yellow croaker is extremely rare in China. It has a very firm and sticky texture of meat. The farmed yellow croaker will have a very poorly sticky texture of meat, and it will be the easiest to loosen up when it's being stewed. This way you may not understand. I so more intuitively tell you. Before liberation the annual catch of this thing is about 5,000 tons per year. Nowadays, more than 2 kilograms of wild yellow croaker are rare. 15 years, a fisherman caught in 80 kilograms, and directly sold more than 4 million. Putting it in perspective, how many years have passed since then? It's only going to get more expensive. Accompanied by the male teacher's popularization, the crowd had a moment of jaw-dropping. What? This fish is so expensive? Really a fish a sweet Lu Yuan also did not expect the first pole down. Got up a wild rhubarb flower, but his heart is not too much feeling. This is just a fresh food. Mr. Ma had a hard time for a while. This one fish was enough for him to work hard for many years. Damn it, why wasn't this fish caught by him? Lu Yuan got the wild rhubarb fish up and cast the rod again. Mr. Ma kept praying in his heart, don't catch, only. Lu Yuan, who possessed god-level fishing techniques and had a SSS gold-level quality fishing rod. How could he let Mr. Ma have his way? And it didn't take long for this fishing rod to be put down, and the sea was churning, with waves that were not small. Another fish is biting. What will this one be? Lu Yuan couldn't help but have some small anticipation. Accompanied by Lu Yuan lifting the fishing rod upwards, a wave rolled over the island, only to see that at the hook of the fishing rod, there was a handsome red fish with a blood-red body, extremely bright-looking and shaped like a cannonball. Lu Yuan didn't know what kind of fish it was, but it felt like it shouldn't be any ordinary fish either, right? Teacher Ma swallowed a mouthful of saliva with extreme difficulty, wanting to cry his heart out. Damn, how did this kid Lu Yuan fish? How come he didn't have such good luck? Lu Yuan looked at the stagnant crowd behind him and said in confusion, "Why are you all looking at me like that? Is this red fish expensive? Ahem. After catching 2 rare fish in a row, you're telling us you don't recognize this fish? This is a very pure blood red dragon Although it is an ornamental fish, its price can basically be sold to 5 million apiece. You've got almost $9 million for these 2 fish together." Chapter 66 Outrageous. Catching the world's most expensive bluefin tuna. Lu Yuan casually dropped the blood red dragon in the bucket and cast again. After a long time, there was a shocking noise from the seawater. The waves roared. Lu Yuan lost his center of gravity and nearly fell from the cruise ship, and his face suddenly became heavy, sweat cinching down. "Quick, help me tug the rod along." Although the male teachers were not happy with Lu Yuan, none of them wanted to let him drown, and if he died, they would have to pay the joint liability along with him. 4 or 5 male teachers and Lu Yuan tugged on the fishing rod together, but the rod didn't move. Several people were strained, but also at the same time, they were curious. What is this fishing? Lu Yuan, you wouldn't have caught a shark, would you? Lu Yuan had a black line on his face. "I don't know what it is." The waves in the sea rolled over again, nearly causing the crowd to topple over, and Lu Yuan hurriedly shouted towards his wife. "Wang Meiqi, wife, quickly go to this island to find the staff, directly to the higher-ups, and ask them to bring someone to help us tug on the fishing rods. Remember to bring my ID card over and say that Lu Yuan asked you to come. If they don't come, you tell them to take the consequences." Lu Yuan rushed at Wang Meiqi. Wang Meiqi hurriedly flipped out Lu Yuan's ID card and hurried all the way over towards the island management station. Wang Meiqi bumped into a woman in a trench coat because she was running too fast, and she hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry. It's all right, miss. Who are you looking for so furtively?" the trench coat woman inquired. Wang Meiqi took out Lu Yuan's ID card and handed it to the trench coat woman. "My old man, Lu Yuan, asked me to come here to look for the senior management. He caught a big fish. 4 or 5 people over there are tugging on the fishing rod, and at any time there's a risk of falling off and drowning. So he asked me to find you guys to help. He also asked me to bring you a message." The trench coat woman frowned. "What words?" Wang Meiqi braced herself and followed Lu Yuan's usual tone and aura. Her tone milky and ferocious. He said that if you guys don't come, you'll have to bear the consequences." The wind-clothed woman's face was grave as she murmured. Lu Yuan, why is this name so familiar? Oh yes, I remembered. On the TV news reports, but also the acquisition of many assets of the Magic City, but also before the Magic City held a magnificent wedding. And the person in charge of our headquarters said that the Sea Island was sold to a person a while ago, and the buyer is precisely called Lu Yuan. The trench coat woman took the ID card and compared it to the share contract again. Her breath suddenly became rapid. The ID card number is exactly the same. It is really Lu Dong driving. Lu Dong will not be the youngest and most handsome successful young man. Do not come to bear the consequences? Overbearing. Worthy of being able to buy 1,500 islands. 1,500 islands? Wang Meiqi covered her small mouth and looked at the trench coat woman in surprise. What you mean in your words? Is that this island is my husband's? Wang Meiqi thought that Lu Yuan had a lot of money, and if he didn't, he couldn't afford to hold that kind of magnificent wedding. But he didn't think that Lu Yuan could even afford to buy an island, and it's still 1,500. Hiss, she couldn't imagine it anymore. "So, you are the wife of our new chairman? Good day ma'am, I'll bring someone over with you." Lu Yuan sighed. All the female teachers present also joined the tugging fishing rod army, but the rod still did not move at all. The crowd is also more puzzled. This in the end is fishing what Why so heavy Lu Yuan and the others could hardly hold on any longer. Lu Yuan looked back and couldn't help but be anxious. Why isn't anyone coming? Did my wife not go? Lu Yuan heart a burst of tears. There's so much money, so much assets. It would not be because of fishing a fish. That fish is too big and led to their own drowning. And ultimately people died, money did not spend it? Luckily, this thought didn't last long, as Wang Meiqi and a trench-coated woman, with more than 500 people, quickly ran towards this side. Lu Yuan coughed awkwardly and looked at Wang Meiqi. This fish is heavy, I admit. But isn't it a bit too much for you to bring over 500 people here, wife? The trench-coat woman knelt on one knee and respectfully said, Coco Chen, the general manager of the internal and external affairs of the Ring Mountain Islands, pays her respects to the chairman of the board of directors. Chairman of the board of directors, you are the boss of the Zhongshan Haidao group. Nothing can happen to you, not to mention the 500 people, or even 1,000 people, if there are any. I will bring them for the chairman of the board of directors. I only pray that the chairman of the board of directors will be safe and sound. Chairman? Teacher Ma's blood churned for a moment. and he broke down without controlling his emotions. Lu Yuan? This is your family's property? You're playing with me? My money ah! My money ah! A month only 20,000 to 30,000 yuan of salary. I swiped 200,000 today, and spent all my savings. Oh, how am I going to live? Oh wah wah wah. The crowd was speechless for a while. You have no money to earn unless you earn what pussy? This time barbecue, right? Everyone looked at Mr. Ma with a look, and couldn't help but think in their hearts that they should stay away from Mr. Ma in the future, and that if they stayed around him for too long, their IQ would be easily affected. Lu Yuan to the trench coat woman a black line. This is what era, but also worship the chairman of the board of directors. This or where to learn the stuff. Then don't you still rush to get your people to help me? Lu Yuan said breathlessly. With the help of a group of security guards, another big fish was once again caught, and after this big fish was caught, a group of nearby anglers instantly stared in disbelief, rubbing their eyes vigorously, unable to believe what they saw in front of them. The silence was such that you could only hear each other's heartbeats, and the whistling of the waves wave after wave. This big fish was 458 centimeters in length, and its weight was even closer to 684 kilograms. The fish's body was enormous, and the crowd looked at the fishing rod in Lu Yuan's hand with a strange expression. What the hell kind of rod is this? How come it didn't break? And with such a big fish, Lu Yuan didn't drop it? And this is a fish that can be caught with a fishing rod? Lu Yuan looked at the big guy in front of him, holding his forehead. A burst of inner complexity, simply outrageous. The system? You come out. You course to explain to me to explain? Ding! No matter how big the weight and length of the sea creatures, can be fished out by virtue of the SSS class fishing rod? The host will be fishing hard, but this system will not let the host hang up. The exclusive right of interpretation of this time belongs to the God's Hero Blitz system has. Please host rest assured that the fishing SSS class fishing rod, the world's marine life can be fished. What could Lu Yuan say other than calling the system awesome? Lu Yuan, do you know what you caught up here? The crowd asked. Lu Yuan rubbed his nose in confusion and asked, what kind of fish did I catch? It's bluefin tuna, one of the most expensive fish in the world. Do you know how much it goes for? Chapter 67. I, Lu Yuan, am a big winner in life. Lu Yuan once lived the life of an ordinary person, but really did not go to understand. Could not help but also a little curious. How much? The man who traveled with them said in an agitated tone. Bluefin tuna is the best quality of tuna, and is also a precious ingredient in various countries around the world. Because of its delicious flavor, it is almost about to be eaten as an endangered species. And this fish will cost $10,000 a catty. This fish looks like there is about 684 kilograms. 1 kilogram is 2 pounds. This fish 1,368 pounds. At least can be sold to 13,688,000,000 yuan. Asterisk. That expensive? Then the two fish that Lu Yuan just caught added up. Lu Yuan has caught over $22 million in fishing alone. So it turns out that Lu Yuan is the full-grade fishing god. Lu Yuan was also stunned for a while. It was worthy of being a fishing rod produced by the divine strike system. Every time he flung the rod it would surely strike a valuable fish. But Lu Yuan quickly regained his composure. Oh, $13,618,000. Not bad. Once again, the crowd was shocked. $68 million for a fish. Shouldn't you feel like you've hit the jackpot? You just say oh and not bad? Lu Yuan's reaction is too light, isn't it? In fact, it is not Lu Yuan's performance that is bland. $13,680,000 is no different from an ordinary person spending $13.68, right? Lu Yuan said with a calm face. There's no need for you all to be surprised. It's just a fish of $80 million. It's not worth mentioning. $8 to $10 million worth of fish is not worth mentioning? The crowd only thought that Lu Yuan was too Versailles. $8 to $10 million is not worth mentioning. This is from the mouth of a human being? Wang Meiqi barred her lips and kissed Lu Yuan on the cheek. Hubby, you're awesome. What's so great about your husband? Lu Yuan asked with a smile. Maggie Wang blurted out. Everywhere is awesome. You're so annoying. How dare you set me up? Wang Meiqi's pink fist pounded Lu Yuan's chest. Lu Yuan flirted. Wife, don't talk nonsense. Where's the condom thing here? Wang Meiqi instantly blushed and cursed. Stinking rascal. Island manager Chinkoko also looked at Lu Yuan with a face of worship. This man is too powerful. She cannot help but in her heart the more she admired. Rushed to Lu Yuan. Congratulations, chairman of the God Rod. A fish rod to catch bluefin tuna. A male teacher greedily looked at the bluefin tuna. His eyes flashed with a flash of shrewd calculation, and he rushed at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, you surely don't have a channel to sell it, right? In this case, seeing as your wife and I are colleagues, I happen to know quite a few people from the aristocracy, and I have channels to help you sell it at a good price. What do you think? Lu Yuan was speechless. One sentence made the other party directly die. Just that little money to sell it for what? I'm not that a few fish money. Since caught, grilled and eat barbecue. Ahem. What are you going to do? You're going to eat? And barbecue it? This fish is better than barbecue if you do it differently. Lu Yuan was full of disinterest. It's fine. I just want to eat barbecue today. Barbecue Grill soon set up grilled fish, and Lu Yuan's cooking skills are not bad. Will be a few flavors of fish grilled outside the crispy and tender, crispy and popping fresh texture chewing in the mouth. This feeling is really good. Lu Yuan greeted the guards on the island. Such a big fish. We can't finish it anyway. Come sit down and eat together. The security guards couldn't help but be flattered. How could they eat such extravagant food on a normal day? Lu Yuan saw an Era at that moment and beckoned toward the Era. Dog, come here. Era farted and ran towards Lu Yuan, who tore off a large piece of bluefin tuna and threw it on the ground. Dog, you as my Zhongshan group's dog, reward you with a piece of fish to eat. Bluefin tuna fed to dogs. The crowd has long been in the wind. $10,000 a pound of fish. UING fed it to the dog? The male teachers also realized how uncomplicated Lu Yuan was, and one by one, they made a toast. Dong Lu, let's toast to you. Do you still need people in Zhongshan group? As long as you still need people, when I go back I will resign immediately. Mr. Lu, do you need a dog feeder? I feed the dog is great. Guaranteed to give you this Era care very comfortable. When I studied zoology, I was a biology teacher. Have experience in this dog breeding. Money does not matter. The main I love to raise dogs. Lu Yuan balked. There's no shortage of people. Be honest and be your teacher. The setting sun's afterglow, slowly falling from the sea level. The beaches, the seagulls singing and playing music. The undulating waves of the sea rolled. Came a burst of cool sea breeze, that the sea breeze whisked across the face of the crowd, blowing a burst of comfort, forgetting all the troubles of the day. On the cruise ship, the crowd wolfed down the $10 million worth of grilled fish and chatted together about the interesting things they used to do, with Lu Yuan's wife, Maggie Wang, lying in his arms, a handsome and gold, standing in a very successful position. One is a stunningly beautiful little petite wife, a wave of life winners, so that Chen Coco cannot help but move. Good excellent man. Chen Coco couldn't help but take out her camera and capture this most beautiful scenery. Mr. Ma is unusually difficult. Today in order to pretend that he has spent 300,000 it, eat more than anyone fierce, and even issued a whimpering sound, like an old sow gnawing on cabbages without a eating style. After eating and drinking, Teacher Ma sized up Wang Meiqi's figure and took the initiative to invite. Teacher Wang, the day has passed almost to the end. Come with us for a swim. The other female teachers, too, said, yes, the weather is so hot. It's just that it's cooler at this moment. Let's go to the water together and take a plunge. Lu Yuan coughed and used a wink for Coco-chan. Chin Coco is also a human savant. Seems to know what Lu Yuan is thinking. Said to the crowd, if you all want to swim, I'll let someone take you there in a while. Our chairman and the chairman's wife. There is a special couple's Mandarin duck pool. The chairman and the chairman's wife want to stay alone for a while. Couple lovebirds pool. Mr. Ma was jealous, but after seeing Lu Yuan's financial power, he no longer dared to pretend with Lu Yuan, and had to endure all the stifling alone. Lu Yuan did not expect Chin Coco to understand himself so well. This manager is very good at doing things, and said to Chin Coco, when I finish playing today and go back, I will double your salary later. Thank you, chairman. Led by Chin Coco, Lu Yuan and his wife Wang Meiqi, under the envious gazes of a crowd of men, walked into a closed indoor couples pool. This upset a bunch of men who still wanted to see Maggie Wang in a bathing suit. Lu Yuan twisted his head and looked provocatively at the crowd present, as if seeming to say, just you guys, you also want to see my wife in a bathing suit? Go home and dream. Inside the private couples pool, Wang Meiqi changed into a one-piece swimsuit, her beautiful long legs and perfect body presented, and after diving into the water, the feeling of being hidden in the water made Lu Yuan feel even more. Wang Meiqi came over to Lu Yuan's side and hugged Lu Yuan's head. Her face was covered with 3,000 tenderness and her tone was somewhat delicate. Honey, what's wrong? Chapter 68, throwing $10 billion to invest in Song Xiao. I sensationalized the world. Maggie Wang softly said, close your eyes. Lu Yuan felt a rush of warmth and softness, her breath close at hand. There was a big commotion at the pool. A few hours later, Wang Meiqi looked at Lu Yuan with a shy, scarlet face. Hubby, this is the last time. I may not be able to talk to you anymore. I've been a bit nauseous lately, and I may have a baby. Lu Yuan wrapped his arms around Wang Meiqi and embraced her tightly in his arms. Good, wife. Then you go to the hospital recently for a checkup la. I will definitely give the baby and you the best and most unfailing love. Good. I've heard that giving birth to a child is risky. Some pregnant women will not be able to walk off the operating table. When that time comes, Wang Meiqi wanted to let Lu Yuan choose to pass on the family name. Only her words were interrupted by Lu Yuan before she finished. Lu Yuan comforted. You can have another child if you lose it. But you only have one. If there is a day when you can't give birth, then we'll adopt one. Compared to a child, you, my wife, are more important. Wang Meiqi was stunned and froze for a moment, her red lips sloppy on Lu Yuan's face. Husband, I really didn't love the wrong person. I love you, and being able to marry you is the greatest happiness of my life. The next day, Lu Yuan sent his wife, Maggie Wang, to school and left. When Lu Yuan was unintentionally swiping his cell phone at home, he also swiped in economic news. Yida Real Estate young son of Song Xiao invested in the Big Bamboo Live, a cat live. A number of platforms are due to mismanagement, facing losses and closure. Song Xiao or will face a huge payout. The decline of the rich kids. This news, Lu Yuan is some understanding. At that time, the chairman of the Yida Group Wang Dong had given Song Xiao a pocket money to invest. Song Xiao also lived up to the expectations of a large amount of money. Once considered the most will do business with the rich second generation. I can't imagine that Song Xiao will also have such a time. Lu Yuan helplessly sighed, remembering the system white-whoring Song Xiao's family Yida shopping mall. Lu Yuan is always a little too much. Ugh, give him a hand. Lu Yuan took out his cell phone and his finger long pressed the shake app. Lu Yuan hemmed and hawed. System, trigger the divine magnificent blitz. You touched the mobile app Shakeology app, triggering a perfect godly blitz bonus once. Bonus, Jitterbug, Chopsticks hand. All shares of 360 small and large live broadcasting platforms, etc. Lu Yuan did not expect the system to storm so bold. After the system tone disappeared, the phone dinged. The PayPal came up with a lot of electronic signatures, a full 360 documents. Lu Yuan couldn't help but ask the system, can this thing be transferred and given away? Theoretically possible. Lu Yuan rushed to the system and said, gift it to Song Xiao. Half an hour later, Song Xiao called Lu Yuan and cried with a snotty face. Brother Lu, 360 live broadcasting platforms. You really gave them to me for free? Lu Yuan, aha, cheer up to get through this. Song Xiao cried bitterly. Brother Lu, Song Xiao really don't know how to thank you. Brother Lu, in the future, you are my Song Xiao's reconstructed parents. In the future, Brother Lu, your business is my business. Song Xiao will absolutely go through fire and water for you, without hesitation. A few days passed in a flash of time, and Song Xiao, with the help of 360 live broadcasting platforms, managed to break through and began to smash money to make an internationalized short video website. Song Xiao solicited investment from all over the entire Magic City, but hit walls everywhere. No one thought he could do well, or Lu Yuan personally came to his home. Brother Lu, what brings you here? Song Xiao looked at Lu Yuan enthusiastically. Lu Yuan held out his hand to Song Xiao. Bring your usual bank card. Song Xiao didn't know what Lu Yuan was up to, but he still pulled his bank card out of his pocket, and Lu Yuan initiated a transfer using mobile banking and pressed a payment code. Voice broadcast alert, collection of $10 billion. Song Xiao looked at a large series of zeros, and the entire expression on his face became extremely unnatural. $10 billion was not a small amount of money for him or his dad. Song Xiao slowed down for more than 10 minutes before asking with difficulty. Lu, what are you? Lu Yuan patted Song Xiao's shoulder and laughed. I heard that you are developing an international short video live broadcast platform? I'll throw $10 billion to play around and ask for 50% of your shares. You do the work on how to get it done. Just give me a share when the time comes. Song Xiao said with a bit of no confidence. Brother Lu, I lost money doing my previous live broadcasting platform. You're not afraid of me losing money when you've invested 10 billion in me? Lu Yuan smiled. It's fine. I have tens of millions of billions of assets. It's only 10 billion. I can afford to lose. Song Xiao was a bit puzzled as he asked. Brother Lu, I don't understand. You have tens of millions of billions of assets. Why do you still need to mess with money? Isn't it good to lie flat? Lu Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Slowly said, I recently watched the news. Learned that in the country there are many hidden families, each of which is even more ancient martial arts masters sit in the town. I heard that each ancient martial arts masters or commissions are not expensive. And ancient martial arts masters, maybe then to tens of billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars, trillions of dollars, would like to feed such ancient martial arts masters? Even more need a large number of heavenly materials and geomantic treasures. I can't stay in a small magic city forever. For me and my family, one day, I'm going to stand at the tip of the world's pyramid and see the world. One must know how to live in peace and think of danger. Only when one truly stands in an invincible position will one live a nourishing life. Lu Yuan uttered some deep thoughts of his own. If one day he offended a hermit family and encountered an ancient martial arts expert, if he was not prepared, even if he was sitting on millions of dollars, what would he do? He would still be the cannon fodder of others. As for the relationship with these people, Lu Yuan thinks that this is not humanly controllable. Society is like this. Even if you do not mess with others, there will be some people with very bad character to actively provoke you. Lu Yuan must be prepared for danger, prepared to cope with it in advance and a foolproof plan. Besides, what's the point of living if one lives every day by pleasing others, flattering others, and being a human being with one's tail between one's legs? When Song Xiao heard this, he couldn't help but look bright in his gaze, and also suddenly warmed up. Good, Brother Lu. When you say so, I also think so. In the future, if my woman is harassed by the ancient martial arts family, I can't do anything at all. People like ancient martial arts expert can trample my Wang family. Really encountered this kind of thing. I can only be subjected to the wimpy gas. From today onwards, I also want to learn from Brother Lu, become one of the hidden families, in the future also in those ancient martial arts family arm wrestling. Brother Lu, I won't let you down. The $10 billion you invested in me, in the future, Song Xiao, will make him turn into hundreds of billions of trillions 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 of dollars. Lu Yuan left after having a casual dinner at Song Xiao's house. Song Xiao, under Lu Yuan's tens of billions of dollars of investment, will soon be internationalized video sites, globalized live broadcasting platforms. The daily earnings of the flow of water are showing 100 times, 1,000 times the skyrocketing. Lu Yuan's great name also once again became a global sensation. Lu's group, Lu Yuan Lu Chairman, recently acquired 360 live platform gifted Song Xiao to help Song Xiao through the difficulties, but also invested $10 billion in Song Xiao, and Song Xiao also rely on this money. Once again stood at a new height, beyond his father's myth. Lu Dong is not only young and rich, but also has brotherly righteousness and business acumen. Becoming the richest man in the world will be just around the corner. Also in the shadows, in a hidden family, an old man with an extraordinary aura watched the news, and the corner of his mouth curved up. Lu Yuan? A bit interesting? An old man in a black robe. A smear of killing intent flared in his dark gaze. Family master. Should we accept him? No need. Let's see what height he goes to first. If he stands high enough, go convince him to let him become affiliated with my ancient family. If not, kill everyone in his family, one by one. Chapter 69. How dare you play with fire and mess with Lu Yuan? You'll pay the price. Magic City Night and Day Bar. Master Yen played with a tall glass sipping red wine, smoking a packet of special version of Zhonghua cigarettes, spit a smoke ring, looked at the elegant seat on the teacher Ma. A colorful face asked, Old Ma, your school, are there any beautiful teachers, or beautiful students recently? You have the opportunity to introduce me to a few acquaintances whether single or married with a husband can be. Every day play these girls in the field. I'm tired of playing. You can rest assured that many years of classmates as long as you use the position of the right to cheat me a few. In the future, in the Magic City, I cover you. Mr. Ma sniffed and couldn't help but have a shortness of breath. If he could get the blessing of Master Yen, in the future, he would be able to mix in the Magic City, and I'm afraid that Lu Yuan would be stepped on by him. In the Magic City, in addition to Yang Tianba Tian Master, is the night and day of the Yen Master. Yen Master to a certain extent, even than Yang Tianba prestige is higher. Teacher Ma took out his cell phone and handed it to Master Yen with a pandering face. Master Yen, look at this. A teacher from our school. Her name is Wang Meichi. This is what I secretly filmed. If you're interested, I'll find a way to send her to your bed. Yen-san even enlarged the photo. Couldn't help but drool down. Marveled. Extremely good. Extremely good. This waist and this leg, this body and this face. If you can send her to me, whatever. Teacher Ma couldn't help but remind Master Yen. It's just that she has a husband. Her husband is quite rich. Yen-san even disdained. What's the point of being rich? Her husband is rich. But how much money can he have? Do you know the richest man in Mordor? His wife and I have not touched. Even if her husband caught, know that I am Yen-san even. Mordor Yen after the master. And dare to put me what? Mr. Ma saw Yen-san even so disdainful. Could not help but prompted. Master Yen. This person he is not the same as other tycoons. I checked Baidu to see the information. Seeing Mr. Ma's appearance, Yan-san even was very angry. Angrily said, "Okay, you stop. And other rich people are different. What can be different? I even sleep with his wife in front of his face. He has to put up with it for me. You do not need to take Baidu to scare me. Yan-san even afraid of what? You just bring me this woman. The sky collapsed down I carry. Such a superb woman I slept. Not to mention that I still have the imperial city of the hermit family to stay in the magic city branch. To give me as a backing. Afraid of what? Yan-san even more this moment spermatozoa said. Teacher Ma swallowed hard the words that reached his mouth and nodded. Then please wait for my good news. Master Yan. Yan-san Jian called out to Teacher Ma. Took out 2 bottles of medicine from the drawer and threw them to Teacher Ma. Take this back with you. Throw it in her glass of water. Wait for the medicine to spread and she faints. Bring it to me at the first opportunity. If it doesn't work once, figure out how to get it a second time. Don't let me down. This medicine is colorless and tasteless. Hard to detect. Teacher Ma looked at the 2 bottles of medicine and couldn't help but reveal a bad smile. Don't worry, Master Yan. With these 2 bottles of medicine of yours, I definitely won't let you down. I'll wait for your good news then. On Lu Yuan's side, when he returned home, his wife, Wang Meichi, pounced over with a sweet and happy smile on her face. Hubby, I have good news for you. Lu Yuan froze. Honey, look at you smiling. What's the good news? Wang Meichi took out a couple of checkups and raised them at Lu Yuan. Hubby, I'm pregnant. A boy and a girl. A pair of dragon and phoenix babies. You're going to be a father. Lu Yuan took the checklist and also smiled with a happy face. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that I would be a father so soon. I haven't prepared at all. Recently I will learn how to raise a child. And by the way, I will find the best school for my baby. And then tell my sister, Sissy, and mom and dad the good news. Lu Yuan shared this checklist, in turn, with the people he felt he cared about. Mom, dad, and his sister, Lu Shirshir, came all night. Lu Yuan's mom looked at Wang Meichi and held her hand. Daughter-in-law, what do you want to eat? You and mom say. This pregnancy nutrition can keep up. Our family is not afraid to spend money. Lu Yuan's dad also followed along and said, if he dares to bully you, you tell dad, and dad will help you kick this bastard. Sister Lu Shirshir rushed at Lu Yuan and blessed. Brother, congratulations, you're going to be the baby's father. I love babies the most. Brother, can you let your baby call me little mother then? Lu Yuan had a black line on his face. The child should call your little aunt. Lu Shirshir shook Lu Yuan's arm and playfully spat out her tongue. Brother, I think this is fun. Let me have some fun. And when the child gets older, then we'll change the name. Okay, brother? Lu Yuan took a sip of coke to try to calm himself down and said to his sister, no, this generation is too messy. What a mess. Can you think of something serious in your little head? Lu Shirshir said to Wang Meichi, sister-in-law, look at my brother. He even ferociously attacked me. Sister-in-law, help me to do. Help me beat him up so he can be mean to me. Wang Meichi snorted. Okay. Turn around. I'll help you beat him up. Ha ha, Lu Yuan really can't take this little girl at all. Looked at his wife. Wang Meichi rushed to her and said, wife, you're pregnant now. School tomorrow to go to the school to ask for a pregnancy leave. And then you'll be at home to raise a good pregnancy. In the future. My life is to revolve around you. Wang Meichi snuggled into Lu Yuan's arms and rubbed her head. Hubby, you're so nice. Cousin Lin Wanning also bought quite a few gifts to visit after knowing the news. And said to Lu Yuan, cousin, you are usually busy when you should be busy. It's okay if you don't have time to take care of Meichi. Cousin will use her spare time while going to school to help you take care of it. Sis is a student of nursing, and she can also know a bit more than you do. Lu Yuan nodded his head and said gratefully, then thank you cousin. By the way, cousin, turn around and go to the villa on the outskirts of the city. Just say that you are my Lu Yuan's cousin and ask them to transfer a set of villa to you. I'll greet them when the time comes. That's my property as well. Early the next morning, Lu Yuan sent his wife, Wang Meichi, to school. Wang Meichi mentioned her leave of absence to the principal, who considered it for a while and said to her, Ms. Wang, you'd better go on for a while longer. It's the time when the students are in their 3rd year of high school and are about to take the college entrance exams. So when you're done with the key classes, you'll be given a pregnancy leave. In the school office, Mr. Ma took advantage of the 5 people under the floor, pulled the curtains to block the surveillance, unlocked the door of the room, and poured the small half bottle of medicine violently into Wang Meichi's water cup. Teacher Ma revealed a sinister smile. Wang Meichi, since I can't have you, I'll destroy you. Lu Yuan, how dare you set me up? I'm going to cuckold you today. Chapter 70 Blitz Reward, 10 Desperate Forbidden Fists. After Lu Yuan learned that his wife, Maggie Wang, hadn't taken her vacation, He went alone toward a sports equipment store. Lu Yuan did not lack money now, but his physical constitution was still too weak, and he only had the strength to fight 1 to 3 in terms of street fighting, so he still needed to find a way to improve himself. The owner of the sports equipment store, a quiet little girl, looked at Lu Yuan with a polite face. "Hello sir, what do you need?" Lu Yuan smiled gently. "I'll just take a look around." Lu Yuan took a long look around the store, and finally his eyes landed on a punching bag, and he couldn't help but look bright. "That's it. System, do a Godawful blast on this punching bag." Ding! You touched a punching bag. Congratulations on triggering the Godawful Blitz. Trigger reward, top 10 deadly forbidden fists of Chinese ancient martial arts. Lu Yuan's head was suddenly filled with a lot of things. Splitting tendons and bones, killing with a single move. And the moves are criminal. In the description of these 10 deadly forbidden punches, it goes like this. Shuttling through 10,000 people, killing one person with one step, not touching a single leaf. No one can get close to him. Lu Yuan couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Worthy of being one of the top 10 desperate forbidden fists. You can't dare to get in the ring with this thing. It's a killing technique, and it will claim your life when you strike. Lu Yuan looked at the dumbbell on the side and placed his hand on it. If I use Divine Magnificent Strike on this dumbbell, what related rewards will be rewarded to me? Once again, the God Hawk Blitz. You use Divine Magnificent Strike on a pair of dumbbells, triggering the reward. Reward, 100-fold increase in power. The host's fist can collapse a building. In order for the host to accidentally miss too much weight. Special bonus, the host can control the size of the force with their mind. After the accompanying system's voice disappeared, Lu Yuan only felt that his entire body was filled with power. Now even if Lu Yuan was allowed to go out and tear the steel tanks with his hands, I'm afraid it wouldn't matter. It's really because this wave of power given by the system is too terrifying. After gaining the power, Lu Yuan pondered. I have one more Divine Magnificent Blast. Where should I use it? There's boxing. There's power. And there's, right, agility and reaction time. Stance. Thinking of this, Lu Yuan directly placed his hand on a pair of running shoes. You touched a pair of running shoes, triggering a Divine Heroic Blitz and gaining a Divine Agility ability. Even if the danger is about to go up in flames, you'll be able to get out of it quickly and calmly. Satisfied, Lu Yuan finally took a basketball to the checkout. Boss, how much is this basketball? Quiet girl, $35,000. Lu Yuan quickly swept the code to complete the transfer and was about to leave the sports store. But the quiet girl pulled her arm. Stop. Lu Yuan frowned, puzzled. What's wrong, girl? The quiet girl said in an agitated tone. Turn the top pocket inside out. And the pants pockets. Just stood there furtively looking around. And bought a basketball after half a day's shopping inside. I suspect you of stealing. Did you hide what you stole in your clothes? Lu Yuan cried and laughed. He was close to several tens of millions of billions of dollars. I was treated as a thief? Lu Yuan had no choice but to cooperate and rummage through his pockets. However, his pockets were empty. Except for one of his wallets there was nothing. Can you prove my innocence now? Lu Yuan asked. When Jing girl face blushing, very embarrassed. Right. Sorry sir. I wronged you. If you feel uncomfortable in your heart, you hit me. You scolded me also, so I can feel better in my heart. Lu Yuan bared his teeth and laughed out. Why am I hitting you and scolding you? You small bosses. You don't make a few dollars a year. You see people looking around and then you don't buy anything. It's normal to have this worry. How about this? Those things I just touched. Get me 10,000 of each. Donate them to the main campus of Magic City No. 1 Middle School. And directly look for Principal Nyebin to donate them. And say that Lu Yuan donated them. The quiet girl looked shocked. What? Are you sure you want 10,000 of each? That punching bag you touched is 600 apiece. 10,000 of them would cost 6 million. That pair of dumbbells is also 600 a pair. Also 6 million. Running shoes are 300 a pair. Also 3 million. It all adds up to $15 million. If you run away, I'm going to get so many goods in and lose them in my hands. Lu Yuan didn't dawdle. Directly took out his bank card and crossed the POS machine on the table. Card swiped. Swiped the card for $15 million. When Jing girl remembered just misunderstanding Lu Yuan to steal things, even more ashamed of the groundless, how can people multimillionaires steal her things? Is their own too small people's heart to measure the gentleman's belly? Lu Yuan specially instructed, right. Magic City No. 1 Middle School main campus. Sophomore class 3 of Lu Shishir. That's my own sister. If she has any needs, you must go to fulfill them. When the time comes to directly look for me to settle the bill on the line, at that time, I will give her a yearly settlement. There is no need to be afraid that I will run away. If you are not sure about me, you can take the time to Baidu search for Lu Yuan. After Lu Yuan finished speaking, the quiet girl opened her cell phone with confidence and searched for Lu Yuan in the search box. After a long time, one Baidu word. Wenjing girls confused. Breathing bursts of rapid. Heartbeat also suddenly accelerated. Sudden jump. Lu Yuan, 24 years old, successful entrepreneur, chairman of Lu's Group. Lu's Group is involved in the following industries: hospitals, real estate, island tourism, airline leasing, cross-country live streaming areas. Liquidity is in the tens of trillions of dollars, and immobile business assets are up to $900 trillion. The quiet girl looked at Lu Yuan again. Her gaze changed in color, and she respectfully said, Dong Lu, in the future, your sister, Lu Shishir, will be my sister, and I will definitely give her the care of a caring big sister in her life. Lu Yuan smiled. Okay, then I'll be obliged to you. As long as my sister Lu Shishir is happy, I won't treat you poorly as a sports store, and will make all the schools in the entire Magic City buy sports equipment from you. I just paid you in full. Just deduct your fair share of the cost money yourself, but I don't want you to settle for second best. The quality has to be about the same as what I just touched. You're smart enough to know what to do. The Wenjing sister nodded her head repeatedly. Okay, Lu Dong. In the neighborhood school office, Wang Meiqi returned to the office with a pang of thirst after a class, and took the glass of water on the table. After about 10 minutes or so, Wang Meiqi had a burst of dryness and heat, only to feel a dizziness. She looked at Teacher Ma sitting across the table. Annoyed. You have drugged my water cup? You are also a person who is a teacher. How dare you do such a despicable thing? You're disgusting. I'm going to call the police. You're waiting to go to jail. Wang Meiqi took out her cell phone and was about to call Demon Spirit. Teacher Ma snatched the phone before Wang Meiqi could type out a 0 and slammed it hard on the ground. Your mother's. How dare you play Demon Spirit? Will I let you succeed? Chapter 71, Hubby save me. Hubby, where are you? Wang Meiqi was infuriated beyond measure, and as soon as she pushed away from Mr. Ma, she ran towards the outside of the office. Mr. Ma quickly stood up and blocked the door, backhandedly locking the door of the room, took off the clothes on his body one by one, and looked at Wang Meiqi with a lewd face. Teacher Wang, it's just you and me here. You can't run away, so be good and obey me. Anyway, when the drug comes up in a while, you will also have sex with me sooner or later. If you obediently take the initiative at this moment, everything is fine. If you must force me to force you, then don't blame me for recording the process and putting it on the internet. When your old highwayman sees you unchaste and unclean, will he still want you? Wang Meiqi retreated back and forth, a face of panic and fear. Aren't you afraid that the other teachers will come back in a while? Scum! If the other teachers come back, you will completely bury your career. Don't come over. Teacher Ma smiled. Teacher Lu called in sick. Teacher Song recently went out to study, and Teacher Li has 4 classes in a row in the morning, so no one is going to interrupt our good work. At this moment, Wang Meiqi was helpless and panicked, and there was only one sentence in her heart. Lu Yuan, where are you? Am I really going to be given this? Wang Meiqi's face was drenched in fragrant sweat at this moment. Her cheeks were scarlet, and her body was getting softer and softer, and the thought that she might lose her body in a while made her own heart burst with anxiety. Mr. Ma was also getting closer and closer. Satisfy me for a bit, then I'll send you to Master Yen, who's also interested in you. Mr. Maggie, blame it on the fact that you've got a pretty face and a great body. Seeing that Mr. Ma was on the verge of pouncing, Wang Meiqi scrambled to pick up a flower pot on the balcony and violently smashed it towards Mr. Ma's head. Ah! Mr. Ma let out a scream because it hurt too much, and a lot of blood flowed out from his forehead. Teacher Ma was infuriated and snapped a slap on Wang Meiqi's face. Malagobi, stinky, you still step on the horse and dare to hit me? I'll kill you. The corner of Wang Meiqi's mouth immediately had blood spilling out. Her face was red and swollen. Tears were flowing madly out of her eyes, and before she could slow down from this pain, she received another vicious slap from Ms. Ma, with blood flowing from the corners of both mouths. Mr. Ma pinched Wang Meiqi's snow-white neck and tried to commit the crime. Wang Meiqi suddenly remembered an object that old Highway Far had given her. That morning, Lu Yuan mysteriously handed a bottle of something to Wang Meiqi. Wife, take this. The hearts of the people in the society are complicated and there are too many sinister villains. If someone harasses you and you can't get away, you can spray him with this and then contact me at the first time when you find a safe place. What is this? Wang Meiqi asked in confusion that day. Lu Yuan laughed. This stuff is called anti-wolf spray. It's very powerful. Spraying it once is enough to slow someone down for half an hour. Make sure to spray it in his eyes. Wang Meiqi quietly touched out the bottle of anti-wolf spray and rushed at Mr. Ma's eyes and sprayed furiously. My eyes. They seem to be blind. Maggie Wang. What the did you spray on me? Mr. Ma immediately couldn't open his eyes, and there was a fiery hot pain in his eyes, a strange itch, so he couldn't help but reach out and scratch, and the more he scratched, the more intense this pain became. Mr. Ma rolled on the ground in pain, no longer having any half desire to vent his evil fire. Wang Meichi hurriedly opened the door of the office room, hurriedly ran into the women's restroom, and locked the door. Wang Meichi pulled out another cell phone, and when she saw it, she couldn't help but cry tears of joy, remembering again what Lu Yuan had once thoughtfully told her. Wife, if there is a dangerous time outside, your cell phone may have the danger of being robbed and dropped, so this stays as a spare. Make sure not to let others see it usually, and my contact information is also stored here, so it is convenient for you to be able to ask for help from me in time when I am not there, or, in a pinch, if your cell phone dies and shuts off, there's a spare capable of emergency. Wang Meichi couldn't help but reveal a smile on her face. It's so good to have him around. Whatever dangers I might encounter, he's helped me predict them. Otherwise, if I were alone, I really wouldn't know what to do. At this moment, Wang Meichi, too, could not stand it a bit. Wang Meichi hurriedly sent a text message to Lu Yuan. Hubby, help me. I've been drugged and am now in the women's restroom outside the office on the 3rd floor. Quickly come and save me. After sending the text message, Wang Meichi closed her eyes in despair and waited patiently for Lu Yuan to arrive. Wang Meichi clenched her pink fists, and whenever she couldn't help herself, she would take the card pin on her cell phone and stab herself. Time quickly passed half an hour. Mr. Ma used his position to check the surveillance, and after knowing that Wang Meichi ran towards the women's restroom, he also coldly grunted and rushed in. The restrooms in this school are one big room, with the men's room on the left and the women's room on the right, just like the public restrooms in many shopping malls out there. Seeing that only one of the bathroom doors was unlocked, Mr. Ma frantically knocked on the door. Wang Meichi, open the door. Hurry up and come out, and get it over with me. If you don't do it, humph. Teacher Ma was lying on the ground like a toad, pressing his face against the ground and holding his cell phone towards the toilet. If you don't do it, I'm going to put this video of you in heat and put it up on the internet for you to lose your reputation. You don't want to be posted online, do you? Once it's posted on the internet, you'll never be a teacher again in your life. You'll lose face for King's University. You'll never be able to use your degree to get a good job. And your husband will be disgraced and humiliated because of you. Wang Meichi gritted her teeth and cried in abhorrence. You're despicable. Teacher Ma's face was gloomy. Don't blame me for being mean. Who let your family, Lu Yuan, set me up for $300,000? I won't be happy until I get something back. You know what? How many years do I have to earn back this $300,000? I have a mortgage. I have a car loan. I still have $200,000 to pay on my credit card. It's all because of your family, Lu Yuan. He caused me to have nothing. It's not too much for me to sleep with his wife, is it? Wang Meichi heard a burst of anxiety. Husband, how you still do not come? Should not really wait until this scum put my video on the internet. You come, right? If I really lose my reputation, you will definitely dislike me. Wang Meichi, Wang Meichi, you are also but a girl from a poor family. This is in Lu Yuan door is not the right household. Once had I am also satisfied. If he really sent the video to the internet, I will go to death. Hubby, may you find a nice girl to stay with you for the rest of your life. Lu Yuan was on his way back from driving when he heard his cell phone suddenly ringing, and picked it up to see. Hubby, I've been drugged. Come and save me. Lu Yuan's face instantly soared with anger. I'll let that person die without a burial place. Chapter 72, My wife is not for you to think about? You won't survive. Lu Yuan's car turned around violently, letting out a violent roar as it drove towards Wang Meichi's school. Lu Yuan quickly ran to the 3rd floor and was about to dash into the 3rd floor toilet. A greasy middle-aged teacher, seeing that Lu Yuan was about to break into the restroom, nervously rushed to stop him. This is the women's restroom. You can't go in. Lu Yuan couldn't help but be enraged and only faintly spat out one word, get lost. If you barge in again, I'll call the police and have you arrested for hooliganism. Saying that, the greasy teacher was about to take out his cell phone to call the police. Lu Yuan was shaken to the core. Damn it. His own wife was drugged and trapped in the women's restroom. He hadn't even said to call the police yet. They wanted to call the police first? Lu Yuan's eyes gradually glowed with a touch of icy cold. You're not going to roll, are you? Then don't blame me. The greasy male teacher was startled by Lu Yuan's reaction. What? What are you doing? Waste you. Lu Yuan struck like electricity, only to hear a click sound of bones breaking. The body of the greasy male teacher, the whole body like a cannonball soared out. The sharp pain of his hands and knees being twisted off hurt the greasy man in pain, his mouth constantly emitting ouch 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 miserable screams. That kind of bone-cracking sharp pain, making him unable to resist wanting to just pass away in situ. The greasy man hurriedly shouted toward the inside of the women's restroom. Teacher Ma, run! Someone's coming, quick! Jump out the window and run! Teacher Ma was in a panic and was about to open the window and jump out of it, only to be yanked back by Lu Yuan from behind. Where are you running to? You gave my wife the drug, right? Lu Yuan, you, let me explain. Lu Yuan was not that good-tempered and scolded. Explain your mom. As soon as Lu Yuan dropped Mr. Ma to the ground, he swung a vicious punch towards the bridge of his nose. Ah, my nose is broken. Mr. Ma's face was suddenly red with blood, and he collapsed on the toilet floor with a burst of whimpering and screaming. A flash of ferocity and hostility flashed across Lu Yuan's eyes. Ha! Broken nose? This is just the beginning. Mr. Ma climbed up in a sorry state and raised his foot to kick at Lu Yuan, trying to resist. Lu Yuan yanked on Mr. Ma's leg and violently raised his knee toward it. Snap! A sound of breaking eggs rang out, and blood continued to drip from Teacher Ma's pants leg, his entire body gasping for air, looking at Lu Yuan with a devilish look on his face. The miserable screams from his mouth were unusually mournful. Not waiting for Mr. Ma to slow down, Lu Yuan struck out viciously once again. This time Mr. Ma's limbs were all broken and he was as limp as a dead dog, and his blood was flowing more and more. Lu Yuan broke his fingers, pinched Teacher Ma's hair, and looked at him with cold eyes. My Lu Yuan's wife is also something you can miss? Teacher Ma's mouth constantly overflowed with blood, trying to speak, but pulling the whole body hurts. At this time his cell phone rang. When he saw the caller Yen, do not know if he should answer. A face of panic and fear to look at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan guessed that in all likelihood this matter had something to do with that Yen, and scolded. Pick up, press the speakerphone. Mr. Ma trembled as he touched the screen with his mouth and pressed answer. A rough voice came from the other side of the microphone. Old Ma, how's it going? Did you get the medicine? That female teacher. How long before she can be delivered to me night and day? Teacher Ma cried and choked. Yen master, things, not done. What do you mean? One morning and you can't even handle a pussy? I even used my connections to contact your school to create an opportunity for you. Not letting anyone bother you. You're a piece of, aren't you? Master Yen on the other side of the phone cursed. Lu Yuan snatched the phone and rushed to the other end. Night and day. Master Yen, right? Today next year will be the anniversary of your death. So you can go ahead and buy yourself a coffin and pick a good cemetery. With that, Lu Yuan hung up the phone. Yen Sanji inside was furious. Who are you? How dare you talk to me like that? Just, on the mic, toot toot. Yen Sanren crushed the wine glass in his hand as he rushed to the side and said, Erbiatzi, go buy a coffin and tombstone and come back. Erbiaozi was puzzled. Master Yen, you actually bought yourself a coffin? Yen San even picked up the beer bottle and smashed it on Erbiaozi's head. I go you paralyzed. I'm for that kid. I'll see who can kill me today. As long as that kid dares to come to my night and day, Yen San even, will let him have no return. In the school's toilet, Lu Yuan lifted Teacher Ma and carried him all the way to the top floor. Teacher Ma's body was shivering, his body ting and pissing. He was scared. Lu Yuan, killing is nothing but a headache. I've already been like this. Don't you still think it's not enough to relieve your hatred? Let me go. Let me go. As long as you let me go, I will leave Mordor and never come back. Much less harass your wife. Leave me a dog's life. Okay? Mr. Ma this moment really scared, really regret, had known that this person Lu Yuan so terrible, say what he would not dare to sperm brain move the idea of human wives. Mr. Ma's intestines are repenting. At this moment, he is like a lamb to the slaughter, his legs shivering, people are wet with cold sweat, almost scared to death. Lu Yuan's face flashed a touch of ruthlessness. Spare you? Keeping you is bound to be an aftermath. I Lu Yuan this person cannot stay aftermath of the character? Cut the grass to get rid of the root. Today, you cannot live. Originally the beach party day. I should give you some lessons, but consider you after all, and my wife is a co-worker. I've let you off the hook. Only, I never thought that you would do such a mean and nasty thing, and since you have to pay for your own sins, you will have to pay them back, and use your life to appease the shock that my wife has suffered. Teacher Ma's tone shivered. You don't mess around. Lu Yuan laughed coldly. That's not my personality. You dare to get your hands on my woman. You can go meet the king of hell. With that, Lu Yuan let go of his hand. With the height of 15 floors, Mr. Ma was wasted by himself again, and he would never live again. After Lu Yuan finished cleaning up Mr. Ma, he quickly walked back to the third floor women's restroom and rescued his wife. Wang Meiqi, who was full of tears and grievances. Old husband, I thought you wouldn't come. How can it be? No matter if it's a mountain of knives or a sea of fire, hubby is here. Wife, it's safe. Lu Yuan picked up Wang Meiqi and quickly walked in towards the sports car outside. Lu Yuan slowly rolled up the window and drove the car out. Maggie Wang, honey, I can't help it. Lu Yuan sighed helplessly. Then don't put up with it anymore. I'm not someone else anyway. I'm your husband. Chapter 73, Making a Big Mess at Night and Night. Lu Yuan, King of Lu Yen is here. Wang Meiqi nodded with a chicken-pecking nod, and pounced on Lu Yuan as soon as she could. It was good that Lu Yuan had specially driven his car in the suburbs in order to help Wang Meiqi out. Lu Yuan only felt a gush of relief and drifted away. Wang Meiqi on the body of the drug is also gradually receding. She sheepishly lying in Lu Yuan's arms, crying pearly, hubby, today I'm going to be scared to death. Fortunately, there is a wolf spray and spare cell phone you gave me. Lu Yuan was apologetic and guilty. I'm sorry wife. The day of the beach party, I should have been alert. I should have made preparations ahead of time for your safety at school. Wife, I let you get frightened. It's all my husband's fault. It's okay, husband. People have lost their footing. Horses have lost their hooves. It's not like you can do everything without fail. I'll have a certain sense of security if you can come to me in time when danger occurs. Wang Meiqi rubbed herself against Lu Yuan's embrace and laughed. Wang Meiqi seemed to have remembered something and couldn't help but ask, hubby, how is that Mr. Ma doing? You didn't get impulsive, did you? Knowing that his wife was worried about him, Lu Yuan smiled and said, don't worry wife, I just beat him up. He was careless on his own afterward and fell from the window of the toilet on the 15th floor. He should fall right? There will be no one to harass the wife anymore. Wang Meiqi nodded. Aha, it's good that he fell on his own. Husband, as long as you don't get dragged into it, I'm relieved. Ding, it has detected that the host is in trouble. This system will take care of the trouble for the host. This system will erase the traces that the host and his wife have come to the school. And Mr. Ma's death will be the result of trying to force other female teachers, having a tearful fight with them, and eventually falling to his death by accident. That backstabbing female teacher will be exempted from suffering punishment on the grounds of overdefense. The host can do whatever he wants to do, as long as the host is reasonable. This system will solve all the troubles for the host. Lu Yuan inwardly exclaimed that it is too humanized, and this system is really powerful. Lu Yuan drove his wife, Maggie Wang, back to the house and pacified her for more than an hour before gradually calming her down. Lu Yuan drove the Bugatti Veyron, fiercely kicked the gas, and directly soared to the Shangshi Dynasty bar. Jiang Bao was the first to welcome him. Yo, Lu Dong, why did you come without saying hello in advance, so I can arrange a VIP card seat for you? Lu Yuan's face was grim as he faintly said, I didn't come here today to drink. Jiang Bao looked at Lu Yuan's expression and said in a puzzled manner, Dong Lu, who has offended you in our Shangshi Dynasty? Tell me, I'll go and help you waste him. Call Master Tian here. I have something to talk to him about. Lu Yuan said in a deep voice. Jiang Bao also didn't know what Lu Yuan was up to, but he still called Yang Tianba over at the first opportunity. Yang Tianba looked at Lu Yuan with a nervous face. Lu Dong, I've been very disciplined lately. I haven't offended you, right? You have a bitter and hateful face. Are you dissatisfied with me? Yang Tianba somewhere? Lu Yuan's face surged with a smear of killing intent. His fists clenched and creaked. The night and day Yen Sanjian, who joined forces with a teacher to drug my wife, who almost lost her body. I'll give you a hand. Help me destroy Night and Day Yen Sanjian, and from now on, you'll be the only one who's the boss in that circle of yours. Yang Tianba couldn't help but show a face of difficulty. Lu Dong, if Yen Sanjian was that good to destroy, I wouldn't have let him exist. In terms of venues, Magic City has more Night and Day than Shangshi Dynasty, and in terms of people, Shangshi Dynasty doesn't have enough people at all. It's not that I won't help you, it's that we're just going to die if we go over there. Lu Yuan rubbed his nose, looked at Yang Tianba, and said to him, if it's a lack of people, as long as you can stay up until 12 o'clock in the morning tonight, I'll figure out what to do if it's people. Lu Yuan's 3 daily divine magnificent strikes had already been used up and would not be refreshed until after 12 a.m. Which was why he had to procrastinate. Yang Tianba sniffed. Also settled down, I am relieved to have Lu Dong this sentence. As long as you have someone, Yang Tianba will dare to fight. Yen San even counted a barren thin. Okay, I'm going to him now, Lu Yuan said, then walked outside and got in his car. Yang Tianba also called out to Jiang Bao, Baozi, take everyone, tell them to bring their guys, go to Night and Night. And his grandma. Jiang Bao's face was boiling with blood. Good day master. I have long wanted to do Night and Day. finally waited for the opportunity. The magic city can only have a master. That is, the day master. Young Tianba laughed bitterly. How dare I call myself a master in front of the other Ludong? He is considered the real master. That night, hundreds of cars drove out of the Centurion dynasty toward night and day. Zhang Bao led the way and overturned the first table. The fruit plate and beer on the table fell to pieces. A few of the people watching the venue at night were not happy. Who the hell is Malagasy? Yang Tianba's tiger head knife chopped over a table and scorned the entire room. Mordor, your heavenly master. Yan Sanjian was annoyed when he heard the commotion outside. In order to wait for Wang Meiqi, he specially took the medicine. And this moment is difficult. Not waiting for Wang Meiqi but waiting for a bunch of smashing the scene, which makes him very upset. Yan San even walked out from the inside and looked at young Tianba with cold eyes. Master Tian, what's the matter to be so angry? I don't look for your Shangshi dynasty trouble. You come to my night and day to make trouble. Excessive, right? Yang Tianba snorted coldly. You dare to move on Ludong's wife. Ludong is my young Tianba's guest of honor. My guest of honor also dare to mess with. Is your heavenly master I cannot hold the knife? Yan Sanjian was also no longer polite. Cursing and grinning. I'm going to you. Yang Tianba, with your few people, you also dare to come to my venue to make trouble. It seems that you don't know how to write the word death. Come on, turn off the music. Everyone who has nothing to do with night and day has to leave. Night and day has to do something. Clear the place. Thanks for your cooperation. Accompanied by Yan Sanchan's yell, the guests retreated one after another. Lu Yuan's face boiled with murderous intent as he slowly walked towards Yan Sangwen. You're the one who's hitting on my wife? Humph. I Yan San even look at your wife. That is also your honor. Little than the cub. You should feel proud. You know, how many women want to climb to my bed, are not yet qualified. See, you and young Tianba relationship is good, and I do not want to fight. I will give you $10 million. This matter will be turned over. How about it? Lu Yuan had never seen anyone so brazen, and directly exploded. I'll go to hell. Lu Yuan fiercely kicked out, only to hear a snapping crisp sound. Yan's thing was directly wasted. Only blood continued to flow out. The miserable screams that made the scalp numb, made everyone's pants burst with a cold wind, fearing that their own thing would also be scrapped by Lu Yuan in one go. Yan San even gnashed his teeth in pain. How dare you make the first move? Night and day brothers, give me on. Tonight, no one stepping on the horse cannot leave. I want to send this little to see the king of hell. Chapter 74, Lu Yuan wants him to die on the third night. Who dares to keep him until the fifth night? A look of ruthlessness surfaced on Lu Yuan's face. His body had scurried out like a ghost and struck out again like lightning. A mournful and unbearable scream came out from Yan Sanjian's mouth, and his entire body planted itself on the ground with a ghostly cry. Yang Tianba's men and Yan Sanjian's men also fought and twisted together in a chaotic battle. But Yang Tianba's side is too few people. Soon there are many people injured, or broken hands or several knives. A shower of blood, in the light stained the ground red. The time, it was 12 o'clock midnight. Yang Tianba looked at Lu Yuan with sweat cinching on his face. Dong Lu, when will your people arrive? Lu Yuan looked at Yang Tianba and said to him, call out the most capable fighter you have here. Yang Tianba patted Jiang Bao behind him and rushed at Lu Yuan. Bao Zi is the most capable fighter I have here. Lu Yuan nodded and waved at Jiang Bao. Bao Zi, come here, let me touch it. Dong Lu, this is not too good, right? Jiang Bao's face was scared green, not realizing that Lu Yuan was okay with this. Touch. Yang Tianba and the men behind him all looked at Lu Yuan and Jiang Bao with odd faces, and the atmosphere became particularly strange for a moment. Lu Yuan, but lazy nonsense, in order not to cause unnecessary misunderstanding, snapped a slap on the face of Jiang Bao. This slap is exceptionally crisp. Jiang Bao covered half of his face, surprised to look at Lu Yuan. Lu Dong, you hit me for what? Lu Yuan only said grimly in his heart. System, use divine magnificent blast on this person. Ding, you touched a king of street fighting. Congratulations on triggering the divine strike. Divine magnificent blitz reward, 10,000, king of street fighting, absolutely loyal to the host, can give his life for the host at any time. The battle has entered a white heat. The people of the Shangshi royal dynasty are dead and wounded. Yang Tianba looked at Lu Yuan with a head of black lines. Lu Dong, it's going to be impossible to hold on. I'm afraid night and day can't take it down. We'd better withdraw. It was also at this time that a car roar sounded from far and near, only to see a Rolls-Royce leading the way on the street outside, followed by 2,000 Range Rovers. The car doors were opened in unison, and a tall thug in a suit stepped out of the car and stormed aggressively into the night and day. The man in the suit and sunglasses at the head of the group knelt down at Lu Yuan. Young master, we're late. Yang Tianba looked at the caravan with dismay. If he roughly checked, There must be at least about 10,000 people. He looked at Lu Yuan with a shocked face. Lu Dong, these are all your people? Lu Yuan nodded. Yeah. Now do you have the confidence to end night and day? Yang Tianba laughed roughly. Of course I have confidence. 10,000 people plus my own people. If I still can't take down a night and day, Yang Tianba, won't need to mix in Magic City. Lu Yuan shouted toward the suited thugs. Do it for me. In terms of numerical superiority, Night and Day's men were losing ground. And in no time at all. In a pool of blood, those lying were all those hitmen of Night and Day's men. Lu Yuan stepped on Yen Sanchang's throat and looked at him condescendingly. You should never have thought about my Lu Yuan's woman. Your time ends here. Yen San even looked at Lu Yuan in horror, begging for mercy in a difficult tone. Spare. Lu Yuan ignored Yen Sanjian's pleas for mercy, and the leather shoe that stepped on Yen Sanjian's throat was violently pushed with the force of his entire body. Ka-ching! With a sound, the blood vessels snapped, blood splattered like a spring, and Yen Sanchang's mouth continuously overflowed with red bloody foam, a face of shock and despair and misery, as well as 10,000 remorse and unwillingness. If I hadn't been obsessed with Lu Yuan's wife, perhaps I wouldn't have died here. Accompanied by Lu Yuan releasing his foot, Yen Sanchang gradually closed his eyes in incomparable pain and suffering. A coffin and a tombstone was also rummaged out by Jiang Bao, could not help but reveal a touch of laughter. This guy knows that today is the anniversary of his death. Even the coffin and tombstone are bought in advance. Ha ha ha. Lu Yuan patted Yang Tianba's shoulder. In the future, the only bar industry in Magic City will be your Shengshi dynasty. These 10,000 of my men are about as strong as Jiang Bao. I'll put them in your hands. I hope you can develop your strength well and do more and more, and strive to become one of my Lu Yuan's right-hand men sooner. Yang Tianba gratefully said. Thank you, Dong Lu. I will not let you down. That night, all of the night and day music in Mordor was smashed, and all of them were replaced with the plaque of the Shengshi dynasty. This matter also instantly sensationalized the entire Magic City, and a number of short videos were circulated. Last night, the Magic City Road Far Road chairman, had in Yang Tianba appeared night and day, suspected night and day. Yen Sanjian, think of the Road Far woman. Yesterday has died. That night, tens of thousands of suits thugs, honoring Chairman Lu Yuan Lu as young master. Lu Dong is personally castrated Yen Sanjian. That special circle in the Magic City, the era of dual power rivalry has completely ended. That circle in the Magic City in the future will have only one name, and that is Yang Tianba of the Shengshi dynasty. The names of Lu Yuan and Yang Tianba had once again caught fire in every corner of the Magic City. Some netizens in the same city and those from outside the city have been in hot water. Originally thought that Lu Dong is just rich. I can't imagine that Lu Dong has secretly raised 10,000 suit thugs, and each of them has extraordinary strength. Strong. If I had Lu Yuan Lu Dong's background and dared to touch my daughter-in-law, I would be able to beat the out of Master Yin. But dream on everything. People Lu Dong's Lu's group, set aviation, island tourism, real estate, school district housing, medical, shopping malls, science and other industries. Want to have his background, give you a few more lifetimes may not be able to achieve. But Mrs. Lu's body and face are really good looking. Every time I take her as my dream girl. So envious of Lu Dong he has that kind of superb wife. Upstairs, I think your idea is very feasible. Just, can you carry the kick there? Friendly reminder, several interested in Mrs. Lu, all castrated, or dead. The end of the thief a few miserable. Ha ha ha, how much does this not want to live? To be here YY Sister Lu. Young man, you have a very netherworldly idea. Public opinion fermented more and more. Lu Yuan returned home. His wife Wang Meiqi embraced him and left a fragrant kiss on Lu Yuan's face. Hubby, you're on fire on the internet again. You're so handsome when you take people flat out night after night. Lu Yuan pinched her cheeks. How are you going to reward me? I'm pregnant. That won't work. I'll get it out some other way. Okay? Chapter 75. Don't pretend to be pure with me. You've spoiled it. Wang Meiqi had a playful and cute face, and her face was a blush. Lu Yuan looked at her with interest. Oh, tell me, what are you going to do differently? Wang Meiqi lowered her head. Just the other Lu Yuan understood for a second and couldn't help but tease, not that wife. No more than me. You've learned to be bad. Wang Meiqi's pretty face read, no, you don't have a laptop. Laptop has a hard disk. I have nothing to do. Just point to open. Look at it. You less I pretend to be pure. Your secret I have seen it. Will wrongly accuse me? Is not brought bad by you? The sweat on Lu Yuan's face swished down. 500 G of study materials in the hard disk, but was found by his wife. Phew. Fortunately it was his wife. or he really had to die of society. Lu Yuan coughed awkwardly. Wife, this is a child in my relative's house, who came to my house to play with the computer. I really don't know when he did it. Che, man, Big Piggy, I'll believe the hell out of you. Wang Meichi leaned on Lu Yuan, and after an hour or so, Lu Yuan only felt refreshed. Aha, then I'll do this every day from now on. Even if I'm pregnant, I won't allow you to go out and mess around. This is my possessive desire for you. If I know you mess around, I will castrate you. Wang Meichi gestured a scissor hand with a milky fierce look. Lu Yuan was shocked at his words and busily assured his wife. Wang Meichi, wife, I swear that I will definitely not mess around outside. If I do, I will be struck by heaven and not be allowed to die. Wang Meichi slammed her fist on Lu Yuan's chest. Go go go. What are you talking about? If you are struck by heavenly thunder, won't your son and I be widowed? The two pulled the covers over their heads and embraced. Early in the morning, Wang Meichi raised her head and looked at Lu Yuan. Hubby, waking you up like this didn't disturb you, did it? Lu Yuan laughed. No. After simply eating some breakfast, Lu Yuan received a call from Qin Xiao. Brother Lu, I've recently smashed billions of dollars to make a maid's public house. It's opening today. Will you be free to come over for a drink later? I'll send you a WeChat location if you want to come. Lu Yuan remembered that when he was at his wedding, Qin Xiao had also been there, so he agreed. More than an hour later, Lu Yuan drove the Bugatti in front of a building by following the WeChat location. Dressed in a high-grade customized suit, Qin Xiao enthusiastically greeted him. Brother Lu, take a look at this building. Is it grand? I'm planning to make this building into a private club, and only receive the rich people in Magic City. I'm not too pushy here, am I? Lu Yuan's gaze also fell on the building. The building was more than 20 stories high, the interior decoration along the crystal tiles. The inside was brilliantly lit, filled with a full aristocratic atmosphere. Lu Yuan nodded and appreciated. Not bad. The clubhouse is a collection of restaurants, wine punch wall, table games and billiards, movie cafe and drag racing. Whether it's the dining area or the board game area, or the movie cafe and drag racing area, all of them have a lot of youthful, beautiful, and very well-built girls. Qin Xiao said with passion. Brother Lu, all the rich second generation want to play things. Billiards or, drag racing or watch a movie or, I have everything here. A person come to play? You can also order 2 girls to accompany yourself. As long as the money, in my place, you can enjoy the most extreme life. Lu Yuan couldn't help but reveal a smile. It's still you who can enjoy yourself. Okay, when we turn around, when your sister-in-law and I are too bored at home, we'll come here to spend money with you. Okay Lu, I first take you to the dining area. Let's eat first. Lu Yuan was taken all the way to the dining area, which already had quite a lot of food on it. Australian king crab, Boston lobster, and bluefin tuna dishes. After seeing Lu Yuan come, the hundreds of rich second-generation people on the seats all got up together and raised their glasses, respectfully shouting, Brother Lu is good. Let's drink up. Brother Lu feel free. After saying that, the hundreds of rich second-generation's cups of wine were all drunk in one go. Sung Xiao yanked the rich second generation around him and chided. Brother Lu is here. Don't you hurry up and get up. Make room for my brother Lu. A little bit of eyesight is not there? As soon as Song Xiao took Lu Yuan's arm, he pointed to a seat on the side. Come. Sit here Lu. After the crowd had drunk 3 rounds of wine, Qin Xiao held the microphone in his hand and rushed down the stage. Everyone is a leader in all walks of life. The best of the best. Thank you for being able to take time out of your busy schedules to come to the opening ceremony of my private club. To introduce you to the areas involved in this clubhouse, there are maid escorts, private maid rentals, table games, snooker billiards, car racing, DJs and movie cafes, dining areas. As long as you have money, you can play and enjoy anything at my Qin Xiao's clubhouse, which specializes in food, drink and fun. I hope, in the future, you will take care of the business within the clubhouse. Qin Xiao whistled at the corner. Maids in the clubhouse, come all to the stage. In no time at all, there were several thousand wonderful young girls, dressed in a maid's outfit, who came to the stage, with long legs and that pair of ripples that made everyone's eyes go straight, and they performed a gentle salute towards the people on the stage. Hello bosses. The dainty voice instantly brought the crowd as if to heaven. Qin Xiao saw the effect is good. Also continued to introduce for the crowd. They are all educated. There are from Harvard graduates. There are also foreign aristocratic colleges. There are also domestic aristocratic university graduates. Has a high emotional intelligence and high IQ. To have academic qualifications. Want to have the face value of the face value. Is definitely your best choice. By this time there were already quite a few top rich kids. Their mouths were watering. They couldn't help but make these maids their own personal ones. At this time, someone asked, "Young Qin, I want to hire a housemaid. How much does it cost roughly?" Qin Xiao looked at the person who asked the question and slowly stretched out 2 fingers. $20 million a year. She can serve you in your daily life, wake you up, comfort you and accompany you when you are unhappy. The price of $20 million immediately scared the man who asked. There was also a male gentleman who was interested in these maids. $20 million a year for one, right? I'll hire 10. Lu Yuan looked bright and interested, and opened his mouth. I'll raise the price by 100 million a year, but I need her to learn about maternity care, parent-child companionship, and parenting knowledge, and also do housework and take care of people's daily lives. So give me 200 of them. Chapter 76, 200 Rolls-Royce Phantoms, only for babysitters. After Lu Yuan's voice fell, the clubhouse was silent, and all of them turned their heads with difficulty towards Lu Yuan's place. Their moods blocked for a while. $20 billion is enough to buy their family's company, and Lu Yuan used it to hire a nanny for his own family? Xin Xiao could not help but wear a bitter smile on his face and sighed with emotion. Brother Lu, you are really ho. Lu Yuan sipped the red wine while eating a mouthful of crab meat. Rushed to Xin Xiao fatally said, "Ho what a ho, only 20 billion la, also sprinkled with water pocket money la, amount." A crowd of rich second-generation people, their extremely grudging eyes instantly landed on Lu Yuan. If eyes could kill, these people would hate to eat Lu Yuan. Song Xiao also coughed awkwardly. Ahem, that, Brother Lu, low key, let's lay low, take care of everyone's psychology. 20 billion is the total income of many brothers' home industries for decades. You'll have no friends if you talk like that. Lu Yuan touched his nose in embarrassment. Well, forgetting that these guys were all unable to get $10 billion of liquidity, Lu Yuan slowly walked towards the stage and handed out a bank card to Qin Xiao. Brother, today you open. I didn't bring anything over. I'll just send a gift of $1 billion. I wish you a prosperous business. The password after 6. Turn back when the money is finished. Just return the card to me. Oh yeah, give me your card number and I'll transfer it to you. Qin Xiao reported a set of card numbers, and Lu Yuan also completed the transfer on his mobile banking. Payment successful. Payment of 20 billion won. Receipts to the tune of $20 billion. The transfer of $21 billion made the hands of everyone present tremble. $10 billion to hire a nanny turned out not to be a joke, but actually true? There are also quite a few rich girls who can't help but look toward Lu Yuan. Lu Dong, do you still need a nanny for your family? I'm very hardworking. Lu Yuan didn't pay any attention to these rich girls and walked to the stage, personally picking 200 girls with a good image and said to them, effective immediately, you're officially employed as the nanny core of Lu's group. Your work, including grocery shopping and cooking, washing clothes, cleaning, waiting for pregnant women. When my son is born, play with him to give him enlightenment. Accompany my wife shopping, to my sister Lu Shishir in the magic city of the first high school to send food. The latter if the family has pets to get the park. By the way to take care of the pets and pruning the park. I'll add the rest when I think of it later. Let's go. I'll take you guys to get the nanny car. As my LU's nannies, you'll need to be assigned a car. Lu Yuan took the crowd to the largest 4S store in the area. After the people in the 4S store saw Lu Yuan, all of them immediately lined up in 2 rows, and the store manager of the 4S store personally opened the door, bending down and bowing to make a gesture of invitation. Welcome to Lu Dong's visit to this car dealership again. The 2 girls with good images even personally helped Lu Yuan take off his shoes and change into slippers, and a girl also took a towel and wiped the non-existent sweat for Lu Yuan. Welcome, Mr. Lu Dong. The reaction within the 4S car dealership is worlds apart from the last time I was here. And who here doesn't know Lufthansa? The last time he made a trip, he directly ordered 500 Bugatti Veyrons as wedding cars, and that magnificent wedding. Until now, the people in the 4S store have not slowed down. This time, when I saw Roadrunner coming to the dealership from a distance, the store manager did all the courtesies first thing. The gazes of the 4S store line manager and the male employees also fell on the 200 girls behind Lu Yuan at this moment. Suspenders under the black silk is a pair of long legs. The body is also a wasp waist and buttocks. Face each can be comparable to the ceiling goddess. The crowd cannot help but feel in their hearts, the rich really will play. Women are 200 and 200 find. The crowd looked at Lu Yuan and these girls with ambiguous eyes, while also thinking to themselves, how nice it would be if one of these 200 girls was their wife. Alas, goddesses are for the rich, the damned and all-absorbing rich. After taking a bite of the pastry handed to him by the car model girl on the side, Lu Yuan said to the store manager, you choose 200 nanny cars for me. Full payment. The store manager of the 4S store pondered for a while and rushed to Lu Yuan. Lu Dong, if you're looking for a nanny car, How about looking at a BMW? 200 BMWs aren't too expensive. The 200 girls who followed Lu Yuan couldn't help but blush. Did they really have a chance to drive a BMW? Lu Yuan frowned and shook his head. This car, it doesn't quite fit. The store manager smiled bitterly and inquired, is it expensive, Lu Dong? Why don't you use a Mercedes-Benz? It saves money compared to a BMW. The 200 girls couldn't help but have some small loss, but Lu Yuan spoke out of turn. No, I do think it's too cheap to drive the BMW's crappy car, and it's easy to be dogged by people driving out, so it'd be better to be in place at once, and directly arrange for a suitable one. At this time, the store a lot of new BMW people. Looking at the hands of the car keys at once not fragrant, a burst of depression. Open BMW what? BMW is very poor? Someone even got upset on the spot and approached the sale. I want my car back, and I'll buy whatever car that gentleman is buying later. The sales lady looked to the BMW man, hesitantly asked, Sir, are you sure you want to follow Mr. Wind Road? What's not to be sure about? I'll buy whatever car he buys, can't I afford it? The sales lady held her forehead, sighed and advised, I still advise you to do search the road far before. The BMW man entered Lu Yuan with an unconvinced face, and after a long time, his face turned green. I'd better choose the BMW. I won't return it. Many owners, but also just search the road far. After searching the road far Baidu Encyclopedia, all the people are on the spot stupid. They are just how much want to be unable to think, even want to climb with such a tycoon. The store manager in the car dealership looked at Lu Yuan and couldn't help but inquire, then what kind of car does Lu Dong think is more appropriate for your family's nanny to drive? Lu Yuan picked up an automobile manual on the side and looked at it for a while and said, order a 200 Rolls-Royce Phantom, and bring me a separate Pagani Wind God. I'll drive it myself. The store manager froze and couldn't help but ask, Lu Dong, did the Bugatti Veyron you ordered from our store before break down? We have an after-sales warranty. Lu Yuan shook his head, and the store manager couldn't help but transform into a curious baby when he saw Lu Yuan like this. Then why didn't you open it? Lu Yuan couldn't help but reveal a cozy smile and said lightly, you mean that Bugatti Veyron? I'm tired of driving it. Can I play with it for a change? The store manager swallowed hard and said, can. Lu Dong, Rolls-Royce Phantom 10 million apiece. If you want 200 units it's a total of 2 billion. Plus the Pagani Wind God that you want, there is exactly one existing car. You need to pay 30 million. A total of 2 billion and 30 million. Chapter 77, Pagani Windjammer. New car test drive. Inside the lobby of the 4S store, the atmosphere suddenly became silent. The BMW man who previously wanted to follow the wind to imitate Lu Yuan, patted his chest for a while. Fortunately he regretted early and did not follow Lu Yuan. The other car owners looked at the car they bought. How to look at the car have a kind of want to smash the car impulse. Their own TM almost spent half of their life savings to buy a car. Not as good as others, a nanny car? Lu Yuan skillfully pulled out his card and crossed the POS. Dropping. Card swiped successfully. Swiped $2 billion and $30 million. The sound of this card swiping caused the hearts of everyone present to tremble. Over $2 billion just dry swiped? The store manager and 4S store employees have long been surprised. The district of 200 Rolls-Royce Phantom is nothing. This is the last time a man bought 500 Bugatti Veyron at a time. At the moment, everyone has only one mentality. Other people come to the car dealership as to buy cars. Lu Yuan come to the car dealership as TM to buy goods to engage in wholesale. Other people come to buy a car, buy a heart or dripping blood. But Lu Yuan this goods come to buy a car, as if it came to buy a bunch of toys. The 4S store manager said at this time, Lu Dong, considering that you are a big customer of our 4S store, this store manager has decided to give you 200 Maseratis worth $5 million. And when the Rolls-Royce Phantom arrives, I'll have someone deliver it to your door. Lu Yuan didn't think too much of it and nodded, rushing to the 4S store manager. Take me to see that Pagani Wind God of mine. The 4S store manager waved at the two good-looking car models. You two come over here and take Lu Dong to see the car. If Lu Dong needs it, it's fine for you to accompany him out to try the car. Lu Yuan didn't say much and let the two car models pull him to the innermost part. A new and shiny, handsome big guy was presented in front of Lu Yuan. Streamlined body lines, so that the road far from a glance will not be able to move their eyes. The doors are also used in the new gullwing doors. The interior alpaca-colored leather seats. The car comes with a complete audio-visual system and communication system. Lu Yuan took the keys and formalities from the hands of the car model and sat in as soon as he could. Soft and comfortable feeling. Gripping a very textured steering wheel, Lu Yuan inserted the key and drove the car out. And behind Lu Yuan were 200 girly pink Maseratis. Inside each Maserati was a beautiful woman. And this convoy, led by Lu Yuan Pagani Fenghuang, instantly became one of the most eye-catching sceneries on the streets of Magic City. The sound of the sports car's engine roaring and the wind-charged speed made everyone's heart surge with blood. Lu Yuan also felt very cool. This way driving, both can experience the wild ride of the sports car, but also can see a lot of scenery of the Magic City, especially when driving to the bridge. The sea breeze was blown by the air. The feeling is really cool. Okay? Lu Yuan drove the car all the way to a villa area that was very close to the Thompson Epine where Lu Yuan lived by himself. After asking for a bunch of house keys, Lu Yuan opened the door of a villa and rushed to the girls behind him. In the future, this will be your nanny house, and there's also a Bugatti Veyron in the underground garage, so you guys can drive it when I don't use the car. The 200 girls, after seeing the spacious villa, were also excited and could hardly be calmed. There is a lake with various kinds of ornamental fish swimming in a rockery, and some umbrellas and lounge chairs are placed under a coconut plantation for relaxation. The large open-air pool, with oversized glass windows on one side, offers a view of the beach outside, and there is even a small yacht on the beach. Further toward the villa, there are both wine cellar, private movie cafe and piano room, as well as yoga room and so on. No matter you are a man or a woman, it is as if you have come to heaven when you come here. The spacious bed also made many girls think, Lu Dong, the bed is very soft, don't you want to lie on it and try it? The other girls also threw a wink at Lu Yuan and deliberately loosened 2 buttons. Dong Lu, you didn't want to find us to simply serve your wife, did you? We can accommodate you, have legs and even be mean too. Lu Yuan pushed one of the maids away and righteously said, don't get me into this, I won't do anything to apologize to my wife. The maids present only thought that Lu Yuan was joking and giggled. Master is really naive and cute. Then when Master is interested, we can all be at your disposal. We can serve together, or you can switch from one day to the next. Lu Yuan snorted coldly. Anyone who thinks like that again will get the hell out of here from now on. Seeing Lu Yuan get angry, the sisters present all beamed in aggravation and all stopped talking. Annual salary of 100 million plus 10 million luxury cars, villas as a dormitory treatment. To go to some other large enterprises cannot work. Who do not want to lose this job? Just so handsome, so many gold cheeks, so bold and generous master. If you can't get it is really some regret it. A group of girls can't help but feel a burst of loss in their hearts, and at the same time, they also envy Lu Yuan's wife a little. Lu Yuan specifically urged, think less about useless things. Study what I explained to you before. I hope you can each generate $100 million worth of value instead of me buying a bunch of vases and coming back. Whether you can only work as a nanny or enter the Lu group to work in the future, it all depends on your performance. The girls heard. The heart cannot help but a burst of excitement. That is Lu's group. Now Lu's group in the global rich list are famous. And who do not want to go in? They immediately assured together, Dong Lu, we will definitely not fail to live up to your high expectations. Lu Yuan drove the Pagani Wind God and drove all the way back home. The security guard of Thompson's first product gave a military salute and smiled gently at Lu Yuan. Congratulations to Dong Lu on his new car. Lu Yuan was in a good mood and rushed to the two of them. Turn around and go to the property to find the property manager and ask her to double your salary next month. Just say that I, Lu Yuan, said so, and if you don't believe me, ask her to call me to confirm. The two security guards immediately smiled even more happily. Thank you, Mr. Lu Dong, for having a reward. When Lu Yuan drove the car to the door of his house, he ran into his wife Wang Meiqi, who went downstairs to walk, and Wang Meiqi looked at Lu Yuan with surprise. How did you buy a new car? And the 500 Bugatti Veyrons in your house aren't enough to drive? Lu Yuan laughed. Wife, Bugatti I drive vomit all want. Just think of a change of taste. He. Honey, do you want to change your car? If you want to change, I'll contact the 4S store later and reserve one for you too. Chapter 78, showing off your wealth to my sister. Do you have the strength? Wang Meiqi showed a gentle smile on her face. Hubby, it's enough that you have this heart. Our family has so many cars. I'll just drive the family car. Lu Yuan sniffed and wrapped his arms around Wang Meiqi, muttering, why don't we turn around and get a Lamborghini Poison, which is also about the same as this car of mine, around $30 to $40 million. Okay, I'll listen to you. You are the head of the family, you make the call. Wang Meiqi lay in Lu Yuan's arms with a smile on her face. After the two of them had an exquisite lunch, his sister Lu Shishir called, brother, do you have time this afternoon? Lu Yuan frowned and said to him, nothing's wrong. What's wrong with Shishir? The microphone came from the sister Lu Shishir's voice, that is, our school is going to hold a school gala. Need students and parents to participate together out of a program. After the gala, we'll be put on the National Day holiday. Would like to ask you have time? Lu Yuan smiled gently. Of course I'm free. Why don't you wait for brother at school this afternoon? Wang Meichi asked with concern. Sure called? What's wrong? Did she run into any more trouble? Lu Yuan cut a piece of steak stuffed into his mouth. Rushed to his wife. Wang Meichi said, no, the little ninja school to engage in what parent-child gala program. Parents need to go to participate in. Shurshu's parent-teacher conference. The school's activities. Has always been me when my brother in the participation. This time also I went to have to. Lu Yuan picked up the car keys of the Pagani wind god. Then drove the supercar and drove towards the school where his sister was. All the way to DJ. Accompanied by the roaring sound of the Pagani wind god's engine, which frequently caused a lot of turnaround. Magic City 1 main campus. At this time a very handsome Maserati drove up, and a middle-aged man wearing a green aqua ghost watch and Adidas walked down in a spirited manner. A girl with a hot body in her sister Lu Shurshu's class jumped into the middle-aged man's arms and hugged him. Daddy, I thought you wouldn't come. Wow, your dad's car is so cool. If I'm not mistaken, it's a Maserati top of the line, right? Lily Kim's dad is so rich. What does Uncle Kim do for a living? Kim Lily's dad had a face of spring in his step, pinched the cheeks of Kim Lily's best friend beside him, and said with a smile, Uncle Ah is the general president of the Taekwondo Association of the Kimchi Kingdom. If you want to learn Taekwondo come to find Uncle. Uncle will help you to press your legs and open the one-word horse a little bit. After saying that, Jean Lily, her father with ambiguous and unknown eyes, looked at Jean Lily's best friend. And Jean Lily's best friend is also to see through and say no. Then let's first add a contact information. At night I will go to find Uncle to have a good academic exchange. Jean Lily, her father, also rushed to the presence of the lads. Pretentious, you lads also work hard, study well, almost in the age of 40 to 50 years old, will be able to be as successful as Uncle. Drive the 7 to 8 million Maserati. Many of the male students present had fantasies about the car and couldn't help but have a ray of anticipation in their eyes. Jean Lily walked straight towards Lu Shurshur. I just transferred here recently, and I heard that you are the richest in your class? Lu Shurshur, you've seen the wealth of my family. If you can't compare to my family, please withdraw from this campus competition and give the title to me. Jean Lily. After Jean Lily's words fell, many students looked at Jean Lily with a strange face, as if they were looking at a brainwashed person. How dare you show off your wealth to Cecilia Lu? What's wrong with you? Zhou Qian beside Lu Shurshur snorted coldly. What's so great about driving a $7 to $8 million Maserati? Jean Lily snorted with laughter. But still 7 or 8 million? What's so great about it? You can't afford a $7 or $8 million car. Just one car from my dad. A little girl of your caliber can sleep with you for 3 years. Zhou Qian couldn't help but dislike him on the spot. Sleeping with his mouth open and his mouth shut. So much in love with sleep. Why don't you sleep with him? You. Drip. A car siren sounded and a handsome convertible car came into everyone's sight. On the alpaca-colored leather seat sat a handsome young man in a suit and wearing sunglasses. The young man slowly removed the sunglasses and looked at his sister. Lu Shurshur. Shurshur. Get in the car. The female high school students of Magic City No. 1 high school all covered their mouths and screamed with a face of infatuation. Wow. Lu Shurshur's brother is so handsome. The boys are also screaming like crazy. It's a Pagani Windjammer. A Pagani Windjammer? Is it as expensive as a Maserati? Some of the less knowledgeable boys asked. The person who knows something about the car laughed and made a wave of commentary. Oh, in front of the Pagani wind god, the Maserati can only be counted as a broken copper. A $7 or $8 million. A more than 30 million. There is no comparability. Zhou Qian, the roommate of her sister Lu Shurshur, rushed to Jean Lily at this moment. See? The Maserati your dad drives is nothing at all. What's there to show off? Sell your whole car. Also can't afford to buy one of brother Lu's car tires. Lu Yuan turned his head to look at the Maserati on the side and couldn't help but frown. Maserati? Yesterday, when I went to match the nanny's car, the 4S car store gave me 200 units as a complimentary car. I thought only the nanny would drive it, but I didn't expect someone to really drive it on the road. Jean Lily's father, Jean Can, looked at Lu Yuan with a gloomy and harboring face. You. Lu Yuan put on his sunglasses again and said in a shocking manner. You what you are? Don't learn to come out and show off your wealth if you don't have that wealth power. Showing off your wealth to my Lu Yuan sister. You're just a younger brother. Middle-aged man. Keep a low profile, you know? Lu Yuan disdainfully raised his middle finger and whistled playfully, helping his sister, Lu Shurshur, to get all her points back. Jean Can and Jean Lily look at their own Maserati again. How to see how it does not smell anymore. Their own Maserati is just a nanny car of Lu Yuan's family? Jean Can had a fuming face, wanting to find some face back. Humph. What's so great about you? Aren't you just a rich second generation with a few stinking dollars at home? When your uncle I started my business, you were still wearing open pants. Lu Yuan snorted. Ah yes, 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 I'm a rich second generation. I suggest that when you are free, move your little hand, Baidu search for Lu Yuan, and grow up. Unbelieving. Jean Lily immediately took out her fruit machine and started searching. Humph. What else can you be good at? Only, the next second, the father and daughter's breathing became more and more rapid. Lu Yuan, a 24-year-old outstanding entrepreneur. At the age of 15, he worked and studied hard, developed scientific research patents for the first bucket of gold, and at the age of 24, he founded Lu's Group, which is involved in industries including real estate, medical, shopping malls, hotels, and islands, conservatively estimated to be worth billions of dollars. The father and daughter were scared to death, muttering, "No, it cannot be, it must be fake, fake." Did you spend money on Baidu Encyclopedia? Chapter 79, The Sick Man of the East? No, I'm afraid I'll kill you by accident. Kim Lily's fists clenched. Yeah, Dad, he must have bought Baidu. What kind of Gen Z gets this kind of success at the age of 24? It's simply not practical. Jean Lily, her father, was even more deeply agreeable. Yes, it must be packaged by some Netflix company. I'm like, he didn't even reach this kind of achievement when he was this old. How could he? Humph, just a product of packaging. Lu Yuan laughed teasingly. Oh, then keep living in the world of self-perception. With a heat wave roar, the Pagani wind god violently soared into the school as a stump. The students at the entrance of the school all looked at father and daughter Kim Lily with sarcastic faces. Jean Lily's father and daughter were blushing and couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed. Why are you looking at us like that? Are we wrong? There are a lot of people who pay for Baidu encyclopedias like this, right? Quite a few voices of students cackling and laughing resounded from all around. Oh, ignorance. Packed out rich kids do exist. But what Netflix media company can use 200 helicopters and rain out $10 trillion in cash in red envelopes? Who has this power if not the true gentry? With that, the students followed suit and stepped into the school, leaving father and daughter Kim Lily in the wind. Jean Lily, in order to verify her own conjecture, also specially searched for Lu Yuan's name in the short video, and then she saw that magnificent wedding. Her face was pale in a flash. Daddy, that one called Lu Yuan. Well, it seems like he really is the creator of the generation. Humph. So what if it's the creative generation? Today's school's celebration party is not a competition of who has more money. It's a competition of who has more talent. Even if he's rich, so what? He definitely doesn't have much talent. We'll take the title for sure. Jean Lily snuggled into her dad's arms and said daintily, "That's right. For this program, I have rehearsed with Daddy hundreds of times, and I am sure to crush everyone's program so as to get the qualification to go to Jingdian University for training." The program list for this school competition was extensive, with magic as well as poetry and song and dance, including martial arts performances and more. Multimedia classroom is very spacious, enough to put tens of thousands of tables and chairs, tables filled with fruits, pears and peaches and mineral water, seats on the whole school, teachers and students and parents of students. The stage was decorated with balloons, and there were also a number of well-built and good-looking high school students who danced hot and energetic on stage as the opening program. The boys took all kinds of shots with their cell phones, photographing the goddesses of their choice. On Lu Yuan's left sits his sister, Lu Shishir, and on his right sits his sister's best friend, Chiu Qian, and the two sisters vie to be the first to compete for Lu Yuan's favor. "Brother, eat candy, brother Lu. I just peeled the grapes. Try them." The two goddesses surrounded Lu Yuan. Many boys' heart a burst of envy and jealousy. Hate. Damn, their own and Lu Yuan difference in where? It's not that he's not as handsome as Lu Yuan, or that he's not as rich as Lu Yuan. After seeing 3 or 5 programs, the student president within the school personally went up to the stage to speak. The great country of China. The state of etiquette. Academics without borders. The next, let's give our warmest applause to welcome Mr. Jean Cannon, sophomore, 3, class Jean Lily students, to bring a section of Taekwondo performance. Wow! Applause rang out from all around like a tide, and under a sea of lights and ear-splitting music, father and daughter Lily Kim arrived on stage in their Taekwondo uniforms. A well-rehearsed and difficult kicking leg aroused a full applause from the students present. Hiss, the black basket belt Taekwondo master is so strong. I'm afraid that if this kick hits someone, they will either die or be crippled. Also at that moment, Lily Kim raised many planks high above her head, while Jean Chan took a burst of help and did a spinning triple kick, a difficult maneuver in Taekwondo. Ka-ching! The wooden board let out a crisp sound and completely cracked from the center, leaving behind only a sky full of wood shavings. Wow! That was a cool kick, worthy of a Taekwondo grandmaster. Handsome and clean. If I had a husband who knew Taekwondo, I would feel so safe. The girls on stage were in a frenzy of girlishness. There was a burst of applause from the boys, too, who were awed by the handsomeness. Lu Yuan, on the other hand, was drowsy for a while. If he didn't know the 10 desperate forbidden fists, he probably would have been bluffed by these actions. After knowing the 10 desperate forbidden fists and then watching this program, he only felt that there was no attraction whatsoever. Lu Yuan's reaction was all taken in by Jean Lily, who walked from the stage to Lu Yuan. We are performing with all our heart on stage. But you, sir, are sleeping under the stage. It's too disrespectful to the fruits of other people's labor, isn't it? Lu Yuan's face showed contempt. Flowery-fisted foreign stuff. Not useful to look at. Worthy of my respect? The eyes of Jean Ken on the stage narrowed slightly with a spiteful face. Young man, so you look down on Taekwondo? How about this? I'll give you a chance. Do you dare to come on stage and compete with me? Lu Yuan glanced at Jean Ken from head to toe, shook his head inside. Competition? I think it's better to forget about it. With your small body, I'm afraid I'll beat you until you're hospitalized. Lu Yuan's words caused a burst of laughter. But Lu Yuan, her brother, is also too arrogant. Jean Ken is a Taekwondo master of the kimchi country, and has won gold belts in many international tournaments, which has a certain amount of gold content. Do you really think that just because you have money, everything is awesome? If Lu Shishir, her brother, was really that powerful, he wouldn't have sought Yang Tianba's help last time when he messed with Brother Long and the others. Yeah, if it wasn't for Yang Tianba, that little body of Lu Shishir's brother, I could beat him 10 by 1. But you guys are funny, right? Lu Shishir, her brother, people at least worth tens of millions of billions of dollars. And that's just on the surface. How can people have not learned a little self-defense techniques? What are you all beeping about? If Lu Yuan is really that powerful, why doesn't he dare to fight other Master Jean? Jean Ken was also highly demoralized as he listened to the voices from the stage. His fists pinched and creaked as he looked at Lu Yuan with a face of contempt and provocation. It wouldn't really be as the Cherry Blossom Kingdom said, that you yellow people are all Oriental sick people, right? Ha ha ha, you're afraid you can't beat me, so you don't dare accept the challenge. In that case, don't preach Chinese Kung Fu everywhere you go, don't lose your face abroad. The bloodline of Lu Yuan and all the people present were all ignited in an instant, and the 4 words sick man of the East could not be recognized. Lu Yuan's eyes gradually flooded with icy coldness. He stood up from his seat, killing aura filled his whole body. I'm afraid I'll kill you by mistake. As long as you dare to sign the life and death certificate, no matter if you live or die, I'm exempted from the responsibility. I'll fight with you. Do you dare to sign this life and death certificate? Jean Ken had a fearless and confident look on his face. As long as you dare to fight me, what would I not dare to sign this life and death certificate? Chapter 80, A Planted Man. Still belittling China's ancient martial arts? Jean Chan quickly drafted a life and death statement and signed his big name sparingly. Lu Yuan didn't find anything wrong with the certificate of life and death and rushed at Jean Ken. Let's begin. Jean Ken revitalized his muscles and kicked towards Lu Yuan with a sonic boom sound. This kick, if it hits, is enough to make Lu Yuan's tendons break. And the last person who received this kick from himself is still lying in the hospital until now. Sissy, is he going to be okay? Your brother? My brother, he never studied martial arts for a day. Then why don't you hurry up and persuade your brother to come down? Are you really waiting for your brother to be kicked to death? This is a signed life and death contract, not in a child's playground. Lu Shishir clasped her hands together and prayed. Bodhisattva blessing. Blessing my brother is okay. The whispers of a few people also reached the ears of the other students, and the crowd was speechless. Damn, the momentum is so strong. After half a day of not having learned a single day of martial arts, a day without learning martial arts, also dare to sign a life and death contract with someone. Courage is commendable. A black belt can hospitalize someone, let alone a black basket belt, which is even more powerful than a black belt, the highest rank in Taekwondo. It's no longer a matter of courage or not. If her brother loses, it's like indirectly admitting that we're the sick man of the East. Let's watch the game first. It's too early to say anything until the game is over. Jean Ken's kick was empty. Lu Yuan appeared behind him like a ghost and tapped Jean Ken's shoulder. Master Jean, I'm here. Where are you kicking? Jean Ken was infuriated and suddenly accelerated his attacking stance. Kick after kick towards Lu Yuan. The movements were very handsome and fancy. But unfortunately, none of the kicks could hit Lu Yuan. And Jean Ken had long been sweating and panting. Lu Yuan teasingly looked at Jean Chan. The national art of the kimchi country, Taekwondo, is to come on stage and show how to kick the air? Do you have any other killing moves? Lu Yuan's face was unusually relaxed, and he couldn't see the slightest trace of tiredness. There was a commotion under the stage again. I go. Taekwondo black basket belt master, just those kicks. The power is severe. To have speed, to have force. It was easily dodged by Lu Shishir, her brother. There's something about luscious. Her brother, He doesn't look like he hasn't practiced at all. Under the stage, her younger sister, Lu Shirshir, and her roommates from one of the dormitories were also relieved at this moment, and Lu Shirshir cheered for Lu Yuan. Brother, go for it, and let him have a good look at you. Go brother Lu. Jin Kan collected his previous contempt and turned to become very grave, looking at Lu Yuan with extreme seriousness. Mr. Lu, you've successfully attracted my attention. I'm going to start using my masterstroke. You're honored to be the first one worthy of it, and this next kick is going to make your head explode. You can read the 10-second countdown from now, and in 10 seconds, you will be a dead man. Jin Chan made a run. His body completed a 720-degree rotation in the air, and violently a set of dashing and handsome connecting kicks was about to chop on top of Lu Yuan's head. This blow carried at least 1,000 pounds of force, and if it materialized, Lu Yuan's head would surely explode like a shattered watermelon. These rounds of continuous kicks, the eyes were already unavoidable. The atmosphere in the hall was tense. Everyone's heart was tight at this moment. There were those who were expecting Lu Yuan to be beaten up severely, and there were also many who regretted for Lu Yuan. Tears were already on the face of her younger sister Lu Shirshir off stage, and she quickly rushed to the stage, running and crying, "Brother, we're not going to fight anymore. Let's go home. Brother!" Xiao Qianxian and the others also stood up with nervous faces. Brother Lu. Lu Yuan a perfect dodge. Fiercely a hair toward the sky stomp. Kicked not other places. It is that Jin Kan's most vulnerable place. A sound of broken eggs rang out. Blood instantly splattered and flew to dye the stage on the ground. Bang! The sound of a heavy object falling to the ground rang out, and Jin Chan fell heavily to the ground, which once again added a faint touch of sadness to his place. Jin Kan grimaced in pain, a mournful howl continuously emanating from his mouth, his hands covering his injuries as he rolled all over the ground in pain. Lu Yuan stood on the stage with his hands in the air, in the style of a high-ranking person. That's it? That's it? You can't do it either. If this is all you've got, then don't come to China to embarrass yourself. Why don't you just go back to your country and pickle your own kimchi? Jin Kan forcefully braced himself and stood up. The man had been completely enraged. Kick after kick came towards Lu Yuan. Each kick went straight to the lower third. Lu Yuan just yanked up Jin Kan's collar, lifted him up with one hand, and viciously slammed him out towards the distance, only to hear a burst of popping beans, and once again, a large puddle of bloodstains appeared on the ground. Jin Kan's face was twisting in pain, unusually unwillingly trying to stand up again, but his efforts were to no avail several times. The sharp pain made him stiffen his face directly from the pain. Lu Yuan slowly walked towards Jin Kan and raised the double copies of the certificate of life and death in his hand. Whether you are dead or injured, it has nothing to do with me. Lu Yuan, this is something you signed voluntarily, and everyone present can testify for me. In terms of playing with legs, I am your ancestor. Do you still dare to belittle my Chinese ancient martial arts? Lu Yuan stepped on Jin Kan's chest and looked at him condescendingly. Jin Kan's whole body was twitching and in severe pain, and where could he say a complete sentence? Nyebin shouted towards the side at this time. Medical teachers, quick, 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 get on the stage and check it out. The teachers of the medical profession brought various instruments and equipment, and after conducting some relevant examinations, they looked at the principal with a grave expression. School, principal, this person is wasted. Nyebin was a bit confused. What do you mean? That's right. You have to spend the rest of your life in bed. You have to be waited on. You have to eat and drink. And you can only be a vegetable from now on. Unless there is a medical miracle. He will never wake up again. A stretcher was carried to the stage and Jin Kan was lifted up. Jean Lily cried her heart out. Daddy, Daddy, ooh, I'm the one who harmed you, Daddy. Jean Lily cried, and suddenly looked at Lu Yuan with a face of hatred and grudges. Lu Yuan, it's all because of you, a Chinese, that my daddy is like this. I want you to pay for the money. I want you to pay for all your family's money. Lu Yuan disdained. Calm and relaxed. Compensation? I think you've got something wrong. Your father signed a life and death certificate. It belongs to the Jianghu dispute. Not in the law. The life and death certificate has an agreement. Regardless of life and death and injury, I Lu Yuan will not have to be responsible. You'll have to eat this loss yourselves. Jean Lily bawled uncontrollably, not expecting this outcome. She looked at her dad and sighed helplessly. Daddy, you are also looking for these by yourself. My daughter has no right to pay for you. Like this. Daddy, I'll spend some money to send you to a nursing home. You don't have to be burdened. I know several cheap ones. Just a few tens of thousands of dollars a year. Poof. Jin Kan was infuriated with rage. A mouthful of blood puffed out and his arm drooped. The medical students looked at Principal Nyebin with an embarrassed face. Principal, this person has gulped down his breath. You can prepare for the aftermath. Chapter 81, Show us how to tear a car with your hands. Jean Lily breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, you can spend a little less. Dad, don't worry, I'll definitely give you a grand funeral in style, and with the rest of your money, I'll definitely buy a few more sets of cosmetics and wrap up a fresh meat, and then every year, I'll bring your grandchildren and go to your grave to pay my respects. Kimberly carried her dad's body on her back and left Mordor 1. The whole school couldn't help but follow suit at this moment. A single kick turns the highest level of Taekwondo into a vegetable. And you call that not having studied martial arts? That's awesome. That's a grandmaster of the black basket belt in Taekwondo. See? Taekwondo is just fancy boxing. It's no good at all. I was going to enroll in a Taekwondo class, but forget it. I'm damned afraid of being beaten to death. Lu Shishir and Qiu Chanshan, all of them were also relieved. Their hanging hearts were finally put down, and their faces showed happy smiles. Brother, good job. Applause rang out like a tidal wave, and the stage cheered. Lu Yuan, good job. Didn't disgrace us Orientals. Worthy of being our Oriental male. Lu Yuan moved his fists and feet, gripped the microphone, and smiled gently. Since on have come up, I'll also perform a show for you all. Principal Niebin, can you help me find a car? Any damage to this automobile on the way to the show, I'll compensate for it at double the original price. After the words double compensation were uttered, many parents in the audience volunteered. Lu Dong, use my family's car. Soon a BMW was lifted onto the stage. Teachers and students and parents in the audience were confused. What is he going to do? Is he going to perform pulling a car with his teeth? It doesn't seem to be there's no rope. Lu Yuan yanked open the car door while the crowd was confused. His hands made a tearing gesture. The sturdy car door twisted and deformed in his hands for a while and split into pieces, leaving a floor of iron shavings on the stage. That's not all. Lu Yuan's big hands slowly lifted off the roof. His pair of big hands were like an iron clamp. This BMW was like paper maché in his hands. The physics teacher couldn't sit still. No way. That's not scientific. That's not physics. I'm going to get up there and check the car. Lu Yuan made a pleased gesture. And after the physics teacher did all kinds of inspections, his face eventually showed a touch of helplessness. There is nothing wrong with the car or Mr. Lu's hands. He's really using brute force to tear this car apart. Hiss. A sound of sucking in cold air rang out, and a pair of astonished, shocked, and incredulous gazes landed on Lu Yuan in unison. The crowd's mouths had opened into exaggerated O shapes, and it was difficult to close them for a long time. Time was a little terribly silent in this moment. In the next second, a scream that was too much of a surprise broke the original tranquility. Hands tearing up cars. I doubt my eyes are blinking. How is this possible? You didn't blink. Everyone saw it. My God, how did he do that? Is this the legendary Qigong? Just now Lu Dong and Jean can fight. Has never used his hands. If he uses his hands, Jean can wouldn't have been torn apart alive by him? The crowd was talking, remembering that Lu Yuan just showed the strength of the hand tearing the car. All of them have guessed the consequences of splitting in the human body, but not shocked people's organs and bowels? After thinking of the kind of miserable consequences that may have, the back of the crowd cannot help but be shocked up a cold sweat. If this hand falls on their own bodies, iron surely cannot live. Fortunately they did not offend Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan transferred $1,600,000 to the BMW car owner on the spot. This amount of money is just a drop in the bucket for him. He took out a handkerchief and wiped his hands, rushed to the stage and said, "This is the greatness of the national art. Everyone must learn the national art. The national art is the real good thing. What Taekwondo is just a flowery fist. If people are looking for practicality, they should still go for the state arts." Having seen the power of national martial arts, the students on the stage could no longer press the hot blood in their hearts, and they were inspired by the spirit of national martial arts. Okay, from now on, I will officially quit the Taekwondo club and choose to join the National Martial Arts Club. I won't learn Taekwondo either. As a Chinese, I want to support the national art. The people of the National Arts Club also burst of joy. Has been lukewarm. No one asked for the National Arts Club. Finally began to people take the initiative to sign up. Excitedly stood up. Everyone who wants to join the National Arts Club, one by one come to me to sign up for registration. Niebin slowly walked towards Lu Yuan and complimented. I can't imagine that Dong Lu is not only a young entrepreneur, but also a martial artist. I'm impressed. Lu Yuan humbly said, a little bit of three-legged kung fu is all. The crowd had a chill of evil. Hand tearing a car, kicking a person into a vegetable, and you talk to us about a three-legged cat? You let those experts and masters face where to put. Lu Shishir jumped into Lu Yuan's arms, hooked her neck and barfed. Brother, you're awesome. From now on you're my idol. Lu Yuan wiped his face in extreme disgust and coughed awkwardly. Sure. Pay attention to the influence. I'm sorry brother. I lost my temper a little. Lu Shirshi's small face reddened with an aggrieved look, just like a child who had done something wrong. Lu Yuan rubbed Lu Shirshi's head with a head touch. Alright, brother didn't really get angry. Lu Shirshir smiled cheekily. I knew brother favored me the most. Lu Shirshir rushed to Lu Yuan and said, right, brother, it's the National Day holiday. Play with me. I want to go play video games and fish. Okay, brother will go with you. Qiu Qian understood. Brother Lu, let's take a taxi. Lu Yuan couldn't help but laugh. What's a taxi for? I'll call out 2 rich dilettantes to come over and be chauffeurs for the 2 of you, and have them pull you in a supercar. Lu Yuan dialed Song Xiao with a single phone call. Song Xiao, my sister's classmates and they are going out to play. My car can only seat 2 people. Come here in person or send 2 people here. I want to use a car. I want 2 small sports cars that can catch up with the Pagani Wind God. After one of Lu Yuan's phone calls, Song Xiao quickly drove the family's sports car and came over in person. Brother Lu, I'm not late, am I? Lu Yuan hammered Song Xiao's shoulder and laughed. Didn't come late. It's you. You even came over personally. Don't you have things to do at home to keep you busy? Song Xiao laughed. What is busy? I'm a hands-off. A lot of things have professional people to help me do. Brother Lu with the car. We have this relationship. I cannot personally come over. Brother Lu, you are my great benefactor. Lu Yuan sat into the main driver of the Pagani Wind God, pulling his sister Lu Shirshir, and the sports car soared out as a stream of light. About half an hour or so later, the supercar of Lu Yuan's few people stopped outside the gate of a large arcade. These cars, shocked to the eyeballs of many people, I did not see wrong, right? Yida Group's youngest son, Song Xiao, he even drove a supercar to the arcade? So grounded? You're not wrong. Do you know who that is next to him? Who? He is. Chapter 82 Blitz Reward. High-tech fishing cannon. Lu Yuan. The people on the side, upon hearing this, were astonished. The richest man. Lu Yuan? I didn't expect him to come to a place like this. Lu Yuan brought his sister, Lu Shirshir, a few people, bought some coins and came to the fishing machine. Under the ear-shattering music, Lu Shirshir and her bestie Qiu Qianshen dropped their coins, only to play for half a day without anything coming out. With a thought in his mind, Lu Yuan pressed his hand on the fishing machine and inwardly murmured, use Blitz on the fishing arcade. Ding! You touched a fishing arcade machine, triggering a divine storm. Blast reward, high-tech fishing electric cannon *1. The fishing electric cannon has been parked on the beach of the Ring Mountain Island for the host. At this moment, Lu Shirshir and the others hung their heads, looking at the empty box, and spat toward Lu Yuan. Brother, more than 3,000 coins. We've lost it all again. Lu Shirshir threw the box aside and held her arms and sulked. No play, no play. Song Xiao said from the sidelines. Why don't Song help you smash it open? Don't you just get it? What's the point? Lu Yuan drank a sip of lehu and couldn't help but laugh. No fun then. Brother will take you to a fun place. Lucius looked curious. Where? Lu Yuan pretended to be mysterious. You'll know when we get there. An hour or so later, Lu Yuan's Pagani Wind God and Song Xiao's supercar pulled up on the outside of the ringed island. Jin Coco had long been waiting at the entrance of the island for a long time after receiving Lu Yuan's message. Welcome Dong Lu. Lu Shirshir, who was following behind Lu Yuan, looked at Lu Yuan with a surprised and astonished face. Brother, when did you acquire another island? Lu Yuan smiled gently. Just recently. Let's go. I'll show you guys a big guy. Lu Yuan pressed the system prompt in his head and led the crowd to an island. A black body. The appearance of a very cool and eye-catching, with a few long barrels, the whole body mechanical sense, with 2 operating platforms of the electric cannon floated in front of the eyes of the crowd. Her younger sister, Lu Shirshir, and her roommate, Qiu Qianshan, were all confused. Brother, what is this? Lu Yuan smiled and explained. It's called fishing electric cannon. It's no fun to play fish in the arcade. If you want to play, you should play for real. Song Xiao also touched here and there, greatly surprised. Can Lu? This thing advanced Lu Yuan walked over to the console and slowly pressed the control switch. Bang! After a violent explosion, a lot of fish and shrimp were all blown to the shore. There were crayfish and some other fish, shrimp and crabs. As her sister, Lu Shirshir, cranked the lever, a large net was spread, and a current surfaced on the large net, quickly netting a number of fish. Wow! Brother, it's shipping. Lu Yuan rubbed Lu Shirshir's little head and smiled. Is it fun? Fun. Much more fun than a video game. Lu Yuan spoiled. If it's fun, you can come here every day in the future. Looking at the fish and shrimp that came up with the electric cannon, the knowledgeable Song Xiao, whose mouth was now open enough to stuff down a hot dog, said in amazement, "Brother Lu, this cannon of yours is too good to be true, isn't it? Blue lobster, hot summer Fairview lobster. It's all damn good." Lu Yuan also didn't know much about these sea creatures and couldn't help but ask, "Are these shrimps valuable seafood?" Song Xiao eloquently, "Of course, like this blue lobster, an average of 2 million lobsters, only one will appear, enough to be comparable to the living fossil of marine life, but also the world's most expensive lobster. Single such a shrimp can reach $1 million price, but also because it is extremely rare, but also frequently appear in the top Michelin restaurant. Such a shrimp, enough to want to mature, at least 7 years time, in this 7 years, but also to mold 35 times, in order to completely mature. I once, in a foreign top Michelin restaurant, ate such a lobster. Its meat thick and juicy, rich flavor with a crisp sweet. The flavor is very wonderful, and this kind of shrimp, only in the perfume of the country's islands, only fortunate to be able to catch a. The transportation process is extremely difficult. A little careless, it may be turned into a dead shrimp. Lu Yuan looked at the blue prawns on the ground, but also followed Song Xiao's a lot of knowledge. He roughly counted such shrimp, fishing up more than 200 it. I wonder if it would sell like crazy if it was shipped to the land of perfume. Sister Lu Shirshi's small mouth slightly opened in surprise. Wow, that valuable? Song Xiao, you're making me want to cook it and taste it. Song Xiao drank a mouthful of water, followed by a popularization for everyone, this Yanxia Jinqiu lobster. Breeding conditions are extremely harsh and difficult. Want to buy it? The wholesale price is also 100,000 a catty. Into the market for those who will only be more expensive. By the way, Brother Lu, being rich isn't such a splurge, is it? The cost of you farming these shrimp, letting people fish like this every day. You can make a few dollars a year. Lu Yuan touched his nose in embarrassment. Besides me, the islander of the sea island, who else can fish them up? As long as you don't use your own divine fishing rod and fishing electric cannon. You want to catch these too? It's impossible, okay? However, Lu Yuan did not reveal the secret to Song Xiao. Carrying the day's harvest, the group found Coco Chen, and Lu Yuan asked, "Does anyone on the island know how to do that?" Chen Coco snorted and laughed out. "Chairman, you underestimate our island. Our island cruise ship chefs, all from various countries invited back to the state banquet chef. No matter how rare ingredients, how you want to eat, they can do what you want to taste. Chairman of the board of directors directly to the ingredients to the cruise ship. Go to the restaurant to find the chef on the line." Lu Yuan couldn't help but be surprised. He didn't think that his own island would be so high class, equipped with chefs who were at the level of state banquet chefs. With state banquet chefs to support the scene, Lu Yuan wouldn't worry about the taste for a while. The crowd boarded a cruise ship together. The interior of the cruise ship was brightly lit. Each floor had a different area. Her sister Lu Shirshir BFF's stomach indisputably growled. She couldn't help but look at Lu Yuan. "Brother Lu, I'm hungry." Chen Kuku laughs. "Hungry? Little girl, there is a shopping mall on our cruise ship. Just go straight in and get what you want to eat. Will it be expensive?" Xiao Qian nervously touched her pocket. Chen Coco snorted and laughed at Xiao Qian. "Silly sister, since you're Lu Don's sister's friend, when you get to the island, you can eat and play whatever you want. Where do you need to spend money again? It's all free." Chen Coco stepped on her high heels and led the crowd together into a large superstore, which had a comprehensive range of toiletries, many popular snacks and imported foods from abroad. The store is all about artificial intelligence in sales and technology. Song Xiao was shocked beyond words from the beginning to the end. "Brother Lu, it's still you who are playing at an advanced level. High-tech fishing electric cannons and an artificial intelligence cruise ship supermarket. Awesome." Chapter 83, The Ultimate Enjoyment of the Godly. High-end foods. The crowd arrived at the restaurant with large bags. The restaurant is divided into two parts, Chinese and Western, and is decorated in a very high-grade and elegant way. And to be able to sit in this kind of decorated restaurant and have a full meal is definitely a symbol of status. Lu Yuan threw a bag of catch to the chefs. "Can you do it? If you can do it all. Tonight, the entire staff on the island will have extra meals." That national banquet chef immediately showed a smile on his face and said to Lu Yuan, "Chairman, of course we can do it. Whether it's sashimi cuisine or stewed in fried marinated flavor, all can be done. Just wait to eat a large table of whole shrimp feasted." The chef of the state banquet carried something and shouted toward the back kitchen. "Brothers, work," the chairman said. "Tonight we treat everyone to a whole shrimp feast. All work hard." The waitresses in the restaurant, all of them with short skirts and long legs, all of them looking no less than those face value anchors. They served some desserts and fruits for Lu Yuan's table. "Chairman, please savor the pre-dinner snacks and pre-dinner fruits. Wait patiently for your meal. I'll press your legs and pinch your shoulders." The short yellow-haired waitress girl, just 18 or 19 years old, said that she was going to get on with it. Lu Shishir coughed from the side. Ahem. Brother, be careful, I'll go home and tell my sister-in-law. Lu Yuan shrugged helplessly and emphasized. Your brother. I'm a serious person. Never massage. Waitress lady, give my friend Song Xiao a press. Song Xiao let out a long breath after feeling the soft force. Phew. Refreshing. Lu Shishir also at this moment ate the fruits on the table. As she ate, her complexion couldn't help but light up. Peeling a grape and handing it to Lu Yuan. Brother, this grape is so big and round, so sweet. This is definitely the most delicious grape I've ever eaten. Try it. Lu Yuan ate in his mouth. The sweet grape juice made Lu Yuan very enjoyable, and he ate with special intoxication. It seems to be indeed different from ordinary grapes. What kind of grapes are these? Lu Yuan asked toward the waiter. The waiter enthusiastically and patiently explained for Lu Yuan. Chairman, this is ruby Roman grapes, produced in other countries. The price in the country, almost $40,000 a bunch of it. This bunch of grapes even sold for more than $40,000 a bunch. No wonder it's so delicious. At this time, the waiter peeled open a yellow fruit and handed it to Lu Shishir. Come on, sister, eat more of this. Eat it. It can whiten the skin, prevent spots and fight cancer. It can also prevent anemia and fight neuritis. Lu Yuan also looked at the yellow fruit, with yellow skin and white flesh, and the white flesh carried black seeds like those of a dragon fruit, and he couldn't help inquiring, what is this again? Chairman, this is the yellow dragon fruit. The fruit has sufficient sugar storage. The sweetness is above 18%. You also taste it. Lu Yuan gently picked up a piece and sent it to his mouth. The sweet taste with some flavor. This feeling, eat a piece, is the taste of love. Song Xiao also looked bright. Damn. This flavor reminds me of my first love. After eating the two flavors of fruits, Lu Yuan pinched up a lychee and peeled off the outer red and green shell. A fruit with white crystalline flesh appeared in Lu Yuan's hand, accompanied by this lychee to eat. Sweet and refreshing flavor, so that Lu Yuan suddenly feel a burst of delicious. Song Young examined the lychee for a long time, proudly opened his mouth. This thing I've eaten. Hanging green lychee. This lychee have to be 98. According to the caddy, to buy words have to be generally are in the $200 or $300. Brother Lu, your island is also too cool. Right. The world's most expensive blue lobster to eat casually, and a variety of rare fruits, and even a state banquet chef served. This is simply the emperor-like life. Asterisk. I don't even want to live in my family's villa anymore. I want to move here. To be honest, Lu Yuan also didn't expect the island to be so luxurious, and he hadn't seen much of himself after this meal. After a few people ate some fruit and dessert, they have been listening to gentle music, blushing and fighting the landlord. Of course, a few people's landlord are tens of millions of winners and losers, to a few people's worth who is not bad for the money. As for a few of Lu Shishir's girlfriends, considering their poor condition, losing once was just a truth or dare. Just as the crowd was talking and laughing, a plate of delicious shrimp meat was placed on the table, colorful and flavorful, and the presentation and knife work was extremely elaborate. Lu Yuan pulled off a piece of shrimp meat. The cue-bouncing fresh and sweet flavor filled his mouth, and with a bite of the special sauce, not to mention how delicious it tasted, Lu Shishir put a piece of prawn shrimp meat, and pinched it in front of Lu Yuan. Brother, you eat more, before and my sister-in-law every day that. You are all weak, right? Make up for it. Song Xiao looked at Lu Yuan with a gossipy, ambiguous face. Brother Lu, are you playing so fancy, every day? Lu Yuan picked up his chopsticks and knocked Lu Shishir's head, saying seriously, damn girl, if you keep talking nonsense, I won't give you any more pocket money. Give it or leave it. I haven't spent what you gave me last time anyway. Lu Shishir had a humongous face. Lu Yuan couldn't do anything with this dear sister and could only bow his head and eat the meat in silence. This whole shrimp feast. Shrimp do a lot of things. There are marinated, cold, but also cooking sashimi, steamed, or fried and stewed. Fried. All the security guards and waiters and waitresses and chefs on the island ate well. There were also security guards who took pictures of the abundance on the table, recorded videos and posted them to their friends. Thank you to Mr. Lu Yuan's boss for the staff meal, a whole shrimp feast. There was no shortage of knowledgeable people in these security guards' circle of friends, and the comments section quickly exploded. Out of more than 2 million lobsters, it's only possible for one blue lobster to come out that much? And the fruit on the table, it looks like yellow dragon fruit and hanging green lychees? Bro, you guys are still short of security guards in Sea Island? It doesn't matter if it's salary or not. Mainly I want to have a staff meal of this class. After Lu Yuan and a few others finished eating, They fired a few more cannons towards the sea and blew up quite a few more of these blue lobsters, as well as some Australian lobsters and whatnot. Lu Yuan instructed the back kitchen, raise it for me first, and when I'm going home tomorrow, make me a packaged copy to take with me. I'm going to bring it home for my wife to try as well. Okay, le chairman. Guarantee to do a very delicious, but also very complimentary. The night was getting dark outside the cruise ship, and the sound of the waves outside was loud. Lu Yuan took his sister Lu Shishir and other people in the cruise ship cannot help but wander up. The people first in the cruise ship to find the gaming area. In the gaming area to play a few of the LOL and chicken. Here the computer and here the same as the fruit of the meal. All are the highest configuration. At the same time, more open some of the masterpiece is not a problem at all. After playing the game, the crowd came to the location of the movie cafe, a LCD TV wall, showing a 3D picture, playing the movie Resident Evil. A few people ate snacks and swiped through the movie, and when they got tired of doing so, they looked out at the nighttime seascape. Brother, I like this cruise ship so much. It has everything. I don't want to go back tonight. Can I stay here? Lu Shishir pampered Lu Yuan. Chapter 84, Hundreds of Thousands of Rewards? I'll swipe 40 million rewards, Lu Yuan indifferently said. Then the National Day 7 days long vacation. All in the cruise ship to spend good. Anyway, is their own family property? Want to live as long as possible. Bark. Lu Shishir kissed Lu Yuan on the cheek and said happily, brother, you're so nice. Lu Shishir sighed with emotion. Brother, you're really good at enjoying yourself. I'll learn from you in the future. Song Xiao also sighed for a while. Yeah, brother Lu is too damn good at enjoying himself, making me want to buy a yacht to play like this. Lu Shishir seemed to have remembered something, took out her cell phone and flipped out an app to Lu Yuan, saying to him, brother, you download this Lime Lev. It's something I invested money in, and it's just getting started now, so you should support it more. Lu Yuan looked at Lu Shishir with some surprise. He didn't expect Lu Shishir to take the pocket money he gave to do business, which made Lu Yuan truly feel good in his heart. The interface of Lime Live now has all kinds of big and small anchors in it. Only, it's a multi-platform live broadcast, and in the interface of the live broadcast, it will also brush the quality anchors of other live broadcast platforms. Song Xiao frowned and couldn't help but ask, this thing, by diverting anchors from other platforms, isn't it drawing competitors into the house? Lu Yuan had long seen through the essence and slowly spoke. My sister Shishir certainly wouldn't do such a stupid thing. I think she should have a channel split with all the other live platforms, and the anchors within her Lime Live broadcast will also appear on the other live platforms, thus achieving a win-win cooperation. When Lu Shishir sniffed, she couldn't help but give Lu Yuan a thumbs up. Brother, you're really great. You saw through the essence in one go. Lu Yuan swiped some of the same city anchors and rewarded a batch of them one by one, followed by entering the live room of a small anchor. This live room is playing PK. The small anchor only more than 100,000 fans, while the opposite big anchor is a million fans of the big network Red. This PK live simply cannot fight. Opposite the big anchor. Aggressive, opposite. If you lose, do the punishment. The punishment is that you lose. Lying on the ground to learn puppy crawling, rushing to the screen in front of the family woofed a few times, and then say that I'm a puppy. Do you dare to fight? Lu Yuan frowned. In the past, he also often brushed short videos, and also watched the major netizens fight PK. To be honest, he disliked this phenomenon of fighting PK sharply with a white face, and even more so, he disliked some of the no-holds-barred personality insult type of punishment. Live in the female anchor, a head of beautiful long hair, face pretty, and still face open broadcast. If not wearing too conservative, then it has long been fire. The fans in the live room were driving the beat like crazy at this point. Goddess Fifi, pick up the PK, I'll fight for you. Not just a million fans? Brother in reality is Dry Enterprise. Wait a moment, almost finished. You give brother platform send message. Brother help you steal tower. Yes, I'm afraid of a hammer. Who are you bullying? Bullying our family without big brother? Goddess, take it. We guard you and give you a ticket together. Fight with the opposite side. I've called all our brothers from the dormitory. At the instigation of the crowd, the young anchor Fifi ghostly agreed to PK. The female anchor on the opposite side of the room, scratching her head and winking her eyes, shaking her waist and utilizing the rubbers to absorb a bunch of fans hitting the charts. In no time, the female anchor on the opposite side went up to more than 2,000 votes, while on Fei Fei anchor's side, there was only a pitiful 100 or so votes. Even if she sang beautifully, she still couldn't beat the opposite side. Song Xiao has a good feeling about Fei Fei. Also downloaded this live broadcast, came to Fei Fei's live room, clicked on the recharge page. A burst of crazy recharge. The little anchor Fei Fei didn't have much time left at this moment. It was just the last 5 minutes. She was fiddling with her other cell phone with an anxious face, seemingly sending a message to her big brother who was just going to help steal the tower. However, after waiting for a long time, we didn't wait for that tower stealing big brother. It was also at that moment that a gift special effect suddenly appeared on the screen. Mordor Satoshi is giving away a true love cannon, valued at 2,888 yuan. Satoshi Mundo sends true love cannon *10, true love cannon *100. Not a moment later, it will be for the small anchor Fei Fei Brush 20W, soon to help her vote to almost even out. The platform uses a 50-50 mechanism, that is to say, Fei Fei at least able to get 100,000. Magic City Song Xiao a few big words, in the live broadcast room immediately set off a furor. Mordor Song Xiao? Is that the young son of Yida Group? Impossible, right? The young prince of Yida Group, who is famous for his bravado. How could he only brush 20W if he wants to brush gifts? What if people want to fight slowly and then slowly capture the goddess's heart? Step by step? It's not impossible. Could it really be Satoshi? Song Xiao ignored the contents of the live broadcast and said towards Lu Yuan, "Brother Lu, it's time for you to perform." This moment's live PK also reached a white heat, and the opposite female anchor soon also received a reward of $500,000, again exceeding the PK score by a large margin. The little anchor Fifi was so anxious she was on the verge of crying. She wasn't really going to lie down on the ground and learn how to bark, was she? It was also when the anchor Fei Fei was in a state of anxiety and aggression that the live broadcast room was once again swept by gifts. Magic City Road Duke sends a gift, Airplane Guardian *100. The Airplane Guardian is the most expensive gift within the Lime Live broadcast, valued at 88,888 yuan. Lu Yuan Weibot directly is a crazy 8 million smashed down. Magic City Road Duke sends a gift, Airplane Guardian *200. Gift from Road Duke, Airplane Guardian *500. More than 40 million live bounty, directly stunned anchor Fei Fei. She was flattered to the screen than the heart. Thank you Mordor Lu Gonzi's plane guard. Thank you big brother. Wahahaha. The 40 million or so also silenced the live stream for a split second, but soon the silence was broken. $40 million reward? Mr. Lu of Mordor? You guys say, could this Duke Lu be? The only one in Mordor who has the surname Lu and who can be addressed as Prince is that one, isn't it? Who is it? Don't sell me short. I'm afraid the only one who can come up with $40 million to casually splurge is Lu Yuan of the Lu clan, right? If you explain it like this, then that Song Xiao just now, it's very likely that it's also true. The people of Mordor know that Song Xiao and Lu Yuan's relationship has always been good, and it's too much of a coincidence that the two of them are rewarding each other before and after their feat. The reward of more than $40 million is just a piece of cake for Lu Yuan, compared to his own assets of tens of millions of dollars. What is $40 million? Lu Yuan's 40 million reward successfully topped the list of one, and also because of this live trenchant, the famous scene was edited and sent online. The small anchor Fei Fei in a short period of time will rise hundreds of thousands of powder, and even towards 1 million clothes. After the anchor Fifi won the PK, she rushed to the opposite live room and said, "Alright, I won the PK, so do what you just proposed as a punishment. Lie down on the ground and learn to bark a few times." Chapter 85, You want to cheat when you lose a live broadcast? Lu Yuan teaches her how to behave. The opposite side of the big anchor Liner, but the face of a burst of dramatic changes. Want to play the rogue said. I a million big anchor. I do the punishment. You dare to take it? Sister. Forget it, play with sister. You're still too young. I see it like this. I'll let my family fans give you some attention. Give you a rise in fans, even if it's a punishment. How about it? Fifi also didn't expect Liner to be so shameless. She gritted her teeth and said, if I lose, I have to lie down on the ground and learn how to bark at a dog. If you lose, you're just going to give me a little bit of fan attention. On what grounds? Cross-platform anchor Liner, a face of condescension, just by virtue of the fact that I'm a big netizen with millions of fans. This internet I understand more than you play. Little sister, I advise you to better see the good thing to end, or else, I and the executives of your live broadcasting platform know each other, and I'll let you broadcast the whole platform in a minute. Lu Shirshir, the chairman of the board, also looked furious, her fists clenched. Excessive. Too much. Song Xiao was also indignant. Damn. Shameless. Lu Yuan used the account of Mordor Lu Gonzi and sent a message in the screen of the live broadcast. It's okay. Don't panic. I'll help you clean up the opposite anchor. After saying that, Lu Yuan went directly to Now Liner's live room. Gift from Mr. Lu of Mordor, 100 sets of piercing cloud arrows asterisk. Lord Lu of Mordor sends a gift, piercing cloud arrow asterisk 1000. The price of the piercing arrow is not as good as the airplane guardian, but if you want to brush one group to 2,888 yuan, Lu Yuan, these two groups will be enough to brush more than $3 million. Anchor Lin was so excited that she wiggled her long black silk legs, and gave a kiss to the front of the screen, even purposely letting the collar of her dress go lower. Thank you, Mr. Lu, thank you, husband, honey, what do you want from Lin? Linner said while provoking towards Fei Fei's side. A small anchor is a small anchor. People have brushed more than 40 million for you. You won't even call a husband. Your big brother ran away, right? Your big brother is mine. Little anchor. Thank you for sending your big brother to my live room. Fifi girl wow cry out. She does not want to wear so exposed. Do not want to live so exposed to engage in those rubbing ball? Does it have to be that way to be able to eat in the live platform? Is it really useless to try? Fifi girl's live room was also filled with curses against Lu Yuan. Bah! What Magic City Road Duke, but not a colorful embryo. Engaged in a blooming wedding as Wang Meichi is not enough, but also came to the internet to pick up people female anchor. Scum 1. Yeah, Scum Road. Either don't brush it and go be a big brother to the opposite side. What's bullying our goddess? You guys are really enough. Didn't you see just now Mr. Lu said that he was going to clean up the opposite anchor woman? Moreover, the gift he brushed to the opposite side is only more than 3 million, but to goddess Fei Fei is a full brush of more than 40 million. All blind guess what? Lu Shirshir, Lu Yuan's younger sister, couldn't help but whack Lu Yuan with her pink fist, scolding, brother, what are you doing? Even if you like the female anchor across the street, you don't have to bully a little anchor like this, right? The corner of Lu Yuan's mouth hooked up in a teasing manner. Bullying? What kind of bullying? Good show. It's just beginning. A flash of calculation surfaced on Lu Yuan's face, a dangerous smile that made even Song Xiao shudder a little. Lu Yuan sent a message in the live broadcast, kneel down in front of the live broadcast, lie on the ground, and then learn 50 barks, and I'll give you more than 40 million gifts as well. How about that? The female anchor Linner's face instantly changed when she saw the message, but after a moment's hesitation, she still forced out a smile. Okay road husband, I'll do as I'm told. Previously also arrogant anchor liner, actually really kneeled on the ground. Humble learn a dog crawl. To the screen, woof 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 woof. Lu Yuan didn't go back on his word, and just as angrily swiped more than 40 million gifts. Linner felt that everything was worth it in her heart after seeing the gift. She excitedly said to Lu Yuan, hubby, let's set up a time to meet offline. Offline you can play any way you want. Lu Yuan disdained it. It was really a rubric, as vulgar as it could be. However, Lu Yuan's playfulness was so great that he once again sent a pop-up message, do a hot dance. I'm a person who doesn't only like action, but also likes to listen to the sound. As long as you make me happy, I'll brush another 40 million for you tonight. After seeing the $40 million promised by Lu Yuan, Linner also agreed decisively. Okay, husband Lu, what are your requirements for the clothes? The corner of Lu Yuan's mouth hooked up with a touch of playfulness as he typed. I don't like girls who are too conservative. Hubby, got it. Wait for Luanjia. Luanjia will go change now. A wave of disgust went through her sister. Lucius, vomit. Disgusting. Lu Yuan was speechless. What do you know about hammers? It's called strategic playfulness. Fifi's fans in the live stream, and a lot of them are cool with YA. Damn. Even though Duke Lu swiped more than $40 million for that goblin, but just now seeing her kneeling down and barking like a dog, I was really cool. So it turns out, money can really do whatever it wants. Why do I get the feeling that it's a bit counterintuitive for Duke Lu to brush so much? Like he's plotting something? I also feel as if things are not that simple. Also just when the crowd was talking, the anchor woman liner changed of fabric-saving clothes, boldly dancing hot dance to the camera, rushed to the front of the screen and constantly throwing winks, and even a burst of unpleasant sounds in the mouth. Anchor Lin danced very hard, and Lu Yuan directly tapped the 3 dots in the upper right corner and then selected report. Report content, vulgar shibboleth asterisk. Ding. Report successful. Anchor Linner involved in vulgar shibboleth asterisk was permanently blocked by the live broadcast platform, deducting all live earnings. The striking official text was an instant hit with everyone, and the backstage staff of the opposite live streaming platform looked at the executives. Executives, this 80 million plus reward from Duke Lu, do we accept it or not? Receive Nima 2 platforms reward 120 million. He must be the richest Lu Yuan. People behind the young Tianba. There are 500 Magic City giants. There are all walks of life of the big brother to work for him. Who dares to take his money? If we dare to accept it, we have to have the life to spend it. Refund this Mordor Road Duke at once. Soon, Lu Yuan's more than $80 million were returned in no less than a cent. While Lu Yuan revealed a shrewd smile, everything was in his strategized calculations. Song Xiao, a burst of evil cold, to Lu Yuan said, Lu, you are TM real dog. Brush more than 80 million. Let people think to be rich. The result is that you backhanded report. Opposite that anchor hair did not get. In the most complacent time to give people a blow to the head. You are really not the right person. Lu Shirshir also lost her blame for Lu Yuan and said to him, "Brother, I knew that with your character. If someone pisses you off, you can't do human things. However, I like it." Lu Yuan backhandedly rewarded Fifi Girl with $80 million and sent a message, "Can I video link with you?" Fei Girl was flattered. Inwardly, the richest man Lu Yuan Lu Gongzi. He is going to video link with me? But doesn't he have a wife? He swiped $120 million. Is he interested in me? Oh my god. What should I do? Chapter 86, full of laughter and New Year's Eve, grand finale. After Fifi Girl struggled and hesitated internally, she finally agreed to the application for a video link. A few people's cheeks emerged from a luxury cruise ship. They were Song Xiao, Lu Yuan, Lu Shirshir and a few of her girlfriends. Lu Yuan spread a smile. "Hello, the Fei anchor over there." At the sight of Lu Yuan's handsome cheeks, had a thumping heartbeat inside. "Ah, you, hello," Lu Yuan said softly. "I didn't mean anything by initiating a video with you. I just wanted to advertise my sister." In the live broadcast room, there should be bigwigs from all walks of life and some big netizens, and even people from major anchor guilds media companies. "My name is Lu Yuan. Lime Live is an industry that my sister, Lu Shirshir, invested in and got going, so I hope you all take care of it." At the same time, in the Magic City and even the whole country, if anyone has any bad thoughts about Lime Live, they should first consider whether they can withstand the retaliation of me, Lu Yuan, and keep a low profile. The live feed was instantly abuzz. Various pop-ups instantly filled the sky. Asterisk. Surprisingly, it's really Song Xiao and Lu Dong. No wonder the brush is so luxurious. So Lime Live, it's Lu Dong's sister Lu Shirshir's. It's too low-key, right? It seems like the publicity hasn't even been publicized. If we borrowed Lu Dong's fame to publicize it, it wouldn't look like there's not much attention now. Maybe, people's Lu Dong's sister just wants to rely on herself and doesn't want to live under her brother's shadow. A number of bigwigs in the live broadcast room have also shown up. Head of Nana Media Company, don't worry, we'll definitely go around wherever Lime Live is. Big Netflix Yumi, Lu Dong, your sister is my sister. In the future on the way to play the internet, I will help each other with your sister. Yenshu Media, don't worry, we at Yenshu Media are absolutely low-key. And that was band Anchorliner, dumbfounded, looking at the background. She, in order to save money, always live income saved to the background, did not withdraw cash. This moment the withdraw button is even gray. The money in the balance, too, had all become zero, or even negative. Why? Why is it like this? Anchor Liner hissed unusually unwillingly, when she saw Lu Yuan and Song Xiao in Fei's live broadcast. Her face was instantly miserable. No wonder she was like this. No wonder. Lu Yuan and the others spent the night on the cruise ship, and Song Xiao left early with something to do, while her sister Lu Shirshir and the others felt it was too hot and insisted on going to the pool to have some fun. Lu Shirshir and her best friend Xiao Chanchan, they changed into a cool swimsuit, like snowy skin and extreme figure, or completely outlined. Lu Shirshir tugged on Lu Yuan's arm and prayed, "Brother, go into the water and play together?" Lu Yuan shook his head and said to his sister, "Lu Shirshir, forget it Shirshir, I still have to go home and take care of your sister-in-law." Lu Shirshir shook Lu Yuan's arm and pouted. "No, it's not that bad. It's rare for you to come out and play with us. Let's do it together." "Yes, brother Lu." Together. Lu Yuan ultimately have no choice, or agreed to go down. Swim a circle down. Sister Lu Shirshir take the lead towards the water on Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, which is the opponent of several people. Not a moment to become a drenched chicken. A sound of playfulness and frolicking resounded in the middle of the pool. Lu Yuan returned home in his Pagani Windsor with a whole shrimp feast made in the back kitchen. Lu Yuan personally peeled a prawn. Wife, eat prawns. 6 months later, Lu Yuan's family has returned to their hometown. It is snowing heavily outside of Bingchang, and stalls selling firecrackers and lucky couplets are one after another on the streets. The table was set with a sumptuous meal of elbows in sauce, bones in sauce, cold beef, Australian lobster, king crab, and a couple of glasses of high-end red wine. Wang Meiqi's arms, holding 2 babies, revealed an innocent smile to the surroundings. The 2 babies were a boy and a girl. Lu Yuan pinched the faces of the 2 little ones. "Call daddy." "Poop." "Ahem. It's dad, not poop." "Ha ha ha." After 3 rounds of wine, laughter filled the room. A certain ancient martial force, with a gloomy gaze, said, "The preparations are almost done. We can get ready to strike at any time to get rid of Lu Yuan. Only, These ancient martial forces swiftly did not know what a terrifying existence Lu Yuan had become by relying on his bludgeoning ability in these half a year's time. Lu Yuan sensed this information. His eyes flooded with wisps of killing intent. As long as they dare to come and touch my family, I will snap my fingers and let them fly to ashes and bury their bones in the Ice City. Lu Yuan looked at his swaddled newborn son and daughter and couldn't help but reveal a gentle smile. Little ones, next, it's up to your legend. You're my Lu Yuan sons and daughters. Don't let daddy down. Swaddled in the child seems to understand the general. The complexion also became brighter and brighter. Stretched out the chubby little hand. Seems to want to pull the hook with Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan also pulled the hook with them. Pull the hook and hang yourself for 100 years. Don't change. End of text.